Wow. One second, I got my camera on. Hold on. Well. How's DGG going? Did you see the end of Our Place? I did not. How did the new travel strat work? It worked well on JetBlue. It did not work on American. I didn't realize American first class was so dog shit. Thank God, no more Our Place though. Got a discussion with a few people in 20 minutes. Did you see the Pearly interview? I have not yet. How many times has she been on Piers Morgan now?
Welcome back to Piers Morgan Uncensored. Pearl Davis is the self-styled anti-feminist influencer.
Is this her third time on?
Creating major buzz online with a contrarian view. She's appeared in a couple of debates on this show. It's called Uncensored after all. We welcome any honestly held opinions. But this week, she's facing a major backlash for posting a song titled Why Can't We Talk About the Jews, which she dedicated to far-right commentator Nick Fuentes before later deleting it.
Why can't we talk about them without getting kicked off of YouTube? Now, I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy, but I kinda wanna know why.
It's so early. Just real quick, you can ask questions about the Holocaust. You could probably even ask questions about Jews and all that shit. The problem is these people don't do that. They just brainlessly buy into some conspiratorial rot and then spread it like they're enlightened. That's the issue. You never actually, like, it's such a fucking virtue signal. Like, if Pearl was like, yeah, so I did a bunch of reading of, this guy Irving, and I did a bunch of studying on, a few of these historians, and I kind of wonder, blah, blah, blah. Like, I actually don't think you would get banned for that. But their form of question is like, oh, don't Jews write everything Holocaust fake? Why can't I ask questions? Like, you're not asking real questions. You're like just shit stirring. Like,
Now there's all these conspiracy theories, and the more they talk, I think maybe they're right. But I can't even listen to the convo.
Well, Pearl joins me now, along with the New York author and founder of End Jew Hatred, Brooke Goldstein, over in the States. All right, Pearl, you've come on the show a couple of times, right? We've had some spirited debates about feminism and stuff like that, and I thought you've made some good points, and it's got lots of traction. Then I wake up the other day and I see this thing that's trending involving you doing this song. And I couldn't really believe what I was watching. Why did you find it funny?
Huh?
Did you find it funny?
is she not ready for this interview?
I mean, you know the backlash to it. I mean, you deleted it. You obviously thought you shouldn't have posted it. Why did you do that? Genuine question.
I mean, the point was more about camp.
As a heads up, and maybe she has, as a heads up, people in chat are saying she got baited. Did she post emails? Anybody in chat? Did she post emails? I wish you guys would demand receipts more for people claiming things. Like, even you guys in chat don't do it enough. Like, if she says she got ambushed, then what were the emails? Show the communication between her and the producer. Because, yeah, I'm just curious what they look like.
Cancel culture and people getting kicked off of social media. If you finish the song, it was more about, like, you can't talk about this topic without being canceled by the left and the right. I don't really have a strong opinion either way. It was kind of just like tongue-in-cheek. I didn't really expect it to get that crazy. It wasn't dedicated to anyone. I don't know why they say that, but that's not true.
I mean, Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist. He's a Holocaust denier. He said afterwards that...
All she said was that it was supposed to be a talk about free speech. Well, what the fuck? No offense. Actually, take offense. Why the fuck would anybody give a fuck what her opinion is about free speech? If she's being brought onto a show, it's probably in response to the Nazi song that she made on her fucking ukulele or whatever, right? Well, what else would she expect? Like, oh, they're reaching out to me because, just dipshit things. I'm such a renowned scholar on free speech. Not First Amendment, I guess, is in the UK. But like, what? Like, why would she ever think that? Yeah, I don't know.
You had dropped a diss track on the Jews, which he clearly took to be something which was, mocking Jewish people. Talking about, I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy, but I want to know why. What do you want to know why?
Well, it was more like, why can't we talk about it? It wasn't like...
No, I want to know why. I'm pretty sure it's more like, why did he do it? Now she's lying about the lyrics? Come on.
You talked about the more conspiracy theories you've heard about Hitler and the Holocaust, presumably.
I'm a fan of conspiracy theory. Like, people think I'm part of the CIA. There's a whole conspiracy thing online. And, I'm not for...
Oh, and she's such a fucking coward. She won't even own the position. That's another thing that sucks, too, is a lot of these guys won't even own the shit they say. Like, just own it, dude. Or don't say it. If you're going to say it, own it. Or just don't say it. If you're worried you're getting banned or canceled or whatever, that's fine. But just don't say it. Don't flirt with it. Oh.
Like,
how come so many conspiracies revolved around the J question and J money? But none of these guys ever talk about Saudi or Gulf Arab influence or Moneybag.
Jews are just a really easy punching bag throughout like all of history for propaganda shit.
The point of the song isn't like I really have an opinion on the matter. It's more, I don't think we should ban people off of social media. So far so that I don't even, I think it should be illegal to ban anybody off of social media unless they're inciting violence. That was the point of the song. I'm not really, It was more like tongue-in-cheek.
But just to be clear, what are the conspiracy theories surrounding Hitler, which you feel
I
the
don't-
more you hear them, the more you're interested in them?
Well, I don't know, because
See, that's what I mean. She's not asking questions. She should get banned for being fucking retarded. Oh, my bandwidth is so low right now for these types of people. I had to just play video games today. You're not just asking questions. You don't even care. You don't have a modicum of curiosity in you whatsoever. You're not asking questions. You're just shit stirring. That's it. Like, she doesn't have any idea at all. Like, has she not even learned anything from Fuentes? Like, there are at least some interesting conspiracy you could ask. Why is there no evidence of a direct order from Hitler to kill any of the Jews? That's a question you could ask. Was it mathematically possible to cremate and kill that many in the highest records of all of human history? That's a question you could ask. Why do we focus more on the Tokyo fire bombings and the Dresden bombings? That's a question you could ask. There's like there are tons of, if you want, or go look at a fucking Ryan Dawson. I bet that dude's got like a billion fucking conspiracy things around. I don't know if he does around the Holocaust, but like she doesn't have a single conspiracy she even knows about.
because I can't hear them.
Huh?
I don't
Well, you know
know,
the
'cause I
ones. You
can't-
know the ones that Nick Fuentes.
Well,
has
I
got
wasn't even talking about Nick. I was thinking of Ye, to be honest. I don't know why they put
What are the ones that Ye is asking about?
that Nick was the inspiration for that song. I was thinking of Ye.
You are aware of the big backlash to this and the deep upset from the Jewish community.
I certainly am now. I just posted that song and I woke up and I was like, article. I was like, golly.
Right, but are you
This is
sorry?
crazy. You know, I think that, like, my whole point was
She
that
100%
cancel
is a
culture
psyop. No shot
I'm not
anyone is actually as
speaking
dumb as
one-
her.
No, because a psyop wouldn't be this crude.
My whole point was that cancel culture is wrong. I am not speaking one way or the other about the issues. My question is, why are we canceled for talking about certain topics?
So you would allow Holocaust deniers to have space on social media to promote
long as-
Holocaust denial to millions of people. You have 2 million people who subscribe to your YouTube, right?
The Dresden bombings are more known than the ones in Tokyo, at least in Europe. Oh, maybe in Europe. I feel like in the United States, I feel like there's a high fixation on like destruction of Japan post World War II. I don't feel like we learned as much about fighting against Germany other than like the camps and everything. But maybe it's just the Jews controller. That's why it's all part of the plan.
That's a big audience
Well,
of people.
I'm not at 2 million yet. I'd like to be.
Right, but you have a lot of
Why are Red Pill and Nazis together now? Because Red Pill, the same type of fertile mind that could have these types of rotting conspiracies take hold, it's identical between conspiracy theorists and Red Pillers. They have the same like disposition towards life, basically. What is the concept behind this? I don't remember what or why. Something happened here, and I ended up missing the first day of this. I don't remember why. I think I had a decent reason, but I don't. It's been a long time. But he says that I skipped the debate because Reddit was negging the event. That's not true. I don't. Did I have? There's no way I had a luxury hotel room. I don't remember if he gave me a hotel room or not. I have to go back and check. I'm not sure. I also don't remember. I'm pretty sure I rebooked my own ticket too, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. And then showed up to the party on the second day with his weirdo girlfriend. He's acting like I showed up to the party to like get something from it, but I did that as a courtesy because I felt bad for not for not making my debate the first thing. But yeah, I don't. This event there was a whole bunch of weird shit around this event. There's a lot of weird shit. Yeah, this is the guy I think his mind is breaking, either schizophrenic or I don't know, some kind of psychosis or whatever. The guy's kind of crazy, yeah.
a lot of people that follow you on various social media platforms.
Yeah.
You put a video like that up, and there are going to be some impressionable young minds going, hang on, what's Pearl saying? Adolf Hitler? Not saying he's a good guy, but I want to know why. The more conspiracies theories I hear, the more I have to think about it.
But
I took that to mean that you agree with Fuentes.
Why did you cut off the end of the song? I said, but we can't even have the conversation.
What is the conversation you want to have?
Without being canceled
But
by
what's
the left and the right.
But what
the
is
point is any speech.
No,
I
Pearl,
think
it's not any speech. It's not any speech. What is the conversation?
This is why when you watch me on shows, you watch me on podcasts, this is why when I give an example of things I don't like, I usually pick one from the left and one from the right, so I don't seem ideologically partisan when it comes to that type of stuff. But obviously, if she's going to go with, like, she could have brought up something about, like, why won't the FBI tell us who killed MLK and Malcolm X or some shit like that. She could have made it, like, you know, on both, but she didn't. She made it about Hitler and Nazis. So, I mean, like, I don't know.
Conversation about Hitler and conspiracy theories and the Holocaust that you want to have.
I don't want to have any conversation. My lane is feminism. That's what
Well, you're singing about Adolf Hitler.
Can I finish?
Yeah, but you are singing about Hitler.
Okay.
So you do want to have that conversation.
I want anybody that wants to speak on social media to be able to speak about what they want to talk about.
Including Holocaust
without
denial.
getting banned. Whatever they want to talk about.
Including Holocaust denial.
If they want to talk about that, as long as they're not inciting violence, I think people...
Of course they're inciting violence. They're inciting a hatred of
I think that
Jewish people.
Social media is the new town square, right? You used to be able to go and say your opinions in the town square. Now we have corporations censoring what can and cannot
Just wondering
be
why we
said.
can't have the conversion.
And I think
Ignore me being invited to Piers Morgan to have that conversation.
True.
that's wrong. I think that should be illegal.
Well, let me bring in Brooke, who's been listening to this. Brooke, I don't think Pearl quite understands why the wording of this song, which she deleted, to be clear, so obviously realised this had not played out maybe the way she hoped. The offence it's caused to the Jewish community. Why was it so offensive?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for having me on and for highlighting this issue. Not necessarily highlighting Pearl, but highlighting the issue that what you pointed out is that we're really facing a crisis of societal conscience, where someone like Pearl, who engages in hate speech, and actually the irony is she's complaining about being canceled, and yet she's a...
Oh my God, where do they find these vapid fucking people? What the fuck did this woman even just say? This is why I don't think I don't think I would ever want to do like A-list media stuff. I feel like these debates are conversations. I would hate myself on these shows. I feel like the tier below is like the apex of the balance of popularity and fame, but also like being able to dig in and have interesting conversations. Bro, if I was on a show with a woman like this, I would fucking kill myself. What are we talking about right here? What? It was so many. Sorry.
Highlighting the issue that what you pointed out is that we're really facing a crisis of societal conscience, where someone like Pearl, who engages in hate speech, and actually the irony is she's complaining about being canceled, and yet she's on your platform. She has millions of viewers on the internet and on social media, and she's complaining about being canceled. The crisis is that this is what is profitable now. This clickbait, this type of racial incitement is profitable on the internet. And, you know, I'm sitting here, I'm listening to Pearl. I don't know if she's just plain stupid or she's actually quite intelligent and knows that what she's doing is so sensational that it's going to make her a lot of money. But I want to say one thing. Pearl will disappear. She will disappear, like many others before her, because this is something that's just a moment in time. She's like a train wreck. It's like a car crash. You know, for example, you know you shouldn't be looking at it, but you can't take your eyes off it. But I want to make one more point. I think it's so important, especially on this platform. Hatred is taught. Nobody is born like this. And I talk about it a lot in my book about the dangers of hate education. And it's not something that we can debate, that we can engage in a rational argument with. You can see what her opinions are. She thinks women shouldn't vote, women shouldn't have the right to divorce. She thinks that women shouldn't be able to work.
Oh. I like how she'll own the like anti-woman talking points because it's safer, but she wouldn't do the same thing with the Nazi shit.
She says these
I didn't say
crazy
that.
things
Now you're
about
putting words in my
Hitler.
mouth.
But there's
Now you're
no
putting words in my
rational,
mouth.
please don't interrupt. There's no rational argument with someone like this. And this is a mistake that my community makes, the Jewish community very often, that they think they can bring facts to the table, that they can debate somebody like Pearl and it's, you know, you're gonna get somewhere. You're not gonna get anywhere. You're going to get somewhere only by shedding the light on this type of bigotry to expose
All right,
someone like her
let me
for,
just
just do a
crazy
monologue?
person
Okay.
that
Can't
she
even.
is.
All right, bro, let me go back to Pearl. Pearl, let me just offer you some advice, right?
Okay.
Because I don't think you're stupid. And in the 2 appearances you've made previously on this program, I thought it was interesting. It was controversial in some ways, but actually a lot of people would have agreed with some of the things you were saying. There's no question about that. But you seem to know where the line was. Someone like Nick Fuentes doesn't know where the line is. Someone like Kanye West, who I interviewed after he went on some weird anti-Semitic trope nonsense. Kanye's been wiped out by what he did, or what he said about the Jewish people, because there are certain things where I am absolutely in support of the concept of free speech, right? But you can't go around telling Jewish people the Holocaust didn't happen, as Fuentes
that's
and people
not-
like Fuentes does say things
That's-
like that.
But I'm not him. So
But
you're
don't seem
bringing
to-
me
you
up.
don't-
So
what-
it's like,
no, but when you
I'm-
when you sing a song,
right.
and you talk about
Who
Hitler,
determines what the line is, Pierce?
Well, I'm asking
Who
you.
determines? Do you get
I'm
to
asking you-
determine it?
No, I'm
Does
asking.
she get to determine
I'm asking
it?
you
Who
to.
gets to determine
I'm
what the
asking
line
you
is?
to work out in your head.
I'm saying the
you're not a
line-
stupid person.
the
When you
line-
say, I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy, but I want to know why. Right? When you talk about the more conspiracy theories about him I hear, the more I'm like, well, that's interesting. I'm just like agog that even now you don't seem to really grasp why singing that and releasing it to millions of people is incredibly offensive to Jewish people.
I think at the end of the day, Pierce, I don't think it's for you to determine what speech should be allowed and not
No,
allowed.
what about you determining? Why did you delete it?
Why did I delete it?
Yeah.
Because it was just a headache, Pierce.
Because you knew it was wrong?
Sorry for the novel of an
I
email.
just think it's,
Your takes on the
it's
Iced
like-
Coffee podcast were awesome. Thanks for
not
doing
the
what you're
hill I'm
doing.
trying to
I pray
die
it becomes the
Right,
norm.
but why did you choose that hill to die on?
I didn't choose this hill to die
You did.
on.
You released the video.
I also released 10 different videos about
Yeah, but they're
10
not
different
all
other
basically.
topics
But they're
that
not
day.
talking about Adolf Hitler, are they?
Are we not allowed to talk about him?
You can talk
I'm
about
so-
Hitler
okay.
right to the point you say the more conspiracy
Look
theories
it,
I hear
look
about
it.
him.
Look, I think that anyone should be allowed to speak about any conspiracy theory on social media. That is my point. It's not about Hitler. It's not
If
about
you
the
really believe what you
Holocaust.
did wasn't wrong, you wouldn't have deleted it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Don't you think?
I agree with Pearl.
Go on, bro.
If I may just say one thing, as an attorney, I have to say that I do agree with her, that I am a free speech purist. And I think
Wait, what? Is this? Did they just bring in another woman that looks incredibly similar to the last one that was on here, or?
that even bigotry should be able to be spoken in the public sphere. But the problem of cancel culture is not against anti-Jewish speech. I think that's very clear. We see the scourge of anti-Semitism and Jew hatred rising on the internet. The problem is that there's no consequences for it, and the way that private companies
How are there no consequences for it?
canceling is they're going after pro-Jewish speech. They're going after pro-Israel speech. I can't tell you how many times I'm contacted by people, and often my own clients, who are shut down on social media for saying anything positive about Jewish people, about Judaism, or about Israel. Yet these social media companies are unequally applying their own standards. And, you know, while they're, for example, shutting down COVID deniers, they are allowing Holocaust denial speech. They are allowing people like Pearl to spew her hatred. So if we are really free speech purists, and that's what we are saying that companies should do, they should allow all speech.
Yeah, I hear you. Listen, I would just say this to you, Pearl.
Unless it's incitement to immediate violence.
Right, I would say this to you, Pearl.
So we agree.
No,
Wow.
Pearl, I would say this to you in conclusion.
We're all on the same
Listen,
team now.
In,
We're all-
in conclusion, look, you deleted this, so you clearly felt bad about what you'd put up, or you wouldn't have deleted it. You accept that?
No.
You don't accept it?
I just, you know, it's kind of a headache. I was like, well, it just seems like a lot of headache to me.
Right, or did you realize actually in that moment, from the visceral reaction from the Jewish community, you crossed a line that you yourself should have worked out was there?
Look, at the end of the day, Pierce, the song was about freedom of speech. It wasn't one way or the other. The song was about why can't we have these conversations on social media, and why do I keep getting...
About why Hitler may be a good guy.
And why do I keep seeing people get banned on social media? My point is, I don't think there should be a line unless you're inciting violence.
Here's a line.
Pierce, would we agree on that?
Listen...
Yes or no? Yes or no? Would we agree?
Here's my point.
No? Yes?
You haven't
no?
answered my question.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm not saying Hitler was a good guy, but I want to know why. I want to know why what?
You got me a what?
I got you a gift. I saw this at Ocean Drive, and I thought of you because it says 304 on it.
Why does it say 304 on
It
it?
just does, and it spoke to me. So I wanted to give it to you.
Thank you so much.
We can't have the conversation without being canceled by the left and the right. I just don't understand why you guys added. You guys cut out the end of the song.
Pearl.
You did 75. Okay.
The conversation about whether Hitler was a good guy. You want to have that conversation?
I think that
he murdered 12 million people,
my whole
including
point,
6 million Jewish people in the Holocaust.
My whole point is we should be able to have that conversation.
But whether he's a good guy.
Yes, because it causes more commotion when you're starting to censor people.
I don't agree.
Like, I think that's wrong. I think it's
agree.
wrong to censor anybody.
Well, you know what? You can have that conversation. You had that conversation. You posted it. You haven't been cancelled. I've had you on the show because I thought you might, with time, to think about this, regret what you did, because you can clear you're not stupid. You do understand the offence it caused. And wanting to have the right to debate whether Hitler's a good guy is just cretinous.
No, I want anybody to be able to speak on any platform. That was the point of the song.
All right, let's leave it
Can
there.
I point out a nuance here?
I've got a Brooke, I'm sorry. I'm afraid we've run out of time, but thank you.
What? Wait, this lady like 180. I don't even know what the fuck she was
The
doing.
program, I greatly appreciate it. And Pearl, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
Okay. Emma from Majority Report talking about you. Oh, joy.
There's some problems with it, but it is good that we are beginning to at least talk a little bit more about the dropping of the bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
I worry that we have people like Destiny out here that we're actually going backwards in our understanding of that stuff, because we've got a lot of edgelords saying that actually it was good and we needed to do it, even though it's fucking 70 years later, and that's not the line that scholarship is taking.
Well, then let's be unambiguous.
That's not the line that scholarship is taking. I feel like it's a legitimately hotly contested topic of whether or not we should or shouldn't have nuked Japan, right? It seems like the strongest arguments in favor of it so far are that Japan was engaged in literally total war. Like every single member of their population was engaged in the destruction of the United States of America. 2, we had already had the battle of what was the one that was fought? Somebody in chat will know it. Give me a name. Was it Iwo Jima? Was it Okinawa? We'd already had a couple of unimaginably bloody battles with Japan thus far. Let me check, hold on. The Battle of Okinawa had, this is a wild range of numbers, it's 40 to 150,000 civilians killed. Did I hear you correctly? Every person in Japan was at war? Yeah, I believe so, right? The concept is called total war, right? Where your entire economy, every citizen is all like involved in the production, manufacturing of arms, soldiers, everything, right? They actually wanted to drop at least a dozen bombs and only stopped because the weather wasn't ideal. You need to justify dropping them when anything's first. I haven't read enough on World War II. At this point, I actually do think my history knowledge is better than most of you fucking retards, though. They wanted to drop at least a dozen bombs. I'm pretty sure they didn't even have that many made. I thought they had 3 made tops. I don't think we even had enough. I don't even know if we had enough material in the United States to make a dozen bombs. I thought over the next, 2 years, wasn't it? Is this, oh, fuck me. Hold on, I'm sorry, because now a movie just came out of this. Is this covered in the Oppenheimer movie? Did they say that line or something now, and now everybody's an expert on nuclear weapons? Oh God, fuck, kill me. I haven't seen it yet. Didn't they only have enough material for 2 bombs, and in like a few months they could have made, I think, a third one, and then like a year or 2 later they could have made like 2 or 3 per year? I thought that was like what. So the idea that they were going to drop a dozen bombs. They tested one and dropped the other 2 they
The
had.
Battle of Coral Reef was the last naval op. We wiped out their navy and still didn't surrender.
I'm not saying that nuking Japan was, well, here's what I will say. Retrospectively, for a few reasons, nuking them was absolutely the best decision. I think that's inarguable, but I mean, I don't know. People smarter than me probably debate that. However, to act like it was, even at the time, like a clear-cut answer, I feel like there are good arguments in favor and against. Also, here's the hottest take also, why this is like the most boring fucking argument in the world, and I am going to do this. If Japanese people were white, or if it was Germany instead, I don't think any of these fucking retards would give a fuck. I don't think they would care. I really don't think they would care. That's my hot take on it, but...
You was in our coverage of it here.
Yeah.
We dropped 2 bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki when Japan had no feasible way to win the war. Our Air Force was decimating them.
What does that mean? Our Air Force was decimating them. Yeah, by firebombing entire fucking cities and leveling to the ground like 16 square miles. I think of Tokyo as... Is that what you want? Do you just want more of that? Is that better? Is it better to die in a firebombing than it is to die in a nuclear weapon? Bro, this shit is fucking wild. You have any idea how fucking destroyed this city was? Oh shit. Oh my god, I'm so late. Hold on, fuck. I have a thing at 1. So I see people just messaging me. They're just like, hold on. Fuck, I hate this woman. Hello, hello?
What's up, Steven?
Hi. Hey, sorry, I was waiting on Discord for the link. I got you. How's it going?
Pretty good. Cool. So we're live, right?
Yeah.
The battle at Coral Sea happened
what's up,
before
everyone?
Midway
So,
listened to the
just to do a quick round of introductions, Steven, aka Destiny, we have Michael Shermer, Daniel Pinchbeck, James Fox, and myself. Could we just go quickly around the horn and just get an update from everyone? Like, what did you see the UAP hearing, and also just a quick bio? Maybe go James, Daniel, Michael.
I have to go first?
Yes.
My name's James Fox, and I became somewhat fascinated with the phenomenon in my mid-20s and decided to sort of dig into it a bit. And the more I dug in, the more I realized it was a rather complex issue. And I'm working on my 7th documentary right now, 30 years later.
And you did see the hearings?
Oh, so sorry. Yes, oh, yes.
Okay.
I watched the hearings very closely.
Daniel?
Yeah, my name is Daniel Pinchbeck. I'm the author of Breaking Open the Head, a book on psychedelic shamanism, 2012, The Return of Quetzalcoatl, that was on the prophecies of various ancient and indigenous cultures. I also wrote a short book, The Occult Control System, looking at the UFO, alien abduction phenomenon. I'm at a conference in Costa Rica, so I didn't really have the opportunity to watch a lot of it. I watched a little bit, then I watched some highlights, and I've been following the story, obviously, all along.
Your microphone is a little soft. Is there anything to...
I can't do too much. I can just move the thing closer to my face.
Oh, okay. Am I the only one having a hard time hearing him?
He's decent.
I can hear him.
It's acceptable enough. Michael, who are you?
I am the publisher, Michael Shermer, publisher of this magazine, Skeptic Magazine. It's the quarterly publication of the Skeptic Society. We investigate all sorts of claims of the paranormal and supernatural and cults and conspiracies, and UFOs, alien abductions, UAPs have long been in our wheelhouse since we started in '92. So the UAP phenomena today is nothing new for us. We've been following this beat for a long time. Of course, I watched the whole 2 hours, and it fulfilled all my predictions that we would get nothing new. That is to say, the witnesses would repeat what they've been saying in the media and on podcasts. And I suppose the only value of it is that at least they did it under oath. And now maybe somebody, perhaps as high as Marco Rubio, will actually get in there to these locations where Grush said they are actually hiding this spacecraft and alien bodies. Okay, let's go. Let's check it out. So although I'm skeptical that we're being visited by aliens, it would be amazing and terrific and wonderful if we were and we had evidence for it. But I haven't seen any evidence yet. And eyewitness testimony is just the start. We actually, in science, need physical evidence, clear, unmistakable evidence.
Did you watch, Stephen?
Whoops, sorry. I caught a couple highlights. I saw that non-human biologics line, and there were a couple more, but I was mainly looking through articles for anything concrete, and it seems like nothing concrete has come out yet, so, yeah.
I think what's concrete is that names were named, but unfortunately, we peasants don't get access to those names. Only certain members of Congress and various insiders, and so, he says that he gave a whole list of military contractors' locations and names, which is real. I mean, it's like that. He submitted it to the Inspector General. So we'll see, I guess.
Yeah.
what they do.
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
I've got a prediction.
Please.
I think one of the things that both Mr. Shermer and I have in common is that we're both going to be out of a job soon.
Why? What do you mean? I mean, if they actually disclose,
you're no longer going to be able to debunk them, and I'm going to no longer know how to prove them. So
I don't want to debunk them. I just want to know what's true. And people say, "What would you do in Skeptic?" If
I think I'll set my sights on, like, I don't know, maybe climate change issues or something. I'm working on the transition already.
You're working on trans. What?
A transition.
Oh, transit. That's different. Yeah. No, I would just simply publish on the cover of Skeptic magazine. They're real. We were wrong. I mean,
yeah,
there's nothing.
I've never interpreted. I've never interpreted you, Michael, as like skeptic for the sake of skeptic.
Yeah, that's right, because that's not a rational position to take. Skepticism is just asking for the evidence and adjusting your credence in the claim by the evidence. That's it. And so far we just haven't seen anything. The equivalent of the Chinese spy balloon. That's my latest take on this. What would it take to convince you that these UAPs are real? Chinese spy balloon. When that story first broke, it wasn't clear what was going on. The photos were kind of blurry, taken far away. All right, what is this? And then within a few days, we had clear and unmistakable high-resolution photographs. Jets scrambled up there, took videos and photographs. You could clearly see what it was. And then the State Department, the Department of Defense, the President of the United States, all media covered it every day for the whole week. And then, the jet shoot it down. You can see the Navy ship scraping up the debris off the ocean. End of story. I mean, everybody knows that the Chinese spy balloon is real. Nobody's asking for the credentials of the pilots that saw the Chinese spy balloon. It doesn't matter what the credentials are. We can see it, right? So that's what it would take, something like that. And then that would end it. We would know for sure.
Ooh, what's that sound?
What sound?
Some sound just went kind of nuts.
I think somebody's doing a load of laundry right now.
But Stephen, I would recommend you and Daniel when you watch it. Yeah, the part. What's interesting is you have like AOC and Matt Getz, who are completely agreeing on getting the information, and like there's no hostility between them, whereas in other settings, other types of hearings, they would just be like yelling at each other. But it was, I think it's one of the most oddly bipartisan issues that exists.
I think I could be misremembered. Didn't Gates and AOC actually like joint present like a bill to reduce corruption in Congress like a year ago? Am I making that up? I feel like that was a thing.
I think you're right.
Yeah. So maybe they've got like a pre-existing friendship. But I mean, yeah, there's probably a lot of people that just want more transparency in general. But my guess is it's probably coming at it more from a military angle, because I think a lot of people, maybe even most people, probably think that these are military applications that are being recovered, not extraterrestrial ones. So, I mean, obviously, more transparency around that is probably good for people in Congress, at least.
You know, one of the things that always frustrates me is you've got two options right now, and first of all, saying what someone encounters, like David Fravor, and jumping to extraterrestrial immediately is just not. I agree with Michael Shermer on that. But for Michael Shermer to say there's nothing but anecdotal evidence when you've got radar returns, 4 sets of eyeballs, you've got FLIR footage of this Tic Tac object also, like, that's not just anecdotal. I mean, they pretty much got everything except for shooting the thing down, right? That's very compelling evidence. Now, does it scream alien? No, it does not. But it does exhibit a technology that we can't seem to explain. It doesn't have any wings, doesn't have any exhaust vents, it doesn't have any visible means of propulsion, air disturbance. It stops, it accelerates from standstill to out of sight. It goes 80,000 feet straight up, back down in seconds or two. Like, okay, what is it? And if you look back to the 40s, you'll hear similar accounts from military police, military officers, military like pilots describing the same thing. So either someone has been in possession of this technology for 75, 80 plus years, or it falls into that category of other. And there's nothing wrong with admitting that. But to say it's all anecdotal and there's nothing to it, that's just not accurate. But you can't jump. I understand your position. You can't jump to ET. I get it.
Well, here's how the astronaut and pilot Scott Kelly explained what he thinks is going on with what you just described. He told this to space.com yesterday. Take the gimbal UAP video, one of the most widely cited as evidence of off-world technology. According to Kelly, quote, "It looks to me like the FLIR, F-L-I-R, forward-looking infrared camera, is just reaching its gimbal limit." The gimbal is any kind of mount or support that allows an object such as a camera to rotate along an axis or multiple axes. And it's because it has gimbal limits. You know, it turns 360 degrees in one direction, and whatever the limits are, it gets to that stop. It has to go back around the other way. And that's kind of what it looks like to me. Then they also quoted physicist Joshua Seemater at the Boston University Center for Space Physics, who analyzed the Go Fast video, the other one you just described, who took the numbers off the perimeter of the video, did some basic trigonometry, and then from the information provided on the periphery of the video, determined the object was in fact only traveling at 40 miles an hour, not thousands of miles an hour. So here's what Kelly says about this in general. "I remember one time I was flying in the warning areas off of Virginia Beach military operating area there. And my RIO, radar intercept officer, who was in the plane with him, was convinced we flew by a UFO. I didn't see it, so we turned around and went to go look at it. It turns out it was Bart Simpson, a balloon." Then Kelly adds, "If you see something you know is an airplane, and you know generally how big airplanes are, you can tell relative distance. But when you have no reference points, whether it's in a plane or flying over the water, it's just really an environment that's really prone to optical illusions." And then he told the story when he was commanding the when he was commanding the space shuttle, and they had serviced the International Space Station, and now they were away from it. Anyway, his fellow astronaut said, "Oh, we left a tool and an instrument in the cargo bay. Look, you can see it floating there in the cargo bay." So they had this long discussion. Well, we got to go get it. Oh my gosh, how did this happen? And so on. It turns out it was the International Space Station that was 80 miles away that they thought was in the cargo bay of the space shuttle. His point being, it's hard to tell what's going on, how big things are, how fast they're moving, how far away they are, and so on, when you don't have reference points. And his credentials are as good as
Can I say something, please? Because I'm boiling over with frustration right now. This is the same argument, it's the same nonsense that's been going on for 80 years. Okay, so the United States Air Force investigated 12,618 cases, okay? Out of which 701 remained unexplained, not because of a lack of data, but because of a lack of any kind of conventional explanation. So what I'm saying is, yes, Yes, you are right. The vast majority of these things have a prosaic explanation. We don't give a shit about those ones. What about David Fravor? Give me an explanation to that one. What about the Colonel William T. Coleman, who had an up-close, 9-minute-long encounter with a flying saucer while piloting a B-25 bomber? Explain that one to me. Like, these are the ones that we care about. It's 5%, 10%, and I'm sorry to be frustrated, but Michael, like, I get it. I get that the vast majority of these things can be explained. We don't care about those. We don't care about weather balloons. We've been hearing about weather balloons since 1947. Chinese balloons, weather balloons, misidentified aircraft, weather phenomenon. Yes, it's all there. But we're talking about a small core that just can't. And that's what we care about. And that's where we have our sights.
I think the problem is that, like, if you've got some 10, 20, 30, 100,000 events, chances are there are always going to be a few that, for whatever reason, defy explanation. And I think it's fair to ask questions about, like, well, what are these things, or what could be causing these things? But it feels like people are a little bit too keen sometimes to jump to not only enemy military application, but extraterrestrial, just because there's going to be some percentage that we can't explain.
Well, even Grush doesn't say extraterrestrial, and that's what's kind of fascinating about some of his testimony. He won't really use that phrase. He prefers the NHI, non-human intelligence. Yeah.
The best thing to say, you guys, is like, hey, there's truly an observable physical phenomenon taking place that has been documented on all these different sensors. It's been photographed, it's been picked up on radar, it's been seen visually, and it is exhibiting a technology that we don't understand. And our fastest jets can't get near these things. And that's been so well documented for 80 years. We don't know what it is, and it merits further investigation.
So, and I have
Fair enough on that one. We can say that. But to talk about anecdotal and then give a bunch of silly explanations for stuff that's easy to explain, that's incredibly frustrating.
Well, the bombshell from the hearing, which hasn't, Black Vault discussed this a little bit, but Getz essentially leaked a classified Air Force briefing, which Burchett and Congresswoman Luna were denied access to, but Getz was, I guess his clearance enables him to get access. And he described the whole event of this formation of craft confronted by Air Force pilots, and then their radar got shut down while they were confronting it. So I definitely recommend people look up that clip of because I don't think he was supposed to say that in the hearing. That's what was being denied access. Daniel, what about you? Where do you land on this stuff?
Right. I mean, I'm more of like a philosopher of consciousness / explorer in a strange way. Like, I studied the crop circles for a few years. I think there's obviously whatever, if there is a phenomenon, it's choosing to maintain limit states, keep liminal. If it's absurd to think that we wouldn't know more at this point in some literal way. On the other hand, there is a phenomenon. So I think it's almost like it's hard for me to speak in this type of group setting in a way, because I would have to back up and talk about analytic idealism and this idea that maybe we're not living in a material and physical universe. We're living in a universe of consciousness. And this is also what a lot of the people who got into this phenomenon, like Jacques Vallée and so on, began to understand. And I had a number of weird experiences, like studying like the Greys, so on, like sort of telepathic weird experiences. I've had various sightings on sort of UFOs of at least like giant globes of light that were like hanging over, campsites in Utah and so on. So there's a phenomenon, but whatever is choosing to maintain itself outside of kind of the realm of rationality and reason. And that I think is part of the core aspect of the phenomenon.
Can you describe that dream that you had? I think you talked about it in 2012, where your partner woke up?
Yeah, you have a great memory. So when I was exploring the crop circles, which we could talk about a little bit, but then I got interested in the whole alien abduction saga, and I started studying that in depth. They began to sort of infiltrate in my dreams. And one night I had a dream where and I was really studying my dreams then. I was doing all these like Tibetan like dream yoga practices. So in the dream, we met like an alien group, and there was this alien woman commander. And at a certain point, she opened my mouth with one of her hands, and she put her fingers into my mouth with her other hand. And I did the same thing with her. Then I woke up from the dream, and it's like, that was super creepy and weird. What the hell was that? And my partner, in deep sleep, turned over and opened my mouth with one of her hands and put a finger in my mouth with her other hand.
Whoa.
So I got a lot of experiences like that, where there was some kind of like crossing over, the psychic framework seemed kind of permeable. And also, like, the more I studied it, the more there were kind of like creepy, like, noises at night, like hummings, kind of like I felt like I was, by focusing on this thing, I was like sort of bringing it into my frame of reference in a way. And it was like lurking at the edges, so yeah, I don't know. It's just like, I think we get trapped in this, and I know particularly when it comes to like the military and this type of hearing, this evidence-based search for something, somehow I don't think it's ever going to reveal itself like that. I don't think there's going to be a big reveal here where it's like, oh, we've got the craft and the alien bodies. I just don't see it going like that. I think it's almost like Schrodinger's cat or something. It's something that, has in its nature, this part of its nature is this like liminality, in a way.
Yeah, I love that. That's like Jung's book on UFOs.
Exactly.
I think there's something to that, really. It's the living in the liminal stages, as you put it, interstices of human society. I think that's probably true, but the UAP group, they're not comfortable with that anymore than telling Christians that the resurrection is mythologically true but didn't really happen. That they're not buying that. It had to really happen. And for UAP people, this is not mythic. It is, we are actually being visited by aliens, or the Russians or Chinese have some super advanced physics that we don't know about, something like that.
Isn't it insane the language they're putting into the NDAA though? I mean, James, can you talk about some of this language? There's like a whole lexicon around it with.
Well, this is, I read this before, but this is the part of the UAP amendment. And this was signed into law at the end of 2022. But this is, they were on to something then, and that is any activity or program by a department or agency of the federal government or contractor of such a department or agency related to unidentified anomalous phenomenon, including with respect to material retrieval, material analysis, reverse engineering, research and development, detection and tracking, development or operational testing. It's like they kind of saw this coming, and then they got the protections for the individuals making unauthorized disclosures shall not be subject to a non-disclosure agreement entered into by the individual or makes the disclosure. So they knew there were people queuing up in the intelligence agencies that want the general public to know what's going on, that want to reveal where the evidence is. And I think we saw a couple of days ago the culmination of that. And the claims made by Mr. Grush are so potentially paradigm shifting, so significant, that we have to call his bluff. We have to follow every lead, every breadcrumb. I'm told by some intel folks that I'm in touch with that there are firsthand witnesses watching to see how things go for David Grush, and they're on the verge of coming forward, and they know exactly where these programs are taking place and where these crafts are being kept.
Does anyone happen to know why the whistleblower laws we have on the books won't protect these eyewitnesses, or why they think it won't?
I don't know. There's a process. I think they have to go to because I just talked to an intel guy yesterday who's about to go to the ICIG and start that process. And once you go through that process, it has to be approved. Then the parameters of what they can share publicly will be approved, and then they've got this protection. And I know a couple of them that are doing that now.
I think it's not that existing whistleblower protection laws would be at all helpful, but I think that people want more explicit types of protections related to, just with more explicit language. I think that they need to go even further, to be honest. I think that they need to take it as far as declaring amnesty for all of these people who have potentially been breaking the law. by shielding information from Congress and funneling funds, through various, like they described in the hearings, that there's kind of this process that they use to funnel funds. I think all those people need to just be given amnesty, because the problem is there's going to be this constant resistance to bringing information forward if everybody's scared that they're going to go to jail. So, Daniel.
I guess I wanted to also, more in my particular way of looking at this, which isn't very specific around like the witness and all this sort of stuff. But I find it a little bit interesting that this is happening during the week of like the most intense, global warming in history. We're we're learning that we've kind of overshot, like that even the kind of what climate scientists were saying a number of years ago, like that it's gone way over, what was predicted. All around the world, we're seeing like massive temperature variations. If you go into, as I did in great depth, like if you read David Jacobs, The Threat, like all these people who studied and kind of took seriously, I mean, some of them were more negative, some of them was more positive. David Jacobs was a hypnotherapist who began to talk to all these clients who have these ideas of alien abduction and remembered very visible, very, very intense kind of experiences under hypnosis. And a lot of times they were brought in these crafts. And they were shown these films of like the Earth going through like a Holocaust, and then these sort of hybrid human aliens being all that's left, and them being kind of like walking around. They were shown, some of them apparently were taught how to like fly these saucers, and were told that someday there's going to be this massive event on the Earth, and they'll come and scoop in all these people and bring them to some other planet or something like that. There is this sense, just as a concept, that this other, which may also be another shadow aspect of ourselves or some kind of projection, has its own kind of weird agenda. And that agenda, if you read some things like, Communion or particularly David Jacobs' work or other, there's a sense that it's not a very nice trajectory, in terms of our interests or human, kind of development or something. But it does feel very, in terms of this counter narrative, which you can also track through the crop circles, going back to the 2001 ones that showed like, an answer to the one that we sent out into space, the Arecibo response, which showed like the little alien instead of a human and so on. So it does feel like there's a narrative unfolding in some strange way that supports kind of this sort of David Jacobs threat idea. And it's sort of interesting to me, synchronistically, that this revealing or this semi-disclosure or whatever is happening, during the worst climate, week in history.
Did you see Daniel? Right? Did you see the 1994 Rua Zimbabwe case with the children and Dr. John Mack? That was so fascinating to me, because to hear all those children describing the message that they reportedly received.
Yeah, that's one of the most convincing cases on record.
I remember trying to get funding to do that as part of the film The Phenomenon. I don't know, Michael, if you've seen The Phenomenon or not.
I have, yeah. I saw
you
it.
have. So
I love your films.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that end scene. And I'm sorry if I came across a little abrasive earlier, but I'm just so frustrated with like people putting words in my mouth, or like it's just beyond. I've had it. But in any case, that message that the children reported is just. I remember trying to talk my then investor into flying all these witnesses in, finding them, hunting them down, paying for.
I think there's a film happening around those kids, actually.
Yeah, Ariel School. I was working with Randall Nickerson at the time as well, but and I actually heard about the case, believe it or not, from Steven Spielberg. And
but the message they got was also around protect the Earth.
Yeah, that we're not being good stewards, and we're not, But what I was going to say about it is that I was trying to get funding from this potential investor, and he's like, I'm not going to waste a dime on a UFO landing in Africa, at a school in Africa. No way did that happen. It can't be. Therefore, it isn't. And I said, just look at the tapes of the children being interviewed that John Mack took. And so I showed those tapes to this investor, and he was deeply moved, and he changed his course on it. And that's how we ultimately got the funding, and with the help of Randall Nickerson, found the witnesses, flew them in from all different corners of the world, and got them to talk about it 20 years later.
Yeah, I mean, a common idea in sort of, kind of like the more like psychedelic edge of thinking about this phenomena is that, rather than it being sort of extraterrestrial, there's some like physical other planet, maybe it's more interdimensional. And so they're playing with our causality, our notions of time and space in some way. And maybe they're kind of weaving in, this narrative in a very cunning way to get us prepared for some type of like catastrophic event where they sort of have this agenda or something. I mean, that's, somehow implied in these other weird narratives, if you look at the abduction accounts and all that stuff.
We also assume that there's sort of like uniformity in like whoever they are, but in reality, they would more likely be pretty diverse in terms of like many different types and whatnot. But
yeah, that's the other thing, because the ones that, taking the abduction accounts, whatever grain of seriousness you want to, but I mean, they're kind of like they don't seem like a highly developed alternative society. They like have no culture whatsoever. They're living in this sort of like empty space. They're like void beings. They're like demons or something.
Well, that's the funny thing. It's because like they're so advanced, but yet they're crashing all the time.
Well, they're obviously not crashing all the time. If they are crashing, if we have recovered alien ships and EBEs, I would be quite certain that they did that on purpose to build some kind of rapport with us. I mean, if that's real, which, quote unquote real, whatever quote unquote real
Daniel,
is.
what if I love all this take on it, but what if the they is us, like religion?
Sure,
the gods are real inside people's heads, but not out there, and that they have real effects on people's lives and society and cultures and so on.
Yeah, I mean, a book that I really heartily recommend is this book by this guy Patrick Harper called "The Philosopher's Secret Fire," and he talks about even this idea of literality and kind of the dualistic logic of a real and a non-real that we have is not something you find in a lot of indigenous societies, and they may have actually had different types of experiences. Their reality may have allowed for more permeable psychic effects and so on. So yeah, I mean, we may have over concretized our way of understanding or being in reality, and that may be feeding back, negative feedback loops on us in some strange ways.
Yeah.
Does anybody know how old the Wandjina, or I guess it was they were described as the Wandjina from the Aboriginals in Australia? I want to say 5,000 years ago on cave walls. Has anybody seen those?
I'm not sure about those.
So I was in Africa investigating that alleged landing at Ruism at Ariel School, and the now headmistress Judy Bates had kept the drawings from the children of what they saw. And so I had it fresh in my head, and I went from Africa to Australia, and I investigated a landing case in Australia, again at a school, Westall Primary School in 1966. And while I was there, I was sharing some of this imagery of the so-called, beings that the children described and drew. And the Australians were like, oh my gosh, you got to see the Wandjina and the cave part that's 5,000 years old. And they were showing them to me, and the parallels.
How do you spell Wandjina? I'll give it a look up.
Wandjina, I think it's Wangjina, I think.
Okay.
Anyway, it was quite remarkable. These big eyes, sort of almond shaped. It was quite remarkable that just the similarities.
I just find it fascinating that this topic, it's like when you compare it to like typical culture war type topics, it's like it exists outside, and then there's this anomaly where like, okay, yeah, everybody wants transparency, and we're all just sitting here twiddling our thumbs waiting for transparency. And luckily there's some politicians who are starting to put legislation for transparency together. But like, Stephen, I'm curious how like you see that, because you seem sort of like non-passionate about this issue.
I feel like there are a lot of I don't want to call them logical or common sense questions, because those are stupid terms. But I guess like the biggest questions I always have come down to, there's a very human constructed question. Like, if somebody could travel faster than light, the idea of them not being able to navigate in our atmosphere and crashing seems a little bit absurd to me. If they were trying to communicate with us in some way, I feel like there are a bajillion ways better that they could communicate with us than crashing obscure spacecraft and hoping some governments procure the right things and then disseminate that information in the best way. That just seems like
crop circles.
Yeah, or crop circles.
Yeah, I can make a counter argument if you want.
Yeah, go for it. Either one, sure. Well, I'll say real quick. A third thing too would be that I oh god, I had a third thing, but I lost it. Go for it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the crop circles are a genius method of communication. I mean, also, remembering that I think it's somehow my experience of it was that it's almost like a teaching, on the nature of reality and the nature of consciousness itself, even in terms of causality, because it's extremely difficult to determine.
Well, but what have we learned from a crop circle?
Well, I mean, I wrote about 100 pages of it in this 2012 book. I tried to formalize it. I mean, I think they're indicating a number of things.
Can you give me one of those things?
Yeah. Well, what is the relationship between ancient esoteric knowledge systems and modern scientific discoveries? So, for instance, a lot of them use fractals, which were also based on like phi-based ratios. There was Gerald Hawkins was a professor of astronomy from Boston University who was looking at the earlier formations, and he found kind of new Euclidean paradigms that Euclid had never discovered and no human geometer had ever found. And he created a contest in a science magazine for people could help find these patterns they weren't able to.
I'll challenge you on those things. I can take a lot of mushrooms and see fractals. I don't need crop circles for that. I don't think we've actually gleaned knowledge from, or I've never heard of in fields of math, physics, chemistry. I've never heard of somebody saying there was a problem in science or there was a problem with quantum mechanics, but the crop circle unlocked this answer for us. I don't know if that view is supported by anybody.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think they're pointing towards a different approach to knowledge. Let's say, I mean, where you see it's once again when you just say that, it's kind of like this very literal approach to the alien phenomenon. It's like it has to be real. We have to have something tangible that we get from it. I mean, maybe we already have everything that we need, but we're sort of out of a way of knowing that would allow us to make coherent sense of the cosmos around us. So understanding the relationship between ancient geometry, kind of esoteric uses of ancient geometry and modern, scientific understandings of fractals, which were only discovered in 1979, right, with the Mandelbrot set.
Sure, I understand that. But I mean, there are also people that drop peanut butter and jelly toast on the floor and then think the image of God appears when they pick it up. I don't see the. I just don't think there's a very compelling argument that there's some communication going on. Could it be some other non-causal way of thinking and some non-Euclidean space? It's possible, but anything could be that, right?
No, not exactly. But I mean, I think part of it is that it's a message that's put in such a way, it's an interesting form of messaging. You have to think about why that form of messaging, right? Because it's a public sign system. It's not copyrightable. The government can't, close it down. So they created a kind of long series. If you take the hypothesis that they're not man-made, that some other agency is making them, then somebody went to the trouble of over many decades creating a sign and symbol system that falls outside of the parameters of what can be copyrighted or privately owned or whatever.
Yeah, but imagine how cool it would have been. What if they made those same crop circles on the moon? Then we would know for sure that it was something extraterrestrial, and wouldn't we be wondering, all day if it was a bunch of people on planet Earth?
Obviously, it's not a situation where whoever, let's say there is another agency doing this, then part of the puzzle is it's not meant to be known. I mean, if they were this, they could put it on the top of the White House or something. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like the part of it is the individual human being's freedom of choice to explore or expand their consciousness in certain ways.
Sure, and I can understand that, but I mean, at this point, we've entered divine territory. I can't imagine, I'm imagining George W. Bush giving a speech about how we're going to go and make ourselves known to an alien presence, but we don't want to be too known, but we want to leave something so that we're kind of testing them, but they need to have some faith that it's just
Sure, but let's Destiny. So one idea would be think about if we were anthropologists now and we encountered an uncontacted tribe in the jungle. 50 years ago, we would have just jumped in there. We'd have tried to convert them to Christianity, and that would have been it. The tribe, or you land your helicopter, and the whole integrity of the community is completely decimated forever. So here, let's say they see us as an evolving form of consciousness that has problems, but also possibilities. You know, they don't. You know, now if we were like anthropologists, we found that like pristine, uncontacted tribe, we would probably go in and leave like, you know, a hammer, you know, or like, you know, a carved stone, and then maybe 10 years later we would go back. We would leave something else, like, you know, a page of a book or an illustration. You know, so over, you know, a considerable period of time, we would allow for their culture to adapt and assimilate and absorb rather than just being annihilated. You know, so I think it could be something like that.
They could also look at us and think, well, there's no sign of intelligent life here. We're destroying our planet and killing each other. I mean, you know,
like the day the Earth stood still.
That's true. I actually heard that they were just about to establish communications, and they saw Elon Musk rebrand Twitter to X, and now they've just completely left our planet.
We can't even get along with each other, let alone, you know.
Does that idea resonate with you as a possibility, Stephen?
I mean, everything you said, I think, is good, but I think the analogies that you're giving, I think, defeat the analogy of the crop circle. Like leaving behind a tool or a page or some discernible knowledge. Like I felt like we were communicating with another species. The first thing we would try to do is learn the language. I think that would be step one. It wouldn't be let's write things in English and hope that somehow they can decipher the writing. It would be let's figure out how they communicate with each other, and then we try to leave behind useful tidbits of knowledge. But yeah, I think kind of going along with the crop circle thing, I think another thing that kind of hurts is something that I would have expected to happen. Well, I think it's sort of skeptical, but real quick, if we saw all these alien sightings in Roswell and throughout the early 1900s, mid 1900s, etc., why is it, if these things are happening, why didn't the advent of the cell phone increase 1,000,000-fold these types of sightings? I would expect to see UFOs, Bigfoots everywhere, but that didn't happen.
Yeah. I agree with that, but once again, I think
hold on.
Yeah.
Let me comment on that one, please.
Okay.
That's my territory.
Yeah, go for it.
There are so many images. It's flooded with images. I get 20 images from cell phones hourly, okay? The problem is deciphering it. They're so much easier to fake nowadays. You don't know what's real and what's not. And unless you have a mass sighting, which there have been some, you know, like if you had another event like the 1997 Phoenix, Arizona case, March 13th, today, we would have lots of footage, okay? So obviously we're waiting for an event like that to take place. We had the event at O'Hare Airport in 2006, I believe that was, where it hovered, according to witnesses, a disc-shaped craft hovered over. There was apparently 1 or 2 photographs taken of that from one of the United Airlines pilots, but that's yet to reveal itself. So the problem is there's so much of it, it's just hard to prove one way or the other. Do you know what I mean? Like it'd be a full.
Yeah, but the cream would rise to the top very quickly, right?
So I have right now in my possession, in that studio behind you, probably 6 hours of the most incredible footage I've ever seen in my life that's going to go into my next film, okay? I kind of call it eye candy, and I've got a production facility in Hollywood. This is stuff I collected all over. I have a production facility in Hollywood that's going to analyze it for me and break it down and do their best to determine if it seems to come from, you know, software or if it's legitimate, and that's the best I can do. So to answer your question, there is lots of footage. I have footage right now that's crystal clear, broad daylight of a disc flying overhead. It's so unbelievable. I just go, this can't possibly be real, but maybe it is. Let me go have it analyzed. So there's lots of footage out there.
And that's why chain of custody is like really
Very
important. Particularly with the government. And that's why some of the Air Force footage is important, and because it's coming from a very known place. Daniel.
But I sort of agree with Stephen that it is kind of surprising, given all of that it's still sort of murky. But I guess you know, my feeling is more that this is something that's sort of an emergent phenomena within consciousness itself in a strange way, and it's sort of a mystery that shields and hides and protects itself in some complex ways. And we see the same thing in like investigations of psychic phenomena, like Dean Radin. You know, there's like the first time they do an experiment, there might be like a very high correlation, you know, of some psychic effect, like telekinesis or something. But then after that, it drops down to almost zero. So it's almost like there's something in the realm of psychic and supernatural or ET phenomena, whatever it's called, that wants to sort of protect itself in some strange way. or hide itself.
James, can you speak a little bit to like the physicality of the evidence, in Virginia, and like just how, like you mentioned how it just left this imprint on the whole city, which is like very tangible. Can you just kind of talk about like how you see physical evidence working in the Virginia case?
Well, so I'm quite confident that we're going to come up. I don't know if any of you here have seen Moment of Contact. It's a case that happened in 1996 in Virginia. And I'll start off quickly by saying that I was working on my second documentary out of the blue. It was in very preliminary stages. We were just sort of taking broad strokes. It was the late 90s on some of the cases that we would potentially be covering. And I had partnered up with a couple of people. One was this guy Boris, and for my second time, and another guy was a British reporter by the name of Tim Coleman. Very bright guy, articulate, private school educated, like mainstream journalist. And he said, "Hey, I'll remind you guys that I was working on my second UFO documentary." Okay, so obviously I believe in UFOs, and this guy says, the guy that I just recently teamed up with, "Oh mate, we've got to cover this alleged crash that happened in Varginha, Brazil." I looked at him, "What?" He said, "Yeah, and the aliens were walking through the town, and they got." And I thought to myself, okay, I just partnered with the wrong guy. I'm gonna have to just like, this guy's nuts. And I didn't look into it for 10 years, but I'll fast forward. I did actually start looking into it on a trip to Brazil back in 2011, and I started meeting some witnesses, and I thought, oh, maybe there is something here. And then I went back 5 times, and spanning the better part of 12 years. And it's in the culture of the town. I mean, the population, I think, of Varginha was like over 100,000, and almost everyone you talk to either knows someone who had an experience or had an experience themselves. They've got statues in the town. It's quite remarkable. Something truly extraordinary took place in Varginha, Brazil. And I think that obviously we all want the photographic evidence. I've identified 5 different sources. We're going after it. But when that comes out, and I'm sure it will, it's just a matter of time, that will be debunked, of course, right? Because it can't be. It's like if you had the definitive piece of videotaped evidence. I mean, there were very compelling photographs taken in the 40s and 50s. Very good, broad daylight, crystal clear. But that would prove, if you said this is a legitimate picture, that would prove it's real. So the footage of the alleged aliens is probably going to come out, and when it does, it too will be debunked.
Yeah.
By the vast majority.
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, even with
we're trying to go after it anyway.
Yeah, and with the Phoenix Lights, I mean, certainly something was there. You can see it. Even on the old cameras back then. And the governor, Fife Symington, fully he thinks that it was from somewhere else. And not that doesn't mean that it's not some government craft or something, but like this meme that is going around, like, oh, we would have footage, or like we would have, like, there are dozens and dozens of super credible pieces of media about it. And I mean, James, you would probably say far more than that, but
yeah, I mean, I investigated that sighting in the 90s, and I was going back and forth to Phoenix for 10 years. I covered it in several films. I developed a relationship. I was the one that got Fife Symington, the former governor of Arizona, to come forward. And to my absolute astonishment, he admitted on camera for the first time that he too was a witness. And then he made the determination, just because of the sheer size of this object, that he's also a captain. He was a captain in the Air Force. He's a pilot. That it was otherworldly just because of the size, and that he made inquiries to the Pentagon, Luke Air Force Base, DOD, and they shrugged their shoulders and told him they don't know what it was.
I just feel like everybody needs to pause for a second in the country and, even world, arguably, because of this hearing just happened and like these explosive allegations. Like, let's just stop with all of the other culture war nonsense and just get to the bottom of this and get, go to the facilities that Grush is talking about. Michael, maybe they can take you with them. And,
well, I'd love to go, but
because it's really frustrating that it like passes over and you see it's like, okay, it happened and people sort of forget about it. I know people are still working on it really hard, but it's just this.
I can imagine a scenario like the following. Say somebody like Marco Rubio gets access to these facilities. He goes in there and they show him, and it's some super advanced DARPA project, the equivalent of the U-2 spy plane or the SR-71 Blackbird or the stealth bomber or something like that, whatever the next generation is. And he goes, oh, I see. This is ours. And it's highly classified, top secret. Of course, you can't go out there and tell everybody what you saw, because then the Russians and Chinese will know what we have. Oh, yeah, okay. So then he comes back and goes, well, I checked it out, folks, and there was nothing for me to report. Now, of course, this is just going to frustrate everybody, but what if it's just that? What if it's just our own technology?
No, that's not what's going to happen. I'll tell you what's going to happen. Rubio has met with firsthand witnesses. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, he said so.
Yeah. So I knew that before he even said so.
Okay.
So Rubio knows they cannot leave these claims. They have to follow up all the way through with this. I realized for the first time in 30 years, this is one of the reasons why I had tears flowing down my face, because I've been laughed at and mocked and ridiculed, and I held my ground for all this time, is that I realized they cannot put the paste back in the tube this time.
Who's the they?
Well, there are people that don't want this out, I can assure you.
Well, actually, in terms of who's they, I mean, Grush alleged in the hearing that there was a group of sort of a hybrid group of government, lifetime bureaucrats and private corporation executives. That was the allegation in the
Let's say,
hearing.
wait, here's a really good question. Let's say that's true. Let's look at the incentives. Why would Russia or China or North Korea or Iran, that does cyber, warfare against us all the time, why wouldn't they be exposing this to make the U.S. look bad?
Exposing
totally.
what?
The first country to expose it is going to be.
Sorry, when you say expose it, what are you talking about? The
Expose
phenomenon?
that people in the United States government or private sector are, trying to cover up a story of this magnitude from the public.
Well, so they're doing the same thing in their countries. How do I know that? Well, I've been there. I went to Russia, I went to China, I went to Africa, I went to South America, all across Europe. I met with generals in all those places, except for Africa. And the problem is, and this is something that people just don't realize, you can't admit when you're in charge, you're the power, you're supposed to be in control, that you have unidentified objects whizzing around with impunity in our airspace, and that shall they turn out to be hostile, you have no visible means of defense against them. You don't know who they are, where they come from, what they want. I can assure you, no governing authority wants to admit that to the general public, because it exposes their weaknesses and their vulnerabilities. And that's the primary reason for secrecy. And
I do want to mention, we've had a few, like we had that Hayam Eshed, right, from Israel.
Just like, even if you don't believe it, like
Minister of Defense.
Yeah, if you could suspend judgment for, like, I ask you, Michael or Destiny, if you guys could suspend judgment for a moment and just, like, okay, let's just pretend that it's real, okay? Let's just pretend that the UFOs are real. It's a global phenomenon. They're exhibiting a technology we don't understand. They don't have any wings. They fly rings around our fastest jets. We have definitive proof this is going on, but we don't have any more answers than that, okay? Now, if that were true, do you think the people that we put in charge to defend us and protect us, that they want to come forward and disclose that information to us? Do you think?
I think one.
Thanks, Danielle, for coming. Where can people find you?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, both Daniel and Michael. I'll come back to you soon. They both have to leave like right now, so I just want them to. I want them to both just plug.
I have 2 minutes.
Okay,
right, go for it.
Daniel, where can people find you? Because you got to.
Well, my Substack, danielpinchbeck.substack.com, and courses on liminal news. Actually, I did a course around UFOs and ETs with a professor, which is on that site. And I really enjoyed this conversation. Happy to do more on this topic.
Thanks,
and
man.
Great to meet everybody. And also, my email is daniel.pinchbeck@gmail.com if anybody wants to stay in touch.
Bye, Daniel.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
Have fun.
Michael.
Just a few final thoughts, kind of reflecting on the whole thing. Because we deal with so many different controversial topics in Skeptic, there's always this what's called the problem of residuals. That is, there's always a residual of unexplained phenomenon in any field, not just UFOs and UAPs, but physics. Why can we not unify, quantum physics and general relativity? And there's all these anomalies, and so these string theory. People fight amongst themselves. And I spent 4 hours on Joe Rogan's show with Graham Hancock, and he's got a laundry list of these unexplained anomalies. If you go to the Great Pyramid, and there's the Sphinx, and there's this weathering that geologists can't explain on the one side, could be older, and so on. And he's got 100 like that. And when you look into them, archaeologists can't always explain them. So what do you do with the unexplained anomalies? And I could go on and on. RFK Jr. talks about anomalies in the vaccine system, or climate skeptics say, "Oh no, the data set that the climate scientists use is flawed because of this anomaly or that." All right, so we're always going to have to live with these anomalies, and in science, that's just the way it goes. No theory explains everything. All we can do is just kind of hope we get the model we have explains the most phenomenon, recognizing we can't explain everything, and we just have to continue. Now, it could be the whole paradigm is wrong. The theory of evolution doesn't explain everything, Darwinian, neo-Darwinian, and so on and so forth. But there's always somebody out there going, "Hey, what about this one thing right there? You Darwinians can't explain that." And it's like, yeah, okay, well, then you come up with something better. And, that's just sort of how it goes. And we just have to live with that. And the whole point of the hearings, was to try to close up as many of those anomalies as we can. But I'm not at all convinced that this will shut the door. If, the Tic Tac video, it turns out it was X. There's always going to be 100 others. James has 1,000 in his back pocket there. Yeah, but what about this one? And we may have to just live with that uncertainty. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, I agree. Everything won't always be able to be explained. Like, we're going to find bones that we can't identify. We're going to find things that are going to be impossible to date. And yeah, those will accumulate over time. But I think rather than... the problem I have is that instead of putting a question mark over things, people always want to put it all kind of in one box, basically. Mm-hmm. That there's 10 unidentified things, and every single unidentified thing is actually getting you closer to some other truth that actually has zero evidence for it, because the only evidence for this other thing are all the things in the question mark box, which don't point in the direction, in my opinion.
Yep, good point. All right, bye, everybody.
Bye, Michael.
Thanks for coming.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Michael's didn't he say he's gonna do the front cover of his magazine? They're here, or we've got him. What was that?
Yeah, he wants to. So you're gonna hold him to that, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. So James, you think this is like we just broke through?
Oh, no question. No question. No question. None. I've never said this. I've never said this before, because I could see the look on all the senators and congressmen, and knowing David Grush is under oath and his credentials, he said, "I'll show you where they are. I know where they are." Like, how are you not going to call his bluff on that? This is coming out. How do I know this? I've also went to Washington for almost 5 weeks just a couple months ago, and I met with a lot of the people that are working behind the scenes to get this out. They know that it's real, okay? It's just now it's a matter of how do we roll this out? And there is a lot of talking behind the scenes. I can assure you this is coming out, and you just wait. When some high-resolution satellite imagery leaks out, that will be happening. First-hand witnesses are going to come forward. That will be happening. They can't put the genie back in the bottle, man. This is coming out.
And because he was under oath and he stated that he submitted names of individuals that are actively working in these special access programs, it would be so easy for them, if he's lying or wrong, to prove that he was wrong and completely ruin his reputation. So it's like, they should just do that. Like, they either have to destroy Grush's reputation somehow, which they haven't done yet, or they need to, tell us what happened when they
I'll tell
What
you
if you do? What do you do though if they are at the area where they go and they investigate and it's like, this is the SR, 79XX, and like I can't reveal anything, and then you're just back at square one, right? Where it's like, oh.
I mean, at this point, they have to tell us if it's secret tech. I mean,
that's not. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen.
They would never do that. Yeah.
The ICE, I'd say Intelligence Community Inspector General Thomas Monheim. That's the guy right now the media needs to be going after. We need to get statements from him. He was provided the locations, the names of the programs, the people directly involved with the programs, the firsthand witnesses of the programs, and it's only a matter of time until we get statements from him. This stuff's coming out. I've never said this before. I have never believed that I thought this was going to happen. I really didn't. It's coming out now, and there's no turning back.
Nah, I don't think so. I think in 1 year from now, they're going to be the exact same spot we were in 1 year ago.
Nope. No. I'll bet you $1,000.
If you want, I'll do it. I'll give you. Yeah, we'll do it if you really want to. If you sanction this, if you want to sanction this bet.
Well, yeah, I'd gladly. And that'll be a nice dinner too. I'll get some caviar, some champagne. I might do like Chateau Lafite, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure. I'll do.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Actually, Michael did a similar bet, which I called, which was he said that it's $1,000 if it comes out by the end of 2025.
Sure. What are we saying? Yeah, what are we saying officially is coming out? Like evidence for extraterrestrial, or?
Okay, so I think within a year, you're going to be hearing from first-hand witnesses, not second-hand witnesses. There's going to be additional people coming forward confirming David Grush's claims. And there's going to be more evidence leaking out, like photographic evidence, things of that nature.
Absolutely. Well, so here's the thing. This is how these bets are always difficult. Yeah, there could be photographic evidence, but it's going to be like a blurry picture in a hangar of a plane that doesn't seem to match any current planes. And then we're going to get into an argument where I'm going to say, well, obviously it's a Lockheed Martin project. And you're going to say, obviously it's a UFO from extraterrestrial origin. And then we're going to be back at, because that's how it always seems to go. Yeah.
I'm curious, Destiny, because I've been following this closely, as you know. Mm-hmm. I'm curious, does this story matter to you?
If extraterrestrial anything was, even if we found a single-celled organism on Mars, I think it would be the most important discovery in all of human history. The idea that life could start on other planets, it would be the single more important than discovering fire. Yeah, so I think it would be. I just don't think it's very. Yeah, I don't think it's very compelling evidence for it. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Because some people don't. And Destiny, I'm just curious. How many military pilots have you interviewed?
None so far.
How many generals have you interviewed?
4 stars?
Yes, anybody, and just generals in
None so far.
None. How many first-hand witnesses have you interviewed?
None yet.
None yet. Okay. And how many documents have you seen from the government? Have you ever gone to the National Archives and dug through Project Blue Book files?
Not that I'm at liberty to discuss. No.
We'll have to do that in a skiff.
No, but seriously.
I'm just curious. So you've done zero research. You consider this to be one of the most significant stories of our time, and yet you've done not a single shred of research, and you're dismissing it because you've read from the mainstream media that it doesn't exist?
I mean, it's a combination of a priori assumptions. So one being that faster than light travel aliens the communication would be on a whole other level, right? Because they have shifted their paradigm and understanding of science multiple times, right? Because it seems like our understanding around us, we can never even travel faster than the speed of light, which automatically puts us out of reach of basically ever communicating another star system with another habitable planet, right? So we're already right off the bat, alien.
But hold on. Okay. But Destiny, you're speculating. We have no idea where they come from.
Yeah. That's
How do you know that they're interdimensional? They're not interdimensional.
Sure, they could be. Yeah, they could be. They could be all of these things. I don't know. But I have a very hard time believing that if they were to come from another dimension, from faster than light travel, from the dark side of our consciousness, that their number one objective would be to run around bending crops in Nebraskan, cornfields.
I'm not saying that.
I also don't think they would be crashing their spaceships into the ground.
Well, maybe we're shooting them down.
Well, James, what do you actually think? Like, why are they crashing? Do you are these just like probes? Like,
so I can't speak on crashes other than 2. Okay, and these 2, I've done extensive research. I've gone to Roswell multiple times. I went to the 50th anniversary, and the one distinct advantage of the 50th anniversary of Roswell, it was a lot of attention was happening. There were press releases about it. Roswell there was the congressman at the time. I'll think of his name, Schiff, Stephen Schiff. And he was talking about the fact that he wasn't able to get access. President Clinton was making inquiries. It was a big deal. The reason why I want to say this is because I went there and I got to meet a number of firsthand witnesses in Roswell. You know, it was that golden period where they were all just about to die. And I got to talk to them, and I got to meet the people that handled the debris in their hands. I got to meet people that were at the crash site. I got to meet people that were involved in the story. It was amazing. And they think there was a thunderstorm. So there was speculation as to how it crashed. There was a massive thunderstorm. There's also, I interviewed a colonel who said that our new radar systems interfered with their navigation. I don't know. It's speculation. I don't know. But that was a very compelling case. Then the other case I did was the Varginha case. And the witnesses, and I'm just telling you what the witnesses said. I don't know. I wasn't there. But they said that this cigar-shaped object had a gash in the side of it. Now, how did it get that gash? They all said the same thing. It had a gash and it had this weird white vapor coming out of it. And it was an aluminum cigar-shaped object that was in distress for hours before it collided with the ground. How did it get that gash? Did a meteor hit it? Did it get struck by something from us? Like, I don't know. I don't know. But according to the witnesses, it had a gash. So you can only speculate after that. So I don't know, and I don't know where they came from. I just don't have those answers. But I can tell you that the military themselves did the classification of close encounters of the first, second, and third kind decades and decades and decades ago. In other words, they've established a classification system for different encounters. Close encounter of the first kind is when someone has a close encounter with an object they can't explain, right? UFO. Close encounter of the second kind is when, and this is not coming from me, this is coming from our own military. Close encounter of the second kind is when the object that is being witnessed interferes or interacts with the environment somehow, whether it leaves imprints on the ground, picked up by radar, photographed. Remember Richard Dreyfuss's face being burned in Close Encounters? Close encounter of the third kind, is when the witness claims entities associated with the craft. So that was established from reports back in the as early as the 1950s. So there have been credible observations from credible witnesses of close encounters of the third kind occupants made. So we have that connection. It's not just objects in the sky. We have reports, credible reports of beings on the ground.
And
right?
those classifications, where is that cited?
Oh, it's in Project Blue Book files.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can investigate one of the most compelling cases in U.S. history. Happened in 1964 with a police officer by the name of Lonnie Zamora. And I interviewed his family, his wife. I went to the National Archives, his co-workers. I spent 5 years investigating that case. I went to the National Archives and got never before seen documentation of that, footprints of the creatures corresponding with the landing pads. It's a fascinating case.
Stephen, why do you think that in Roswell, for instance, they would have first, because there's the famous headline of them admitting there was a flying saucer and then they retracted it. Don't you find that a little bit bizarre?
No. I mean, it could have been an error in reporting. It could have been they genuinely thought something. It could have been somebody said something dumb to somebody else. But well,
James knows exactly what happened.
Tell me.
With that flow of events,
Go
right?
ahead. Roswell was what? How long ago was this?
1947,
70,
July.
80? Okay, so about 80 years ago. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So James, what was the flow of events with the first front page headline that it was a flying saucer, and then the changing their story?
So there was a rash of UFO reports. If you look back starting in June with the pilot Kenneth Arnold, where he saw a string of unidentified objects while piloting his plane. I think it was Mount Rainier? I'd have to look that up. Oregon. In any case, that made headline news. It was a huge story. They were all on the hunt. There was no ridicule about it. I was like, we'll get to the bottom of it. Perhaps it's some super stealth, military project. You could go to any archive and you'll see on the headline, front page of every newspaper during that time was reports of these so-called flying saucers. And I believe there was even a reward. And this guy, Mac Brazel in Roswell, just outside Roswell, New Mexico, Mac Brazel, who's a rancher, came in with pieces of this debris to the 509th. I think he went to the police, and they ultimately sent him to the 509th Bomb Squadron. Now, the 509th Bomb Squadron in 1947 was the most elite hand select unit in the world, exclusively responsible for the deployment of atomic weapons. This was the best of the best. So for these guys to mistake a common everyday weather balloon for something truly, off-world or whatever, it's just not going to happen. So Mac Brazel brings this debris into the field. They were like, holy shit, what is this? This is insane. And Jesse Marcel and one other guy go out to this guy's ranch. It was an overnight expedition. It's extremely remote. I've been there. And they come upon an area the size of, I think it was 10 football fields or bigger, of this completely unidentifiable material. Like, there were I-beams with hieroglyphic-like structures on it. There were foil that you could not destroy with a blowtorch or sledgehammer material. You could crumple it up and it would take shape again. They were like, oh my God, like this is unbelievable. And they put out the headline that they recovered a flying saucer. They loaded up this debris in a I think it was a B-29 bomber, and Jesse Marcel, and I think it was Colonel DeBose, and a few others were going to fly it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which at the time was the Foreign Technology Division. So anything foreign would go there for an analysis. But they had a quick stop at Fort Worth. Now, the story was out. They announced it to the world. This is happening. And when they arrived in Fort Worth, there was an explosion of media on the tarmac. And General Roger Ramey walked up, because the media was trying to talk to Jesse Marcel, an intelligence officer who has the debris on the B-29, just sitting right there. And General Ramey walks up to Marcel and says, you keep your mouth shut, you let me handle this. And he grabs debris from an everyday weather balloon, stages a press conference, throws the stuff on the ground, and they have to pose with the fake debris, which is not what's on the airplane on the tarmac right outside. And the story was killed. But 2 out of 3 of those people, and of course half the town of Roswell, came forward on the record saying that the original press release was accurate, and that what you're looking at was just an everyday weather balloon, and that the story was killed, and that DeBose came forward on camera, and Jesse Marcel came forward. Jesse Marcel's son, who handled the debris, came forward. People that were involved with the initial press release came forward. I mean, there was hundreds of witnesses. Hundreds of witnesses.
When you say it was just an everyday weather balloon, is that the assertion for Roswell, that it was just an everyday weather balloon?
Well, now they say it's Project Mogul, but Project Mogul at the time was exactly the same weather balloon, just a bunch of them strung together. There was nothing exotic about Project Mogul at the time. Now, later, 10 years later, there was a different neoprene or some other material. But at the time, Project Mogul was exactly the same weather balloon that you're looking at on the floor, except it was a bunch of them tied together.
And then what is the exotic material that we believe was recovered from the Roswell incident?
Well, it was like I was explaining earlier, you've got material that it's foil-like. Jesse described it as you could hold it in your hand, you couldn't feel it. It was so light. And you could crumple it up and it would magically take form again. But then there were these weird like I-beams and with like purple I-beams with like hieroglyphics and
yeah. So like what? But what have we done with that? We have had 80 years to analyze that. Why aren't we making this material?
I don't know. I don't know what we've done with it. I have no idea. But I did interview a colonel. He's been somewhat a controversial figure. His name is I've got his book actually right here, which I got. It's called The Day After Roswell. Philip Corso. He claims to have seen the bodies. There was a book that came out in '97. It was rushed to print because of all the circus around the 50th anniversary of Roswell. And there were some discrepancies in the book. And based on those discrepancies that were done from his publisher or co-producer, this guy, Bill Burns, they've kind of tried to debunk him, but apparently he saw the bodies. And he claims, I don't know for sure, he claims that some of this was seeded into different companies that have developed the technology, and it led to, I'm just telling you what he claims. I don't know this to be fact. I don't know. But he claims that it was microchips and super tenacity fibers and things of that nature that made their way into the general public. But again, I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
But there's a lot more to Roswell than one might expect. And I could go on and on about the witnesses, but what the official explanation contradicts every single firsthand witness that I've met and heard on camera.
I just find it interesting, Stephen, that you haven't wanted to go down this rabbit hole super deep, because you like to go down certain rabbit holes, but for some reason not this one. Is that like why? Obviously everyone has their own thing, but
yeah, I mean, there's a concept called God of the Gaps, where there are some atheists will argue that religious people basically use God to fill in gaps in human knowledge. As the gaps close, God's explanation for things becomes narrower and narrower until he's only explaining the things that can never be proven by science. I feel like there's almost like an alien of the gaps argument, where all of these phenomena are alien in nature, and then when we research almost all of them, it turns out that almost every single one has not been all of them have not been extraterrestrial in nature. There are still a few that we can't explain. Like Shermer, I think, right, was explaining earlier that there's going to be some unexplained phenomena that we just can't get a handle on. We just, for whatever reason, want to be able to explain it. And it feels like most of the extraterrestrial investigations kind of start and stop there. Like the idea that we've had for 80 years some extraterrestrial material in our possession, and we haven't been able to break it down, analyze it, rebuild it. No other country in the world has called us out on it. No Edward Snowden leaks. No Donald Trump gets into the presidency and asks questions about it and figures out what's going on. No private corporation. No academic institution. No foreign government's intelligence. Nobody is.
Well, but that's not true. You see, what you're doing right now. No, what you're doing is
you're 99% wrong on everything you just said.
Okay.
Because the people have come forward. It's like it's not that.
President George W. Bush, let's see, Clinton talked about it. Carter talked about it. I interviewed Gerald Ford about it. Roswell's been leaking out since the 40s.
Wait, so if I were to ask, you said George, so if I were to look up like George Bush quotes on extraterrestrial stuff, what would George Bush have said?
So you'll hear different comments. Like President Carter said he looked into it during his administration, wasn't happy with the answers he was getting. Ford says basically the same thing, that he pushed for congressional hearings because he felt the Air Force's explanation of swamp gas was ridiculous and it contradicted the firsthand witnesses. Clinton said he looked into it during his presidency. George Bush, during his campaign, made comments on it that he was going to try to get to the bottom of it. Let's see. I mean, Trump talked about it. His son talked about it. Roswell.
Obama and Hillary talked about it. This was the
when you say talked about it, though, like I'm saying discussions relating to the evidence that there might be extraterrestrial things. Not
it goes pretty deep with Hillary.
Talked about, and there are Intel insiders that have also talked about it, that have also come forward. Believe me, there have been plenty. It's just that the disinformation campaign was so effective, and I can explain to you how that all came about. After the White House, on 2 consecutive weekends in July of 1952, was buzzed with UFOs, and military aircraft, just like the case with David Fravor, were scrambled to intercept these unknowns. They were surrounded, and they exhibited a technology that was just light years advanced. They had a press conference. It was the biggest press conference since the end of World War II. And the Intel side put together a sort of intellectual think tank, and they came to the conclusion that you can't deny it, but you can adopt the policy of ridicule. And that was done in 1953, and it was a very effective campaign.
Yeah, if you look at Bill Clinton and Hillary both getting interviewed on Jimmy Kimmel, actually, those are really fascinating interviews because, and Obama's as well.
President Obama.
They all three of them take it very seriously when they're talking about it, and they both say that, like, they all say we want to look into it. We're trying to look into it, and they make it seem like they tried and hit walls.
Well, but I mean, like, are the walls because it's extraterrestrial, or are the walls because there's some like security reason, right? Like,
right, but that's what's crazy. It's like you have these presidents or like first ladies.
It's not that crazy. Like, for instance, I could be wrong, but like, wasn't a huge part of Obama's campaign ran on shutting down Guantanamo Bay, and I don't believe he touched it. Right?
Yeah, right away as soon as he got elected, he said he was going to shut it down.
Yeah, I thought that was a really big point, especially because of how unpopular Iraq was and everything. But I'm pretty sure he got in there and nothing, right? But was
He
it
couldn't
because
do
he
yeah.
broke a promise, or was it maybe the aliens are holding Guantanamo, or was it just that like when you get into your press, you're like, fuck, like there's other shit going on here. I can't really say anything, or like to probe in this area, like it's obviously an extraterrestrial, but it is intelligence related or military related, and you know these applications can't really be discussed publicly, right? Like that could be just as plausible an explanation, and it's happened with other things too. So.
Well, Destiny, I gave you the primary reason for secrecy, and I remember interviewing one of the intellectual heavyweights on the topic, Jacques Vallée, quite some time ago, and I said, you know, because I was always baffled, like, why would any governing body cover up what could be the biggest discovery of our time? It didn't make any sense to me. I was like, why? Why? You know, that was one of the biggest issues I had with this story. And it's like, I had this general tell me one time, like, kind of laughing at me, like, you know, you silly little kid, you know, you don't understand how things work. I'm like, what do you mean I don't understand? Like, isn't this the biggest story? Wouldn't this be the biggest revelation? Isn't this the story that we're all waiting for? Like,
it's the level of like a Copernican.
Yeah.
evolution.
And he goes, that's not how we see it. We have a problem. We have something flying around in our skies that we can't explain or control, that fly rings around our fastest jets. We don't know who it is, where it comes from, or what it wants. And if those objects, like the Tic Tac that Fravor interacted with, had like a Russian or Chinese flag on their body, I'm going to say tail because they don't have any tail, it would be all hands on deck. Like, it would be the biggest crisis ever. And so that's, you know, people want to know why the secrecy. Well, that is a huge reason why the secrecy. It's more of a question of what they don't know than what they know.
Do you think that society would freak out if they came out and told us, Stephen?
Yeah, but I feel like it would be in the best way. But like I feel like we do. It's kind of a sad facet of humankind, but we do really well when we have something to unite against. So I feel like an alien presence would be a pretty good way to bring the world together to solve some problems. You know, I don't know if you guys have read. You must have. If you're in this area, you've read Ender's Game, right?
I haven't actually.
Oh no.
I've had it in my book.
You guys talk about research. Have you ever read Ender's Game? No, but I'm trying.
Is it science fiction?
Yeah. I'm half joking.
I don't read science fiction.
Sure.
My life is science fiction.
Sure, okay. I'm glad you made the joke. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, but I was gonna say in Ender's Game, that's kind of the part of the whole first book is once they found aliens, all of Earth unites. But like as soon as the aliens are defeated, everybody's looking at turning on each other again. So no, I think that some kind of shared event like that would be a phenomenal experience. Or it would cause all of Earth to collapse in and itself because every conspiracy theorist, every Nostradamus worshiper, every religion would suddenly collapse in on itself and people would go crazy. So, you know, who knows? But it would be really interesting. I'll say that.
Well, wasn't it nice, you guys, to see the Democrats and Republicans working together during that? I don't think, Destiny, you said you saw little tidbits of the congressional hearings?
Yeah, I saw the one. I know that people freaked out over the non-biologics one, where I don't remember who was asking the questions, but they were asking them over and over again, like, "What did you see? What was it? Was there extraterrestrial?"
When you follow up, watch the AOC clip. I think it's interesting, like how seriously she's taking it with the private contractors, because she's been on oversight committees that have like already experienced and witnessed military contractor abuse. So like that's the area that she's really focused on, and it's pretty refreshing.
I was really refreshed to see the two. Like, thank God, please. Is that what it takes? UAP, UFOs to get us to work together? Like, can we put down our differences and focus on a common goal? Like, can we focus on what matters to us, we the people?
Apart from the outcome of like whatever it is, even just uncovering the misappropriation of funds in the Pentagon, and I mean, like that is such a huge story. If there's, funds being siphoned out on like a mass scale, and that's why the Pentagon keeps failing their audits. Like for the past, decade, they can never pass an audit. So,
wait, I thought the reason why is because you can't audit into the Pentagon for obvious reasons.
No, I'm pretty sure that they have to report their financials.
I'd have to look this up again, but because people say that a lot, but
they do. It's a little bit.
You guys are making me realize I should have plugged in my mic. Sorry.
You sound fine.
Okay, well, I've
Do it
got
next time.
I've got a mic with a popper stopper, but it's got a USB. I need to get the converter because my new laptop doesn't have a USB connection. So
Dude, I'm dealing with the exact same stuff. You have to get like the splitter for all of the USB-Cs. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
I've just been lazy, but I got to do that because you guys sound so good, and I'm sure my audio is terrible compared to you.
I mean, I'm looking at a CNBC 2021 why the Pentagon failed another audit. I mean,
Wait, who wrote? What was that? What?
It's just CNBC why the Pentagon failed another audit. It's from 2 years ago, so it's I don't know exactly what it's talking about, but.
Yeah, this is. I'm sorry. I'm just reading, and I could be wrong. This is just something I briefly looked at before, but I'm just reading one paragraph of an NPR story in 2021. Despite having trillions of dollars in assets and receiving hundreds of billions in federal dollars annually, the department has never detailed its assets and liabilities in a given year. For the past 3 financial years, the Defense Department's audit has resulted in a disclaimer of opinion, meaning the auditor didn't get enough accounting records to form an assessment. So my understanding was like the failure of the audit wasn't that like trillions of dollars are going missing. It's that they're not able to complete that audit as much as they want, as much as they'd
it's
like
unknown if it's missing. Maybe
yeah,
it's not.
yeah.
Yeah.
Not to say, by the way, that there is no waste or fraud. I'm sure there probably is some. I don't. It's not like the whole budget is like disappearing into a black hole or whatever, right?
David Grush said that he knows exactly how it's done, how they've escaped oversight. He was like,
he used an acronym. It was like IZAP or something.
I remember. Yep, I know. Isn't that crazy?
It's crazy. The little specifics that he dropped, like, do you just make you want to research it?
He's a physicist. I actually talked to another Intel guy that I'm in contact with who feeds me information. Someone that I actually tracked down and begged for the better part of 20 years to get him to meet with me. And this individual said that David Grush is one of the smartest, most qualified individuals, and that they never anticipated that he was going to become a whistleblower.
Oh well, he must have been playing Jedi mind games on them for years, because he was trying to get access to all the information and just interviewing all these people and trying to get in, and he got denied ultimately.
Could you imagine placing yourself? I mean, a movie needs to be made about.
I was just thinking, Christopher Nolan, please take this up, please.
Yeah, because look, I know what it's been like for me when I meet with witnesses. Like, for instance, I have a hard time when I tracked the guy down that allegedly drove the alien around Military X in Brazil. Remember, we identified this individual like a long time ago. And made great efforts for about a decade to just get this individual to meet with us. But anyway, I got to look him in the eyes, hear his story, and I had a really hard time reintegrating back into society because I'm thinking to myself, "Holy shit! I think I just met a guy who drove an alien around. Like, how do I not talk about this?" Imagine David Grush with the top clearances that he had, meeting 40 people that worked directly involved on alien spaceships. Just imagine, whether you believe it or not, Destiny, but imagine for a moment what that must have been like for Mr. Grush to meet with over a 4-year span. He was fulfilling his obligation. That's what they put him there to do, right? And he starts to uncover this, and this thing starts to unravel, and he's finding the money trail, and he's finding this, and then he speaks to all these firsthand people that are working on alien spaceships. How do you process that? What do you do with that? How do you even go home and talk to your wife? You can't tell anyone. Like, just imagine what that would be like.
That would be pretty crazy. I definitely, would. I would agree. That would be very crazy. Yeah.
All right. Well, any last thoughts, you guys?
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I have to pay you $1,000 because we get photographs of aliens or alien spacecraft or something.
Okay, wait. Let's clarify that before we go. So if in however
he says we're going to be in the same place today as we were a year ago.
Right, so we're picking a year. It's a year time frame.
Yep. So what's the date today, guys?
What is your threshold, Stephen? What do you need? And like, make it reasonable.
So I actually bet somebody in my subreddit about this exact same thing. I should just find the terms of that bet. But it's that like a credible person in the government, so not like a random lieutenant or colonel or something, but like a credible person that has a first-hand witness account or provides, I don't know if I would require there to be some evidence, but like a picture or some type of scientific analysis or something. Like just something more than, like in a year.
More than what we have today.
Yeah, in a year what we're going to have is, I'm going to guess there's going to be a couple more eyewitness people that are going to come out, and they're going to say like, okay, well, you know, I worked with a guy who was on the craft and we saw these things, and that's going to be it. It's going to start and stop there, basically.
Okay, that's reasonable. James, you're comfortable with that?
Yeah,
so
totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, I've got the distinct advantage of being in touch with all these intel folks, and you do not. So I know what's coming.
Then, yeah.
So it's gonna be easy peasy lemon squeezy, baby.
I mean, I hope I'm wrong. So yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. No, that's the best possible bet to lose. To be honest, it's like
I'm thinking
the best
Chateau
possible
Lafite.
information.
I'm thinking Chateau Lafite. I've always wanted to taste the Rothschild. I don't know. I'm thinking, what will $1,000 get me? We'll see.
Do you drink, Steven?
Only when I want to get wasted, so not often.
Well, this might call for that. All right. You should watch the Phenomenon. Maybe we'll do this again sometime, and check out James' film, because it's a pretty good like overall synopsis of the space. If you don't want to do like the deep stuff, I would be curious your feedback on that.
Bill, are you trying to convert him?
I'm not even converted myself, but I'm obsessed with all of the material. Like
I don't get involved with any case ever and believe it. I don't. I didn't believe Rua. I didn't believe really Socorro. Definitely didn't believe Virginia. I had a hard time with the flyover of Washington, D.C. I mean, I could just go down the line. Like
I'm not 100% convinced by anything, but like your film Moment of Contact, I cried at one point during that film. Just like, so like I lean toward, it seems Occam's razor is that it's more likely to be true than not true. So I'm not like taking a definitive stance, but that's where I sit on these things. It's like I lean more towards it being more likely that it's true.
Well, more likely that extraterrestrials are true?
That not necessarily extraterrestrial, but some kind of phenomenon is occurring. It's too much. Too many individual credible cases. It seems.
God, if you don't mind, gentlemen, I would like to just take 30 seconds, because I think this will help both of you, and it certainly has helped me, because people always think that I have all the answers, and I just don't. I wish I did. I'm just on this like journey myself, right? And I just happen to share the results of my research with the general public through my movies, and it's great. And but I'd have to say, like, if I was pinned down and I had to make a statement about what I felt would be the best like explanation for what's happening, I would say this: there seems to be an omnipresent intelligence that has the ability to manifest itself in a whole bunch of different ways. Like, it's nuts and bolts, but it's also psychic. It's global. It seems to interact with us, to read our minds. I can give you countless cases with pilots describing that to me, military pilots too. It has a sense of humor, I'm told, and that it's always like one step ahead of us, and that seems to be why they call it the phenomenon, because it's not people like.
Meaning that's literally what they refer to it as internally.
Yeah, it's called the phenomenon. That's where the title came from. We came upon a government document from General Nathan Twining in 1947 where he says the phenomenon is real. It's not visionary or fictitious. It's the phenomenon, and it's global in nature, and it's around us, and it can manifest. That's why witnesses go, it just came out of nowhere, or it just disappeared. Like, boop, it was over here, then it was there. So that's the best, but that's it. I mean, there's so many unanswered questions. But I feel like what you were saying, Destiny. I keep calling you Destiny. It's your show, Destiny. I'm
You
sorry.
can call me Steven. You're good. Yeah.
Steven, I'm sorry. Steven, is that it's so potentially paradigm shifting. This story could restructure the way we see ourselves in our place in the universe if it's really true, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I've been around the world investigating the case, I know that it's real. The question is, what is it? And that I feel like it's hard to walk away from.
That's how I approach it too. It seems like the base issue, like even regardless of what the outcome is, so many sub issues become resolved by this issue getting taken care of. That's why I focus on it, because it just seems like the implications of it hit everything. So to not be giving it more attention seems like a little bit just backwards.
Yeah, it's like, if true, it's the biggest story of our time, right? The biggest story, no question. I think everyone could agree with that, and I'm convinced it is. So there we go. I can't walk away from it.
Cool. Thanks for coming, James. Where can people find you?
Well, I'm at James C. Fox on Twitter. It's my primary. I mean, that's what I do run that account myself. Other people run my Instagram and other things, but the Twitter, for the most part, is all me. 99% me. So at James C. Fox, and you can check out The Phenomenon for free on Tubi. You can check out Moment of Contact for free on Tubi. If you don't want the commercials, you can pay a couple bucks on Amazon or iTunes. If you do buy it, I recommend you get it from Vimeo or iTunes, because it comes with 2 hours of bonus material for the same price. And people always go, why didn't you tell me that? I bought it on Amazon and I got nothing. So I always let people know that.
Cool, man. Yeah, anyone find me minds.com/Ottman. And yeah, thanks for having us, Steven.
Yeah, thanks, Steven. Appreciate it.
Fun
It's been-
chat.
been
I'll see you
fun.
soon. Yeah.
Peace, dude. Bye.
Peace out. Okay. I don't know. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Good job, guys. True, true. Do you think I'm going to win the bet with that guy? Can you explain to the audience in chat that people can believe a clump of cells isn't considered a human life, but can still be rightfully upset if they have early miscarriage/fertility issues? Weirdos like McAfee, antivirus, for being super autist assholes the other day about an orbiter's miscarriage and expecting DGG to be unempathetic and cold about it based off of your stance on abortion. One of the worst crimes against women's feelings I think that the left have committed is pretending that abortion is just a clump of cells. From my understanding, both personal experience and just what I read online, an abortion is a pretty difficult thing to go through, especially if you were planning on having a child. We can use like the just clump of cells argument when we're arguing in terms of like moral philosophy or ontology of, you know, what gets moral consideration or whatnot. Like that's fine, but to just say it to a person is like, yeah. I've stated this a lot. I probably just need to find a way to make better analogies for it, but is that why you didn't abort your child with Lauren Southern? We didn't have an abortion because she miscarried. Totally different phenomenon. The difficult thing for a lot of people to understand in their head is the difference between like a thing and like the potential of a thing. Because in some ways, we'll treat these things exactly the same, and then in other ways, we'll treat these things as two completely different things. And I wish I had like a killer. The best one I can think of is that investing analogy, right? If I stole $10,000 from you when you're 20 years old, like when you're 25 or 30, you might feel like you're missing $20,000 or $30,000 because that's what it would have grown into. But I didn't actually steal $10,000, or I didn't steal $20,000 or $30,000 from you. I stole $10,000, right? We missed the thing that could have been, but the original thing that you were deprived of isn't necessarily the thing that could have been. Like, for an example, here's an easy one. There are people that felt suicidal because they had 100 Bitcoins and now they've lost the hard drive and it'd be worth like, you know, millions and millions and millions of dollars now, right? And they're like, fuck me, right? The problem though is that when they lost those Bitcoins, not only were they not worth that much, the reality is if they would have kept those Bitcoins, they wouldn't have waited to sell until Bitcoin was 30,000 each. They would have sold when Bitcoin hit $1 a piece, right? They like, people like to pretend that, oh my God, if I had 100 Bitcoins 15 years ago, I'd be a millionaire. No, you wouldn't have. You would have sold 100 Bitcoins for $200. That's what you would have sold it for, you know? So people will feel like they're missing the potentiality of a thing when they lost an actual thing, but that doesn't mean those two things are the same, you know? Okay, I shouldn't have unlocked this airlock. There's no way to undo an airlock. Huh? I think I fucked this whole run up. That's fine, we learned things. Okay. Restart chapter. What was the rest of this?
There were some hardliners within their own government who wanted to continue to drag it out and hope that the enemy, the United States, the allies would tire out and that they would be able to maintain something and it would not be an unconditional surrender. The United States wanted an unconditional surrender, and that was in part due to the fact that we were looking ahead towards our rivalry with the Soviet Union, and we wanted to be the ones to end the war. And that is why, in part, we dropped those two weapons that incinerated school children, wiped people out. What's the estimate?
School children were, like, people were already being killed. Sorry.
It's a little under 200,000 people killed in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in total.
I mean, yeah, you never know how many estimates if there are, but this is from atomicarchive.com. It says 135,000 total in Hiroshima and 64,000 in Nagasaki.
And then the radiation poisoning and the health effects that came after it also made their effects known for decades on Japanese communities. They were civilian.
Were the radiation effects that bad? My understanding is that the radiation and stuff afterward, how many people, well, we can look it up. How many people died, radiation effects, Hiroshima, Nagasaki? How many people cancer Japan atomic bombs? Tumor registries were initiated in 1957 in Hiroshima and Nagasaki during the period from 58 to 99. 7,500 or 7,851 malignancies. The excess number of solid cancers estimated at 848. Destiny willing to take hard stances and may be wrong even when the facts are. I'm literally looking up right now, you fucking retard. Off yourself. Holy shit, how fucking stupid are you? If you want to present something different, feel free to post it in chat, dipshit. My understanding is that these bombs were exploded. They didn't actually make it to the ground, but they were exploded in the air. The radiation effects of a nuclear bomb isn't necessarily the same as the radiation effects of like a power plant breaking down. But you guys hear atomic bomb and you think that like, oh, it's irradiated forever. My understanding is today, if you go to Nagasaki or Hiroshima and you measure the radiation, it's the same as like the radiation anywhere else on the planet. Right? Not to say there might have been radiation deaths or whatever, but I don't think that like the goal of an atomic bomb is to like irradiate an entire area and just like keep it. I just don't know, but I don't know the numbers. This puts the acute radiation sickness at around 6,000 people. What do you say to the argument that the USA should have demonstrated the power of nukes before using it on civilian cities? I don't think we had that many nuclear weapons. I don't think we just had a ton of nukes to throw around. Also, wait, we demonstrated a nuke. We demonstrated one on Hiroshima. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what? Did we not? We fired two. There were two of them. What? I don't understand.
These were people that were not their effects known for decades on Japanese communities. They were civilians. These were people that were not involved in the war effort, and we did it in order to show American might looking ahead to our rivalry with the Soviet Union. The Nazis had already surrendered. Japan was not going to win the war no matter what, and this was all a part of a show of force. Plus, there were domestic concerns because after Pearl Harbor, politically in the United States, there was pressure to be as militant as possible with Japan, and that was deeply intricately involved in Truman's decision in this way. It's also notable that.
So this is what I get mad about, because you fucking retards will make posts on my. I hate everybody right now. I'm sorry. I'm in a very edgy mood. Okay, you guys make posts about like, oh, Destiny said that in Florida, if they write that any slave benefited from slavery ever, blah 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 blah. The United States is presented as a pretty big bad guy for World War II. Like, I think these people legitimately think the U.S. is the bad. I guarantee you that if you were to pull all three of these people here, they would say World War II, Nazi Germany was defeated by the Soviets. Thank God for them. And I guess the United States helped a little, but oh my God, the nukes were atrocities. That's what I think what all three of these people would say, or four, because I think there's a fourth guy in production or whatever. Why does nobody talk about the fucking insane shit that Japan was doing? Why does nobody give a fuck about what? Like,
Truman was the one that made the choice, as opposed to FDR, who was no longer alive.
Well, on that, again, there's like a lot of like shit online, and Bradley can pull this up. This is from a Roman helmet guy, a verified check pays for the check on Twitter, and he has this tweet that I put in there. That Kelsey Atherton responded to, but the original, just put the image up first, because there's like people like we just aren't good at processing this stuff. So the image says from Roman helmet guy, "I have blood on my hands," and then it's an image of Truman saying, "Never let that crybaby in here again."
I think that's from the movie. That's a quote.
Yeah, and go to Kelsey Atherton's clip here. Kelsey writes, the main reason there wasn't a third bomb dropped on Japan is because after Nagasaki, Truman ordered a halt to all atomic bombing unless he gave direct authorization, his first affirmative order over nuclear weapons. Reports of the bomb killing children motivated this halt. So right there already, we've collapsed the actual nuance into the decision into, oh, he was a macho guy doing like the Bernie meme saying, yes, like we do want to incinerate these
total
kids.
edgelord, yeah.
Exactly, and it's like, when it's presented that way, you'll have a certain percentage of people that are like, oh, yeah, we did do that, and actually Truman was based for doing that, and it's not even the way it went down.
And the reason, the reason also that we didn't drop that third bomb was eventually the emperor decided that it was time to surrender, essentially. But the whole notion of what what this kind of weaponry does in killing civilians. The military justification is that, well, once the regular people feel what their government is doing in the war, that the people in power are more likely to capitulate to our demands because there will be domestic anger. That has been proven time and time again to be a false premise for warfare. The ruling elites in the United States are disconnected from what regular people are feeling.
It is. I don't want to. I can't. I'm done. I'm done with this video. Like, look at how unpopular all military intervention was in the Middle East after Iraq. The idea that when we came home from Vietnam, like the idea that the population, as long as you live in a democracy, the idea that the population doesn't pressure your foreign military action is fucking insane. Like, I don't care. I don't care. All right. I just want to play video games. Okay, today's a video game day. It's... Wow, Shroud Boy, thanks for the 10 gifted subs, my dude. Like, the ruling elite. Like, normal, ordinary fucking Japanese soldiers were fucking gluing their cockpits shut and flying into fucking boats. Like, what the fuck, bro? It wasn't the Emperor in those planes. Okay. Through a quick Google search, it says Japan killed over 30 million while liberating from the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Spirit. Yeah, because there was a... what was the name of the war going on? Fuck, I'm not going to be able to... dude, I never learned anything about this in school. But we don't learn anything east of the Soviet Union for World War II, except for once like the Germany's or the Nazis and the Germany's, once the Nazis were defeated, then it's like, okay, and then Japan appears. That's basically like, or at least from I didn't take AP US history or any advanced history courses, to be fair. I only took the normal one. But basically the way that World War II is taught is you've got, at least in my high school, you had the United States and then Europe, Nazi Germany, Soviet Union. There was no Southern Front. Africa didn't exist, even though arguably there's a lot that happened here historically as well that I don't even know about. Basically, Germany was killing everybody. The United States came over and they stopped them, and then the Soviets also helped with US supplies. And then after this whole conflict is resolved, it's kind of like in movies where like 10 people are fighting Batman, but they always wait one at a time. At some point, Japan bombed us, and then we come over here to Japan. But like conflicts, like China doesn't even exist as a country yet. Korea, Taiwan, none of these places even exist as country. Well, literally, didn't even exist as places yet. And so I don't think we ever learned about any of the conflict or at least I hadn't until a while ago, learned any about the conflict pre Pearl Harbor, basically, for Japan. But please finish the video. Bro, it's just so stupid. It's just all like America bad. Like their whole philosophy is America bad, America bad, America bad. Like that's all it is, right?
Problems with it, but it is good that.
But Japan, my understanding, warning alert, I haven't read about any of this in a long time, okay? So warning alert, but my understanding is that the Japanese people essentially thought the same as the Nazis in that they were the superior Asian people and they were going to pillage, rape, destroy, experiment on, murder every other type of Asian person in that Southeast Asian area. And they had done that. They were invading, they were conquering, they were abducting women, they tortured POWs, they had crazy fucking units doing insane experiments that rivaled like Nazis. They didn't view these people as subhuman. Yeah, it was insane. I'm not even sure if, again, I don't even know if the Japanese tried to hide it though. Like, at least for Nazi Germany, they were like, bro, we have to cremate these bodies because this shit is fucking insane. Okay, we gotta hide this shit. It's fucked up. Like, at least the Nazis are like, this is kind of fucked up. We need to. But I'm pretty sure in Japan they were just like, we know it's fucked up, but you're not human, so we don't care. Like, they treated people as it was insane. Not that justifies killing civilians or anything. I'm just saying that I feel like we gloss over the Japanese mindset in World War II a lot, but
now it's a little under 200,000 people killed in Hiroshima and Nagasaki and for decades on Japanese communities. They were civilians. These were people that were not involved in the war effort, and we did it in order to show American might looking ahead.
Wait, not involved in the war effort? My understanding was I thought Japan, World War II, I thought that the entire civilian population was involved in the war effort. Because that was part of the reason why, like, literally every single last civilian was ready to fight to the death, essentially. I think the concept is total war, right? Or maybe that's U.S. propaganda so we could go bomb cities, you know? Who knows? We were evil like that.
To our rivalry with the Soviet Union. The Nazis had already surrendered. Japan was not going to win the war no matter what, and this was all a part of a show of force. Plus, there were domestic concerns.
Already, we've collapsed the actual nuance into the decision into, oh, he was a macho guy doing like the Bernie meme saying yes, like we do want to incinerate
Total edgelord, yeah.
Exactly, and it's like when it's presented that way, you'll have a certain percentage of people that are like, oh yeah, we did do that, and actually Truman was based for doing that, and it's not even the way it went down.
And the reason also that we didn't drop that third bomb was eventually the emperor decided that it was time to surrender. Of civilians just getting wiped out, burned to death instantly, does not have bearing always in a one-to-one way with what their government is going to do, and that was the case after the dropping of the first bomb, before the dropping of the second. And so, like, now we're away from Matt Walsh's tweet there, but like what we just laid out for you makes it super clear that feminism not as deadly as the weapons of war that we used in those instances.
Yeah, and that we're like basically learning to accept now. Further note on the Never Let That Crybaby in here comment, Ethan writes, American Prometheus reports a crybaby remark that was unclear if it was said at the time or Truman's embellishment after. Regardless, both men expressed some regret over the bomb, but Truman insisted on H-bomb creation and Oppenheimer worked to prevent an H-bomb's arms race. But like, yeah, like...
Also, the quote doesn't come across to me like I'm some sort of base tough guy dropping bombs. It came off to me as him telling Oppenheimer to shut up because he's the one who has to deal with the real trauma of ordering them. Like, that's what it came out to, how it came off to me, not like he was coming off like some big tough guy.
But even so, like, this is why I'm sort of ambiguous about this sort of stuff being put to film.
I think Japan wanted to get a negotiated surrender instead of unconditional surrender, so they were looking to fight. Yeah, but weren't the early conditional surrenders of Japan them still holding large swaths of land in Southeast Asia? Can you watch this video if you want to actually go to anti-bomb? I've read a lot of critiques of the Sean and Jen video. I don't think I would ever recommend or watch that video on the Nagasaki thing. I think there's a lot of really good posts in the, I think in the Historian and Ask Historian subreddit, if you want to read about stuff relating to the bombing of Japan. There's been a number of years since I've read any of that, but I would recommend that way over. No offense, but like anybody that identifies as a communist or socialist, you should treat their historical knowledge as about the same as like a fascist or a Nazi, because it's the rewriting and the motivations given are insane for all sides. It's just not worth. It's not worth wasting your time. Just read like primary, secondary sources, or like find like less biased coverage of things.
Anyway, is because instead of a letter after the fact to Dean Acheson, it's dramatized as in the moment, and guys like this say like, oh, that's actually based, and it's gross, and I don't feel like I feel like we're going backwards on the nuclear bomb question, but maybe I'm just pessimistic.
That's fair to be so. And just note that these people are just fascists. I mean, when the Nazis spoke about what they wanted for the role for women to be, it was what, Kinder, Kucha, what's the third one?
Now, if you're a tradcon about women's issues, you're a fascist. That's what we're saying. Okay.
Kitchen, children, and I'm forgetting, but Kurcha, I don't know what that means though.
Children, kitchen, church.
Church, right.
Yeah, I mean
that's a fascist ideology, and that's the kind of thing that Matt Walsh is promoting.
Yeah, I mean Walsh is doing the flip side of like what we do, which is like to look at these things and then try to bring a sort of like progressive or preferably like labor component to it. Instead, he's just using it as a propaganda vehicle instead to talk about his preferred things, which is like feminism sucks.
And
it's just because
it's definitionally reactionary, and people should know that these conservative influencers, despite Matt Walsh making so much more money than like I could even imagine doing this kind of job, you know, they're doing so in a way that isn't about, they're not making money basically because of so many people agree with them. They're making money in an artificial way because they are well funded, and what they're
what a weird way to say. You make artificial money if you get paid, but it's not it's only not artificial if you have like a Patreon or whatever, I guess. Okay.
Advocating is deeply unpopular, including like reactionary returns to pre-sexual liberation times and times when women were not empowered over their own lives. He's talking about feminism as a larger concept, the empowerment of women. I mean, let's be real here. Do you think a majority of Americans support women having equal rights? Because I do. But that's not what he advocates for. So just the fact that he has a big audience, the fact that he has money, that does not mean that he's appealing to a majority of people. In fact, it's the opposite, and that's why he's funded to spew his retrograde view of the world.
Jesus Christ. At some point, maybe in a few days, we'll start reading more about this. What are these? What are these numbers? Japanese war crimes from 1937 to 1945. Deaths, 3 million to 30 million people. Various related crimes include sexual slavery, massacres, human experimentation, starvation, forced labor directly perpetuated or condoned by the Japanese military and government. Yeah, I think this is mostly Chinese people. Thoughts on Master Chief using a nuke on the Covenant High Fleet carrier? War crime or no? Good question. "100-Man Killing Contest" was a newspaper account of a contest between Toshiaki Mukai and Tsuyoshi Noda, two Japanese army officers during the Japanese invasion of China, over who could kill 100 people the fastest while using a sword. The two officers were later executed on charges of war crimes and crimes against humanity for their involvement. Who won? Yeah, good question. Read the second paragraph of that article. Wait, this? Both officers supposedly surpassed their goal during the heat of battle, making it difficult to determine which officer had actually won the contest. Therefore, according to the journalist, they decided to begin another contest with the goal of 150 kills. The Nichi headline of the story of the 13th of December read, "Incredible record. In the contest to behead 100 people, Mukai 106, Noda 105. Both second lieutenants go into extra innings." I think the Japanese government refuses to admit these atrocities. I thought the emperor had begun to a few years ago. I could be wrong, but... The second paragraph. The news stories were rediscovered in the 70s, which sparked a larger controversy over Japanese war crimes in China, particularly the Nanjing Massacre. The modern historical consensus... is that the stories did not occur as they were described. The original accounts printed in the newspaper suggested or described the killings as hand-to-hand combat. However, historians have suggested they were most likely a part of Japanese mass killings of Chinese prisoners. Yeah, the Unit 731 stuff is also pretty fucking bad, but I feel like we've all lay-reddited that stuff. I think the Unit 731 stuff was worse than a lot of the Japanese experimentation, though. That was just like, just wild shit. Do you mean German? Wait, what did I say? You said Japanese? Oh, it was worse than a lot of the Nazi stuff, I'm pretty sure. Sorry.
Hello, and thanks for checking out the video. With this footage, we'll introduce our new mech action game, Armored Core 6: Fires of Rubicon. We hope it gives you an idea of this title's mood and gameplay. In a future where interstellar travel is commonplace, our story begins in a distant star system on the fictional planet Rubicon 3. Our protagonist, an independent mercenary, is smuggled into Rubicon in search of a mysterious new substance known as coal.
Your position is grid 135. Off target, but within permissible range. There's a catapult ahead. Use it to close the gap.
Huge multi-layered stages will let players make the most of their AC's exceptional movement and attack capabilities.
When is this supposed to launch? And is this a PS5 only? Also, why did we all stop talking about Final Fantasy 16? Was it okay and we just got over it in like a week, or? Oh, PC. Okay, sick.
Time to fly, 621.
Overwhelm enemies with up to 4 weapons simultaneously, equipped to each arm and shoulder.
Liberation front. They'll get in the way of our work. Eliminate them. Picking up signals from AC Rex. Follow the markers.
Assault Boost is one of the core abilities at your disposal, used for both traversal and combat.
Okay.
Did you hear anything about what the Corps are up to?
Yeah, they'll be coming soon. Got us on the run.
People are saying from the missions they played that it is autistically hard to get S ranks. Haha. Haha, that's my kind of game, baby.
Take full advantage of your AC's mobility to freely navigate the environment. Use Boost to take the fight to the air, extending combat dimensions beyond the 2D plane.
Is that an independent? Destroy it!
You're outnumbered, 621. Use your missiles.
Done, Augie.
Use vertical catapults.
Wait,
to
how did he
gain
heal?
more altitude and launch into the action from above.
The graphics are embarrassing for 2023. Wait, are they? They seem fine to me. Were we expecting to have your mind blown or something, or? Actually, no, the textures for the ground are actually pretty shit. You're right. I just noticed that. I wasn't looking at that. Oh, 3 repairs in the bottom left. Gotcha.
Against tougher enemies, deal impact damage to their attitude control system to temporarily put them out of action. This is called stagger. Any attack received in this state is considered a direct hit, dealing heavy damage. Assembly lets you exchange various parts of your AC at will, including...
Are you 621?
The mission will take place in the Bonadea dunes of Western Belius.
Commence mission. First, get through all that dust and make contact with the Strider.
Here, we're up against an enormous weapon that eclipses our AC in size.
Activate the eye. Burn them away. Line with Rubicon.
Haha, good one.
Alright, now we've got a foothold to get on the deck.
An independent merc. He's the wise guy who decided the Red Man should be taking care of some freelance.
Who gives a shit? We'll handle this mission ourselves.
Oh.
Done?
What?
I'm coming back
Where you going?
to get food.
What kind of food?
I was gonna go to that place where we get sesame tofu. Do you want something?
Oh, now you're gonna ask if I want something after you're about to leave without asking me?
What would you like?
Sesame tofu?
Yeah.
Where is that place at?
China Moon. Here, stop doxing me.
You just how am I? You doxed me.
Huh?
Yeah. Wait. Can I have some orange chicken?
Yeah.
Do you want my card? You got it? Oh my God, girl boss.
This is next. Good vibe. Can't take yourself away from chatting with a tag along. Why don't you start a sewing club together and stitch that damn mouth of yours shut?
Frame. Oh, it's because August had me cut the VOD, so it's at 27% upload. Blame August while we wait. Okay. Challenge. So we're starting a media company or hot chocolate. Thank you. The media company funds are growing.
Destiny during the Sino-Japanese Wars, Germany actually sided against Japan. It wasn't until Hitler came onto power when Japan joined the Axis.
Wow.
What about the Logan Paul video? Praise Christ Jesus, or just gallop away from him.
How was meeting WAC 100? It was okay. Actually, I think that interview just went live today. Oh, they said they're posting it at 2 o'clock. It was okay.
Destiny DGGL.
He talks a lot. So I didn't say almost anything on that podcast. I kind of feel bad being there. But it was okay. He's a funny guy, but he takes up like a lot of spiritual space.
Just like how Kari Lake is going to prove the election was rigged any day now. She has the evidence. She just needs a few more donations.
Was Zerka mad? Yeah, supposedly he flipped shit. I feel kind of bad. Initially I asked, so I was flying there to do a show, and then when I got there, I saw that Zerka tweeted out that he was doing a show with them. And then I DM'd one of their production people and I said, just checking, LOL. I saw Zerka tweet out that he's doing a No Jumper episode on the 27th too. Is that the same episode I'm on? And then they reached out and they said, no, you're at 9 a.m. He's at 2. I don't understand why people tweet prior. It's not even live. LOL. And I said, okay, thank goodness. I'm trying to avoid doing content with him at the moment. Thank you. Love you guys. I'll see you in a few days. But then the next morning, or 2 mornings after that, 2 mornings after that, Adam messaged me and he says, and he asks me if it's, I don't think I'm leaking anything here because Zerka leaks everything anyway. And he asked me basically, is it cool if Zerka is on this episode? I didn't realize that you didn't want to do content with him. And then I responded, I said, I'm avoiding content with him for a variety of reasons. It's fine though. If you want to rain check, I can also shoot an episode next time I'm in town. Either way works for me though. Then he said, it's okay. I moved his stuff to later. And I said, okay, I'm just a few minutes away. It's not a security thing. We're not physically fighting or anything. He's just been trashing me and my wife like crazy on social media, and I don't really want to do any content with him. Sorry for complicating things. And then he says, all good, I get it. So that was my, yeah. So he threw you under the bus. Who, Adam threw me under the bus? No, I don't think so. I skipped a message, actually. Adam messaged me and he said, is it cool if Zerka's on this episode? I didn't realize you didn't want to do content with him. And then he said, never mind, I just told him not to come. That was before I technically even responded to him. He actually said that. So, I mean... But initially, I thought that Zerka was just going to be on a later episode. I don't go on to episodes to blackball people. Like, I just assumed that he was on a later episode than me. And I even offered, I was like, I can ranch check and just do an episode the next time I'm here. Like, I'm not trying to, like... I just don't want to be in Zerka's proximity while he's burning bright. Would you have responded yes if you caught the message in time? That I didn't want to be in an episode? No, I didn't want to be in an episode with him. I would have said, yeah, I don't want to do an episode with him. But I just said I can just, oh, kitty. I can just come do another one later or whatever.
Ghost 7-8, requesting backup.
I can't get through to HQ.
The cavalry isn't coming. Wipe them out, 621.
Your mission objectives
Did you respond to Darius? No, I have not yet.
Range from protecting targets and information gathering to the annihilation of enemy forces.
50%.
This game actually does look really bad. Actually, now as I'm actually paying attention. I usually am like a gameplay person, I'm not thinking about it. This game actually does look really bad.
50%.
Like, I feel like these graphics could be like PS3 or PS4. Like, look at the assets on the ground. There's like no, maybe they're premature. Like, there's no detail at all. It's all like the same blend color. The atmospheric effects, like the fog or whatever, makes everything look shitty. Like, the mech itself is like pretty simple. I don't know.
A watch point. You're incorrigible, Handler Walter. How many of your dogs must I kill?
Oh, that's right. I bitched about this game because it's launching for backwards compatibility for the PS4. Gotcha.
Before you learn. But I hear you make fine hounds with the right training. Shame you'll have to die here.
2 repair kits remaining.
Yeah, like the detail and colors on these buildings are so bland. It's like one palette.
Dangerous situations.
Or not one palette, it's like one color, or like a series of colors. What do you think about this take on the game?
And often be pitted against rival AC pilots in bitter duels.
As much as I hate big corporations being consumer unfriendly in the gaming industry, people like this, with such a disrespect for art or design intent and just complete lack of understanding, just complete brain dead, all caps gamer almost pisses me off more, almost. Hey, Destiny. Have you heard about the federal judge in Mississippi ruling in favor of a felon in a firearms possession case? I'd be interested in your take on the situation and are seeing you read the judge's official legal opinion on the matter. I haven't seen it. Is he saying that if you're a felon, you should be able to own firearms, or...?
This is kind of a sore point for me. The graphics of this game are serviceable, no doubt, but the game is made for last gen and this gen consoles, and so I think you're going to see it once again, the graphics of this game suffer, kind of the way Elden Ring's graphics suffered. Obviously,
yeah, I would actually go a step further here.
Again, the graphics of this game suffer.
I wouldn't say the graphics suffer. Oof, not to be mean, but I would say the art is bad. Like, what is this building?
Suffer.
What is this? Like, the assets are just bland and boring.
Kind of the way Elden Ring's graphics suffered. Obviously, no one cares about the graphics of Elden Ring, right?
Yeah, I was going to say Elden Ring is okay because it's old stuff and it's like rocks and trees, and arguably there's stuff you can flesh out there, but this is supposed to be like more modern technology, buildings, like complicated assets, like
the game is good, it's phenomenal. Graphics are not the most important thing for Elden Ring, but I kind of feel like in a mech game, graphics are a little more important. Like, you want the combat to be as flashy as possible, as visually as appealing as possible. And I feel like you're starting to notice how dated From Software's in.
Like, look at the
Look at that.
As appealing as possible.
Look at this pile of rubble.
And I feel like you're starting to...
I'm being super nitpicky now, but... He's not saying any or all felons should be allowed to own firearms. It's a nuanced opinion. You need to read it. Okay, maybe I won't a bit. Okay.
Notice how dated From Software's engine is getting in Armored Core 6. I mean, gameplay-wise, the game ran smooth. I was up above 60 FPS the whole time. There were no bugs. There were no glitches. There were no crashes. Everything ran great. And we've come to expect this from Software. They typically don't have these issues in their games at launch, so that's really good news. But I do wonder, at what point are they going to make the leap to a new engine like Unreal 5? I mean, they are falling further and further behind the industry by using this antiquated engine. And I wonder at what point are people going to quit forgiving it? You know what I mean? Like, they do so many good things in their games, and graphics are not everything. But I feel like graphics are a huge part of a mech game compared to something like Elden Ring. And they got to make that jump at some point, and I wonder when we're going to see it. Obviously, Elden Ring DLC is going to still be on the Elden Ring engine. But what about the games after that? Are they going to move away from the engine?
The one reason why I feel like graphic fidelity Destiny, you have no idea. Oh, here's Wolfgang. Wolfgang will shill for every artist literally no matter what, because that's his job. Destiny, you have no idea if that's the point of the game. How do you know if the direction isn't of a dead world, gray and drab? If this is supposed to be vibrant and imaginative world, then yeah, but they are off as fuck. But what do you want about the art direction so far? I think the lack of detail and all the bland assets, it makes it feel like this is a normal guy in like a mech suit. Like, it doesn't feel like we're actually like a giant mech. I feel like you would need, I feel like you need more detail on the assets, right? It feels like you're just like a guy in a life-size suit, just like jumping around.
Obviously, Elden Ring DLC is going to...
Like, I guess the request is to suspend disbelief and pretend you're in a mech suit, but like, I don't know, everything just looks like so small and boring. Like, it looks like Spider-Man running across some rooftops.
Still be on the Elden Ring engine. But what about the games after that? Are they going to move away from the engine that they've been using? Or they can continue to use this because it's what they know and what works for them? I think time will tell on that, but I really, really hope at some point they're able to make the jump to a more modern engine.
Nice engagement, buddy. Keep dismissing actual criticism with he's an artist show. Go nuts with half-assed criticisms. Now I'm actually mad. Okay. Do you have eyes? Do you have any capacity to recognize color? Do you have any ability to register? I mean, oh, this might actually be Wolfgang's Twitter account. XQC court case. Uh-oh. Oh, 5 gifted memberships. Thanks, Shroud. Oh, somebody gifted 10 subs in Kickstarter.
This is kind of...
This is the docket. All right. This is what you guys see when you look it up. You look it up, you like, this just looks, it's not.
Okay.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Where did he come from?
Game is frozen LUL. Crafting. Game is options.
What? Oh my god.
Game is frozen LUL. Crafting. Game is option.
Keep the pressure up in these intense battles. Don't give the enemy a chance at victory.
Like Wolfgang out here defending this bridge. Maybe the bridge is supposed to look that way. Look at the water.
Formidable boss encounters also await you at the end of certain missions. These fights are fast and aggressive, presenting a challenge for even the impossibly powerful AC.
Wow.
By observing the enemy's movements and tells, the player can learn as the battle unfolds. And a good commander assembly will often provide the first step to overcoming even the most daunting foes.
Okay. Dragon, Wolfgang, he said he would. I already know everything's gonna say, but if he wants to, sure. He's gonna say, you don't know what the style of the game is supposed to be, or maybe it looks this way for a particular reason, and it's actually supposed to look like dog shit. And then he's gonna say, what would be the specific, actual, 100% the specific details that you would change? And if you can't list every single specific detail, then you have no business even commenting on the direction of the art. Everything should look like a PS1 game, actually. I'll drag him in if he wants, but...
to take on this one for themselves and see what else awaits. Thank you for watching.
You're welcome.
And look forward to seeing...
Hello. Steve,
the artist
what
shell
the
is
fuck are
logged
you
in.
do- Oh, dude, I love when you do this. It's so fucking good when you dismiss absolutely everything I want to say. Oh, hold on. My stream's on. Hold on. All right. Now I can fucking yell at you for being
Wait.
motherfucker.
Wait.
Oh,
Hold on.
yeah, go ahead.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
We're watching
I'm waiting.
We're watching a forcing clip. Hold on.
Oh, my.
Okay, go ahead. Yell at me.
I just have a fucking problem because I feel like you're easily conflating. You're saying two things. Oh, the rubble looks bad, this and that. And you've already explained before how there's art direction and then there's, I don't know what you call it, graphics, right? Now, the graphics, I'll give it to you. They do look shitty, but I'll defend the art direction any day because we have no idea what the fuck they're going for. Even in the trailers, we get some idea that this is like a dead world that's been, I don't know, harvested of a material called coral or shit like that. How do you not know it's supposed to fucking look drab? Half of the fucking, I don't know, Dark Souls games start out in drab environments that maybe don't look as boring, but it's futuristic. What examples do you have of like futuristic aesthetics that don't look absolutely simple and flat? Like even, I don't know, a good chunk of
It's
Blade
not even
Runner
simple
with-
and flat, but look at the trees in this game look worse than The Witcher 3, right? I don't like that they're. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just getting triggered. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You finish your point.
The fuck, even like the environment interaction, like look at them fall down. This looks like some Rampage 64 shit, okay? I don't like that there's fog fucking everywhere. It seems like fog is like a classic thing used on like older consoles to hide shitty graphic fidelity as well. Like I can only see like 10 feet ahead of me in every fucking scene. There's like some fog or some fucking windstorm or some fucking snowy bullshit on the screen, and it doesn't even look good. I feel like I've played PS3 or PS4 games with better looking like shit on the screen than just this random fucking snow and shit. I don't know. It looks horrible.
Call it. I mean,
sorry. Go ahead.
I'm getting fucking frustrated because we have proof that Elden Ring. Sure, you can see that graphically it didn't look as good, but art direction in Elden Ring is fucking fantastic.
It is.
What's
The art
that
in Elden
floating
Ring
city?
and all
Yeah.
the Dark Souls games look really good. Yeah, that's not.
It's
yeah,
awesome.
Yeah. mhm.
So we're sitting here and we're complaining that this apparently has just shit art. Instead of saying that, like, oh, I really think the art direction is shit, which we don't even know the objective of the director with what they want to do. Maybe it is fucking drab and shit on fucking purpose. You know what? It just fucking triggers me.
Yeah, maybe that is true though. But then in that case, we both agree. I'm saying it looks shit, and you're like, well, it looks shit on purpose. I'm like, okay.
Well, but you're conflating okay, I can go back in the fucking clip because half the time you're conflating like, oh yeah, you know the rubble looks like crap. Of course it looks like it's fucking concrete rubble in a fucking pile. What do you want it to look like? You want it to look like
It looks like the grass from Blood Gulch in Halo 1. That's the issue that I have. It looks like fucking shit. Look at these buildings. They look like they were fucking like Nathan went into Minecraft and wanted to become a 3D artist, and now he rendered a bunch of buildings that all look the same. Like these assets almost like copy pasted from one another. I don't know. I look like I'm looking at the Death Star from Star Wars Episode 4, like the first Death Star run. Had about this much fucking detail in the environment. I don't know. It just looks. But maybe it's supposed to be that way. Maybe in the future, maybe they made everything as flat as possible and for aerodynamic effect.
And you know what? If you want to fucking shit on me when you play the game and it all fucking looks like this, fine. Go fucking ahead. But I'm telling you right now that Fuck, I don't know how much money I can bet with you because I'm an artist. I don't fucking make money. But I'll fucking make a bet with you. There's a good chance, knowing the art direction from From Software, that this is going to open up into a lot more interesting and probably colorful environments halfway through the fucking game.
All
We
right,
can only see,
maybe
like,
it
what,
does.
11 missions or something like maybe it does. You swing so fucking hard and you shit on the fucking game so fucking hard without a degree of holding back and think, like, oh, maybe this isn't exactly what we're seeing. Maybe we're only seeing the beginning of the game. And then I come out and I fucking swing at you, you're like, oh, maybe. I hate this. You give the most fucking harsh critique when it comes to fucking
Well, some
art.
shit looks bad. Like here, like these water effects look like PS2. These water effects are insane. But maybe water in the future is like that.
No, fine. I'll give it to you. Sure, fine. The water. Sure, the water. Fuck you. The water looks bad. Fine. I do agree with you that it's shitty that it's being held back for PS4.
Also,
And
I
so I'm
think
sure
you can
some
make
effect-
stuff. You can make stuff look like dreary or drab, but still look cool. Like I feel like I could have shown you Dark Souls. What was the vampire one? Oh my god, not Elden Ring, not Dark Souls, not Sekiro. What? Bloodborne. Yeah.
Bloodborne?
Like I feel like in Bloodborne, I could have shown you a bunch of buildings that are just like blurby, rubbly, whatever, and you'd be like, oh well, that's your direction. But that's not what they look like. Bloodborne, I thought the art looked really good in that game.
It did look. It's impeccable. It's fucking perfect. Yeah, sure, I'll give it to you. All right. Well, you just fucking got me mad, and I had to come in here because your chat is also the worst when it comes to having any sort of take about art. They're actually probably worse than the average fucking viewer because they all see you giving harsh critiques, and they all think that they're fucking perfectly suited to just shit on anything that isn't fucking Berserk or some edgy fucking.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, your chat DGG is just the fucking worst when it comes to this. Anything that looks like colorful or exciting, they just say it's fucking Switch graphics or some dumb shit. Your people are the fucking worst because they think they can. They see you and they want to try to be you and critique art, and it's fucking terrible.
I mean, my critiques are retarded sometimes too. I admit that, but yeah, well, we'll see. Maybe when Armored Core comes out, maybe it'll be fucking baller. Okay, maybe it'll be
And
awesome.
if it's bad as fuck, rip me as much as you want. If it's not, just remember not to say, "Oh, he's an artist shill. He'll chill for any art." Fuck you, okay? Don't do that shit. You.
Okay.
Fuck. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go get my little soy drink and not get mad.
Have fun, buddy.
Yeah. You too. You too.
Bye. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on. Consider having Kate around for the next kicker cute. New white woman bad discourse just dropped.
Hello.
How are you? Good, how are you?
Wait, is this the same one we watched like a week ago, or is this new? Okay. Hassan reacts to the Kennedy assassination. 2 hours and 22 minutes. Oh, I don't know what this channel is, but apparently this guy does deep dives on shit. Uh-oh. Is Hassan gonna get ass mad that the most likely explanation for the JFK assassination was probably the actual story, and that the magic bullet conspiracies and everything else are actually fucking retarded that are based in total delusional fantasy? or in my face when the video actually proves that the JFK was assassinated by the CIA. Oh, that was XQC. Watch the original video first. Not safe for work Destiny. What the fuck? Why are you linking this shit, bro? Jesus fuck. He's in trouble for ripping the whole video along with X. Is he in trouble? What do you mean by in trouble? Oh my god, I just fucked this guy's name out so bad. Oh, Twitter is mad, is what you mean when you say he's in trouble. Okay. Oh shit, I just fucked this whole thing up. What? Here's what I'm so curious about. Can somebody tell me what is people get so mad about people doing React content, and then in the next breath they'll here you go. You ready? You want my score? Ooh, scorching hot take coming. Ooh. Oh, I love fighting consumers. Yes. Scorching hot take coming. If you use fucking ad block and you pirate shit, why the fuck are you crying about people stealing other people's digital fucking content? Get the fuck out of here. Boom! Boom, shakalaka. Boom! 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 You made this take like 2 months ago. Yeah, I stand by it. That's the hypocrisy fallacy. True. Oh. It's not profiting off using ad block? Yeah, but you're depriving somebody else of money. Wait, is that really what you're upset about? Are you upset that somebody else is making money off of it? Or are you upset that somebody's depriving somebody else of money? Is it just a spite-based argument? Wait, what? Are you like let's say somebody could steal somebody's content and make $1 million off of it, but the other person doesn't lose any money? Is that a bad thing to you? You're just mad because somebody else making money? You're not even mad because somebody's being deprived of money? What a fucking that's an even worse argument. I just hate Hassan. That's a good argument. Based.
Hey everyone.
Hey.
It's our favorite time of year.
I don't know why. I'm sorry.
So, we thought we'd check in and let y'all know what's happening with Project L.
Tell us.
From the start of this project, we felt that if we were going to make a fighting game, we needed to bring something new to the genre. We're investing in some big...
If you think they're equal, why don't you use ad block? I don't know if they are equal. I'm not sure, but I don't use ad block.
ideas that we hope will unlock new kinds of fun for fighting game fans.
Someone republishing another person kind of doing both, siphoning off money from the original creator, and in doing making a problem for themselves with the hard work of someone else, or does magnitude beyond one individual refusing to accept ads. I'm sure there's probably some people that don't watch. I don't know what the net effect is at the end of the day. I have no idea. There's probably a healthy number of people that don't watch. There's probably a big substitution effect from a streamer watching something versus actually consuming the original product. So there probably is some net effect loss. I feel like it'll never fucking happen, but it would be nice if there was like an auto licensing system that just let you I made $1,000 watching this video. You give 200 to the creator or 300 or 400 or whatever. It would be nice if there was like an automatic way to adjust for that. I feel like most people would be happy with that arrangement. The video they're reacting to got like 3.5 million views in 2 days. Yeah, but I feel like if you were watching TikToks on stream, I feel like stealing that content is not that bad because people are going to go watch more TikToks or might even rewatch the same ones because it's a short meme. One of the things that I think when you're determining fair use, I think one of the 4 points of fair use is a substitution effect. I think. Let me check. I might have just made that up. It might be factor 4. Let me check. Hold on. Effect on the market is perhaps more complicated than the other 3 factors. Fundamentally, this factor means that if you could have realistically purchased or licensed the copyrighted work, that fact weighs against defining a fair use. To evaluate this factor, you may need to make a simple investigation of the market to determine if the work is reasonably available for purchase or licensing. A work may be reasonably available if you're using a large portion of that book that is for sale and the effect is closer to your purpose. The amount or substantiality, yes, of the portion used. The amount used is usually evaluated on courts of rule. A short clip of the motion picture may be acceptable, but not if it covers. Maybe it's more under factor 3. But I think that when it comes to watching like a 1 or 2 hour video on stream, there's probably a much more significant substitution there. Because like if I watch a 30-second meme on my stream, you might go watch that meme on your own, and like you're probably helping the original creator. But if I watch a 2 hour video on stream, the chances of you watching that 2 hour video on your own probably go to almost 0. Why would you watch another 2 hour video that you've already watched before, you know?
I'm happy to introduce one of those big bets for you today, which some of you have already suspected. Project L isn't just a tag-based fighting game. It's a 2v2 team-based fighting game. This means that teams of 2 players can face off together in the same match with each player piloting a single champion. So we're building a game where you can play with your friends as well as against them. Let me toss it over to Sean to explain how it works.
Damn, that hurts. Maybe I just handshake and you jump up after?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay.
You can make the argument that the average viewer isn't seeing the whole 2 hour long react, but that argument is defeated when you upload the whole thing to YouTube anyway. Yeah, once you upload it to YouTube, it changes. But like, the reality is let's say the original video gets 5 million views. Let's say I react to it and I get 10 million views. If I react to the entire thing, of those 10 million views, maybe 1 million of those people would have watched it all on their own, but now probably almost none of them are. My guess would be very, very, very few people would.
Hit the spin. All right, it's gonna be cheap. Are you ready?
Hello, Ari.
Oh, you like that? That's kind of clean. Yeah. You do love to see it. Y'all have no idea how long I've been waiting to talk about this. This is Clock, one of our game designers.
Yo, what's up, everyone?
Let's get into it. Duo play works a bit like tag team wrestling.
Yeah, that's true, and that's a really hard one. The only difference there is that gaming companies allow you to do it. There is a big argument to be made that story-based games, once consumed in a streaming format, would never, ever, ever be consumed by a person. Like, if you watch somebody play through all of The Last of Us Part 1 and 2, are you really going to buy the game and play it yourself? The more story-driven a game is, probably the less likely that is to happen, right?
Excellent. One player controls the champ on stage, and the other waits off screen for their teammate to find the right.
I'm curious, how is ad blocking different to streaming someone else's content? It's the same idea of potential earnings. You can't know for sure if the person would watch it and ad block is just an infinitely harmful. Ad blocking is just like a brutally harmful thing in like the industry. Like again, if every single streamer could choose between getting rid of all React content or getting rid of ad block, you wouldn't even be able to finish the sentence. Everybody would get rid of ad block. Ad block harms creators more than any other single thing on the internet, probably. But we just learned to live with it, basically.
Moment to tag them in. In our last update, we showcased some of our tag mechanics, all of which were designed from the ground up to encourage teamwork. Sharing in victories, defeats, performing combos together, or saving your partner in a clutch moment are just some of the new ways you can experience the game as a duo. Project L will support 1v1, 2v2, and even 2v1 matchups.
Whoa!
So don't worry, solo players. You can still play as a solo tag team fighter and control both champs at once. Fight your own battles or bring a friend. The choice is yours.
Time to throw down. Yeah.
Whatever your setup, our systems are designed to feel fluid and rewarding for players on stage and off screen. And that starts before you...
Do you think there's an ethical way to make reaction-based content without depriving the original creator of revenue? For me personally, and I could probably be pushed on this, I don't like the idea of trademarks or copyrights on like entertainment stuff past like a year. I think it's, I feel like the world is deprived of so much potential awesome stuff. Maybe 5 years, but like I feel like the world is deprived of so many awesome things when you can copyright things for 100 years or 75 or however the fuck long it is right now. So yeah, that's part of a feeling. Maybe if we wanted to change up copyright, maybe at least make like a mandatory licensing thing where you have to be able to license content from somebody. But I think earlier, like I said before, what about a brand like Star Wars? Yeah, I mean, that's why I think Star Wars, like, imagine if the No, yeah, like it would just be like, imagine a world where like Christopher Nolan can make like a Star Wars trilogy, or like Quentin Tarantino could do Star Wars, or I just, yeah, I think the whole world is deprived of potential like awesome shit because of how we do copyright for media in the United States. Mandatory licensing does exist for music with respect to covers. Oh, cute. When it comes to music streaming and short/mid-sized YouTube videos, can you understand how insanely suffocating the constant barrage of ads gets? People engage with multiple platforms, all of which are trying to ad max is only normal. Yeah, but the reason why I think it's gotten so bad partially is because so many people ad block. In some tech-driven industries, ad block rates I think are as high as like 80, 85, 90%. Like so yeah, of course there's a barrage of ads because you're trying to flood the ads onto the few people that still watch them. I don't worry about ads though, because on anything that I consume a lot of content of, I just buy, like I have like YouTube Red. That's why I don't get ads on YouTube. Or I had Twitch Turbo when I watch Twitch. Like if I'm gonna sit here and consume hundreds of hours of content a month, I have no problem paying $12 a month for YouTube Premium, or for, I think it's YouTube Premium, I don't know if it's YouTube Red anymore, or for Twitch Turbo or whatever like that, you know. Some porn sites are literally unusable without ad blocker. That's just not true. I masturbate more than all of you combined, and I've never ran into a porn site that's well, that's not true. All the big porn sites, the A-list and B-list porn sites, are totally usable without ad blocker. Now, if you're going to like www.gachigasmhenteorgasms.com/ like mommy dommy, like the most niche shit, then you probably start to use it. You'll run into like some unusable porn sites. If you get into like really weird shit, but if you're on like fucking Xvids or porn, or like if you're on any of the mainstream porn sites, you don't need ad block for any of these. That's just not true.
We even get into a match. Before the game starts, each team can choose to customize how their champs play together with something we're calling the fuse system. With fuses, you can choose between powerful synergies that change up your duo's playstyle and really allow player expression to shine. I want to talk about one fuse called 2x assist. This allows your team to throw out 2 assists back to back instead of just one. With each champion having 2 assists and some of them being chargeable, there is a lot to discover.
Wow.
But you can always change your fuse for the next match to find out what feels right. We're really excited for all the possibilities here and can't wait to see what you come up with. Team play is at the heart of Project L's design and the foundation of the game overall. We know it's a difficult design challenge to get right, but we spent a lot of time figuring out how to make duo play something truly unique and special for you all to enjoy and master.
I'm sure you've got loads of
play something truly.
How do you like this art style? It looks
unique
cute.
and special.
What, like it's almost like comic inspired kind of, I guess?
No, it's a
Yeah, I think it
difficult
looks
design
fun.
challenge to get right, but we spent a lot of time figuring out how to make duo play something truly unique and special for you all to enjoy and master.
I'm sure you've got loads of questions, so keep them close, because I have one more thing to tell you all. I'm thrilled to say that Project L will have a playable demo at EVO, where you can come try out the game on the show floor. We'll have 4 champions available, no sign-up required. Whether you're attending or not, look out for another update with more reveals soon.
In the meantime, go check out this full 2v2 match between 4 of our devs. Link in the description below.
Thank you all for watching, and see you in Las Vegas.
See you. Excited for Path of Exile 2? Can we just take a moment collectively to laugh at all the fucking losers in chat that are Overwatch fans and did Overwatch 2? Oh my god. Overwatch 2. I bought some stuff to fill in the holes in my wall. Do you think I'll need paint for this? Wall mending agent. Squeeze and scrape. First, remove the dust, wall skin, and other loose materials absorbed on the damaged wall. Scrape the product directly on the damaged wall. After 24 hours, polish with sandpaper. Okay, good luck. Do you have textured walls? I mean, a little bit. Yeah, they are. I don't care. Do you have any sandpaper? Yeah, it came with sandpaper. Okay, hold on one sec.
The aliens are clearly only getting here by some method of quantum entanglement. No wonder they don't want to be observed. Keep up.
Hawaii wins.
The biggest problem with all this is that none of the evidence is verifiable. So they can just not ignore any of it, and pretend it all points to the same phenomenon. It's like level 1 flower shit. I'm gonna come.
Oh my god. Hello? Is this shit fucking magic?
Daniel Pinchbeck from the UFO Stream is a cool author who writes about psychedelics. You should read his book Breaking Open the Head. You in particular would love it based on what you've talked about regarding psychedelics. Highly recommend.
Damn. Thank you.
Tell one of these people to Google what was happening in Manchuria in 1938. Japan was going to go down until the last man, woman, and child if we invaded their island, no matter what millions were going to die. That destiny, if you were Japanese training to be a surgeon in Japan around the time of WW2, you more than likely did some sort of training under Unit 731.
Fucking based. I want to get sponsored by
Lefties
these
and
people.
history takes. Can you name a more unpopular duel? We're also not going to talk about how Japanese generals wanted to fight after the bombs. The guy who led Unit 731, Shiro Ishii, was given immunity by the West after the war because they wanted his medical findings.
Weren't a lot of the medical findings of those like torture units like basically fucked? I feel like I read, I thought we read some of the research.
Emperor Hirohito was a god to his people, and after he announced Japan's surrender, soldiers attacked his palace because they thought he was kidnapped.
I think we read some of the research from some of the Nazi freezing experiments, and the data collection was like horrible. It was like dog shit. Like I don't even know if it was usable for some of those Nazi experiments. Like they wouldn't even write the temperature that they were freezing people in the water at. It was horrible. Or they put like cold, very cold. Yeah. Although I think I've also heard some of the early that we had some stuff that we use now that was based on some Nazi research experimentation, but I don't know. Interesting stuff, but.
Oh, Lauren Southern, Lila Rose, Erudite. Yeah, Erudite's another one. Brittany Venti. Oh man, I got some things to say about Brittany. They are all gynocentrists who only care for what's best for women. Of course they are. They are all feminists. Every one of those girls that you mentioned are feminists.
Being called a feminist by the
I didn't respond to you?
Yeah.
When?
I asked you if you wanted any drinks.
What did you... Oh, I don't know. My thing open. One of the 52 million apps you use to communicate with me. I'm sorry. You went to McDonald's?
I did.
How far did you go and walk?
I went to the one we went to on the 4th of July to remember my Miami summer. I got you the special.
What is
Is
this?
that what you usually get?
What is a special?
I don't know.
Is this just an egg roll?
I don't know. This is yours. So you can't even notice the difference between tofu and chicken.
Wait, this is not chicken.
What do you think I just said? What I said?
Oh, well, you hold on. Hold on.
Is this triggering your OCD?
Yeah, you're dripping it everywhere. Put it in the bag for 1 second.
It's not dripping.
It is. What do you think is on the bottom?
I don't see anything. Okay, can you be helpful and not just sit here like a pig?
Not sit here like a pig.
My hands are overheating. Take it.
Oh my god.
Some appreciation would be nice.
Thank you for messing up my carpet.
I'm using your forks.
Cool.
Red pill manosphere.
Feminists.
Being called a feminist by the red pill manosphere sect of the internet, like Rollo Tomasi, is like being called a racist on Twitter. The word has really lost its power. But according to Rollo Tomasi, or should I say George, not only am I a feminist, but also a Christian.
They are conservatives, and we're good Orthodox Catholics, and we're good Bible worship, Bible reading Christians, and we go to Bible study.
I'm not a Christian, but it goes to show how much research he does on the people he so confidently speaks on. Rollo, or George, confidently accusing people of labels.
He's a great man. I blocked him on Twitter. I think I blocked like 5 people on Twitter 2 days ago. Zerka's one of them. I'm good.
Really?
What? I'm sure he is. I'm glad I take up so much space in his tiny brain.
It confirms that everyone I don't like is a feminist is the new everyone I don't like is a racist. It's not meant to be taken seriously, and especially not from a discount Tom Likas.
Do you think that marriage is any good for women either? Statistics show that when the divorce happens, it's not particularly good for them.
Women have a lot more to gain from divorce. 90% of the custody goes to women, child custody. If you want to be with your kids, guess who's getting the kid? Not the guys, not you. Bottom line. And then guys going to be paying that child support. And what is alimony? And why, or now they changed the name of it to spousal support. Why are we paying that? What for what?
There's no real accountability, particularly when it's like no fault divorce. And of course, it's always in the woman's favor, especially if she has kids, there's child support, there's alimony.
But you don't have to take my word for it, because George himself lists Tom Likas as his inspiration for his ideology on women and dating.
Really, back in 2001, I started listening to a terrestrial radio show host named Tom Likas.
Oh no! Lil bro ain't got the bass booster. Holy shit, he looks like the bad guy from Ghostbusters 2. What the fuck?
I really liked at the time, and friends and wives
And George's inspiration, Tom Likas, self-describes as a feminist because it helps him get laid without having to commit or have children. I'm a hardcore feminist. This is why I never buy dinner for women, help pay their bills, or help raise their children from other guys. Women are equal. Looking forward to the next gal who will be paying for dinner. I love equality. God, he's such a dusty. It's kind of ironic though, isn't it? George has cultivated an internet following on the part of the internet where he is self-proclaimed to be the father of. This internet ghetto is referred to as the red pill manosphere.
I am not red pill adjacent. I am in the red pill. I am the father of the red pill.
You call yourself the godfather of the red pill.
You call myself the godfather of the manosphere, okay? Other people have called me that.
Okay, great. That's very...
Do you understand?
Okay.
George saves men from those evil women and is literally saving their lives.
And so when we see that happen and we see guys are like, yeah, oh man, women are really fucked up. And when we look at that, that's sensational. What we don't look at is the success stories where guys go, you know what? I was going to kill myself. And now I decided not to, because now I have accurate information, because I'm red pill aware right now.
The red pill manosphere is infamous for their bad takes on women in dating, such as modern life dating or MLD's take on how you should endure physical harm from your spouse.
If there's someone that's very, very young and goes into a marriage and has kids when they're like 18, 19, 20, a year into the relationship, it gets really, really abusive. If it would happen, what would you recommend for those people? Would they divorce, or do you want them to keep going in the relationship?
Keep going. You can't divorce. That's not a real thing.
Even though it might be like physically abusive?
You got to endure. Okay, endure.
And of course, this is somebody that George is friends with.
But I know that they've been trying to they've been coming for everybody recently. They've been going after MLD is easy. He's too easy. Like I love John, but he's easy to get.
Not only is George a Tom Leykis wannabe, but even in the said red pill community he claims to have cultivated, he's known as a wannabe cool kid.
What do you think the beef that Rollo has with Tate?
Earlier on, before Tate was huge, Rollo and Tate were doing some podcasts together. Yeah. And once Tate didn't rock up, he's a busy guy, Rollo was so upset and so emotional. What I saw in Rollo was the geeky kid who was allowed to hang out with the cool kids, but then the cool kids snubbed him. Rollo was so upset. And that's what you see right there. You see a geeky kid who's cool now, but of course Tate's cooler. All these people who are looking at him as the godfather of Red Pill, if that is your role model, someone who's acting in a feminine frame, who's basically a geeky nobody, who's written a book and talks a lot, that's an individual without any sort of stoicism, without any masculine values.
George will take every opportunity he can to humble brag, usually by name dropping or saying that.
Whoa, DJ Dreamy, welcome to the Tier 5 Subclair.
Other people are name dropping him.
Adam's known who I am for a long time. People have dropped my name on his show several times. I know that Ethan Klein clearly knows who I am. I know a lot of people who, like the guys in the guys on Flagrant 2, they know my name as well.
His self-importance comes from other people validating him, and it shows.
I think what's interesting is, like, whenever I get interviewed and people try to pretend like they know what they're talking about me, and they'll go, "You're the author of The Rational Male, right?" Yeah, all 5 books. At least do me the courtesy and say, you know what? We know that you have 5 books.
Don't you know I created the red pill? How do you not know who I am?
I've been doing this for 20 freaking years. So people don't, they'll quote me, or they'll use terminology that they've heard from my book or something I said at some point that somebody else, third party might have said, but they don't realize where it came from. And the reason for that is because I don't sell prescriptions. If I was like Tony Robbins and said, "Hey guys, let's all, feel better about ourselves and put ourselves first," that sells tickets to, sell out arenas.
Why do you not know who I am? I should be famous. I'm the OG. Me.
That's out of my 4th book, which nobody seems to want to read. Right?
Well, why are people buying my books even though I leave it under the reply of every tweet? Wah! He's really upset about not being popular like those other red pill guys who do sensationalist stuff unlike him. He wants to be famous for creating a community that uses woke feminist tactics like censorship. For example, Fresh and Fit copy striking ABBA and Preach, or Just Pearly Things copy striking Sarah Garvey. Or how George says that he will nuke your platform if you invite someone on that he personally does not like.
You spring somebody on me.
Jesus Christ, guys.
Expect me to say words on your show that will get you banned from YouTube. I will tell you that right now. Expect me to say that. Expect me to start talking about the Germans.
Instead of having an absolute melty, why don't you just leave? George is like 50 years old, threatening to have a melty. He's essentially threatening to take your income away and go off the rails because you made him look bad. Personally, I would think twice before having him on a show and risking my livelihood. This internet ghetto is also renowned for expressing their disdain for the other gender and not being wanted by them. It's kind of like when woke feminists say that if you don't date hate them, you're XYZ phobic, even if you personally just find them unattractive. Or in the red pill manosphere's case, it's women having too high standards and not wanting to endure their personalities.
Endure.
Oh, you wouldn't want to be with someone like that? I'm shocked. The manosphere gives young boys and men dating advice, sometimes under the guise of self-improvement, and usually it's something about how to attract women.
Show of hands if you're single. Okay. Now, show of hands if you want to do the Myron approach and have multiple wives.
I love this part. Fucking 90. Did you see on the thing when they asked who's single, like 90% of the guys raise their hands? Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Now,
Motherfuckers who can't get one girl want to have multiple.
The absolute degeneracy and high standards that they claim to hate about feminism is absolutely rampant in these parts. And worst of all, the red pill manosphere has co-opted my favorite movie, The Matrix. Which is why criticizing them is met with their response of, everyone I don't like is part of the Matrix. Even if you're very vocal on opposing woke ideology, they don't really care. It's very much a us versus them mentality. You're either with them or you're against them.
That's the problem. You want to fight against the Matrix? Don't look at this guy. Look at the Hollywood moguls who are telling you that Margot Robbie should be Barbie.
In this video, George talks about Margot Robbie being casted as Barbie and how she is too old to play Barbie, and how her
This was some of the most delusional shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
being 32 years old in the film as opposed to 25 is literally the same thing as race swapping a character.
If you had a problem with miscasting of, let's see, a black woman as what, Marie Antoinette, I'm trying to think of some other, like, where we're doing like sort of like either gender swaps or we're doing like racial swaps. If you have a problem with that, you should have a problem with Margot Robbie as well.
And if you don't view her being 32 as opposed to 25 as literally being the same as a race swap, well, then you're kicked out of the club.
Because I got all these guys who were formerly red pill, now suddenly they're playing sneaky fucker game. The same game that they criticize other male feminists. You're basically a male feminist right now, guys. How dare you? You're a disgrace to the manosphere. You're a disgrace to give me their badge. Turn in your man card.
The redheaded libertarian ran a poll on if 25-year-old Margot Robbie is hotter or 33-year-old Margot Robbie is hotter. So I did an identical poll.
It's not even... First of all, these aren't even good pictures. She looks hotter on the right, literally just because of the facial expression. The one on the left... Like, what the fuck is this facial expression on the left? She literally looks like an Attack on Titan character. Bro.
Poll, except for...
Oh, except she probably swapped the pictures and then labeled the 25 one as 33 and the 33 one as 25 just to get guys to vote on the other way to see if they do it.
For one thing, I switched the photos, and it turns out that people can't tell the difference. Out of over 4,000 votes, 67.5% of voters voted for 25-year-old Margot Robbie, which was actually 33-year-old Margot Robbie. Redheaded Libertarians poll, which had 11,000 votes, had almost identical results to my poll.
We should do some female investigations. I don't think some of these are real women. This is a theory that I have. I could be totally wrong. I have a theory that there's a lot of accounts that are ran by incels or hardcore red pill people, and they're not actually real women. They find profile pictures of women on Instagram, they throw them up on Twitter, and then they pretend that they're women. Like, is this a real person? The redheaded liberty, is this an actual real, is there a video of her talking about red pill shit? Somebody find me one. I want to see it. I'm so curious.
Where 66.9% of voters voted that 33-year-old Margot Robbie was hotter. In both instances, they voted 33-year-old Margot Robbie as more attractive. But I guess...
Oh, fuck, never mind. She is real. That one is real. She's just exceptionally stupid.
Hi guys, so I want to talk about why the Restrict Act is just the Patriot Act for social media. So this act We are living in an unprecedented time where our femininity and our womanhood are being held hostage by trans activists. Now, what I mean by this is that if you want to be a woman, you have to back abortion or the equal pay myth, and then you get honored with the title of woman.
Wait a second, hold on. I have a thing stuck in my fucking tooth. I'm gonna go one level deeper. Oh no, she's from Timcast. No way, never mind, okay. Because I was gonna say, what if somebody made an account? Oh, this account is way bigger, never mind. This one is way bigger. Oh, you guys should try this. When are you guys gonna try this? Find a YouTube account of somebody that has like less than 15,000 subs, but they're an attractive woman. Then make a Twitter account, but link back to the YouTube account like this. And then just tweet and see if people will think you're that person. Do you understand? I bet you could get away with that. And because like if the person on YouTube just never notices, right? Oh my God. I know somebody's out here doing it, okay?
They're all feminists too.
In a video game.
Right. This whole situation reminds me of that one subreddit where people post photos of themselves to be rated on how attractive they are. And when beautiful women are posted, the Redditors have to humble them. You could be a fallen angel and they'll be like 4 out of 10. And the modern...
I'm going to be honest, because now it pops up on my fucking thing. I actually think this subreddit is fairly wholesome. I changed my mind. I changed my mind because I've been watching it. This True Rate Me? Okay, well, let's see how accurate I am. Maybe I'm completely off, but it just because it pops up. Usually what will happen is girls will post pictures. They're usually pretty beautiful, but they try to do their ratings correctly. But all the comments, it won't be like, because I think people will say like, oh, 5.5, you're hideous, 5.4, but usually people say things like, you're super beautiful, I give you a 5.2, like don't change anything. Like that's like overwhelmingly like what the comments seem to be, but let's check. Okay, maybe I just made all that up. 5.5, unrelated but nice abs and arms. A body that works is just so pleasing aesthetically. 5.2 with the mask on, 6.7 with mask off. Great facial harmony / symmetry. 6, slightly weak profile, still well above average. Your body obviously elevates your overall look, but I think the sub's focus is face only. Close 6, 5.9. A few minor adjustments, you can find yourself in the upper side of 6. Your eyebrows are a little too far apart and your hairline is blah, blah, blah. I said all the same with the shape of your lower jaw. You can give your face a heart shape. But like, yeah, it's funny because people think that they're 6.9. Honestly, you're quite a bit above average. That comes from an amazing waistline and a lack of need to wear makeup. It's just funny because like people are, oh yeah, if you rate people too highly, you're good. But it's definitely its own world kind of sub, but it's not, the sub, if you actually read it, it's not just them like humbling women and trying to like shit on them. They just have like their own little rating system. 5.0 to 5.3, average to slightly above. Eyes are further apart for mid-face ratio. Maybe your hair down would be nicer. You are pleasant on the eyes and quite a pretty girl. In real life, you are my type. You have to be mentally ill or something to post these ratings? Yeah, that's kind of weird. I agree with that.
Moderators of this subreddit will literally ban people for giving too high of a rating. You gave an attractive girl a 7 out of 10? You better watch your step, bud. They're trying to humble these women because by doing that, they personally don't have to self-improve to get to the woman's level. They can instead bring her down to their own level. And that same sentiment is what I get from the manosphere as well. If I were a Red Pill manosphere podcaster, I'd probably say something like, these modern men are defeminizing women. They expect to get hot women out of their league, go 50-50 with them, and then expect to get 3 wives when they can't even pay for the meal of 1. What makes you, a balding, broke, fat loser, think that they deserve that? You think that you deserve 3 hot women when you can't even afford to pay for dinner? These modern men are absolutely delusional. Sprinkle, sprinkle. A lot of you really need to wash your ass, which is why today's video is sponsored by Reed Street Soap. You deserve a soap that looks as good as it smells. They carry beautiful soaps for men, women, as well as unisex. They are a small business and recently upgraded their formula with cleaner ingredients, all of which are listed right there for you to see. In honor of Barbie, they're running a pink out sale, so if you buy 2 bars of soap, you get 1 for free by using the code PINKOUT. A new batch of Bimbo bars that I helped design the look of and smell of are available for the Pink Out promotion, as well as the Flower Power soap that I also helped design. They smell like sweet strawberries and fresh flowers. Everyone needs soap. Visit
38-year-old Florida manatee dies after high-intensity sex with brother. Vaccinated? True.
streetsoap.com to become Bimbo. Now back to the video. George's delusion knows no bounds. He thinks he's recognized as Father Red Pill like Patrice O'Neill, but in reality, it's not George's photos that people have on their walls and tables. Considering that George charges $1,000 to speak to him one-on-one, you would think that people dedicated shrines to this guy. I mean, he does act like a cult leader.
I usually charge about $1,000 an hour for my one-on-one stuff. I'll just tell you that right now. If you say, hey, I want a one-on-one with you, Rollo, just understand it's going to be about $1,000 an hour, because
what?
That's what my time is worth these
No, it's not. What are you talking about, bro?
days. And I'll be happy to analyze your situation and give you a more detailed thing. But
yeah, he's helping men all right. He's helping them empty their wallets. Has anybody actually been desperate enough to spend $1,000 for an hour of his time? OnlyFans girls on Red Pill podcast get humbled for overvaluing themselves all the time for asking for guys that make six figures. George is way more delusional than those girls. For perspective, in America, an average therapist makes like $90 to $150 an hour. A really good one might make like $250. So you're telling me that George is worth 4 times more than a good therapist is. But you know what? Maybe I'm just not Red Pill aware enough.
because I'm Red Pill aware right now.
You would think with how much he charges, he wouldn't feel the need to lie for clicks. Like how he lied about Jordan Peterson's daughter, Michaela Peterson. Michaela confronts George on her podcast about how he read a Twitter thread about her with a list of rumors that he didn't bother to fact check before making judgments and statements about it on his stream.
So in your video, you said, oh, she brought her dad to Russia, and then while he was in the hospital, went off and, partied with Andrew Tate, which wasn't right because that was 3 months earlier. I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, that's the information that I had available to me.
And he didn't say
on Twitter
sorry to her. He was just kind of like, oh well. And that lack of accountability shows up again when Michaela Peterson confronts him about him comparing her to Casey Anthony.
And so I stopped taking birth control just in case it was. But yeah, I did stop taking it, and that ended up resulting in Scarlett, who I'm thrilled to have, but it definitely put a bit of a kibosh on the direction I thought my life was going to take. However, it ended up not being a negative thing. It ended up being a positive thing, but it was scary.
Put a kibosh on my personal life. Sound like killed a party? Sure does to me.
I didn't like the comparison that you made between me and Casey Anthony, who murdered her kid and then put her in the trunk so that she could go party. I thought that was not very nice.
And what's his justification of lying about her and misrepresenting her? Well, it gets clicks.
I'm not saying that that's what you wanted to do, okay? I'm just using Casey Anthony as one prime example of that. I used other examples as well.
Well, the thumbnail did have me. And I do thank you for picking a good picture of me, by the way, but it did have me and then Kill to Party
let me explain to you the dynamics of thumbnail creation, which you maybe already know. But when you put people's face on there, when you put people's recognizable faces on there, when you have to see the whites of their eyes, and you're not the first one I've ever done this with, by the way, that's simply how you get impressions on YouTube right now.
He has absolutely no shame and wussies out anytime he's confronted.
Again, I think a lot of people, when they watch that, they think that I was making a hit piece or an attack piece on you. So it's more of like an illustration rather than like, oh, I'm going to take you down. So when I say, the bigger the hoop, the bigger the hope. Hoop earrings, duly noted. Thank you very much. So if I do hashtag hoop earrings, there you go.
He's a tough guy until a woman confronts him. That's not very high value alpha male of him.
But like before we jump in here, it's like my point is not like to destroy Lauren Southern, but it's just to sort of clear the air, and I try not to anyways make it a personal attack, but that doesn't mean that everybody in the chat isn't like, oh man, she looks like a 12-year-old boy.
Mr. I don't try to do personal attacks proceeds to tweet that live streamer Destiny and Lauren have a love child. What is the evidence based on? Well, George did a live stream where he reads the email of Lauren Southern's ex-husband. But take notice how George provides no evidence, especially on his claim about Lauren Southern being pregnant.
Destiny was her ticket to getting back in the YouTuber game. I had received information that they were hanging out a lot when her U.S. travel ban was lifted. They started sleeping.
Wait, has Lauren ever even been banned from traveling to the U.S.?
With each other, as he is in some kind of relationship like that. Lauren,
I thought she'd only ever. I'm trying to think if she's been actually banned from any country. I don't remember if they did for the Mediterranean boat shit. I'm not sure.
Then got pregnant, and it was a girl. They just started formalizing the relationship as, I guess, there's a kid involved.
He's clearly okay with doing personal attacks. He just doesn't want to take the responsibility for it.
There's your third party. I'm the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. I just work here, man.
And this is the same guy that gets uppity about holding modern women accountable.
When you're making an example of people, or when you are holding women accountable, or you're having a debate with somebody.
But when it's time for him to be held accountable, he just does the cop out. Well, I just work here.
I don't know. I just work here, man. I'm just reporting the news. I report, you decide.
His hands are clean. Meanwhile, he's getting giddy like a teenage girl about to gossip at the lunch table.
Yeah, what's the point in being all discreet? Well, we're not. We're gonna end that streak right now. Okay. You guys ready for your bombshell? Here's your bombshell.
Speaking of personal attacks, there was a debate between the live streamers Destiny, who we mentioned earlier, Sneeko versus George. And George could not define what a high-value man was, despite his entire Red Pill brand being centered around it. It all revolves around this tweet that George made that lists the steps on how to become a high-value male, one of which includes getting a vasectomy, which is why Destiny responds to Rollo saying that with this.
What if your definition of a high-value man is being getting into a trade and having 5 kids by the time you're 22?
You guys...
One of the tweet was, you've got some conception of a high-value man. Here are 8 points that you think you need to do to get to it. And now you're getting blown the fuck up on the vasectomy thing, which you probably realize is fucking retarded. But you're too old and stubborn to walk back from it. That's the point of this conversation.
Damn, old and stubborn. Ugh. Yikes.
When asked what he defines as a high-value male, he proceeds to dodge the question.
So like what is that? Telling like stories from Vietnam. Like, just say, what is a high-value man? It's the first part of the tweet. What does that mean?
You tell me what a high-value man is. Because here's the thing: is it doesn't matter what I'm going to say is a high-value man. You guys are fucking
because it's your tweet.
It doesn't matter what I say is a high-value man.
You gave a list of 8 things. Do these 8 things to become a high-value man. Do 1 through 8 to become A. And you're not defining what A is.
The fastest way to becoming a high-value man is these things.
What is that? What is a high-value man?
We can't have an argument if I don't even know what your definition is.
The very fact that you're even asking this in the first place is the actual point of a tweet, okay?
When you ask him to defend his position on a basic level, he has no argument, and instead he gets emotional and launches insults and basically has a melty.
Because the point of it was to get douche nozzles like yourself to have this conversation in the first place.
How old are you, bro? Douche nozzles?
You guys are idiots.
I thought he wasn't like those other red pill guys.
And that sensationalism, that sells. You know what doesn't sell? When you're trying to intellectually break it down. I just want somebody to go, yeah, get her, Kevin Samuels. Tell her she's average at best. That's all sizzle. That's no steak. That's no substance. If I'm going to break it down, it's not just red meat. It's also the meat, right? It's sizzle and steak rather than just selling the sizzle.
Those other red pill guys sell sizzle. I sell steak.
But it did have me and then Kill to Party next to that.
Surely his moral superiority is the reason for his lack of success that he loves to complain about.
That's out of my 4th book, which nobody seems to want to read. I've been doing this for 20 freaking years.
And just like those other red pill guys, he also likes to promote non-committal relationships as well as hookup culture.
And you better take care of your kids, Buster, because that's what a real man does. You better look like this guy on the right side right there. That's your responsibility. That's why men exist. This is your purpose for being, right? You know what's funny? I can make the case for both of these. Your purpose for being is to have a commitment to yourself like Dan Bilzerian, to be the best version of yourself for yourself versus the best version of yourself to save the West, to to please God, to please your wife? Because if mama ain't happy, God ain't happy.
Just do what feels good, queen. Don't let no man tell you.
Casual sex, feminism has influenced that in some way.
Sleep with who you want. They can't slut shame you, queen. That's a lot of male empowerment.
And the pregnancy test, you could say, oh, this is a flex. No, that's her insurance policy, because that's insurance to keep you around. And if you believe it, that's even that much better. If you gaslit yourself into thinking that that's a flex.
You know, after hearing him call children just an insurance policy to hold men hostage, you really wouldn't think that he's been married.
That he would have a child and he's been married for like 25 years or whatever, right?
Married for 26 years with a daughter. As a father with a daughter, it's really surprising how much he encourages men to rack up women's body counts, considering that this could be his daughter that some guy does this to. If you sleep with guys on the first night, well, now you're racking up your body count and you're not worth marrying.
From a statistical standpoint right now, when women get to be, past 31 or 32 years old, and they're looking for and complaining about why they can't find their guy.
Wait, hello? Oh, that was my Discord.
The right guy or the nice guy. That is the guy that is the quote unquote boyfriend material. That's the guy that they wanted to settle down with. That's not the guy that they wanted to have, hot fun sex with when they were in their crazy college years, and now they're ready to get serious.
But if you don't sleep with that high value alpha male on the first night, well, now you lost them and it's your fault.
Clearly he makes a lot of money. Clearly he's jacked. Clearly he's an ideal guy that I would really like to get with. He's not going to say, okay, well, if you don't want to have sex with me, that conversation doesn't happen. He just doesn't talk to you anymore. You're pushed out and another girl comes in.
Does he tell his daughter to sleep with men as soon as she meets them and then blame her for it too? George is encouraging a no-win scenario where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Men being responsible for their families, yes. Responsibility is very important for men.
He preaches about responsibility for men being good, but as soon as push comes to shove, that sentiment is nowhere to be found.
When you're talking about a society that prioritizes the sexual strategies of women above that of men, is it men's responsibility for that? Or should those guys say, no, I'm not gonna settle down with you. I don't have any obligation to marry you. I don't have any obligation to give you any kind of commitment, because your sexual strategy from the time you were, say, 18 till about 28 years old had nothing to do with planning for the long term.
Aren't you making men weaker by babying them and taking all of their responsibility away? In case you're wondering what George's response to that sentiment is, basically he never addresses the counter arguments that Lauren made in that debate and instead goes on a long-winded spiel like it's your grandfather telling an old story about women and hypergamy.
There are two people that are having sex and they are both responsible.
So what they're doing is they're looking for a guy who is at their level or above their level.
He does not address the arguments because he doesn't know how to. He just knows how to respond with his pre-written NPC lines that he regurgitates over and over.
When you talk about hypergamy, it's alpha seed and beta need. It's not that every woman will, it's that any woman can.
I literally feel like he's an NPC in a video game and I'm clicking A as he does his lines. Alpha seed, beta need, beta bucks, alpha fuck. It's not that a woman will, it's that a woman can. His hypergamy spiel about 80% of women only being intimate with 20% of men.
Just accepted a great new job thanks to being a paying Destiny subscriber for 12 months. Thanks, Steve. And also Adblock, Steph, and Pepe wins Obama. Good job, dude.
And it really reminds me of feminists saying that the body standards are too high.
It's what we call the 80-20 rule, okay? 80% of guys, and I can show you this statistically through, there's a great book called Dataclysm. I know, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but statistically speaking, women do not want to have anything. They find 80%, sometimes 85% of men unattractive.
Speaking of which, like a woke feminist, George misled people on that data about women only doing 20% of men. This study isn't even online anymore. It was deleted and it's like 15 years old. This study is so old that we didn't even have filters back then like that, and dating apps weren't really that common. The conclusion he drew from this irrelevant data of women only swiping on omega alphas is really misleading.
Women who were rated a 5 out of 10 were far more likely to message another
What the fuck is this microphone?
5 out of 10 than a man who was a 5 out of 10 was to message a 5 out of 10. So when it came to actual contact, which I think is the important aspect, the majority of men were more likely to actually message and engage with the 1% of women. Whereas women may have rated men lower, but they were more likely to engage with the men that were in the lower categories.
That debate was from around 2 years ago, and he still uses that statistic.
I've never actually watched that debate, but I've heard, I think Lauren said this is the reason why he hates her so fucking much. That's why he keeps up in like so much gossip drama. If he ever has a conversation or an altercation with somebody and he doesn't like how it went, they're like on his perma gossip radar, to where he just like keeps track of them forever on Twitter. That's why he like tweets out gossip and drama related to me or Melina or Lauren or literally any other person that he's ever debated or doesn't like. He did with that Angelina girl for a while, the one that debated MLD. He did it with Abon Preach for a little bit. Like, dude, this guy tweets so much drama. It was insane. Oh, not Angelina, Angela, I think. Sorry.
Back to the 80%ers and the 20%ers, the majority of the greatest inventions and innovations, they were created by the guys who are in the 80% trying to find a way out.
And he does it in a way to demonize women.
Woman's sexual strategy so that she's looking for the guy who has that provisioning capability, but he also still has to be hot. And he also still has to be virile. He also has to have good testosterone levels, and he's got to be taller, and he's got to have the six-pack abs.
As if men wouldn't also be intimate with hotter women if they could over an average one. If there's one thing that I agree with George on, it's that furthering the divide between men and women is not conducive for a healthy, functioning society.
Women need a man like a fish needs a bicycle, right? We've been hearing that since the 70s. And for guys on the opposite side, it's the juice ain't worth the squeeze.
Right.
Well, that's not how you form a cohesive society. That's not how you form families.
And George's ideology is not conducive for that healthy society. It encourages people to do hookup culture, which is the opposite of forming families. And it encourages being helpless and blaming the other gender. The red pill ideology in general is very dehumanizing. It doesn't cultivate a healthy outlook on dating. It's very much like a cult. You have the old guy figurehead selling himself as a high-value male for his followers to worship him. In cults, they have in-group terminology, kind of like how the manosphere does. And in cults, they'll have you sacrifice your life savings if that's what it takes to contribute. This reminds me of Jack Murphy's program, the Liminal Order, Andrew Tate's pyramid scheme. If you question them or their ideology, they label you as a traitor or feminist and revoke your membership.
The new sort of anti-red pill rhetoric that's going on by the same guys who made a damn good living off of it for the last 2 years. Duly noticed and duly noted. Your names are now in the book. We know who's for real and who's about this and who's not right now. So when all this is over, when the election cycle is done, and you want to come back to the manosphere,
and skepticism is not allowed. Are you a male feminist or something?
You're basically a male feminist right now, guys. You're a disgrace to the manosphere. Give me their badge. Turn to your man.
They isolate you and get mad if you have a spouse because you're betraying the cause and siding with women.
If I go and I say, hey, I've been married for 25 years, people go, well, don't listen to anything he has to say. He can't possibly be red pill. He's been married for 25 years.
The red pill manosphere ideology is sold as being the solution for men's problems.
For every guy that's out.
Wait, I'll be right. I feel like I have something in my fucking eye.
There that seems like really messed up and really like hates women, and I understand why that is, because a lot of guys right now see the manosphere or see the red pill as sort of their validation for why their lives are so fucked up.
And they give you a rebirth, so to speak, in cults, just like
True. Rebirth into tier 5 subdom, guys.
like George here is saying that he is saving lives.
You know, literally come out to conventions and talks that I've given just so that they could tell me that, you know, they had a plan to kill themselves. They'd actually set a date to kill themselves and then canceled that date because they read my first book and they go, it all became very clear. Now I understand what's going on. And now I realize that I have accurate information and I can sort of rebuild my life according to that accurate information right now.
Sometimes even on YouTube or Twitter. Ludwig, you saved my life. No, I didn't save your life. What do you mean I saved your life? I've been playing Pokemon and Among Us in Minecraft. All I did was play games, and you used me as a distraction to maybe get through a bad period or whatever it was. But you did it. You used me. You could have used anything. So stop giving me the credit that you deserve for doing all the work. I don't know you. How can I save you? Come on, think about it.
Joining this cult is like entering the crab bucket. You try to crawl out and they drag you right back down to their level so that you can suffer together. Just as the red pill dehumanizes women and paints them as evil, women in response will see that and assume that all guys are like these guys in the red pill manosphere. The red pill is encouraging not only for men to hate women, but also for women to hate men.
I've said this before, that the red pill doesn't exist so that men will hate women. It exists so men won't hate women for what they can never be to them. Sometimes it's hard, sometimes there's resentment.
As much as George says that the red pill does not make men hate women, it has done a fantastic job at wedging the divide between them and turning men into the feminists that they hate. If you guys enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it, subscribe, and leave a comment, and maybe if you're feeling generous, share the video as well. This video took a long time to research, and after watching all of this, it really does make me sad to see that men genuinely are becoming jaded from this movement, and I hope that this video brings some light to that. Also follow my social media, it's in the description, and don't forget to pick up some soap. Use code PINKOUT. Bye bye.
80%, at least 80% of guys do not have that authority. They have no say whatsoever.
If you want women to set the rules, then we can have that gynocentric world. That's fine. But if you guys want to do this whole where alpha, we run the world, we need to get out of this gynocentrism, then maybe you do need to take that mind I am like sister's keeper. Step up, take that responsibility, because there's a whole lot of talking about how we want men to run the world, and then a whole lot of complaining about, oh man, well then we have to do all the work. Oh yeah.
Okay. Oh shit! I just remembered my. Oh god. I had a lot of feelings about the. Had a lot of feelings about that abortion debate. I think initially I was confident going in because I watched this video and then I'd been reformulating a lot of my arguments. And then when he introduced himself, I got kind of nervous. I didn't realize did it say he had a master's in philosophy and theology and biology? Did I make that up? Or he had like 3 different master's degrees or something. And I'm like, oh shit. And I was like, oh god, I'm about to get crushed. And then, wow. I felt like I've tightened up my abortion argumentation pretty well. Yeah, I thought it was gonna go a lot different. There's one thing that I need to get a better analogy around. He had hella books and papers in front of him. Yeah, but he didn't reference them ever. I'm so happy I got to flip around that book on him, like halfway through the debate. Holy Jesus. I feel like that was a lot of fun. Show me the 2 cells again. That thing. Wait. Can you open to the page with the 2 cells again? Can you show that one again? Oof. That was a that was a good one. Path of Exile 1 hour. I'm trying to think of what I oh, wait. I'm trying to think of what there's one thing that's really hard to explain. We went back and forth on it for a while. I need like a snappier analogy for it. I'm trying to think of what it was. Oh, it might have been like, oh, I remember what it is. The lesser forms of conscious that like babies have, I guess. Like it's something that I need to figure out a way to tighten that up. But yeah. I will say something that I realized, I got really scared because I realized that he was going on his TikTok rampage is when he had like that 10 different questions that he wanted to ask me for his TikTok clips. I wouldn't be surprised he's already made them, where it's like, this is what he thinks. Would you infinitely rape a corpse with no brain or a human baby, blah, 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 like over and over and over again. But then, so I started to jot down questions as we were talking. I was like, okay, well, fuck, I need to have like killer questions to ask him. I should have prepared a list in advance of like, these are the questions I'm going to machine gun out at you in order to like look good, I guess. That's what we're going to do. And I managed to think of like 5 or 6 that I thought were absolutely catastrophic. I can't believe he wouldn't answer any of my hypotheticals. I feel like that was pretty wild. I feel like I'm still trying to figure out like what's an appropriate amount to like push into somebody or not, because I leaned in a lot to like answer this answer. I think I did 3 times on most of them where I'm like, you're gonna answer this, you're not gonna answer it. But I feel like if I keep doing it, I feel like it makes me look unhinged. But I think I did enough that time. But yeah, the Petri dish question, yeah, that was brutal that he wouldn't answer that one straightforwardly. The Petri dish one, would you charge a woman with double homicide? He wouldn't answer that one straightforwardly. That was really brutal. I had the piece of paper in my pocket and I lost it at the fucking airport, but I'd written down 6 questions on that. I'd written down 6 questions on a piece of paper and I just kept going between those. I don't remember the other ones, but oof. The I complained, but I answered was funny as fuck. I think the audience was either. Well, I literally watched because he said, "Oh, that's when I started to wonder about the bad faith thing." With him not answering my, he wouldn't answer any of my questions. And he's like, "Well, you didn't answer my questions." Like, motherfucker, I'm watching you check mark the questions. And then I asked him after that because I was really upset that he said that. He's like, "You didn't answer my hypotheticals." Which of these hypotheticals on the piece of paper did I not answer? Because I answered every single question you gave me, and he didn't answer any of mine. He didn't answer a single one of mine. Yeah. Fuck, I wish I didn't lose that piece of paper. I don't know how I did. I dropped it in the airport somewhere. Fuck, I don't want to go back and answer. Or I don't want to go back and watch to every, but yeah. The suicide one, jump off a bridge. Oh, yeah. Would you make it illegal to commit suicide? He really didn't like that one. And then him trying to say that, like, oh, well, should I write these down? Fuck, hold on. Actually, let's see if we can remember these. There were 6 questions that I'd written down on a piece of paper. Let's see if you guys can help me. Oh, I remember the other one. Oh, hold on. Would you mandate keeping 64 cell organisms alive for as long as possible in a petri dish? That was 1. Charge a woman with double homicide if she aborted twins. That was 2. 3. Would you make it illegal in all forms to commit suicide? I remember 4. 4 was, would you mandate a criminal, it has to be, a criminal investigation for every single miscarriage? That was such a good question. Oh my God, that was a brutal question. And he wouldn't answer it. That was a really good one. I think I had 2 more questions. Fuck. I don't remember the other ones. But anyway, yeah, I'm really upset that he didn't answer. He didn't really engage with any of my hypotheticals. Would you paternity test every baby on birth? I don't care about that. Oh, there might have been the one. Would you keep persistent vegetative state people alive forever? Oh, yeah. A 20-year-old who will never wake up on a feeding tube for 55 years. He said yes to that. That's true. Yeah, I think that's good. Is it true that Peter Singer actually supports infanticide? I think so. I think because he argues that babies have limited conscious experiences. Don't forget his bad faith steelman of you. Nobody can ever steelman the other side's arguments. My steelman of his argument was so good. He was such a good steelman. Fuck that. Fuck it. I shouldn't say fuck the guy. He was nicer than most, but I still feel like he was not moving with intellectual curiosity. I feel like he was running from my hypotheticals. Destiny, he responded to number 3 with yes. Would you make it illegal in all forms to commit suicide? No, he did not say that. His answer was, I wouldn't be in the business of judging who's allowed to live or who's allowed to. He wouldn't answer that with a straight question. Because that's why, because I hit him back at the end and I was like, you are making that judgment by saying nobody's allowed to do it. You're mandating people to stay alive. His response every time was like, well, I wouldn't ever be in the business of saying some people, he wouldn't know. Yeah, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't respond to that question directly. Or maybe he did, but if he did, it was after like 10 minutes of finally getting there. But he did that with a lot of them too. Like even with this double homicide thing, his answer wasn't like, yeah, she would get charged with double homicide. His answer was, well, different reasons why, there are lots of reasons why somebody killed somebody and maybe some blah, blah, blah. Like he starts bringing up like aggravating and mitigating factors and shit. And it's like, oh, well, hold on, that's not relevant to the question. Like, yeah. Yeah, every answer he gave was a dodge, yeah. I think it was good faith, but he stayed away from areas that would destroy his worldview. Yes, so that I thought about saying this at the beginning, but I didn't want to start off on a bad foot. I think I'm going to dramatically change my approach to all debates, and I think I'm going to start forcing some concessions right at the beginning. I do think it is important, especially if I feel morally strongly, if I have moral conviction behind my statements, and I do, I think I need to clearly state at the beginning, listen, you're religious. There is nothing I can say in this debate to change your position. And I think the audience should be aware of that I have been pro-life before. I have a child. And I'm pro-choice now. And I've gone back and forth on this. But like my intellectual curiosity and my investigation of the arguments is what guides my thought process here. So the audience should acknowledge that I believe this thing because this is where my thought process has led me to. However, for you, even if you saw the best pro-choice argument in the world, you're Catholic. You're not going to change your mind. You can't. You're mandated from the ground up to be pro-life. Your organization would cast you aside. Your family would probably cast you aside. Your whole community, everything you've built. Your name is literally the Council of Trent, okay? Which is, I think, something to do with the Reformation. It was like a council in some city where people were ass mad that I think Protestants were fucking threatening the Catholic Church or some shit. But like your whole, everything about you is built around this, right? Like it'd be like me coming up and saying like, hello, my name is Abortionstiny. Like, welcome, let's have a good faith debate. Like you're never going to change your position, yeah? Won't that start the debate on the back foot in terms of having a good faith discussion? Because the issue is that what I want to do is, I hate this. I'm about to say some shit that I don't like, okay? My favorite kinds of debates are live conversations with people that we're in real time exploring each other's thought processes, figuring shit out, blah, 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 blah. But I'm starting to feel like a better way to approach a debate in public is to treat it like court, basically, or treat it like a trial, right? Like if I'm asking you questions, I'm not really asking you questions because there's some intellectual curiosity. I'm just asking you questions to get things on the record in front of the jury, which is the audience, right? So the strength, I think, of establishing on the record in the beginning of the debate, you're Catholic, you're not going to change your position, is so that when we get to the later parts where he refuses to answer my question, I can refer back to the record and I can go, your inability or your refusal to answer this hypothetical is consistent with my initial assertion that you cannot change your position. So you're running from this hypothetical because you're Catholic, because you're religious, and because exploring these grounds might force logically a position change that you can't emotionally commit to, right? I think that would be the importance of getting on the record. It would make I think it was still pretty strong for me to point out, like, you're not answering my hypotheticals, any of them. And then he was like, well, mine are more medically possible. And then I think I even pointed out, it's more medically possible for a child to be born missing a brain and to get a drug that would give them their brain back. What? What does that even mean? Yeah. But I think that getting these things on the record, I think, would be important. Uh-oh.
Can I ask one thing?
Yeah, what up?
So I don't know what the exact wording is, but this intuition loading thing that he immediately had a source for, did that shake your desire to keep using that in the future, or do you think?
No, not at all. I don't think intuition pumping is. My understanding is, I had a guy that did philosophy email me this and break this down for me. I haven't read the original source, but the original source didn't necessarily seem to be contradictory of what I'm feeling was. My understanding is that an intuition pump is I'm using a word, and in a way, it kind of seems like I'm using this word just, oh, that's a word in a vacuum. But the reality is that word has an undercurrent of all sorts of intuitions that make you feel a certain type of way about it. So when I say, for instance, if we're talking about abortion, I'm pro-choice, and then I say, oh, so you're in favor of killing babies, right? A baby is not, when the baby is brought to mind, we're thinking of like a small child, vulnerable, nestled in a mother's bosom, like just born, or like a 6-month-old, toddler. Like that's what we think of babies. And I was like, man, you want to kill that? That's actually fucking barbaric. In my opinion, that's like an intuition pump, I think. And what it tries to do is it tries to skirt the factual, logical, like the hard logics of a problem, and then it just tries to pump a whole bunch of like intuitive feelings about a particular subject to make you feel a certain type of way about the argument. Yeah.
Gotcha. And maybe this is just my interpretation, but I feel like it could make you seem a little bit scared of like the optics of the arguments that you're making if you're not willing to like let him use baby without like flagging the play in this way that like most people will have never heard of before. Same with like mentioning like, oh, I can't convince you in this because you're bought into it or whatever. It feels like defeatist, and I feel like it could kind of shake the way that people are looking at you. Do you think the same or
I totally disagree. For me to point out at the beginning of a conversation, hey, this guy's Catholic, this guy is completely bought into this or that, and I think he's got less wiggle room than I do. No, I think that's a totally fair statement. I think most honest people and people in the middle will look at that and be like, yeah, that's true. Like, I think even he would acknowledge that. I don't think people look at that and be like, oh, Destiny's being Weasley because he's showing that the other guys are religious and has less flexibility in his arguments. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like people who might not have seen you before, or people that are kind of more sympathetic to his side, because it kind of reminds me of like when Mr. Girl is like, whatever you tell me, I don't really care because I think that you're lying about this thing. It makes the whole conversation kind of seem moot. And I think in both of these abortion debates, they were like, yeah, but then why are we having this?
There's a difference on the type of evidence there, though, right? I'm not claiming that his position is unchangeable due to mind reading. Like, if I was to like, I don't think you're going to change your position because I don't think you're good faith. That's one thing. But if I were to say, you, the person who's named at the Council of Trent, which is named after like a Catholic, convening to respond to, Protestant Reformation accusations of the church or whatever, right? I think that you're really bought into Catholic ideology, you who are avowedly Catholic, and I think it would be really hard for you to admit that I have good arguments because you're Catholic and it almost mandates a pro-life position. I think that's totally fair to point out. I think it's as much a kill shot if I was arguing with, not a kill shot, but if I'm arguing with somebody who's like, I'm here to debate climate change today, and I were to say, okay, we can debate that, but I just want to point out, you stated in your last YouTube video that you got paid $50,000 by ExxonMobil to defend like fossil fuels, correct? I think that's totally fair to point out. I don't think people will see that and be like, wow, like Destiny's so bad faith,
Yeah, I guess it's kind of up for interpretation because you're going back to like a meta level of the argument, and it is kind of like an overarching thing they can't really defend against. So,
but that's his fault. He's putting himself in that position, right? He's the one that's bought into an ideology that allows less intellectual flexibility.
Yeah, though if you go back to your history, the way you were talking about introducing that at the beginning of the conversation, I think the same things could be said of you, but you ended up changing your mind. Like you had this Catholic upbringing, and that probably had a big influence on being like anti-abortion and et cetera, but you ended up coming around.
Yeah, but that's because at all points in time, like I am Stephen Bunnell first. Like that is the thing that, I mean, you laugh, but like my channel has never been like, I am Catholic. This is Catholic Destiny, or this is Democrat Destiny, or this is Progressive Destiny. Like I'm, and as cringy as it might be to say, I truly am an individual, and that's where most of my opinions come from. And I think I've got a diversity of political opinions that have evolved over time, like pretty dramatically, and I think I can show that with my record, whether it's Rittenhouse, whether it's arguing trans debates, whether it's arguing, whatever. Like, yeah, I think I've earned the right to say that, I think, at this point, yeah.
Yeah.
So I do agree my positions have changed, but I've never been like, I am pro-life streamer Destiny or whatever. I'm like part of a political group or ideology that mandates these, tenets of beliefs, and now I must adhere to them. Right? I don't think I've ever done that before.
Yeah, like your whole branding is about following the arguments as opposed to like, tying your boat to some ideological monolith or something.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at a human level, like when I was watching this, I felt like I would be shitting my pants with some of the way that this guy approaches the conversation, like pulling out the book on the term that I've heard you use a gazillion times. Like, were there some parts in here where you felt like you were on the back foot, or were you like confident throughout the whole thing?
No, I felt super confident the entire time. The only part that was annoying was this is what I said I need a snapper analogy for. The one thing that was troublesome was trying to define how a baby's consciousness is more similar to an adult human's consciousness than like a baby's consciousness is less than like a dog's consciousness. I need like a snappier way to navigate that conversation because we get like really muddied in that. But otherwise, I think that I felt incredibly confident at every point in this conversation. I don't think he made a single argument where I was like, oh God, I've never heard that before ever. And I think there were several times where he stumbled in really bad ways where I think intuitively he actually did agree with my position. Fuck, I wish I could remember. There were a couple times where I asked him, because there were a couple times where he was like, there was one time where he was giving a long chain of an argument, and at the end he said something like, oh, so we would know that like once this person is dead because the brain activity has ceased. And I stopped him and I was like, wait a second, what are they dead? Like, because he did a couple things, and then he had to go back and he had to kind of like redefine or rerun what his argument was because he was stepping into my argument, which I believe intuitively I think is probably correct. That's why I believe in it, obviously, but yeah.
And like to explore this thing, like I'm not anti-abortion or whatever, but like I do feel like it is arbitrary, the cutoff line where life starts and whatever. And sometimes when you're making analogies and stuff where you say like, and this person is never ever going to come back from being brain dead or whatever, I feel like that's kind of the problem, is that you don't know. And you guys jump back and forth between hypotheticals where you do know that something is going to happen and you don't, but it doesn't feel like you're underscoring that as much as...
The hypothetical is to test the moral principle. The policy position would be our best approximation of the moral principle, right? Like, we do this in real life all the time. If somebody's going to consent to sexual activity with an adult, then that person needs to be of sound mind to do so. Now, morally, what does that mean? It means that there's some minimum level of brain development and some minimum acquisition of life experiences. But policy-wise, what does that mean? We slap an 18 years old on it. There are some kids that are 14 that could probably fuck adults and be fine. And there are people that are 25 years old that probably aren't mature enough to have sex yet, right? But we say 18 is about the age we're going to go with. That's when you can sign contracts. That's when you can buy houses. That's when you can take student loans. That's when you can do all this shit or whatever. But like the reality is there's going to be some people that could do it earlier. There's going to be some people that can do it later. But the policy is going to be different than the moral position, right?
And what's the cutoff for you being chill with like killing babies? Like, where's the line there?
I think that you have to be, when it comes to cases of murder, or I shouldn't say murder, killing, I think you have to be incredibly careful. That's why the two numbers that I've seen scientifically are 24 to 28 weeks and 20 to 24 weeks. So I start at like 20. I just say at 20 weeks, you should probably say no abortions allowed, basically.
But isn't there a problem there that like deferring to like medical ideas about stuff gets farther away from like what are really the roots of like your moral beliefs about the thing?
No, the moral belief is that the way that you track the moral belief in reality is through scientific investigation, right? So the moral belief might be we preserve consciousness, but the scientific investigation is when does consciousness begin, right? The scientific investigation can ask questions of like who, what, where, when, how, or whatever, but the why comes from philosophy. So like this is what we're protecting, but now we're going to use science to figure out like when that thing exists or whatever, if that makes sense.
And how would you square that away with like, I feel like science doesn't have very good answers about like consciousness, like jumping from like qualia to like what is that actually?
Mm-hmm.
Like what if you do have these like memories from the womb and you are forming stuff and whatever, and those just like disappear as you become like what we would consider to be conscious, and you can talk
like I said, you might be able to nibble around the edges of like understanding for children or whatever, but all you're doing is you would just be pushing my abortion age even further out. You're not getting me to a pro-life position. You're getting me to abort even more kids, basically. Is it like, let's say you could prove like that? I think that's Peter Singer. The most extreme form of that is he's okay with like aborting children up to like 3 months, 6 months, 2 years, like after they've been born. I think is because he says their conscious experience is incredibly inhibited. But that's the direction you'd be pushing me, not like further in the pro-life direction.
And how inhibited would you like allow the ending of life? Like how inhibited does it have to be?
I have no idea. That'd be really hard to define. Even approximately, that'd be pretty difficult.
Because I feel like there's a similar gradient, but in the opposite direction of being a baby and a fetus and whatever. But it seems like to solve that, you go to the medical stuff, and I guess that's helpful for that.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And if there was like a scientific paper that came out where like maybe kids that are able to talk at a really young age, like maybe 1 or 2, and they're talking or referencing things that seem to indicate that they were conscious or aware when they were in utero, like would that change your position?
Yeah, theoretically, yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Because I feel like that might be like when you were talking about giving concessions earlier or whatever, and like getting that on both sides, that might be something interesting to bring up.
Maybe, but against him, I wasn't going to make any concessions because he wasn't even willing to deal with a single one of my hypotheticals. So why would I? Yeah.
And how did you word the killing yourself thing? Because I looked up suicide and stuff, and I couldn't find it in the transcript.
Pretty sure I said suicide. You can look up bridge, maybe. But it was
okay.
Should you be able to kill yourself if the only life you have left to live is extreme suffering or whatever?
And as far as things to look out for...
Real quick, I'm sorry. Let me just read the bottom of this email. This guy emailed me 9 days ago, and I stole some of my arguments from this email. I thought were pretty good. A single cell is not a human being for any practical purpose. That is insane. Do they think Henrietta Lacks is still alive? That would be a great hypothetical if you can get them to defend it. If they say it's unnatural or something, there's a dog cancer that exists in nature that's basically the same thing. The idea that if you leave a fetus, it will develop naturally into a baby is really weird. Couldn't the same argument be given for a sperm in a fallopian tube or for 2 drunk teenagers? If you had one of these hypothetical artificial wombs that had an egg and a sperm frozen and ready to IVF into the artificial womb but on a 10-year timer, would it be murder to unplug it? Finally, I wonder if your position couldn't be stated more clearly. Something like, for me, and then the rest is something different. But that idea, and somebody, I just remembered and I wrote this down, I do believe that, like, functionally, developmentally, and everything else, a sperm or an egg, I think, are closer to a zygote than, like, a 99-year-old person. I think there's more similarities between the sperm and the egg versus, like, a 50-year-old. And I am fighting back more. I need to make snappier analogies for it if I keep debating this, but I'm going to fight back more against people who are like, oh, well, a zygote left to develop naturally, well, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that's not true. It's one cell. There's nothing there. It needs a whole bunch of external support and help, both environmental from the mother in terms of womb environment, nutrition, like external resources. Like, it's not going to develop on its own into anything. It's got to be connected to another thing. It needs a ton of shit to do that.
Here's something crazier. If we were like pandas and it was like we had a very small population, it was kind of difficult to naturally get things going for a gazillion reasons. Do you think you would be more in favor of looking at things that way, where like, yeah, we should probably be protecting these eggs and doing our best to like get them impregnated and whatever, and like you start valuing that life more because the odds of it eventually turning into something are low or whatever? Like, does that change things at all? Kind of crazy.
I mean, you might value the potentiality a lot higher, right? Like, I think there's something to be said for valuing potentiality. I think you can value it. It's just not the same as a person. But I mean, you can still value it.
That might be a good concession to give.
It's not. I'm never giving a concession, but I already made this statement in the debate where it's like, yeah, if somebody gets killed or if somebody kills your 16-week fetus, I think it's okay to feel like you've been deprived of a child. That's true, you have been, but they didn't murder a child. The analogy that I gave in the debate is if I steal $10,000 from you when you're 20 years old, when you're 25 or 30, you might feel like, fuck, I could have $20,000 or $30,000. That's a totally fair statement to make because of what it would have grown at with interest. But I didn't steal $30,000 from you. I stole $10,000. You can feel deprived of a potential thing, but you didn't lose the actual potential thing. You lost an actual thing.
Oh. So when they frame things as like killing baby, what is the way that you prefer that they would word it so it's not loaded? Would it be depriving child? Because that kind of sounds better.
It depends on the interlocutor, basically. I really don't mind the phrasing. It just depends on what he's doing. So, like, for instance, when he had his list of things, he was farming clips, right? So if he's farming clips off me, of course, I'm going to start to take issue with how he's phrasing it. But like if Pisco comes in here and he's like, okay, so do you think it's okay to, if Pisco were to ask me, do you think it's okay to kill a baby at like 10 weeks? I'd be like, yeah, probably, sure, that's fine. I think that abortion is okay. But if Trent were to ask me, is it okay to kill a baby? I'd say, hold on. Kill implies like termination of usually like a life. We don't say kill hair or kill a skin or kill a finger. And baby implies like I'm going to fight on those words because the way that he's loading those or intuition pumping those is going to be a lot different than like if Pisco asks me, where he's generally coming at it in better faith because he doesn't have a TikTok account yet.
And I agree that's reasonable, but to get back to the fear thing, like you are afraid of the clips, you know, and if you don't like afraid, we could not use it, but it kind of comes off that way. Like very defensive.
I'm trying to avoid, of course. I'm defending the optics of my argument as much as I can, yeah.
Okay.
Because he's only fighting me on an optics level at that point. Of course I have to. Like when he's asking me these 10 or 15 questions, he already knows he's treating it like a trial, right? We're in court
and I'm being, crossed, and he's got like his 15 questions. Is it true that on this night you were in this place? Is it true that you have a knife that matches his description? Is it true that this and that and that, right? Assuming I'm not putting the feather out, right? Like he's examining me and he's asking these questions. He knows the answer. It's not like he's asking those in good faith because he's curious what my answers are. He already knows what all my answers are. So if he's going to fight on that battle there, well then of course I've got to return fire, right? I was like, okay, I'll answer this, but you need to be aware of this and that and that. Like that's the level that we're fighting on, right?
Gotcha. And do you have the same mindset of trying to farm clips and stuff when you're in there?
Not until halfway through the debate after he did that to me, then I started to think more of like, okay, well, what are questions that I need to be asking him that I need to force him to either answer or force the audience to realize he's unwilling to answer them. Yeah.
And if you were to compare this to the conversation you had with the two ladies, like which conversation did you like more, or what do you feel like the differences are?
I like different conversations for different reasons. It was fun fighting with the ladies. I think this conversation was a little bit more intellectually stimulating, though. I think this guy had definitely better arguments and was more good faith in that world, yeah.
Yeah, like my ears perked up. I was like, ooh, this is actually like, it feels like a challenge, but I guess you said you weren't scared or anything at any point, but...
I mean, I'll be honest, I was a tad intimidated when I learned he had 3 masters and then I saw like the 5 books in front of me. But I mean, at this point, I don't think there's a pro-life argument that I haven't heard yet. And I don't think very many people, unfortunately, have heard my pro-choice argument because most of the pro-choice arguments are just dog shit bodily autonomy arguments.
And is SOS going to continue giving you these abortion conversations back to back, or like what's going on with that?
Wait, who's SOS?
Or isn't that the name of the podcast thing you were on?
Oh no, I was on the whatever podcast. Was it SOS?
Oh, whatever.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're thinking Saucecast. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. They said that the Lila person wants to debate one more time. Maybe I will, but I'm on like my mind right now is like on a history binge. I'm like reading a bunch of random shit on planes and stuff now. That's where I'm like World War II, World War I is like where my brain is. So it'd be nice to, I just have to find people who want to debate the stuff that aren't just JQers. But maybe I'll start jumping into JQ shit. I don't know. But I also want to unplug from the Red Pill world, and that's where all the JQ shit is right now. So I don't know. Who knows? We'll see.
And the lady you're talking about, was that the... All right, I'm going to look awful, but is that the skinnier lady, or is it...
Yes, the nicer lady.
Okay. Because she sounded really smart, especially on her own. I saw her follow-up thing, and so that would be a cool conversation to see. I think it would be more like this dude.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
But do you still feel the need with a return conversation to make clear that she's not going to change her ideology because of her organization stuff, or do you feel like you would go into it differently because you talked to her before?
No, I think I need to make these things clear at the start.
Gotcha. And sort of off topic, but do you feel like it's beneficial to have some kind of like off-screen conversation prior to going into the debate, or do you prefer just doing it all live?
No, I'm okay doing it live.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all my stuff. I'll watch it and take notes and stuff because I feel like this was a really cool one. Yeah, I look forward to you talking to that lady because she seems really smart.
Okay.
Have a good one.
I love you, buddy. Be careful. Bye.
Bye.
Sorry, Tiny, you lost debate due to Dragon Ball GT not being canon. Vegito and Gogeta have the same power level. How can you say fusion via the dance and fusion via the Batera earrings are the same thing? How stupid.
This is for starting our media company. Or hot chocolate. Thanks for all the content.
Based.
When you're learning about a new subject, how do you reach a point of coherent understanding and stop new info from just falling out of your head? Any tips?
Just keep reading. Right, I guess, and then argue. If I get to use
Hey
information,
Destiny,
I've
have you
learned, it
heard
tends to
about
sit
the federal
in my head
judge in
myself.
Mississippi ruling in favor of a felon in a firearms possession case? I'd be interested in your take on the situation / seeing you read the judge's official legal opinion on the matter.
Oh.
What is your view on the non-physical money attribute that is being pushed?
Mm-hmm. Good question.
He's not saying any oral felons should be allowed to own firearms. It's a nuanced opinion.
True.
You need to read it.
Path of Exile keynote in 40 minutes. Why wouldn't you say that you think the guy is evil? Which guy?
Timing, look at him. Built in. Giga Chad.
What is this guy? Hello.
Hi.
Minus $5.
Is that good timing?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I have no idea who you are. What did we talk about before?
Oh, we talked about pornography and can a piece of media be evil inherently?
Okay, oh boy. Well, what's up?
Yeah, just continuing to enjoy your abortion debates, and I was listening to your previous one. I'm not done that one yet, but it just got me thinking, like, how come people change their minds so drastically on things? Like, I know you used to be religious and pro-life. Correct me if I'm wrong, obviously.
Troll-like?
Pardon?
Did you say troll-like?
Pro-life and religious.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
I actually used to be an atheist and very pro-choice, and I made a 180 change, and you made, I wouldn't call your change 180, but you know, mostly. So what do you think happens in people's lives that that huge change occurs? Like, do you have any insight generally, or can you only speak from a personal perspective?
I think huge change probably comes from a couple of different things. I would say for me, and what's probably true for a lot of people, is there's probably a huge change that comes in your mid to late teenage years. But what that huge change is going to be driven by is that when you're born, you are basically I'm saying indoctrinated. That's a really loaded word. You absorb all of the stuff around you, right? Like the biggest predictor of you being a Muslim is being born into a Muslim family. The biggest predictor of you being probably a vegan or vegetarian is being born into a vegan or vegetarian family, right? My guess is that like you absorb a lot of things around you. That's not by choice, and it's not through any type of meta level self-reflection. That's just you absorb it because you're there. So once you start to become a teenager and you start to get exposed to more people on the internet, maybe you go away to college, that's probably the first time in your life that you're forced to critically reevaluate all of your thoughts and feelings. And that probably brings with it the first stage for really big change. Assuming there wasn't like an earlier exchange of like being adopted by somebody or, you know, something like that. So for me, that was that big change. The second part is...
Okay, so that's personal. You would say that was your personal journey, and also generally that's what you see?
Yeah. Well, and then the second thing that I think would be big would be... Rid, thanks for tier 5 stepping. The second thing would probably be dramatic life events. So... you like a near-death experience or something like that, or like hitting rock bottom and like some addiction problem like that, or having a child maybe, or losing a loved one. Like those big events might cause like a radical shift of ideas.
Do you think it can be like really self-serving in both directions, like depending on where your lifestyle goes? Like I would say it's improbable that someone who does a lot of hedonistic activities would, you know, become a born-again Christian unless they have some sort of near-death experience. And also maybe the other way around, if you have a personality that needs a strict following of routine or some sort of very narrow pathway and ideology, you can go either into like a dogmatic religious orientation, or you could like become very left-wing or even like very right-wing.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. It would just depend on, it just super depends. Like, people can change ideologies for what I would consider to be good reasons and for what I would consider to be bad reasons. It probably just depends on the person and and why they changed, yeah.
So can I ask you a personal question then?
Anything
about
you want, go for it.
Yeah, sure. Was there like a moment where you flipped, and was there a specific thing that did it, or was it just kind of this progression that you just described?
You mean from being like Catholic to atheist?
Sure. I mean, there's a joke, right? The best atheists are ex-Catholics.
Sure, maybe, yeah.
So,
Well, and the best Catholics are probably the best ex-atheists, right? Because they're probably the ones that do all the fucking research and everything on the catechism and the Bible and everything.
Sure. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, I think it was just a. I'll speak candidly, but this is gonna be a bit insulting. But I would say that, like, if you're born religious and you have a sufficiently critical mind, then I would imagine that your religiosity or your theology will never survive like an inquisitive teenage year. That'd be my thing. That's essentially what it was for me. That, like, you get older, you start asking questions, you become more exposed to like scientific thought processes. Like, wow, I believe in a God, but I can't test for him. I've never seen him. I've got no proof of his existence. He supposedly is the causal impetus for all these things, but there's absolutely no evidence of that. The entire world, right? Like that type of like thought process over and over and over again, I think makes it really hard to hold on to those religious beliefs. And the onus is going to be on a religious institution to kind of like lock down. Like, I know that you've got this question, but it's because of this, or to kind of counter all of that, like in a very active way. That'd be like my guess. But obviously that's given from an atheist perspective, right? Yeah.
Sure. This is funny because I kind of had the complete opposite happen to me. Like, I was raised in an atheistic family. My dad, my dad's from the Soviet Union. He literally had atheism class when he was growing up.
Sure.
And he didn't change that view really. And I was an atheist up until my mid-20s. And a very hardened one. I actually did a minor in philosophy of religion, so I could argue against religion better. So if you want to, I was like the extreme fedora atheist of the time. And then in my mid-20s, I did a total flip, and I think actually what did it was I changed my mind on abortion. And then I said to myself, if I could be so wrong about such a big issue, maybe I'm wrong about something else. I think that was subconscious, though.
Do you mind me asking how old you are?
I am 33. I'm your age.
You're a child. I'm 34. Okay, nice try. Okay,
yeah.
Slow
I'm
down
34
there. Okay.
in a few months.
Yeah, and I'll be 35 a few months after that. So slow down there, okay, youngin.
I remember the golden years of the atheist YouTubers.
Yeah, Jesus, oof, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Okay.
Yeah. Oh goodness.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I just kind of, and you know what else it did for me? I was very involved in the libertarian anarcho-capitalist community. And I saw so much. Okay, so that community specifically is very atheistic, at least back then it was. And they drew their morality from first principles, or so they said. And the more I spent time with these people, I noticed that the first principles would warp and change relative to the people's needs and wants and, I guess, biases, right? So the morality that they claimed to be objective through first principles was always very easy to bend to their will. And then I saw very immoral acts happening all throughout the community, not just with like the lower down people, but especially coming from the top of the people that most people looked up to. And
wait, who is this? Is this in reference to like the atheists?
This is libertarian and anarcho-capitalist communities.
Okay, gotcha.
The talking heads on YouTube, etc. People organizing events and like doing.
Yeah, when I was 17, 18, I had my Ayn Rand period. So yeah.
Sure, and that was one of our pillars. And I just saw, like, I would go to these conferences and I would see like sexual assaults and thefts from literal charity organizations that they were claiming to support, thefts from each other. And just, there wasn't any righteousness. Everyone claimed to be righteous and better than, both the normies and then the religious idiots, blah, blah, blah. We don't need a higher power. We have our own morality. Our morality is based on first principles. And then actually there was nothing. So then logically, I just came to the conclusion that you need a moral giver who is an objective source of your morality, not based on some sort of human. So that was.
Wait, why could it not have been an answer that there just is no objective source?
So that is the whole issue I have with society, because.
Wait. Your mic just cut out.
Based on their subjective will, right?
Wait. I'm sorry. You said that's the whole issue I have with society, and then your mic cut out.
Yeah, sorry. So secular society, I think in general, has this issue. And the reason it's not worse is because most societies today still have a lot of religious root in their legal systems. So we still, I mean, I think like religion is water to some extent. We don't appreciate what religion did for society because we still have a lot of our initial laws and assumptions from those texts. I have a 1-year-old running around with me. Pardon him.
You're good.
Can't help it. So I think it's really easy for people to dismiss an objective moral lawgiver, such as a Christian God, especially in the West, when I would say that our laws, though changing today, most of our most important laws and the way we conduct ourselves socially still stem from those holy texts and the original
that it might be
of
the
those
case.
texts.
Yeah, it might be the case that the initial holy texts had good like guidance for us to live successful lives, but none of that gets us any closer to saying that like a god might be real, right? It could just be that those texts happen to stumble upon some secular truths that it's good not to murder, steal.
Sure. There's other good arguments for the existence of God, just based on a material thing can't create another material thing from nothing. Like there has to be something that's immaterial. It's the first mover argument. It's as old as time, right?
Yeah,
but it
the
hasn't
first,
really been
yeah, but the first
debunked
mover.
Well,
yeah, the first mover argument doesn't work though because you could just demand a first mover for God.
no, because the definition of God includes the fact that He is forever.
Yeah, but couldn't the definition of universe be that the universe is forever as well?
Yeah, but then it's not just material.
Why can't a material thing be forever? Why couldn't time have started with the universe?
Because material things inherently have to have come from somewhere.
No,
just
that's
by
not what if it, well, what if it,
right?
Well, by observation, we can't observe the beginning of the universe, right? We could be wrong on that. It might be the case that the universe and time started with the Big Bang.
The Big Bang is a material thing, so where did it come from?
It might have just, that might be the beginning of time. There was no place for it to come from. Time didn't exist before the Big Bang. That could be possible, right?
I mean, you could imagine that something material just randomly occurred from nothingness, but that actually doesn't make any logical sense.
Yeah, but
so
neither God doesn't. God literally defies logic by being immaterial.
Yes,
the immaterialness
by
of him.
definition.
Yeah, so you
Right,
can't
so
claim that we need logic.
It actually makes sense.
Well, it doesn't at all, but okay.
But then if you're arguing that, then you're just describing something. You're describing something that isn't understood from a scientific or a material perspective, or a measurable perspective, and you're saying, "Oh, we just don't know." But you need to kind of create a whole different set of rules for that. Like if you're gonna say the world was created from a material thing that just came into existence by itself, and it is material. That doesn't fit the definition of what a material thing is.
Yeah, and I understand this.
So
This
at
is
least
like
philosophically, God does.
Sure. From the atheist perspective, though, this is literally just a God of the gaps argument. I can't describe to you the perfect conditions literally at the beginning of the universe. Therefore, you're going to make grand sweeping claims about the physical realities of every single thing that exists just because you can't ascertain with 100% certainty how the universe started. That's a wholly unconvincing argument. That's like the worst argument I've ever heard ever to believe in God.
Well, the framing... it's not the main argument for me personally, but you can also frame an atheist belief in the same way that you just framed what a religious person believes, right? You could say, well, to assume that the universe came from a material thing and we just don't understand anything, you're just like, making all these assumptions, it's a grand thing. Oh, we came out of the water and the first organisms had an intuitive want to exist and perpetuate and to eat and to reproduce, which isn't actually explained by adaptation or evolution, because how can the first organisms already have these innate wants and needs and
wait, but these
instincts?
innate things fit literally every single thing ever. What do you mean?
If so adaptation / evolution says that organisms do things that they have to adapt qualities for survival, but the innate wanting to survive and to reproduce is an adaptation.
Yeah, but it could literally
you can't
all
just
be driven by chemical reactions. As humans, we see patterns where we want there to see. So we might separate organic from inorganic life, but we could make the same argument theoretically that planets adapted from stardust as our galaxy formed, and then
Sure,
from
you could
stardust as
say-
our solar
you
system
could
formed.
say-
Yeah.
You could say that the material world came into existence materially in a way we can't explain, sure. And then you could say all of the physical laws of the world and the way that biological things work towards their own survival from the very beginning without adapting, blah, blah, blah. You could say that all happened by accident. But
No. Wait. Clearly, hold on. That is the worst summary. I don't believe you were a strong atheist. Nothing is by accident. Just because natural selection isn't a divinely guided process doesn't mean that it was by accident. There might be random mutations, but the selection of things that happen to pass on to the next generation are absolutely not by accident.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about down the road. No, I'm not talking about down the road.
At any point, but nothing is an accident. Nothing is by accident.
But how can a material thing be purposefully created all of a sudden?
Wait, why does something have to be created with purpose to exist?
The universe.
Okay,
the universe is created.
I can't.
Is it an accident?
I can't define the beginning of the universe. But again, now you're at God of the Gaps again. If you only want to have God because that's the beginning of the universe, then sure, you can say God made the beginning of the universe. But every single other process that you have defined, we can explain perfectly without God. We can. You have a child in front of you. This child was created without any divine intervention.
Sure. I'm talking about when the world was created, and you have the Earth, and you have the laws of the universe working very well together, even though they're very complex physical laws, right? And you have if you believe in a materialist worldview, you have these primordial, very simple biological animals, entities, microorganisms, right? And they already have the innate will to live, to procreate, and to go forward.
No, they didn't.
And yeah, they did.
Amino acids didn't have the will to procreate. Some are just better adapted to the environment than others. And then as you build more and more complex chains of amino acids and you start making proteins, you get more complex life, then eventually like that quote unquote will to live, I guess we call it that, but it's all just chemical reactions that are driving. Like, does an amoeba have a will to live because it might move towards something that it can consume versus not? Would you describe an amoeba as having a will? Or a single cell organism as having a will?
You can call it, you can say instinct, you can say program, but the matter of the fact is these things originated. Oh, we have a bonked head. These things originated and then continued to survive because there was there was a biological drive, I think is the best phrase. A biological drive for the organism to continue. And it's very difficult for biologists to explain.
It's not, well, to be clear, what you just said is totally not true. It's not difficult to explain any of that. That's like those are the easy questions to explain, I think.
Well, no, it's not, because if you create a new organism in a petri dish, what does it have the biological need to exist and continue going? So that is actually a question that biologists do struggle with. Do you know who Anthony Flew is?
I don't, but I know for a fact that biologists don't struggle with that question. I've never heard this ever in my entire life. And I'm willing to bet if we brought on biologists to talk about this, master's levels or higher, they're not going to say we struggle to, like, organisms don't have a will or an intent. There are just things they do. They might have proteins that interact with things in the environment that just happen to plug into certain nutrients. They might have mechanisms inside their their cellular bodies that move them in the direction of sunlight, but none of that is like a struggle to explain. They just have mechanisms that work and operate. We wouldn't say they have a will to live or anything. They just do their thing. And the things that are better suited to procuring resources and dividing are going to be the things that happen to survive more. And then that just builds up all the way to, I guess what we have today, humans, right?
Well, okay. I mean, even framed like that, that's quite the pill to swallow. I mean, even that is very difficult to
How?
Wrap your head around, because it seems like an oversimplified explanation of how things have come to be.
Well, of course it's oversimplified. I'm a video game streamer.
Yeah,
I can't break down the whole. I can't tell you. I mean, we can go and read and research it, but yeah, it's oversimplified, of course.
Sure, I'm not expecting. Yeah, but there are a lot of biologists that do rack their head, and chemists. They rack their heads about how these things actually functioned and had this kind of innate want to exist and continue on without adaptation to begin with. I've read this stuff, and I also can't like 100% explain the nuanced difficulties that chemists and biologists have with the specific like,
well,
nuances
for
of
this
the argument.
I know
There are people who question it quite a bit.
This isn't. I've never heard this argument before. I'm 100% positive that there's a YouTube video where a preacher, there's somebody that you heard give a sermon on this particular argument, because I've never heard it before my entire life. I don't think it's like a seriously considered scientific argument, so I'm positive that there's some preacher or somebody that you heard give this particular argument.
No. I don't listen to preachers. I'm Russian Orthodox.
Oh, okay. I've never heard this. You don't need intentionality to explain why amino acids happen to survive or branch out and combine with other things. Like none of that needs will to survive.
Well, I've read otherwise, but that's okay. I mean, we can both go back to our notes on our free time if we care to.
Okay.
But if you do want to read a book that it is coming to mind of what I'm drawing from, Anthony Flew was one of the biggest atheists in the 60s.
Okay. Wait, your microphone is cutting out again.
And he changed his mind, and it was there is no God in like 60s or 70s, and then he did a book, There Is a God, when he like 20 years later, and he's a very interesting man. He's someone who changed his opinion like very late in life, and it's just fascinating to me. And when I was an atheist, atheists tend to kind of dismiss, oh, he just got old, but I think that's like really patronizing. He was still sound of mind. But if you're ever interested, you could even read both books, There Is a God and then There Is No God, because it's someone who knows both arguments very well.
Sure, okay, to be clear, I looked this guy up really quickly, okay? And you can argue that he became religious, but he believes in an Aristotelian God, meaning he believes that there was a God that like basically started the universe and then walked away. If there was ever, like, I could theoretically be bought into, but I could, hold on, but that doesn't, everything that natural selection, all of that still happens without a divine maker. Right? He just started the universe, but everything else that happened is still a natural process. But like, I could believe in a God like that, because that God does nothing. That's just the beginning of the universe, and then you walk away, right?
Sure, but he did change his mind from a materialist worldview, because there were materialist issues that rose with the explanation of how the universe came to be and how humans came to be. And that is what the book focuses on, which I thought was very interesting. That was kind of like, I was already going towards that direction, and then he kind of changed my mind on some things too. So if anyone's interested. But yeah, so that's interesting. So you didn't have like a big life event. You just kind of drifted away from that worldview and then adapted to kind of materialist.
Yeah, basically. Oh, and then I see why people accused it of mind stuff. He changed his position in 2004 when he was 81 years old. Not to say that it was necessarily because of senility or whatever, but I understand why people make that argument.
It's kind of like a cop. Like, he was sound of mind. Who cares if he's 80? Loads of people are sound of mind till they're 100. Some people deteriorate at 50. So it's not really a good argument. Even though I remember my philosophy professor dismissing him too on that basis, but when I looked into it, he wasn't like.
Well, it looks like, I mean, he changed his mind in 2000. He changed his mind in 2004, and it looks like in 2010 he died in a nursing home suffering from dementia. So that's 6 years later, but.
I mean, it depends when it came on. People with dementia don't generally write books. Even early onset dementia, I've been around several people that way, and they cannot write a book. So I mean,
hold on. An early onset.
I'm biased now.
Well, I'm going to be biased. An early onset dementia person could absolutely write a book, of course.
But then, if they can write a book, then why would you dismiss their change of heart?
I wouldn't say I would dismiss it. I haven't read his arguments, but I'm just saying I can see why people are skeptical. If he changed his whole position at 81 and then died at like 87 with dementia, I can see why people are skeptical. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, that's fair enough, but that doesn't make his arguments less sound, right? It just makes people question maybe why he changed his mind.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah. But I thought his arguments were very interesting.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah. Could you see yourself ever changing your mind in the future? You probably have said you would if there was strong evidence.
Yeah, I'm never going to take anything. Abortion. Yeah, I would never take anything off the table completely. That would be foolish. It just depends on, I guess what I encounter in the future, yeah.
Okay, well, nice talk.
Okay, well, have fun, be careful, stay safe. Okay. One sec. Oh, one thing I also really didn't like was Trent. Do you remember early on, I hardcore grilled Trent on like, how do you resolve moral disagreement? And then he said, our intuitions will always lead us in the right place. You notice that later on in the debate, I called him out, it was later on in the debate, he was like, well, sometimes people's intuitions can be wrong. What the fuck? What? Pretty wacky. Should we watch this? Just let me know. Why did you say Kristen and Leela were evil but not Trent? Did I say they were evil? I mean, I guess theoretically, I feel like if I said anything is that they could be pushing evil beliefs, I guess. I don't know if they're wholly evil as people.
Money, no other attributes, and they ended up on these websites spending hundreds of thousands of dollars because they didn't have anything else. So I think I learned a lot of important life lessons, and I do my best to try and pass them on to people. But I guess also, and this is the final answer I want to give about this whole subject, is that I do think I can take the question you're asking and reverse engineer it and use it against the people who are trying to attack me for it. My answer to it would be, how do you sit and want to criticize me for being involved in the production of pornography 10 or 11 years ago if you're involved in the consumption of it? Because you're creating a market for it. So anybody who wants to sit and say that I did things wrong, that's fine. You're allowed to throw stones. But if you're in a glass house, if you have ever signed up to an OnlyFans account, if you have Instagram, if you're following these models on Instagram who you don't know, who are showing their tits and ass all day, if you've watched porn, if you fancy or think some beautiful woman on a movie, if you're going to live in lust yourself, and you're funding this entire industry, you're downstream, you're at the bottom of it, how can you then take the moral high ground on the person who's producing it?
Well, that's like saying if you ever did drugs, you can get mad at drug dealers? What? I'm really bored listening to Andrew Tate. I really just want to get out of all this red pill shit is so boring.
Doesn't make sense to me. So if you've totally abstained from pornography your entire life and you've never looked at it ever, and you've never been involved with it ever, and you're a perfect person and you want to come along and say what I did was wrong, that's fine. But I don't think most people who are complaining can even say that. I don't think they can. And I will once again state this. And
what makes you say that Sneeko wasn't a millionaire? He ranted about it while you were gone. I don't know. I just don't believe it. It's possible he could be. But I don't even think he... Oh my God. I don't even think he got a Rumble contract, did he? He only had one 6-figure month on YouTube. He probably spends money like crazy. I don't know if he actually does his tax stuff correctly. If he did become a quote-unquote millionaire, it might have been that he sold enough of those things to the creativity kit, but I don't have access to those numbers. I don't know what his profit sharing is like with the other people that worked on it. So, yeah. If he was, it's only through the creativity kit, maybe. But, I mean, everybody basically did a big scam selling people, like, self-help courses and shit for the past, like, 5 or 10 years, so... Hold on. I gotta wash my hand 1 second. I have to stream. I gotta work out. I got shit I gotta do. How long is the movie?
I don't know. Do we need to watch it on 2x for you?
Well, it's just Barbie movie. It's gonna be like 3 fucking hours, isn't it?
It's content gold.
2 hours and 40. Oh my god.
Wait, let me look up showing. We could also just pirate it. Would you rather do that?
Barbie movie show. Are there any IMAX theaters showing it tomorrow night?
Why do they have to be IMAX?
Because I need to see it in the best quality to get everything I can out of it.
We're gonna go to the Regal South Beach Theater at 10:10.
Look it up.
And I.
What? Look up. Are there even any times live there? Well, look at the theater seating. Are there seats available?
Give me a minute.
Okay, so you don't know. You're just saying random shit.
I don't think they put the time if there wasn't tickets, right?
What if the only 2 seats are like in the front row left side?
If we can't see it.
No, I'm not gonna go sit in the theater. It's for both. If I can't experience the movie correctly,
Let's just pirate it here.
I'm not gonna watch it in my apartment. No. If it's in theaters, I need to see it in theaters.
I mean, I'll bring notepads. That's authentic.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Okay, I'm buying 2 tickets.
You're what?
I'm buying.
You can buy tickets if you want. It's you. I hope you have a friend to go with, though.
What's your problem?
There are a certain number of hours I want to hit this month.
Oh, this is about kick money. You don't care about elevating the content.
Nope. I don't care about elevating my content. I care about streaming a certain number of hours. Then I have to go out of town on the 30th to go to Chicago I've got a meeting tomorrow morning at 11. I've got one tomorrow night at 10. I have to gym today, and I need to gym.
Tomorrow at 10 p.m.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yeah, what do you mean? My meeting times are 11 a.m. and 10 p.m.
Can you postpone it?
Into what? My next 10 p.m. slot? Then I'd have to move my meeting back on the 31st. I've got Keep or Kick. On the 31st, I'm flying to Omaha to grab Nathan. Some of us have actual lives and work to do, okay?
What do you mean?
Just what I said. We don't just sit around moping on our laptops all day.
How is this moping?
You know, doing fucking whatever skits or bullshit you're doing, okay? I'm moving. I'm making moves, okay?
Oh, we can go at 10:40.
Tonight?
Wait, I can check for tonight.
Are there seats available?
There are plenty.
Send me a screenshot right now. If you're lying, you're going to the balcony for 4 hours.
But which timing?
You just said 10:40, so that one exactly that you just said. Show me the seats.
Okay. How do I send you the screenshot from my laptop? I don't have messaging on my laptop.
Yo, Steve.
What do you want?
Nothing much. Just wanted to check up on you. Just saw what was going on Twitter. I saw Zerka's like spazzing out. Did you do something to him?
Yeah, apparently we were going to be on a show together, and I don't want to do any content with Zerka, so I asked Adam if I could just not be on the show, and then he lost his fucking mind. So.
I just Bergen.
But you know how it go.
Yeah, I do know how it goes, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Well, what's going on, buddy?
Nothing. I mean, just like whenever you like kind of like do something that gets someone else a little upset, they kind of like geek the fuck out. I had some stuff happen with sushi. It's the same cycle of people. It's nothing new. So no, it's nothing exciting.
Wow.
Do you want to film a date between me and Xena in Miami?
When?
Probably end of August. Or do you want to like be like in the cuck chair?
I think I can. You need to get the this is so fucking cringe. Okay, I think I probably can. But you're just gonna have to you need to get to me with dates and shit. I'm gonna be out of town on the 19th, I think, of next month for some shit.
Okay. I will talk to her about it, see what we can do. I was I think the thing is I realized I don't know if I'm doing this intentionally, maybe I'm actually like a sexual predator in some sort of way. I'm like joking around with girls on Twitter like to be like really funny, I guess, like for myself, but then it ends up people thinking like I'm actually hitting on them. And then I'm like, okay, well, I might as well just do it. If it's not like I do it intentionally for that purpose, but it's like it does end up getting me like dates or like people be like wanting to message me privately or whatever. And I'm like, I guess like now like I made a meme into a reality, so I have to follow through. So whenever I go to I'll set up a date, I'll talk to her about dates, and then we'll see what we can get it set up as, and we'll go from there. Do you have a gimbal thing?
Yeah, I've got all that and mics and everything. Yeah.
Okay, good. I have the like a chest harness for my GoPro, and I need to be able to attach it to something else. Okay, cool. All right, I'll bother you then.
Have fun. Have fun.
Hey, bye.
You're lying to me.
What do you mean?
Every single seat is open. What is the date of this?
Tonight at 10:40.
Show me the whole what? Link me right now.
Let's take a moment to go over all the wonderful things we have already experienced in Path of Exile. Let's take a moment to check out Path of Exile from the past.
Life is fleeting.
A worthy opponent. Go with God. Death to sin. The touch of God. Bow to your queen, mortal.
You there. Let me bend your ear for a moment.
Why are you so in love with death?
Hello?
I'm doing it.
It should be really easy to just link me the website you pulled the screenshot from where every single...
I was trying to message you on my computer, so I said, what's your...
What did you take? Well, what platform did you take the screenshot on?
That's not a screenshot, you dumbass. It's a photo of my screen.
It's a photo of your screen, so do you have Telegram on your computer?
No, I don't. That's why I had to send it to my phone, and I'm sending it to you.
Yeah, this should take like 2 seconds.
What?
Should take like 2 seconds.
Well, your Wi-Fi is shit. It took 3 minutes.
My Wi-Fi, I've got gigabit Wi-Fi. It's not shit.
Okay, well, I was waiting for the message to deliver. I just sent it.
Okay, well, look, now there's 4 seats already missing in the middle, so that's where I have to sit. Those are my seats.
What's your problem?
Those are my seats, right? I have to... Third from the back in the middle is the best seat in the house.
You don't want to see the feminist goth of the summer? That Ben Shapiro thinks is ruining the culture? We're going.
Okay, we are gonna watch this, okay? It will happen.
It's not going to be relevant whenever. When do you come back?
It's not what?
When do you come back?
On the 31st. Oh, and then my son will want to see it. We can go with him. That'll be so much fun.
Sure.
He's 12. You guys are...
He's probably already seen it.
You're probably closer in age to him than you are to me, so...
Nice.
Yeah, you guys will love it, okay?
You'll get cheaper tickets.
Yeah, you can both get cheap tickets.
To the Grove of Exile, a harvest awaits. This one should be rather legitimate. Does the toy wish to play with me?
Do you think it's gonna be an epic streamer death compilation in here?
Toward a cliff. Detonations incoming!
There's no time. I've become too weak to sustain the blood crucible.
Your sullen defiance ends here, Passion.
God, that's so epic, dude.
You cannot escape Medad's gaze!
One of many.
Hail to the king, baby. You guys remember Duke Nukem? LOL. Oh my god, it's so epic, guys. Oh my god. Holy shit, this is so epic. Oh my god, that's so epic. Holy shit. The graphics are new. Oh my god, look at the new abilities. They've got lightning spells. Oh my god, environmental destruction. Oh my god, it even crashes like the real game. I'm sorry. People in chat just get so easily triggered, I can't help myself.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
Woohoo! This guy's a legend in the industry. This guy, one of the strongest bald Swedes in the world.
Welcome to ExileCon 2023. It feels like just yesterday that I was here on stage at ExileCon 2019 announcing Path of Exile 2. Since then, we have worked tirelessly on the content we're going to show you this weekend. To everyone here in person, thank you so much for coming out to join us.
Thank
It
you.
honestly feels so good to know that people love Path of Exile so much that they fly across the world to come and celebrate it with us in person here. I really hope you have a great trip and make the most of your time in New Zealand.
GEG is a New Zealand company. Sweden is the sister country to New Zealand. They have a lot of like people that go back and forth.
In every way this time. If you're tuning in online to watch the live stream, thanks for joining us also. I wish you could all be with us here, but to ensure you have the full ExileCon experience, we have made sure to include every talk and session as part of the 2-day live stream this weekend.
Okay.
Twitch drops are enabled for the live stream, but if you're here in the audience, you'll automatically get them when you redeem the microtransaction code in your swag bag, so no need to stream it from your phones while you're watching.
Oh.
You'll also receive the attendee-only ExileCon 2023 hideout. We have so much to share with you this
So
weekend,
epic.
and let's just get right into Path of Exile 2. I'd like to introduce Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts, game directors of Path of Exile 2.
So fucking epic.
Hey guys. While Chris has been running Path of Exile 1, Mark and I and over 100 other developers have been hard at work on PoE 2. And honestly, the project has become much bigger than we expected when we announced it in 2019. It's been almost 4 years since then, and so it's about time we showed you what we've been working on. Oh, hang on. Okay. Sorry, I forgot. Okay. When we announced Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon 2019, we told you guys that we were releasing it as an expansion to PoE 1, and that both campaigns would be playable in the same game client with a shared end game. But PoE 2's scope has continued to grow and grow, and it's far more than just an expansion with a new campaign. It has entirely new monsters, skills, mechanics, classes, everything you'd expect from the next generation of action RPGs. Not to mention revamps of most of the PoE 1 League content. This thing is just freaking huge. There was a point
That's
where we
freaking
realized
awesome.
that our plan to replace PoE 1 with PoE 2 would essentially be getting rid of a game that people love for no real reason. So we made a decision. Path of Exile 1 and 2 will be separate with their own mechanics, balance, endgames, and leagues.
Wait,
But
what?
it's still a shared platform. Your microtransactions are available across both games. Everything you have ever purchased or will ever purchase in the future will be usable in both games unless
Wait, are they going the RuneScape route? Wait, what?
Turn into a bear in PoE 1, so a reskin of your bear form isn't going to work. But you absolutely can equip the awesome armor set that you got and use all your stash tabs. So with that in mind, we'd love to show you a live demo of some of the stuff we've been working on. PoE 2 has come a long way. Mark here is going to man the PC. Hopefully he doesn't die. It is a live gameplay demo after all.
Okay. Bro, look at this. What did he say? They're not going to stop Path of Exile 1. They're just going to run both games. That just seems kind of weird, but whatever. Oh my god, it's like a LAN party, guys.
The gods caused all this, you know. After Oriath was destroyed, I traveled, searching for answers. Everywhere I went, the same divine devastation. It must end. I will end it. And no exile will stop me.
Oh, hello. Witch. Ranger. Duelist. Oh my god. Shadow. Whoa. Templar. Oh my god. Marauder. Warrior. So many new classes. Holy shit. I bet they all have unique abilities and skill sets too. Oh my god. There's like so many. Oh, it's a bear. Oh my god, and boss fights too? Is there anything this game doesn't have? I'm so sorry. Is there gonna be some randomly generated or procedurally generated open world aspect? Oh my god. So freaking epic, dude.
This world will be reborn.
Epic. Oh.
No matter the cost.
So freaking epic, dude.
All right, Mark. Your turn now.
How's it gonna follow up that performance?
Welcome to Path of Exile 2. We'd like to start off by showing you some of the gameplay of Act 3, one of the 6 acts in PoE 2's campaign. We're starting here in the jungle depths. Act 3 is set in the ruins of the Vaal civilization, which fell thousands of years ago. Jungle has taken over their former once great cities, and we'll be exploring it using one of the 6 new character classes called the Monk. In PoE 1, we had 1 character class for each of the combinations of strength, dexterity, and intelligence. When looking at the design of PoE 2, though, we realized that many of the new skills that we were trying to design just didn't really fit thematically with the existing classes that we have. Being a spellcaster with a bear form makes sense for Strength Int, but it just doesn't really sound like something a Templar would do. We realized that since we
What, do these guys have like Destiny talking speed? Is this guy talking really fast?
A new character class to explore the new themes. In PoE 2, every attribute combination has 2 classes associated with it. Strength Int has the Templar or the Druid. On Dexterity, you have the Ranger or the more spear-focused Huntress. And on Dex Int, you have the Shadow and the Monk, which Mark is playing here. Each class has its own 3 ascendancies that let you further specialize the class in a way that only that class has access to.
That's so freaking epic,
They both start
dude.
at the same location on the passive tree. The quest rewards you are offered on the 2 variants are tailored to the class. But of course, this is PoE. You can still mix and match anything to your heart's content.
What do I do? What do I do? What? I'm just
Looks like we've come across the boss for this area.
enjoying how
In
epic
PoE
this
2,
is.
every area of the campaign contains a boss of at least this difficulty. That's over 100 bosses to fight as you make your way through the campaign, and they all have unique mechanics. As you've been watching from Mark fighting here, you've probably noticed that melee combat in PoE 2 is a very different feel than before. We've done a lot of things to add mobility to combat. Practically every melee skill in PoE 2 has some kind of movement built into it. But the Monk in particular is a melee fighter who specializes in mobility over
He
brute
misspoke.
strength.
It's all over. So, as Mark has been playing, you might have noticed these blue markers over enemies. Mark has a Markers.
skill equipped called Killing Palm. Whenever an enemy has a blue indicator over it, it means that the monster has low enough life to cull with Killing Palm. Successfully executing the cull will give you a power charge. This is an important skill for the Monk, since many of his skills interact with power charges. One of the great things about the skill is that it has a built-in dash forward, which makes it much easier to target the skill right at the point where you need it. We've done a huge amount of work in PoE 2 to make using skills like this feel satisfying. If you're accidentally targeting slightly off the monster, the skill will automatically lock on to the cullable target, and it will even do a small amount of pathfinding around obstacles.
Oh my
We really
God.
want to make sure that when you've got an opportunity to use the skill, nothing is going to get in your way.
That's friggin' epic.
Once you have some power charges, you're going to need some skills to power up. A great follow-up is Falling Thunder. Falling Thunder without a power charge just creates a relatively small lightning AoE in front of you. But if you do it with power charges, it turns into a pack clearer with a large number of extra projectiles. One thing to notice here is that, like almost every melee skill in PoE 2, Falling Thunder has a little bit of extra movement built in, just in case you need it.
Okay.
Use the skill within range, and you just do the flip in place. You use it at a larger range, and your character will move forward while executing it, getting you into position without any time penalty. In PoE 2, you also get a short period to redirect your target. Notice how you can start the skill facing one way, then whip the mouse sideways to land the skill in a different direction? Now, in order to get power charges, you're going to first need to get some lower life monsters into a cullable range. You've got a few options if you want to charge right in. Whirling Assault is great. It doesn't do much damage per hit, but it covers a lot of ground. And notice how you can turn as you do it? Generally speaking, you never lose control of your character in PoE 2. If you make a turn at the right time, you can get a couple of extra hits on the monsters, getting them in range of your cull. Follow up with a killing palm and then finish off the rest of the pack with your falling thunder. We've now entered the Vaal Mechanarium. This is the place where the Vaal built the various constructs that they relied on to power their civilization.
Friggin' epic.
Now this is a find. A Vaal ruin that hasn't been looted?
You can get money for your tweets now? Whoa, hold up.
One useful feature we've added is the ability to call in NPCs to where you are to give you more information or help you with quest objectives, rather than always having to go back to town. In this case, we've called in Alva to find out what to do.
This mechanism. If powered with a small soul core, it could open that door. There should definitely be soul cores somewhere around here.
Oh, well, look at this lady.
They had to power these constructs somehow.
As Alva just said, we need to find a small soul core to open this door. Let's explore.
Get back!
If you want to shave off some life without getting too close to some of the more dangerous monsters, a great option is Wind Blast. Wind Blast also doesn't do too much damage, but it keeps enemies back. The closer they are, the farther they're pushed back, so it's a great option for keeping smaller but higher damage enemies at bay. Note that the bigger the enemy is, the less they'll be pushed back, so trying to push back some giants isn't going to be as effective.
Okay.
And there's the soul core. Let's get back to the door.
True.
Consider me impressed. I'll keep investigating in here. Bring me in if you find anything else.
Away!
Now, if you need to defeat tougher enemies, it might be time to break out some of the ice skills in the monk's arsenal.
Okay.
Glacial Cascade creates a wave of ice that moves slowly in front of the player. It's pretty ineffective against fast-moving monsters because most of the damage occurs right at the end of the wave, and so a lot of monsters will just walk right by it. But if you can find a way to make a monster stop at just the right place, it can be very effective. In order to do that, you're probably going to want to freeze some monsters. The monk has a few different tools to do this. A fairly simple option is to get right in the monster's face with Ice Strike. Ice Strike doesn't do too much damage at the first 2 hits, but attack 3
You just
times
cough?
in sequence, and you can get off a combo that has a much higher chance to freeze.
Don't, well,
Get in
you
there
better
with
wear
the
a
freeze,
mask.
then roll back and finish the job with Glacial Cascade. Now, remember how Glacial Cascade is that extra damaging spike at the end? If you hit a frozen enemy with that spike, it shatters the ice on the enemy and does a devastating amount of damage.
That's so
This is a
epic.
really great combo against bosses, as you'll see later. Oh yeah, and I've just been casually mentioning rolling around. Did I forget to mention that in PoE 2 we added a dodge roll to every character? Just press spacebar at any time to roll.
Oh my god, clap us, please. That's so fucking epic.
There's no cooldown and no limitations. And it even has pathfinding in it, so you don't get stuck on anything. When you...
Did he just get stuck?
When you dodge roll, you're not invulnerable. If something hits you, you're going to feel it, but most things aren't going to hit you. And that's because while you're rolling, projectiles and melee strikes will always miss. You'll have to roll out of the way of a slam that has AoE, but anyone swinging a sword or throwing a fireball is going to miss. Now, another important function of dodge roll is it lets you cancel out of any skill at any time. This makes it so you don't feel like you're getting stuck during a long animation when something's about to hit you.
Okay.
It really changes how skills with longer attack and cast times play, and makes dodge roll a very reliable feeling way to avoid attacks. So, that's one way to get out of the way of damage, but the monk specializes in mobility, so it would make sense that he would have some more.
Okay.
Wave of Frost is one of our new attacks with a retreat built right in. You move backwards and throw out a cold attack with a significant freeze. A great thing about this is that it puts you at a good distance to follow up with a Glacial Cascade and do a whole pile of damage.
Is this what it's like watching me stream Diablo 4? So freaking epic.
Another skill you can use to get some extra freeze is Shattering Palm. Shattering Palm is a palm strike that puts a small ice bomb on the target. Kill or deal enough damage to the target and the bomb will explode, doing some damage and a significant freeze. It's a great option against bosses where the wave of ice might not be enough to get that freeze off. But you still really want to use Glacial Cascade to get the damage bonus.
Another misspeak. Brutal.
Hey, Destiny.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, my headphones are fucked. Give me a second.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, I think that's it. I think we did it.
Yeah, what's up, bucko?
I got a question.
I got answers, yeah.
It seems like this happens in pretty much all your abortion debates, and it brings up an issue that I'm not really sure if there's a great answer on it, philosophically speaking. I was watching, I think maybe it was a formal debate between philosophy professors or something like that. It was like utilitarian guy versus deontology guy, and the deontology person brings up, these sort of hypotheticals that can make utilitarianism or like consequentialism generally look pretty bad. To which the utilitarian guy says, well, hey, look, I mean, yeah, it is pretty uncomfortable to bite those bullets, but you got to keep in mind, I created my moral framework based off of kind of the world that I see around me and the intuitions that would lead to, right? And intuitively, in a lot of these hypotheticals, they just, they don't happen. If they did happen, maybe I would think differently. And I think in the abortion conversations, this happens a lot as well, right? So like the idea of, I don't know if there's an exact name for it, but the idea of like, would you save a petri dish full of like embryos versus a baby in a burning building? It's like, I mean, that is a hard question for anti-abortion people to answer, but it's also, it's obviously like kind of an unrealistic hypothetical to some degree, right? So how do you feel about that argument of like, well, these hypotheticals, yeah, they might look bad, but I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not really faced with them. And if I was faced with them, maybe I would think a little bit differently.
I mean, usually when we're asking hypotheticals, it's usually to test the moral principle. We can agree that like the moral principle is good, but maybe hypothetically it could play out. But I would need an example of that, I guess. Or can you? Yeah.
Yeah, I think when I was talking to, maybe it was Fabian Liberty. I don't know. See, I think he brought up the example of like, well, consequentialists would say that if, in order to save the planet, you have to kill a baby. A consequentialist would say that that's the right thing to do, to kill that baby. Whereas I, a non-consequentialist, would say you shouldn't kill the baby, right? To which I think it's reasonable enough to say, well, yeah, but there's no, why the fuck would you ever have to kill a baby in order to save the world? I get that it's a hypothetical to test the principle, but is it not unreasonable to say, or is it reasonable to say, I mean, my consequentialism is kind of derived based on the outcome, the outcomes that I see around me, and I don't really see that as a realistic circumstance to be had, right? Like, what are the actual realistic implications
here's something
of
that
consequentialism?
Here's something that you could do. We're getting into advanced meme construction. Okay, ready?
Okay.
I don't know. The reason why some of these things don't work is because there's not like a clear mechanism at work. So I would say that if somebody's going to give you an example like that, they need to actually force the hypothetical to like make sense. So if we want to say hypothetically killing a baby to save the planet, can you tell me how? Because that's probably going to be instructive on how that hypothetical works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess so. But I recall having a conversation with a Christian guy, and I think he was saying, well, utilitarianism or rule utilitarianism is dumb, right? Because like, let's say, well,
if you're gonna appeal to a religious guy, was it Joshua? Didn't God literally command somebody to kill their child? I don't think it was Joshua. What the fuck was the name of the guy?
Isaac.
God commands. Is it Isaac kill son?
Abraham killed
Abraham,
Isaac, right?
to sacrifice his son Isaac at Moriah. Yeah, so I mean, like that's so literally. You would say, would you sacrifice a baby to save yourself or to be loyal to God? Then the answer has to be yes, biblically, right? You do whatever God commands, right?
Yeah. I guess it's more in this specific conversation we were talking about real utilitarianism, and this was when I had probably a less structurally stable foundation for it. But the example that he brought up was like, well, you might say that being able to have sex with dead bodies is bad because of these sort of downstream negative effects, right? That there might not be like an immediate negative effects, but if that was the rule that you could just have sex with dead bodies, there might be some downstream negative effects. What if we just took away all, let's just say hypothetically there were no negative downstream effects, only positive effects to having sex with dead bodies? To which my answer was something like, well, I mean, I guess, right, if you're essentially saying only good can come from having sex with dead bodies, I guess it would be fine, right? But of course, this is not the world that we see ourselves in today, and I guess an applied ethic would be that, you know, we certainly wouldn't allow that in society today, right?
Yeah, we would have
I don't
to,
know how
we
satisfying
need to
an
have
answer
like,
that is.
I think you should demand from your interlocutor, you should demand a connective causal thing for how would doing something like fix this other thing. Because I think once you start demanding that, I think that the answers you get are going to start to be more understandable, and then you won't look as crazy biting the bullet. So like if he says like, okay, well fine, let's say we've got to like throw a baby into a volcano to appease some god that's going to destroy the planet, right? Well, in that case, if there's a god with the power to destroy the planet, and this god probably, we can start making a bunch of like moral arguments at this point, right? Is this god connected to some kind of moral truth of the universe? If he's demanding a sacrifice to keep the planet functioning, like doesn't that kind of show that like the planet needs this thing to continue? Like, yeah, at some point you're gonna I think that the how thing, like how does this sacrifice work, I think would be important. That's what I would say. Otherwise you're in some, because the problem is you can get into a weird world. Something like, let's say you need to rape like 5 women, or you need to rape 5 female children in order to, you know, save the planet, right?
Yeah.
Then let's say like, okay, well, how? What do we like? How is this saving the planet? You're gonna have to tell me that one, Chief, to make the hypothetical work, you know?
Well, but aren't at that point, aren't we in the territory of like pretty much just rejecting the premise of the hypothetical and not actually answering it, which is kind of the problem that you seem to have in a lot of your abortion debates, where like abortion people, pro-life people, I should say, are very kind of reticent to answer hypotheticals like that, and they'll just say this is unrealistic. Like, well, this will never happen.
No.
Right?
Unrealistic is not what I'm complaining about. We're not complaining about unrealistic. We're just asking like, what's the mechanism? Like the guy might say his answer is like, okay, well, in this case, it's literally the guy about to push a button to nuke the planet. Would you kill 5 babies to save the planet? Right. So yeah, at the very least, but just like force them to connect the hypothetical.
I see.
Yeah.
You're saying optically. It just makes you look less crazy.
Yeah.
To like,
otherwise, yeah.
Like really define the circumstance. Yeah, because you're not like flagrantly killing babies here. It's like you're in like a fantastical scenario where you're in like it's almost like a Hollywood script, right?
Basically,
like
You've got a big bad evil guy that's like forcing some wild shit on the planet. Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, I guess. Well, in general, though, I mean, does that? You know, do you think that general argument sort of could test, I guess, could basically show that your principle isn't really very strongly held, right? Like if a utilitarian says, well, yeah, I mean, if those kinds of circumstances regularly presented themselves, I would probably think differently about them. Wouldn't that imply, well, you're probably not really a utilitarian then?
Maybe, but I think there's something to be said about a lot of our moral intuitions resting on the natural order of things. Like, we're gonna make a really crazy thing here. Let's say that we live in a world where we externally reproduce. So women spits out an egg, and then we masturbate onto like a fucking egg, and then that makes a baby.
Right, like fish or something.
Yeah. Let's say that we discovered. Do you think it would be more moral? What if we could actually gestate eggs inside people, and then the offspring grows up to be healthier and stronger instead of hatching early and it's got all sorts of problems? But it can only be in women. Well, like, I think, like, hypothetically, that sounds kind of, like, really immoral. Like, why would you only burden women with childbirth if we can already do it externally? That'd be fucked, right? So in a different world, our current world would be, like, unimaginably immoral, right? But this is the world that we're in. So these are kind of like the moral intuitions that we have because it's revolving around like the objects that exist here. So if you give a hypothetical with such an unbelievably different world where like killing children or raping kids prevents like the sun from exploding, then maybe in that world we'd have a whole different set of intuitions, right? But in this current world, it's really hard to connect that idea. Like you can be good faith. I'll play in the hypothetical, but like we're really challenging. It's kind of like when people were challenging me on the veganism. They're like, well, what if something had a completely different genetic code, but it was still like a total human? And it's like, well, in my world, the only way to produce a human is by that genetic code. So I can imagine it, but it's like it's really, really, really hard to imagine that because you're breaking a lot of the rules of my world, you know? Yeah.
I mean, I guess in that case, that specific case, it'd be easy enough just to say that, like, it's not just humans that have moral value. Like, it just genuinely, like, conscious, intelligent life could have. You know, if you met an alien species that was intelligent and able to reciprocate a social construct, I mean, I'm sure that we wouldn't say you should be allowed to eat those aliens, right? That they're, you know,
yeah, there's going to be some
beings.
level of sapience or intelligence where it's like it probably feels a little bit weird to eat these things, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess it's an argument I need to flesh out a little bit more because that seems to be basically, essentially every religious or philosophical argument. It almost seems to just come down to who can come up with the more bombastic hypothetical that the other person has a problem answering. And it seemed like I caught a little bit of your research streams about abortion, and it seemed like that was actually a decent amount of the writing that you seem to read was about like addressing these different or bringing up different hypothetical scenarios that one might ask in the course of a conversation or debate. And I don't know if that's productive, but yeah, it does make me wonder if
I mean, hypotheticals, it's a really good way to test. Other cases are a really good way to test, like, a moral principle. I mean, you arguably, like, all our legal system is built on, like, case law, right? If something happens, like, in every state, I think, except for Louisiana, like, a judge might look back and say, well, you know, in this court case, these were the facts that are similar to this, and that's how this was ruled, right? So pointing to other cases or pointing to other hypotheticals or pointing to other decisions, I think, can be a valid way to figure out, like, what is the moral principle we're teasing out, like, what's good or bad. Like, I think that's an okay way of doing things. I don't think it's like bad.
Have you had like an applied debate on abortion at some point? Like, have you had, because it seems like you've been debating essentially people that just think abortion is like, it's more of like a right and wrong debate.
An applied debate
abortion
is a easy grand slam for pro-choice people. So I don't even waste my time with that, because in the applied
it's
debate,
significantly easier. Yeah,
I'm going to be asking if you want to lock women in jail for like miscarriages due to like accidentally drinking into they're pregnant, stuff like that. Like, that's a really, really hard position to defend.
Yeah. I think that's why that guy I think you were about to say where he was, you know, hesitant to say whether or not you should lock up a woman who gets twins aborted or something, right? It's like kind of a sensitive issue of putting women in jail for getting abortions.
Yeah. And that was arguably one of Trump's biggest losses, right? Was when Tapper, I think, got him to admit, would you lock women up for having abortions? I think he got him to admit that on, right?
I saw it. He's like, you got to lock the women up. I mean, what's the point otherwise? And it's like, I guess this is actually he's kind of fallen backwards into a consistent position, but most people don't really care for that opinion, I guess. But it is easy, I guess. So your ideal legal framework for abortion would just, I mean, I guess just ban abortion after 20 weeks, or what would the except for life of the parent, I guess, would be the only exception.
Yeah, obviously, but that's boring. That's so obviously true. Like, even religious people will accept that.
Most religious people, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You get some crazies every now and then, but you wouldn't say, I don't know, like, how do you weigh like the trauma of like, for instance, say like you got raped and you got pregnant, right? How do you weigh the trauma of like having to give birth to a baby you don't want versus the positive potential experience of like a 21-week-old fetus, right? Like, how do you I guess you just come out that the potential positive experience of the fetus is more of a priority than
I just think in any rights-based systems we build, like, killing people is almost always a really big deal, right? And so to kill people, it's almost always going to be an incredibly high threshold that you need to overcome in order to do that. So,
okay, yeah. So I guess you're just saying, like, well, at 20 weeks, it's a person. Like, you are killing a baby at that point.
Yeah. So whatever uncomfortable thing that like, it sucks, and it sounds dismissive for me to say like, oh, pregnancy is uncomfortable, but like the reality is that like you're killing somebody. It's
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I have to think about it more. I feel like I fall more on the side of and I'm not entirely sure why. I feel like I fall more on the side of preventing a very traumatic experience for a rape victim is probably something I would value higher than like the potential positive experience of a fetus. But I guess there's a spectrum there that is hard to answer, really. It's like, because like, what if the baby was like 9 months, like 100% fully developed, but then the rape victim says, well, now at this point I want to abort the kids. Like, does that really make sense versus just basically having a C-section? You know, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I don't think we ever think about terms like that, because that's a really, how do you even begin to weigh those experiences against each other, right?
I think that's why the Democratic position of essentially, I mean, it seems like the mainstream Democratic position, which is one that I'm more sympathetic to at this point, is just kind of just having a hands-off approach. Like, because what a lot of Democrats who are really pressed on that issue, like, oh, well, should you just be able to kill a baby at 9 months? Like, what they'll say is, yeah, but that just doesn't happen. Like, people just don't do that, right? But that's not really a very satisfying moral answer. It's more just like, yeah, but why would we regulate something that's not happening, right? So, you know, I think that's, you know, I don't know. That's why the Democratic position of just kind of being hands off makes a little bit of sense. It's like, you know, do you really trust the government to come up with a really kind of morally acceptable framework for abortion, or is it better to just have the general principle be that this is just a decision of the, you know, the parents and the doctor or whatever?
Well, I mean, no, we have to trust the government to some extent, right? Like,
well,
when it comes to the case of like murder, I think the government is always going to have an interest there if we're killing babies, right?
No, obviously that's true. It's just, again, it's just a matter of, like, practically speaking, is it more likely that the government can righteously regulate an ability to get an abortion, or is it a more righteous circumstance if the government doesn't regulate it at all, right? Because right now, like, we have the different state governments that are, you know, the Supreme Court basically said, you know, regulate abortion however you want, for the most part, right? And it seems like giving a lot of governments that ability seems like it leads to more bad than good, right?
Does it?
Like, if your idea, I mean, I don't know, it might. Like, if your ideal is that abortions past 20 weeks are bad, it seems like in a circumstance where, hey, like, you can pretty much freely get an abortion, it seems like there weren't really many sort of, let's say, elective abortions past 20 weeks happening. I think it's like less than, it's like 2% or something like that. Abortions happen.
Yeah,
past
but I
20
mean, like,
weeks.
how many black people get killed by the cops? That's like almost nothing, right? But like, that's still considered a really big issue. How many kids die in school shootings? That's a really small issue too. If we have legalized infanticide with doctors murdering children, regardless of how small the number is, that's going to be a pretty big issue, right?
Well, right, but again, it's like weighing the practical outcomes.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think people are going to be a bit more deontological. Like, if it was the case that we could solve homelessness by brutally televising the rape of 5 women every year in the United States, like on a consequential list, on a numbers game, that's probably worth it. But like, nobody's going to go for that. That's going to be like, fuck no, right?
Yeah, probably not. That's why I say the practical implication is really, I think that's why that argument from most mainstream Democrats is so effective. It's like, why would you want a 9-month-old baby to be aborted? It's like, yeah, but that just doesn't happen.
Sure,
right?
but if they defend
like,
the right for it to happen, I think that's enough for people to get really upset about it, right?
A lot of people, well, I don't know. I mean, it seems like the mainstream Democratic position is like basically no restrictions on abortion. And it seems like that has been electorally significantly more effective as a message than, oh, like, why don't we just ban it at 15 weeks? Why don't we ban abortion altogether? Why don't we ban it except for rape? And it's like, it seems like Republicans have had a significantly harder time defending the various sort of restrictive abortion measures that these different states have enacted than Democrats have had a hard time defending the idea that, hey, just trust women to basically make responsible decisions with their fetuses and their babies, right?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if Republicans would agree with that, because they would say that, like, anytime a woman is like having an abortion, that's not something they should ever be tried. That's like one of the worst things to ever happen, like, ever, right?
Yeah, they might say that, but it seemed like you were saying, well, it's harder to defend. Like, people would mostly be more deontological about it, but I mean, it doesn't. Electoral outcomes seem to favor the Democratic position on abortion, not the even the moderately restrictive sort of Republican position. I mean, it was a huge controversial thing when Lindsey Graham announced that 15-week abortion ban, right? And every Republican was pissed off that he did that because they feel like they know, like, man, we can't win on this. Like, we cannot win a national campaign on basically any kind of abortion ban.
Sure.
So I don't know. For you personally, though, like, do you think, like, how do I put this? Do you think that today's regulatory environment for abortion leads to a more moral outcome in your view, which is just that past 20 weeks is wrong? Do you think that today's regulatory environment leads to a more moral outcome than the previous regulatory environment, which was relatively open with regard to access to abortion?
Holy Jesus, your question. Okay, is today's environment better than which environment? The one pre-Roe v. Wade getting canceled?
Yeah. Like, what's the morally better society?
For my moral view?
Yeah.
I don't know where all of the I don't know where all the state legislatures are right now on abortion. I'd have to look at them collectively. But I mean, I would have argued that abortions past 20 weeks are probably not moral, but like, isn't like 98% of abortions happen in the first trimester?
Yeah, that's why. That's what I said.
High number. Yeah, so
it's extremely rare to have
in terms
an
of
elective
that,
abortion past 20 weeks. Yeah.
In terms of outcomes that I prefer, how many states so far have banned all abortion? Have any states banned all abortion?
In terms of literally all abortion, I think they pretty much all have like exceptions for rape and incest, or like I don't think there's. Maybe there are a couple of states that literally just banned abortion, but I think they all have weird exceptions, like past 6 weeks, past 10 weeks, rape and incest, life of the mother type kind of stuff.
Then I don't know. Today's environment might be, in my view, more moral, I guess. Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess it's just how you weigh. It's how you weigh the impact of essentially forced pregnancy versus the relatively rare circumstance of an elective abortion beyond 20 weeks, right? Because if in my view, like if you're just weighing the outcomes of each system, it seems like the implications of like forcing women to carry pregnancies to term that are pre 20 weeks, like it seems like that would happen a lot more in a more regulated abortion system, or they would have to do unsafe options for abortion versus the outcome of just allowing essentially women and doctors to make that decision on their own. Because if your view is past 20 weeks is wrong, well, it seems like in a less sort of, I'm saying regulated, but like just in a society where you can get an abortion on demand, it seems like in that society, there's way fewer sort of forced pregnancies, and there's really not that many abortions happening electively beyond 20 weeks anyway. So like I would say even in your system, it's better to not really have the government like ban abortion past a certain time, or like try to come up with like these fitted ways of acceptably banning abortion.
Potentially true. Yeah, I guess it just depends on how you weigh the. It just depends on how you weigh the forced gestation versus the potential killing of innocent children, right? Yeah.
Well, I remember in the first. Well, it wasn't the first, obviously. The debate that you had with the two ladies on abortion. I think they had asked you like, what would your what would your ideal system be? And I think you said like, yeah, just ban abortion past 20 weeks, right? But I don't know. I feel like and that's just me. I don't know. I feel like if you really thought about it and weighed the different systems, you might say, I think it's wrong to have an abortion past 20 weeks, but the government, I don't think allowing the government to regulate that type of circumstance leads to better outcomes essentially for society, right? So you can, the two positions are somewhat compatible to have like free access to abortion and also think it's wrong past 20 weeks.
Sure. Maybe, yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of an example. It's like, you could say, I don't know, you like a libertarian could say like, I think it's wrong to do drugs, like it's so destructive or whatever, but like the government shouldn't, it's just bad to have the government throwing people in prison for doing drugs though, right? So you can think doing drugs is bad, but also think the government shouldn't, basically try to regulate and like throw people in jail or whatever for doing drugs.
Sure. That's the argument for like, it's like you probably don't want people getting welfare potentially that are on drugs, but like the government testing for it just makes the situation worse for literally everybody. It doesn't really save any money or do anything. So
yeah, I heard there was another example. I think it was maybe this guy named Mike on Twitter. He said something like, I think I think he said that there shouldn't, like, even if you're a felon, even if you're in prison, you shouldn't have the right to vote restricted.
Sure.
Because his argument was, I simply don't trust the government to responsibly restrict a citizen's right to vote.
Mm-hmm.
And so, that's a pretty reasonable position. But obviously, you have to, practically speaking, I don't think many people are on that team yet. Because I think the hypothetical of like, do you think child rapists should be able to elect people into office? It's like, that's harder to deal with, I think. But most people don't really talk about that anyway. But all right,
yeah,
well, anyway,
I think
that's all I wanted
Bernie
to talk
Sanders
about.
actually gave a really good answer to that, and I applaud him for actually taking a strong stand on that. I didn't even know that
What
until I
did
was
he
like
say?
26, that you can't restrict people's right to vote. That's actually wild to me. I don't even know how that. Maybe in the I guess in the Constitution there is no guaranteed right to vote, is there?
I'm sure there's something that says like citizens have a right to vote or something. I don't know.
Because wasn't it only like landowners initially could vote, and then like women couldn't vote, and black people couldn't vote, and so I don't know if. I don't know. I'm just saying that like the idea of like the fact that you can't vote if you have a felony, that's just wild to me. Like if I go rob a store with a gun, I'm not allowed to vote anymore. That's just insane to me. I don't know. I don't understand that. There might be really good legal arguments in favor of that, but I don't understand. Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's just the idea that anything underlying like a restriction of an individual's right to vote is just, well, do we trust these people to vote, or should these people have a right to vote? So obviously, like with black people and women, people just said like, oh, well, these people aren't prepared to civically engage in this way, right? We can't allow these people to vote. Imagine the effects, right? Whereas like with a felon, I think it's more. I don't know if people would make that argument. Like, do we really want child molesters to, be able to be the swing vote in elections? Like, I think most people would just say, yeah, but like we just don't like child molesters, so fuck them. Like,
no, that's true, right? Yeah, of course.
Like, I don't know if most people have like a really sort of constitutional argument for why
that's
we
true,
should.
right? Yeah. Like if you ask people,
I think,
like, do you think child molesters should have to pay a higher tax rate? People will be like, yeah, fuck them. Like that'd probably be true. It's like, what?
right,
Why?
right.
Yeah.
Exactly, right. Or like, yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, I think there's actually not that many states, if I'm not mistaken, that I believe there's not a lot of states, most states, I should say, allow you to vote even if you're a felon. I think that's true. I think a lot of states have restrictions in that regard, but it's a state issue. It seems to be, because a lot of states you're still allowed to vote if you're a felon, if I'm not mistaken. And so, weirdly, I guess your right to vote is a kind of a state-based issue.
Okay, interesting. Wow, I guess I keep forgetting that you kind of got into the law guy, because I also don't understand how you can take away somebody's right to vote if they take away somebody's right to own a firearm if they're a felon either. I don't understand that either. But
like right to own a firearm if they're a felon.
Yeah.
I guess it's just a balance between whatever your federally guaranteed rights are and whatever a state's right is. Because you're right. I mean, obviously I guess in theory, like every right in the Constitution should be very uniformly regulated, right? Like your right to guns or whatever, like whatever the regulation is, whether it's very restrictive or very liberal, it should probably be the same in every state.
I think for a federal government, we have a constitution of enumerated powers, right? Meaning that the Constitution says this is what the government can do, and whatever's not there, then the assumption is it can't do that, right?
Well, no, I think I get what you're saying. I've heard it more like, that there's constitutions where the government is restricted, and then there's constitutions where the people are empowered to do certain things, right? And that's kind of what makes it a little bit difficult to interpret what your actual rights are in the U.S. Constitution, because it says you citizen person have the right to bear arms, but what that actually means is difficult.
That's not true though, right?
It's not.
No, I don't. It doesn't. It's the government shall not make any laws to have a well-regulated militia. The government shall not make any laws restrict. Right. It's an enumerated thing. It's not saying you have the right to bear arms. Right. It's saying the government shall not infringe. We can just read it. I don't know why I'm trying to fucking remember it.
Says the
a
right
well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Right. It's a restriction on the government. Isn't that what all of the Bill of Rights is? I don't know. I'd be retarded. Let's check. First Amendment.
Yeah, I
Congress
mean, like
shall
the freedom
make
of
no
religion
law,
says,
right?
Yeah, Congress shall make no law, right? So yeah, I guess you could be right. Yeah, I've never thought about it. I've always heard people frame our Constitution as like, it's this is what it gives people rights. It doesn't restrict the government. But I guess what you're saying, obviously, the plain reading is the opposite. So yeah, maybe I'm just thinking about it differently. But either way, I guess the principle of whatever your rights are in the Constitution should be probably uniformly applied. Oh, here's Pisco. He can help with the assist here.
Hey guys, how are you?
What's up, babe?
Give us a
Not much,
fucking
not much.
lesson, boys.
No, just to help out a little bit. The right to bear arms has been understood as an individual right. So just because the Bill of Rights or any individual right in the Constitution is directed towards like a constitutional actor, like for instance, the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. Even though it's directed towards the government actor, it's still an individual right. And the enumeration and non-enumeration has to do with like their authority, separate from the right aspect.
Oh, I guess that was that Supreme. I can't remember what the Supreme Court case was called, but it had to do with the DC handgun ban, if I'm not
Heller.
mistaken. Heller case, right? That was where. That was why it was controversial, right? Was that the court basically said owning guns is an individual right. It's not something that like the collective can like subsume authority over, right? Does that make sense?
Subsume authority?
Yeah, like if I understand pre-Heller, the idea was that I don't know how to describe it. It's like almost like guns are more of a democratic arrangement of what you can and can't
Like
do
a
with guns,
militia-based right.
Right, exactly. Whereas the Supreme Court said, no. It doesn't actually matter at all what this sort of collective orientation of regulation is. Individuals have sort of positive rights to own whatever, certain kinds of weapons, right? And you cannot restrict those rights given a local autonomy or given whatever, some collective, decision, if that
Sure.
makes sense.
You can kind of look at it in two ways. In one way, if you see it as an individual right, you can use that sort of precatory clause or the one that Destiny mentioned, a militia being necessary to the security of a free state. That part might help you define it, or you could say that the individual right is used to defend the militias. And so different historians and different, originalists will have different opinions about what the purpose and how it was understood. But one way you could view it, the people who say it's not an individual right say, listen, the Bill of Rights was designed to be in opposition to the federal government. It was to give the state governments protection in their state militias and their armed forces. Right? That's what defended a lot of these states in the Revolutionary War, was these militia systems that were organized by the states collectively and individually. So you could view the Second Amendment as being federally focused and looking towards the federal government and protecting the state's rights to regulate, and that ultimately it'll be the state that has the authority to regulate or not regulate guns. And that sort of coincides with our understanding. Remember, DC Heller is a federal case. It's about the federal government's and the government of DC's ability to restrict gun rights. And the first time, and that was in 2008, 2009, the first time this was applied to state governments by the Supreme Court was the McDonald case that followed on, that incorporated that right, which was traditionally understood only to apply to the federal government, to apply also to state governments. And so that's kind of not in reading how we view the initial Bill of Rights, which were all sort of federal government focused.
Wait, does that mean that the Bill of... Hold on, wait. If I understand that correctly, does that mean that, like, Massachusetts could have made a law saying that, like, no more free speech?
Yeah, right. So this has to do with incorporation doctrine.
Yeah.
So as I said, the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. It doesn't speak about Massachusetts. And so for a long time, there's state analogs to a lot of these rights. So Massachusetts, under their own constitution, might have its own provision protecting free expression and maintaining the separation of church and state. But nothing, the Bill of Rights, remember, was not understood to limit state governments. It was put in as a protection for the states. That doesn't come until past the Civil War, when you have the 14th Amendment and the substantive due process, right, in the incorporation doctrine, which is applying all the, liberty means all the liberties, at least all the liberties included in the Bill of Rights. And so when you say that the state government of Massachusetts, if they were to pass a law that says no more free speech, as well as probably violating some constitutional provision of the Massachusetts state constitution, you could also say it violates both the First and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution, because the First Amendment is how you get the First Amendment part, and the 14th Amendment is how you get the state incorporation. So any kind of, if you're drafting your brief or your argument about the violation of the First Amendment as applied to state actors, if you're being like a really savvy point or like a really, nerdy point would be, it's violating both the First and 14th Amendments.
Wow.
But yeah, it wasn't until, and these, it was usually with the First Amendment cases. I think that's what started the incorporation things, right? And some rights of the Bill of Rights have not been incorporated to apply to state governments. The grand jury requirement, for example, of the 7th Amendment. I think 7th Amendment, could be wrong, or 5th Amendment. Sorry, 5th Amendment.
Yikes.
7th Amendment has also not been incorporated as to apply to states. How you doing, Dest?
I'm pretty good, Pisk.
Whoa. I heard you talking a little bit about the your desire to put people at the beginning of the conversation, force them to like commit to positions.
Not necessarily to commit to position, but to make certain acknowledgments. Yeah, at the beginning. Yeah.
I think that's usually how I approach my conversation with you, to be honest.
With me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oftentimes.
Sure.
I will say, I do think it's very funny, Pisco, whenever you very, very, stubbornly require someone answer a question before moving on.
Yeah.
I think it's funny. And I guess it is effective.
I think it is. Right, so if I'm having a debate with Destiny about self-defense, it'll annoy a lot of people when I do that. When I'm like, well, why won't you answer my question, that kind of thing. But if I can, and this is going to sound really cringe for me to say, get him to say something, right? Or like,
Cringe.
if I can get it to acknowledge him, yeah, right? Can get Stephen to say, you know what, there should be no monetary analysis to deadly self-defensive property, right? Because his intuition is that it would be weird for rich people to have some advantage over poor people with respect to their property. That you wouldn't put a threshold on the value of the property before you commit to deadly self-defense. If I can get him to say, yeah, I don't care if it's a blade of grass, I don't care if it's just trespassing such that you're damaging in the most slightest way his yard, right? That's doing some damage, presumably.
Wait, is that your position, Destiny?
The last time we argued, it's close to that. And then his position is you should be able to infinitely rob people as long as you can run away fast enough from them. That is your position, to be clear.
Wait, but isn't the most reasonable position just a mixture of saying, obviously there are some possessions that defending them with force would make sense, but then not others, right? Doesn't that make
Yeah, so as long as if you have an old person that's sufficiently wealthy enough, in Peace Coast society, you should be able to infinitely rob $5 bills from grandma, basically.
Whoa. I don't think, I'm not trying to say necessarily that a person's
I gotta go to the gym, guys, but it was fun. It was fun talking to you.
You're going? That grenade and bounce?
I do literally have to go to the gym, but it was fun talking to you guys. I will be listening on my drive to the gym. I will talk to you guys later.
I don't know how long Steven is going to indulge. I don't want to necessarily have a debate with him right now, but I think it's interesting. Yeah, we're just hanging out. But thanks, Econo Boy. Oh, is he gone?
Yeah, he just dipped. He didn't give a fuck.
He didn't give an F-U-C-K.
How's life going, buddy?
It's good. How are you? Really, how are you? Are you feeling all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm surviving.
What's the matter?
I had somebody point out something interesting to me the other day.
Yeah.
That a lot of the friends I make are people that reach out to me. And that might actually be a key selector, that I should reach out to other people. It was something I haven't thought about lately.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you answering something in chat, or you're talking to me?
Oh, no, I'm talking to you.
Okay. I think that you and I get along for a couple reasons. I think that both you and I don't take it personally whenever we disagree. And if I'm being honest with you, I think that both of us are kind of like, we don't have humongous expectations of each other, right? I don't, if I ask you to like get rid of Wheel or get it back, or if I ask you to like put something in, I don't really expect you to do it. And I'm like, I'm not.
To be fair, I did put that email back. Okay, I don't know how RTBA has so much power. Remember? Yeah, I put it in. It lasted for I think 5 or 10 minutes, and then RTBA came back and he nuked it again.
But like, there's something, I don't know if you're a sociopath or I am, but like, I don't get upset when we disagree violently, and I don't think you get upset either. And I think our relationship is low stakes, in a way that like we get along. What do you think about that?
Do you feel like your romantic relationships are the same thing?
What do you mean? No, I don't think that way.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
I think that my romantic relationship is high stakes and a high.
Because I was going to say that's an issue that I run into sometimes with more important relationships. One of the reasons why casual relationships are so much easier, so much more fun, I guess, for me, is because the expectations are non-existent. So it's very relaxed, very chill. There's not anything I could do to like have a huge issue. There's nothing the other person can do to have a huge issue, which just makes it a very easy thing for me. But I mean, obviously with higher stakes, theoretically there should be higher payoffs too. So I was just curious if your romantic relationships are similar. Yeah.
My girlfriend and we are, I think we have a high stakes. Like we have expectations of each other, and we like.
I don't know if I like your phrasing on that.
What do you mean?
Expectations of each other. Because in some ways, I have like very high expectations of you. Like I expect when you come in, you're not going to soy out. You're not going to start screaming at me. You're going to be relatively. You get passionate, but you're not just here like saying like retarded. But like if we had a conversation where you went full like the no bullshit, like I would probably stop talking to you. Yeah, right. But
I get
so
that.
to some extent, like I do have high expectations of you. But I guess the types of expectations are a bit different sometimes.
Yeah, they're different. So I'm not expecting any time commitment from you, and you're not expecting any time commitment from me.
Sure, true.
And so when we hang out, it's convenient, it's fun, but it's not like it's not something that is taking a lot of our energies, or I don't know. Do I ever make you feel bad if for any reason, like
no,
or like guilt you for stuff?
Yeah, no, not really.
Yeah, not really. Yeah, except for Wii U and I don't know. But what do you think about that? Do you think that it makes sense to apply that to romantic relationships? Do we have a healthy friendship if nothing really that you could do other than personal attacks? Because I don't think I ever personally attack you. I don't think you ever personally attack me.
Yeah, not really. No, yeah.
But like our conduct in debates would never like affect, and how much you scream at me in the context of a debate or a discussion. It would be very hard for me to see that moving my sort of personal friendship with you.
Yeah, there would have to be a really bizarre thing. Yeah, I don't know. Like if you would like personally went at me for something related, or if I, shouted at you like this is like I don't know why you're talking legal shit. You sold out and did corporate law. You don't know it. Like it would have to get some weird personal shit like that or whatever. Yeah, it's hard to imagine. Yeah, it's similar to Erudite. I think So I think somebody asked me like what would it take to burn the bridge with Erudite, and I felt like it would have to be me going in on like her career or something. It would be like really weird. Like I don't think I would ever do that. Yeah, I don't think.
So I saw you tweet that most people in the
in the Senate are just fucking horrible people. Yeah.
Has that what has been your experience in the sense of I don't know, their average person that you interact with? Is it really that horrible?
I think as of recently, I think it's watching like the Sneeko and the Zerka shit is just fucking wild to me. It's just watching them is just like gross. Like now I get like it's like icky feelings of like just it's gross. Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
Well, it's not your fault.
Do you like feel bad in those interactions, or do you like you don't miss these people, or do you have like
I feel like the whole space would be so improved if like people were just like a bit more chill. Like there's money to be made, there's content to be produced, there are potentially like friendships and fun times. Like everything works so much better if people would just chill the fuck out. Like Zerka can be just as funny and rambunctious and flamboyant and whatever the fuck and coked out or whatever. He can do all of that without like making weird personal accents like Melina, my wife, my life, right? Sneeko can be just as like artistic, creative, like, you know, insulty. He can do all of that without making like the weird, like everybody. Yeah, I just don't know why people have to get so personal and juvenile and weird about it. Like, yeah. Even like looking at like the Fresh and Fit stuff, like it was, as much as I don't like them or agree with them, like imagine them losing their whole platform because of like the obsession with like attacking like ABBA and Preach. Like it's just so like why?
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems silly, stupid.
It's for me. Sometimes it's hard to separate the substance in terms of the underlying content from the personal aspects. 'Cause, like, can there be a Zerka without personal attacks and making fun of? It doesn't his now. It could be true that he doesn't go after you, but like, isn't the nature of that content as funny as it can be at times? And I think it can be funny at times, but isn't it in essence? It's ridiculing people, right?
It is, and this way, I either
you.
have like a hyper attuned like sensitivity for certain types of insults that like very few people have, or everybody has it, nobody wants to admit it. I can't tell which one it is, but like I feel like there's a difference between going in on personal, discrete examples versus like making general things. Like if Zerka and I are fighting on a panel, and he's like, "You're a blue-haired cuck," blah 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 blah, then it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, but I feel like that's a different kind of thing than being like, I know that like you and Melina, like she fucks Nico in front of you and she's a blah blah blah. Like it's
it's different for you for sure.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like maybe for general people,
like us, right?
Yeah,
like,
maybe that is the case.
Like us.
Yeah.
And how many people have you had crying to you or crying on Twitter about how you treated them in the context of like a debate or discussion? 80% of times that you have like bad discussions with people. 90%?
Possibly, maybe. I'm not even sure. Usually it's because usually it's because I get harassed online, I think, and they blame it on me somehow. But
do you really think that out of all the bad relationships that you've had with people on the platform, how much is the percentage divided between like real personal attacks and you made them look like whatever, or they think that you made them look really bad, or they just didn't like how you behaved on a...
In general, over the past like 3 or 4 years, I feel like it's pretty rare that I'm like getting personal. I think that's pretty rare, especially because I know so much dirt on like everybody. It's pretty rare that I start digging out people's shit, unless they do it to me first, then I'll go, yeah.
But that's what I mean. I think that most of your disputes with people arise out of some substantive disagreement on any
but
number
they end
of
up
issues.
It's
right?
like what you said though, they end up taking it personally, because like I can have an issue where you think that like my stance on self-defense is incoherent and retarded, or somebody thinks that blah blah blah, and it's like, okay, yeah, fine, whatever. Or somebody thinks like polyamorous lifestyles are degenerate or they don't get it, it's like, okay, fine, or whatever. But I don't take, at the end of the day, I don't take that personally. But I think if I was talking to somebody else and I was like, your position on this is like fucking wild, or this is like an insane position or whatever, they do take it very personally. Yeah, actually, that is true, because one of the big issues I have with friends, quote unquote, or not even quote unquote, like friends I have, is they'll get really mad. It's like, bro, like you covered a debate and you said I was a total dipshit in this debate. Like, why would you backstab me like that? And in my mind, I'm like, I thought you were really dumb in this debate, but I don't like hate you. It's not personal, but that's a really hard thing for. Bye. You're gonna say bye?
I'll be back.
Where are you going this time?
Some outside time.
Okay, good luck. Wear some sunscreen if you need it.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Is that your friend?
It's far. She just wanted to sit here today. I don't know why. Go ahead.
She could sit with you.
No, like on my couch. She's just been back there for 8 hours. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why we got personal. I forget now how this part started, but I do think that
he went in super personal on me, and all I asked him was like, "Why are you dragging Mel into this?" And he just lost his fucking mind. I've known Zerka for a while, and he's never been like this bad. I don't know if someone can really come back from being this bad, and it's not like about being in this community, but like how he's presenting himself as a person in general.
Yeah, this has probably been the most unhinged I think I've ever seen him before. But I think it's probably because of the cycle of his character is like every time it's more and more and more and more and more. And my guess is these are probably the most OnlyFans girls he's fucked, the most cocaine he's done, the most other types of songs he's done, the most fame and popularity he's getting, and the most unhinged he's gotten. So it's like all feeding into itself to be the most. Yeah.
Do you think that it's part of that? Because there are people who say that there are kind of contents where there are only ramp ups. where you have to out crazy yourself, or you have to outdo yourself in some way? Do you think that his content is driving him there, or do you think that there are fundamental personality flaws that is?
I think it all feeds back into itself.
Yeah.
The content is driving him there, and then that's resonating with his personality flaws and like everything. Yeah.
Did Kelly Jean? You said that Zerka treated you poorly, or that Steven treated you poorly?
No, Zerka. Like, literally, I put on Twitter, like, why are you dragging Mel into your issues with Destiny? And he just, like, he called me a whore and then said, Destiny rejected you for being boring. He told me. So now he's never called me a whore before. He's always been pretty respectful in how he talks to me in general. And he never usually just straight up tells bold-faced lies as well. So that one's a new one. But I think that he's just spent too much time around these kinds of people, and I think the sad thing is that these people are going to drop him eventually because they're going to get bored of him, or he's going to do something stupid and they're just going to like stop inviting him to shit, and then he's going to lose his mind because like what does he do after that point?
It's a little interesting. I almost detect like a hint of sadness and compassion in your voice, that you're like you're worried about him almost. Is that, am I just reading?
I don't think it's nice to see like anyone have any type of a downfall, and also he was pretty shitty to Jenna as well, which was just someone that was a good friend of his, for literally no reason. Like, I don't know why he's being this unhinged.
Do you actually feel bad for him though, or is it more separated than that?
Like a little bit. Like I keep a pretty good distance from people, so I don't like get too emotionally involved with things. But it still doesn't seem good. It doesn't feel good to watch someone where you know that they're going down like a self-destructive path, and you're like, well, I can't do anything about it, but just watch.
Do you give a fuck, Steven?
No, not at this point. Once I'll give somebody a few chances, but for Zerka and Snako, they're probably on similar trajectories. I don't really feel that bad now. Zerka's on the worst trajectory though, because he can't maintain friendships, and he doesn't realize Zerka legit. He doesn't realize how he impacts people. And if you're making me feel bad, I've got like one of the longest fuses, biggest tolerances out there, and I'm at a point because like if I would have met Zerka at the Adam 22 at the No Jumper studio, after all the shit he said about my wife on Twitter, he would have come up to be like, oh, Steven, what's up, bro? We're gonna have a sick interview today, right? Like, let's fucking go. Like, he doesn't think it's a big deal. Like, there's nothing in his head like matters to him. It's all mean shit online. Like, he can tweet whatever rumors, whatever bullshit, whatever he wants. He'll tweet it, and he'll act like it's all like funny and cool and content like the next day. Like, that's just how his mind works.
And you're like ultra sincere, you think? Well, I think that's true, actually. I think you are actually ultra sincere, except when you're trolling. But even when you're trolling, I don't know, I feel like you're kind of being very clear that you're trolling. It's clear when you're trolling and when you're being sincere. I think you're being sincere like 80 or 90% of the time.
Yeah, generally. Or if I'm like trolling, there's like if I'm trolling or if I'm joking, there's a truth behind the joke, obviously, right? Like, yeah. Right. Like, yeah. It's why I get irritated when people, yeah. Or not, yeah, go ahead, sorry, yeah.
You don't want to interact with like characters is...
I don't. No, not the problem is the problem is that he's a character and he's in communities where it's not a troll. That's the issue, because the shit that he's saying is not being taken as a joke or a troll in any of these communities.
At this point, I don't. Do you? I mean, can you separate it? I almost can't.
Well, no, I can't. I don't. If he was doing it to like, if he was doing it in his community and mine, I might not care as much. But when he runs off and does it in other communities, it feels a lot different. Right. That's why, like, for the Sneeko shit, like, if Sneeko was saying some weird shit on my stream and his stream, it's one thing. But when Sneeko goes to third party, like, red pill programs and he starts joking that my wife is trying to fuck him, it feels totally different. Or when Karantos is on my stream saying some wild shit to me, like, he's saying it to my face. It's fine. We do it in his stream.
Yeah, I think that betrays the game, because if it's not, this is reflecting some attitude towards women that they are chattel, right? They are an extension of you. And so an insult towards your wife is equivalent to an insult towards you.
Right, a little bit. It's not even so much that. It's just that, like, even if he's joking, these insults are serious. Like, they're being perceived seriously.
Right. So even if right, got it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I understand that, and I understand why you would have little tolerance for it. It just, to me, I heard Zerka, who I'm gonna admit it, he has made me laugh before.
Yeah, of course, he's fucking hilarious.
He's a funny guy, but hearing him on the latest, I think he was on with you and Fuentes and a few other people, just hearing the constant, I think, super disgusting sexism from him.
He was just saying whore every 30
so
seconds.
The issue
insane.
is it's a hard thing to fill out in terms of satire, but the reason why it was funny when Zerka was doing it initially, the reason why it was funny is because it seemed like a joke. Because it was so bombastically insane. All of these women are fucking whores, and I'm gonna take them home with me. It's funny because we know that it's like wrong and stupid. But if he keeps saying it over and over and over again, and it's like, okay, well, hold on, I think you actually do just like hate women. Then it's like, yeah, it's not really funny
that
anymore.
What's fueling a lot of these movements, and I'm gonna sound soy as hell for saying it, is a fundamental hatred of women and who they are.
Yeah, of course.
I don't think anything else explains the Just Pearly thing tweets, where it's like, guys, I think that women are turning all your kids gay.
Mm-hmm.
They're worse at everything, including cooking. They don't know how to do math.
Or even when
like in comment if you disagree.
Did you see when Shuan had made that huge Twitter chain about why she thought the X rebrand was stupid, Twitter to X?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did see that.
And did you see Just Pearly Thing's response?
No, I didn't.
Shuan had made that. I think it was
Shuan
like.
It's funny, by the way. Her Twitter is it's a good Twitter feed.
It can be funny. She's a little unhinged, but yeah, she's funny
It was like,
as well.
how dare you argue with billionaires or something,
Nope.
right?
It was dumber than that. It was. She made her Twitter thing, and Pearl quote tweeted it and said, "Why do women think they know more than billionaires?"
Oh. Yeah, like how do you explain that? I saw another YouTube channel which has like 1.5 million subscribers, and it's getting decent views, and it's just shitting on women all the time and saying women deserve it when they get hit, when men cheat, when all this shit happens to them. And so I think that's what's driving a lot of these movements. And to see what's going on Fresh and Fit, I don't take things personally, but I do think they hate women. I think they fucking despise them, and I think that's evident in how they speak about them. If you really had love and respect for women, I don't think you talk like that.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, that's what I've said. I feel like a lot of these are driven by like actual, honest to goodness resentment of women. Yeah.
And so that, I mean, to what extent are you willing to have those I know that in the past you've said you're not gonna cancel someone because of their beliefs, and if they're not personally insulting towards you. I have a pretty good relationship with Rob Noir, even though we disagree on almost everything, but we're like friends, I would say. And I'd get a beer with him, even though we disagree a lot on stuff. Is there any limit to like the kind of sexism that could exist or that they could display that would be like, okay, this is too much for me? Or, yeah, I guess I'll leave it there. I mean, is there anything is it only the personal attacks towards you that's soured this relationship? Could he be literally and say, I am a sexist? And any degree of sexism, would that ever be enough for you to say, I'm going to cut off this relationship? Or was it 89% the personal attack?
I think it would change the way that I would engage, but I think it would just, it would just depend on how it's coming out, I guess. But I think Sneeko started to hit that point. That's why I was getting tired of him even on the last Fresh and Fit, because he was just so smug and stupid that I'm like, this is fucking retarded. Even before, I don't think he had gone on the weird personal attack side. I think he started to after that show. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's probably a point where it's just like, this is too much, I think, yeah. But it's hard because if somebody has views that are too much in that direction, they're probably not saying them much in front of me, so it's not coming up much, Like you might have really disgusting views about like Irish people, but I mean, I don't even know that, because when are we ever going to talk about it, But I'm sure there is theoretically like a point to where it's like, yeah, this is like too much. It's not funny. It's not, yeah.
And I understand that perspective because it's not affecting you. I do, and I get it, because your tolerance, I think, for personal attacks, well, it's probably higher than other people, but it's not super high, right? Like there's only so much of personal attacks you're going to take before you like write someone off, right? Do you think that's I don't know, like, do you have sympathy for people who have a less tolerance in terms of the ideal part to this, like where they're less tolerant of racism and less tolerant of sexism, and they want to break off relationships because of those things.
No, I mean
Whereas
everybody's
yours-
got their breaking point. I think some
Yeah.
breaking points can be ridiculous, but I think some of them can be justified. Yeah, it just depends. Yeah. I have sympathy for those positions.
Who's your best Trump friend?
My best Trump friend?
Trump supporting friend.
Jesus. I feel like that Lauren De Laguna chick probably she is a Trumple, isn't she?
Yeah, she's your best Trumple friend?
I'm trying to think of who else I know that would support Trump. I feel like I've lost all my red pill friends at this point. Counterpoints. Oh yeah, we went shooting with Counterpoints.
I don't
know if
think
he would vote.
Counterpoints doesn't support Trump.
Yeah, I don't think he would.
Are we in the same? Are you in the same bubble? I mean, you interact with Trump people all the time, but could you say that you're close with a Trump supporter other than your family?
I don't think
members?
I would, but I don't think it would be because they support Trump. It's probably because if they do support Trump, there's going to be a lot of other probably incompatible belief overlaps. So they're going to make it really hard for us to be friends, I think.
How does that make you feel? I mean, you have tons of Biden friends. I would say you probably have tons of socialist friends.
Ugh.
Do you think so?
I might. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have many people that I consider friends. It's a pretty small number. But I mean, how would it make me feel? I mean, I would expect it to be that way, right? That most of my friends are probably going to be relatively ideologically aligned with me to some extent, right?
Yeah. No, I understand that. Yeah.
I do think the Trump supporting people, there's a lot of
Could
weird
you be
shit.
with someone who supported Trump? Could you like not in terms of like a longer term relationship to the extent that exists for you? Could you be in
like fuck somebody that supports Trump? Yeah, sure.
No. Like just
date
a longer term dating relationship, not necessarily monogamous.
I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff. Trump is just such an outlier in terms of everything. It's so weird. There's so many things that's like broken with your mind from my point of view to support Trump. I feel like it'd be really hard for us to get along in other ways. But it's conceivable. Like it's conceivable. Yeah. I don't know if I would ever write anybody off in one position, but yeah. There must be archetypes of people that if I like right now, because of the people that I'm with and the areas that I hang out in, it's hard to imagine. But I'm sure that if I was back in Nebraska or if I lived in a certain area and I was around a ton of people and a lot of them were Trump supporters, I could probably pick out friends in that group. I probably could. But that topic probably wouldn't come up too much. But I'm sure I could. Yeah.
When I was bartending, I had a few pretty close employee friends that were Trump supporters, and there were some who were good people. There were some who were like ex-cons and stuff, but it's being in like a for non-family members, a long-term romantic relationship with someone like that, who supports Trump on that basis alone. I think it would be tough for me, just on a values level. Just like it would be tough for me to be in a long-term relationship with someone who is a devout Muslim or Christian, right? I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm kind of rambling, but I saw your tweet about the relationships you've built with people online, and it got me sort of thinking about, which personalities do you sort of deal well with, and how come you and I haven't really had like a bridge burn?
I think something that's hard to see that is probably true is the overwhelming relationships I have are probably fine. The only thing that happens is there's basically two ways for relationships to end in my world. One way is we have a spectacular fight and then everything burns out. But the second way is I have a lot of people that like I'm friendly with because I'm doing a certain style of content on stream. They come on, we chat, and everything's chill. And then I'm kind of like doing different stuff, and we just don't like talk as much anymore, And
they kind of just
because there's a ton of people I can think of that are like like Pixie is a friend of mine, or like Aaron Straderade. Like nothing dramatic has happened between. Like there's a ton of people where nothing dramatic's happened. We just don't talk as much. But like I could theoretically call any of these people like, hey, do you want to hang out, or do you want to come on stream and chat, or do you want to? But we just don't because like the style of content I've moved. Yeah, Erudite Lily is an example. Mutin is an example. Dan is probably an example. Jade is an example. Kyle is there's a ton of people where it's like, I could probably like call these people like, hey, do you want to chat or whatever? And they'd be like, oh, sure. But because I'm doing most of the time that I spend with people tends to be on stream. So depending on the direction my content moves, I just don't have, they're just not in my life as much.
about
I felt like that's normal to an extent, though, right? You can still be friends with someone and not be talking to them all the time. And
Yeah, a
still
little
feel
bit, but
to
since
somebody
so much of
close.
my life revolves around work, I think most people make time to like hang out with friends and do things. Whereas if I'm not streaming, I'm either gymming or working on something else. Like I'm not like I don't have very much like free time for friends. It's pretty rare.
I think there's some exceptions, but the general rule that you make time for things you care about, I think, is a pretty good heuristic.
Sure.
You think it's not true?
I think it's generally true. Yeah. But I mean, like, there's a lot of people that I care about, but I don't know if I care enough to stop working. I guess as mean as that sounds. Yeah.
Right. So isn't that a good heuristic to say, I care about working more than I care about whatever that is that you're telling me you want to do with me? I'm not
Probably,
trying
yeah.
to judge you, by the way. It's fine.
Well, the only reason I don't like it is because some people interpret it as that I don't like them or I don't care about them at all. Like if I got thrown on in a room for 3 days and I was forced to game with like Lily, Mooten, Jade, Dan, RNA, I don't know. I can probably think of 5 or 10 other people that have been on stream in the past. Bing, like anybody. It would be super fun the whole time, and it wouldn't be like, oh god, like I fucking hate, I've got to stay. Like I'd be like, oh, this is super fun, like we can do it to be fun. But the reality is just every day I'm generally choosing like work related stuff instead. I guess,
you would choose that. It reminds me a lot about like the advice that a lot of young people will get with dating, which is, they'll send mess, and obviously, this will never apply universally. There are always exceptions. There's always trends and stuff. But when you have someone who's quick to respond to you, eager to text back, asking questions that are open-ended for you as well, and it's a back and forth, and it's not just an interview style. Their conduct shows their interest.
For sure.
What they're opening themselves up to. If they're, if you ask them to go on a date on one given day and they're like, no, I can't do it, but why don't we try this day, or why don't we try this place? I just think that conduct and what someone is willing to do will always be the greatest indicator of like what their priorities are, or even what their interests are. And so if you're telling me that I'm spending 90% of my time on stream and given 20 invitations from friends to do something privately personal, I'll only accept 2 or 3 of them. It sounds like without judgment, that's where your priorities are. And
yeah, for sure. My priorities are definitely around work stuff. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I'm sure most of those people you listed, though, are really understanding of that, though, right?
The people that I listed probably wouldn't even consider us friends, or we'd be like acquaintances probably, which is fair.
Aw.
But I think
does that make you feel bad?
No, not at all. It's a lot less pressure on me.
I don't know. You can be friends, but not like close friends, right? And you can be friends, which is a bit more than acquaintances, but still
Sure.
not.
We can play whatever like word game we want with it, but sure.
Yeah,
It doesn't make you feel bad to consider someone a friend and they don't consider you a friend?
I think it would for most people, but it also depends on how you define them. Like that.
No, for you.
I mean, the word doesn't matter, but it would be like the level of like attachment would obviously matter, right?
Yeah, like if Dan came out and said, or I said, or Kelly Jean said, Steven's not my friend. I think that would hurt. That should hurt you, right?
Me, probably not. Maybe somebody else.
I don't like the words you're using, but like I would agree in principle. Yeah. Like if I would if you said like you hated me, right? I don't like the word friend or whatever. I'm not sure. Like are we friends? Would you consider us friends? I think we are, right?
I think
me and Pisco. Kelly, I guess we are, sure. Only because of how much time we've known each other.
Don't be mean to Kelly. People are so mean to her in the DGG chat.
She brings
They're
it on
like
herself a lot.
Askers and pains to knees and.
I don't mind that. I would like.
I think it's rude.
Kill yourselves, but I don't mind the emotes. That's fine. The telling me to die all the time is a little bit depressing, but it's fine.
Damn.
I would consider us friends, Steven.
Okay.
But again, I have. I don't mean this to be rude. I don't have much expectations for you in the sense of commitments or times or. And so I think it's kind of low stakes for you, right?
Yeah.
I have a career that's separate and not reliant on whatever it is that you're doing, and you know, if I'm in Florida, I might go hang out with you, or if when you're in New York City, you hit me up. But other than that, I'm not like, hey, come this weekend for this event.
Mhm.
And so, and if I did start saying, hey, Steven, you know, why won't you hang out with me? Like, why won't you make an effort to go out of your way to see me or to do this or to do that? I think very quickly our relationship might fall apart, which is okay. I think there's room for low stakes style things, but I mean, how far out of your way for any of these relationships are you willing to go?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the person. It would depend on the requests. Yeah, you start making them and see what happens. Okay.
Well, how about we start with Weow?
I've got to fight the bear. Okay. You know
That's
what?
it's
Hold
all
on.
been about.
Hold on. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Do you think he's here right now? Oh, he's so fucking retarded. He actually fucking deleted it.
Oh, he did?
From the back end. Are you serious? Wait, can you send me the emote on fucking, do you have it on Discord? Can you send it to me on Discord?
I don't have it. No, I don't even know what it... I've forgotten what it looks like. It's been so long. I think it's black and white.
Okay, so you send me the emote, or whoever, Igor, whoever does the emote, send me the emote and I'll reinstitute it and we'll see how long it lasts, okay?
Okay. Listen, I think that you're a very particular person, and I think that our dynamic works.
Mhm.
But I also think that it doesn't work for a lot of people.
Yeah, which is fair and fine. Like, I acknowledge that, yeah.
Yeah. Kudos to you for acknowledging, which I think you've always had, right? You've always kind of acknowledged that.
Yeah, I think it's an important step. Like, there's a lot of people who say things like, oh, like, people just are like, I'm an asshole, but like, you know, people should get used to that, blah, blah, blah. Like, I understand like the personality style I have, the relationship style I have, I understand all that. And I know why it's not for everybody. Like, so if somebody's like, oh, like, I don't think I could ever be friends with somebody like you, or like the way that you engage with people drives me crazy. That's totally fair. I understand that. I would never tell somebody to change the way they affiliate with somebody or associate with somebody to tolerate the style of relationship or engagement that I have. That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, is there anything you would change, like, that would interfere with what you want to do at any given moment?
I mean, theoretically, there is some type of person or relationship or thing that would cause me to change, maybe. But I'd have to be careful for it because it's possible I could commit to something that realistically I wouldn't be able to maintain, right?
So you think that even if you had at some point some desire for it, you think that your preferences is like a strong force acting on you that you couldn't trust yourself to
over a long period of time.
Yeah. That's cool.
I think it's also a little bit normal if you've had to deal with a lot of like bridge burning and people being psychotic to not want to be close to like a whole bunch of people anyway.
No,
like
that actually is, I understand why a lot of people think that it has nothing to do with it. Literally just because even people that I really like and try to make time for whatever, it's like pretty, it's just difficult. Wait, can I not upload emotes on my website? Hello?
Has he blocked you out on the back end?
I don't think there's a way that he can. Prefix.
What did he do?
Who?
The RTBA is that what you're talking about?
He's a good mod. He's a good guy.
What did he do?
I can't upload it won't let me
Kill
upload
the
this
man.
PNG. Somebody gave me one Weow and it didn't work. I'm not sure. I'll figure it out, okay?
Yeah, no problem. Take your time. I'll let you go now, but yeah, good talk and hope you have a great weekend, man.
Yeah, I love you, buddy. Be careful.
Yeah. You as well, Kelly.
Thanks. I'm gonna head out too. I just wanted to, the Zerka thing. Okay, bye.
Be careful. Jesus. Boom, 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 boom. Oh. seen Sound of Freedom yet? Not yet. Okay.
Find a cool new weapon. It's got a fire.
How's
staff with,
Exile
like,
Con
some
been
fire
going?
skill or meta skill built into it. That's going to work really cool with this thing. You pick up your cut gem that you got in your inventory and cut it up into something that's going to work with that, and then you change your build on the fly. And maybe it's also working alongside and synergizing, but different to your currently existing build and your other weapon swap.
Just having the icon on the UI, and you can kind of figure out what the different things are and what your style is versus, let's say you're in PoE 1, you go to a vendor and all you're faced with is a row of different shaped stone and you don't really know what to do with it. So I think that's really going to just open up like just your creativity on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely.
A whole new level of speed running as well.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to go back to town.
Yeah, well, Rise of Me doing the race tomorrow, and that'll be kind of like sealing off the PoE 1 era of racing somewhat. I'm super interested to see what happens with PoE 2, like competitive play in racing. Like, there's so much more that people can.
You reviewed the Venti
interact
video
with
of
there as
Rolo
well.
yet?
Like,
Yeah, we watched it earlier.
Weapon swapping setups being set up on the fly, and cut gems being cut in the field.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think the skill ceilings just opened up
yeah.
quite a lot.
Going right up.
Yeah, for sure, because that was a big limit for a lot of classes in the past for racing. For instance, Duelist, right? It needs that access to all those different weapons, and wasn't the case, but it will be now.
Yeah, so much more dynamic and distinctive gameplay there, but we also saw a bunch of new classes, like more classes. What? There's already so many classes in this game. And then like with their ascendancies as well, like splitting that into so many more classes. So now, we got a mercenary, a warrior,
Huntress,
Druid,
sorceress, and druid. Yeah.
Druid, yeah, there we go.
All right. Everybody still on this guy's content? Whew. Time for me to steal it. Oh, shit. Hold on. Ooh, today's Friday. Okay. I don't think I have time to watch this whole thing tonight. We'll steal it tomorrow, okay? New worst nightmare unlocked. Nice. How are you doing on your kick hours for July?
Member.
Okay, I think like my minimum that I'm hoping to stream a month is like 150 hours a month. That's like my... Let me see. Yeah. I think I might already be at 150 this month. But I'm streaming tomorrow too, so we're okay this month. Oh, I'm at 147 for this month, so that's okay, not too bad.
Because I celebrated Pride Month. 100 gang members because I celebrated Pride Month.
KFC fucking forgot my 40 chicken legs, so I shot up the store.
My girlfriend cheated on me, so I shot her ass up.
I was stabbed 114 times by my classmate.
My teacher fucking failed me, so I shot her up.
My friends shot me to death after I denied joining their gang.
Popeyes fucking forgot my 30 chicken sandwiches, so I shot up the store.
My stepfather killed my biological sister.
My family got killed by the cartel during vacation. My girlfriend's parents killed me because they didn't want me to marry.
I cheated on my husband with my son.
My neighbor's dog raped my girlfriend, so I shot it to death.
I celebrated BLM and got my face blown out.
I took a shit in a white-only restroom and got
I kidnapped my neighbor's dogs and cooked them for dinner.
My boyfriend forcefully shoved a stick up my asshole.
My friends found out I was gay, so they killed my dogs. Hello.
I came into a public pool, and now I'm forced to pay child support for 100 women. Hello.
I eat
What the fuck?
3 McDonald's Big Macs a day.
Recently, I almost died due to a fatal heart attack.
My parents found out that I was gay, so they disowned me.
My pet monkey got me pregnant, so
I celebrated Pride Month in the hood. Then 100 gang.
Okay. I don't see anything at all out of the ordinary. Meta stock up good. You better be over 300 again. Whoa, Zensui, what's up?
What's up?
Hi, what's up?
Kind of a weird way to randomly pull me in, but...
How is it? What was weird? What's a normal way to pull you in?
I don't know, you were screaming about Metastock?
Yeah, because it's up bigly. Did you join me when I told you to buy? When I told you all to buy?
No, mine's an Apple, and I bought back like before it split when it was like 100.
Is that good or bad? Okay.
It's very good. It's like up like what, 800%? Something like that?
Well, no one cares, so fuck you.
Oh, but everyone cares about your meta though?
Yeah. Okay, what do you want? What's up?
Kind of want to argue with you with something. I was the person who argued with Pisco last time, and I haven't angry argued with anyone since like school. It felt really good.
You're the lawyer guy.
Yeah, because unfortunately you can't really argue with colleagues and or judges. They tend to either put you in prison or fire you. But one thing, because I've been listening to some of the other calls you've been having with people, and so the DDoS kid thing, that I completely am on your side with it, and I've heard people say like, how could you possibly, like, how bizarre it is that your view is that like to think that like, oh, how could you feel like you want to kill him or his parents? I've tried explaining it to like normal people, and the worst thing anyone has ever said to me is like, wow, he probably shouldn't have admitted to that online. That's about it, but I understand why he feels that way. And everyone who's ever like lost their job and like been out, like thought they were gonna lose their family, their house, and all that stuff, were like, oh yeah, I absolutely would have killed him. Like that, there was no hesitation. So it feels like, why can you like Steelman for me? Why would anyone think what you thought was wrong? Like, I mean, what's the alternative? Like, if nothing works, then what was the thing? What is the moral thing you should have done? I realize I'm asking you to argue for opposing.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I think the idea is that like it's similar actually to what I've been saying for abortion. Like the threshold for wanting to kill somebody, especially if we're talking like a minor, is incredibly high, and that when the bar for killing somebody has been set at somehow interferes with the money you're making, you enter all sorts of strange territory where if a woman runs a red light every day and she's cutting you off in traffic, can you kill that woman if she's going to make you late to work and you're going to lose your job? Or if you've got a boss that really doesn't like you and they say they're going to try to get you fired tomorrow, you know, without proper justification, can you go and kill your boss? Or if you've got an employee that makes your job harder at work and that's leading to an increased likelihood of you getting fired, you know, can you kill that employee? Like, these are probably the types of arguments. People are not necessarily looking at my particular situation, but they are generalizing a rule I could be crafting in that situation and then extrapolating it or generalizing it to the rest of society and saying, now you live in a clown world where people are just like killing each other en masse because of threats to their income.
That makes more sense, because I feel like you've probably had that conversation with someone, but I think you're sick of having it, so you're kind of like dismissive of people when they bring it up.
Well, I'm not dismissive, but I would say that the other side is, like the side that I ascribe to our good friend Pisco, is I would say you're okay in a world where people can infinitely like deprive people of their jobs, and you would force everybody to work at McDonald's if somebody was sufficiently motivated to keep somebody from being able to work, is Pisco's argument 100%, even though I try to weasel out of it.
Well, what's up, man? Hey, listen, stuff got heated last time.
It was awesome though.
It got weird.
I told you, I had fun. Like I said, like I haven't gotten to yell like that since like law school.
Yeah.
Like that was.
Oh yeah, that was
the,
great.
Do you mind if I ask you like a post-mortem your thoughts on like the
Oh
conversation?
yeah, sure. But I do want to.
But yeah, tell me this as well.
But yeah, you can go ahead first.
What?
Well, you can go ahead first.
So my thought, like, so because I like to think about arguments after I have them, and so, like, because I heard you came on afterwards when we was talking, you had another lawyer on, like, who was sitting, what's her face, and like, you're still. I try to think about like what does it meant, like what I meant by it, and how I could better convey it. And one way I thought of it was, have you seen Game of Thrones, the first season?
Sure have.
Yeah, so you know when Jon Snow goes to the Watch and like he starts sparring with people and just beating the shit out of them?
Yes.
And so then afterwards, they almost kill him because of how pissed they were with him. And I feel like that situation where Tyrion walks in and goes they hate, they knew what they came when they got here. They hate me because I'm better than them. And it's oh, I'm so sorry. So I feel like it was that where my argument was not that you didn't beat the shit out of people. It's like Pisco Snow, man. It's not how unlucky for them that they didn't have their master at law, Professor Rorik, to teach them legal arguments. It's that first guy was a schizo poster.
Listen, I understand why I come across as a jackass. If you go to the YouTube comments on any of the given videos, and sometimes I do because I think it's funny how universally I'm hated in those comments. They all come off the impression that I'm arrogant and annoying, and even honestly, some people. I think DGG I get more support, but I understand that perspective. I do this because it's fun for me. It's fun to do it, and also because I think it's important for someone to argue for what I consider to be sanity, and at least in the case of the Trump docs stuff, where the superseding indictment just came out yesterday, which is even worse. So I understand why I come across that way, but I don't think that I'm wrong about anything, and I don't think I'm wrong. I've been wrong before.
Jon Snow beat everyone's ass. I'm not saying that Jon Snow totally won all those fights. It's just he was a dick while doing it. I feel like it doesn't take much to earn your right to be a dick, and I feel like you hadn't when you airdrop into someone else's call and start off as kind of railing someone. You're okay, it could have taken you 2 seconds.
I get it. Listen, I'm not. It's a little bit of a persona, right? And in some ways, it's not because on the one hand, I think I do argue like this sometimes when I'm really into it. And anyone who is close to me would say that, but it's not how I usually interact with people outside of the space. I think that I'm usually much better adjusted and more calm when I talk to people, almost in this tone. But when I come on here, I'm here, I'll give you an example of what I would say. I'll be do you really think it should be legal to do what Steven is suggesting in the DDoS thing? Do you think it should be legal to kill a kid in those circumstances?
It wasn't a matter of legality, it's a matter of morality. There's things that I believe that are legal. So,
should it be legal or not?
No, from a standpoint, because unfortunately, if you create that as a legal, I don't know how you would craft that law to say, if someone is enough, if you have no other recourse, then can you do something? And the answer is probably not, because I can't think of how to craft that law. But from a moral, there's a difference between saying what I think is moral and what I think should be legal.
What he's trying to say is you think that it'd be jury nullification in that circumstance.
I wouldn't convict him. So if he was charged with it, I'd find some excuse to let him off.
So you would say that even though you think that what Destiny's suggesting should be illegal, you think he shouldn't go to jail for it if he does it?
Correct. That's the whole point of a jury, is to add in a human element. That there's times where it's you can point out and go oh, they're totally guilty. The jury can come back and say not guilty. The judge can't go they can't overrule a not guilty and go, you know what? I think the law is pretty clear. They should be guilty. The judge can do the opposite, but they can't actually convict someone against it to go I think the jury's wrong. I'm gonna go ahead and convict you anyways.
Would that be true of copyright infringement that wipes you out?
Say again?
So that'd be true of copyright infringement that wipes you out. Say a similar circumstance, but instead of what we're talking about DDoSing, it's blatant infringement in such a way that it just destroys and wipes you out. You spend all your time working on a manuscript. Should it be the case that if someone does that to you and thereby destroys years of work and your potential livelihood, should you be able to do that? And I'll give you 2 examples. One where it's already been done. In the case of Stephen, it was already done. But how about another one where you see, part of it's been done, but you can prevent some other part of it in the future. So
for him, it wasn't already done. It would be an ongoing thing, I guess. Yeah, that's you can correct me if I'm wrong. If the kid suddenly said he would stop DDoSing you, would you still kill him? Go I don't care if you stop, it's too late for you?
The second somebody stops doing something, it changes from self-defense to revenge, and I think revenge, even ethically, is
that's why I did both examples. So
so the whole point is never
so Zetsui. So here's what Pisco's saying. Okay, you spent 3 years writing a manuscript. A guy grabs it from you. He's got the USB thumb drive, and he's running over to his computer. And as soon as he pops it in, it's going to upload on his account. He's going to get all the credit for it. He's going to make $100,000 selling it. You've worked for 3 years on this. You see the guy running towards his computer to upload it. Can you shoot him to prevent the theft of that thumb drive?
Morally, yes.
Okay. Behave.
Because, it's because it's not about
I agree with you. Fuck yeah.
The goal is completely about preventing. So that the
Sure. Wait. Actually, wait. We modify it even more.
Next, right, Steven?
Wait. I'll modify that even more. Hold on to make it more analogous. He's running towards the computer. There are 3 cops standing by watching him. You're pleading with the cops, please make this guy stop. And they're like, we can't really do anything. Sorry.
Doesn't matter, they say.
Yeah.
Okay. So
go ahead.
You know what I'm gonna do next, right?
Do it next. Yeah.
Go.
You're aware that there is ongoing infringement, oftentimes, and say for whatever reason, there's an ongoing infringement, and to get access and stop the infringement requires killing someone who's posted a video that's infringing on your copyright, and you feel that it's too expensive and too difficult to litigate a fair use case, which is even a frivolous fair use case. It's not really realistic for you to go through the process of hiring a lawyer and going through the litigation, but you can just kill him, take his computer, and stop the infringement. You think that's morally justified?
I think it got a little abstract. Like I can't even imagine a scenario. You're gonna have to give. Can you give me like put in an actual scenario?
Actually, let's do a more simple one. The reason why I don't like copyright is because copyright is so much. Because one, you're not stealing a physical thing, and you're not preventing like a one thing. Like you're making copies. It's a lot different. But we can make almost the exact same example. Let's say Pisco. As a proud member of Nebraska, whose grandma used to do this all the time, somebody pulls off the side of the road and they walk into your cornfield to take, some ears of corn.
Mm-hmm.
Should farmers have the right to shoot people that knowingly they've got signs up saying no trespassing, do not come take my shit. I am out here in the field with a shotgun and I will shoot and kill you. Grandma gets out of the car to walk up to go take some stalks of corn. She can read. She's fully within her mental faculty. She knows she's violating this, and she knows that if he finds her, he'll shoot her. Does he have the moral right to protect his ears of corn?
Deadly self-defense? No.
No, not deadly self-defense. Defense of property.
Deadly self-defensive property is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So deadly self-defensive property? No.
Yeah.
Morally, right? Like we're not talking legally. Like it's obviously legally.
Morally,
no.
and so for this, happily for me, the rule that I want, I believe, is reflects morality in a way that, I don't want people for themselves deciding when and how they're entitled to a certain property, what property is too attenuated or too, non-real enough such that your thing crystallizes, what is enough notice. The reason why killing is usually we only give that right in the most dire of circumstances because we don't trust people living in the day-to-day things to decide like the scope of their property right entitlements and resort to deadly self-defense. That's why, because in the grand scheme of it, I can acknowledge that there can be certain property entitlements that are worth dying over. That's of course true. I think Stephen has said it best where like surely communists think, for instance, that property is worth dying for. Our founding fathers thought that their money, their taxation was worth dying for. So I'm not here saying that like certain property is not worth dying for. The question is, as an implementing rule in your society, are you going to make the rule that people individually for themselves get to determine what is and what's not a sufficient property entitlement and enact their own vision?
But isn't that already the moral and the law? Wait, isn't that the law right now?
With a nexus to serious bodily injury or your life, but
no. So the way that I understand it is the laws as written essentially, like in a chain causal way, enable you to defend property at threat of death.
With force. Yeah, but what we're talking about is separate.
But if you're a woman and an adult male is on your property about to steal something, you've essentially got legal protections to kill that person.
Yeah. So if someone is intruding in your house and you don't know who that person is, they're burglarizing your house. I don't think I've ever been taken the position that a burglar who you're not aware of and you have no knowledge, it's a fairly brazen thing for someone to break into their house. And I think there's enough, and I think there's enough of a nexus there to say that, shit, I mean, serious bodily injury could occur. Like, why is this guy in my house?
But we're always getting away from the serious bodily injury because we all agree on that, right?
That's what I mean. But that's what I mean, right? Like, when you say that, okay, well, a man on a woman's property, putting aside the kind of the gender tropes there, but just acknowledging it that there's a biological difference in strength or whatever, and so you don't know what that person is going to do. To the extent that we can
eliminate that. We can say it. The guy goes in the store and he's like, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to steal 10 Hershey bars. I'm not going to hurt you.
That's all I'm going to do. Yeah,
and that's all I'm going to
do. Those are the circumstances in which.
Yeah. Those are the circumstances you should say.
You think he has a right to steal as much as he wants?
Yes.
No. Sorry, he does.
I feel like you have no spine to actually hold up to that position.
Hang on a second.
Wait, slow down.
Wait. Hang on a second.
Go ahead.
It is not the case that they have a right to steal. They don't have a right to steal. That's still a harm. But how you deal with that societal wrong, it's not individual deadly self-defense or nothing. That's where
but let's say she's exhausted the steps. But what if she's exhausted the steps in between?
Well, what do you? Sorry, go ahead. No, I was gonna say that. So the thing is that when it comes to like the theft, the thing is that we can't like imagine like a supernatural like magical being that'll come grab things back. If someone robs you, for the most part, you're not getting your stuff back. Like it's not like they're gonna like, here's my name, here's my. If you want to like bring me to small claims, I just want to let you know where I am, who I am, and everything. They're not gonna give you that information. And again, the goal is never punishment. That's why the solution could always be just stop stealing. That's why I'm like, where it feels like you're
want to
saying
be made whole. I understand. People want to be made whole when the wrongs. When wrong
not
happens,
even. I'm saying the wrong shouldn't happen.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
the difference. We're not about making someone whole. It's about preventing the wrong from wrong.
Preventing a wrong from happening, right? In those scenarios, right? But people are wiped out all the time by ongoing acts of fraud, right? People stealing money from bank accounts, people, committing fraud upon you, Bernie Madoff, that kind of stuff. So if there was a scenario, you can invent it yourself. You don't need me to invent it in this way. But where you think that the harm's going to be ongoing, and usually deadly self-defense is applicable to other people, right? So to the extent that you have a deadly self-defense right, if someone is imminently going to put you in serious risk of bodily injury or
wait, hold on. Wait. Why? I don't understand.
Translatable.
Yeah, wait. I don't understand why you have to come with this so much. In the case where the guy comes in, he wants to grab the 20 Hershey bars, and the police said they're not going to help. They don't really care about it. And the woman is just a woman, no offense, right? All she has is a gun. You're saying that given the option to let him come in and take 20 Hershey bars every month, or shoot him, she has to suffer the consequences of him.
And that he is allowed to do that.
Yeah, so the world that you're constructing, maybe if it's such an extreme situation where it's she's gonna die or something.
No, stop. Hold on. Wait. I don't know why you keep bringing bodily harm. You keep doing bodily harm. Yeah, we all agree on the bodily harm. If those were her last 20 Hershey bars, she's gonna starve to death.
The livelihood. That's
no. I'm not arguing livelihood at all. Her business will be fine. She can still keep selling shit. She writes it off as a loss.
I have to leave in 3 minutes, but I just
okay.
Hershey bars.
Yeah, they're just Hershey bars. I'm not saying she's gonna lose her whole business. She's gonna go bankrupt.
So I'll change it, right? So she's
wait. Why change it? Just that exact scenario.
Yeah. So in that exact scenario, if all you're taking is 20 Hershey bars every single week, the police do nothing about it, right? You're calling the police saying this is theft, it's against the law, and the police are just saying sorry, we can't handle it. That this person doesn't pose a threat to anybody's for a serious bodily injury, and also or death, and also you don't have any way to use just regular force. Remember, you can use force.
Yep, that's why it's a woman and not a. Yeah, we understand all of these. Yeah.
No, but I have to repeat all these caveats
every
single time because you're going to act like I'm saying that you have no resort to any help. This is a situation in which no one's going to help you with regular force. You can't hire anybody to help you with regular force. The police aren't going to help you with force or deadly force.
And her only option is deadly force, and he's not going to hurt her. And her life was
you're annoyed that I'm repeating it because
I'm annoyed because I don't think you're going to answer the question. But go ahead.
No, I am going to. I'm absolutely going to answer the question. The answer to the question, I'll say right now, is no. I don't think you have a deadly self-defense right just with that kind of property.
And will you say the reverse then? That the person has a right to take as much as they want from, like, so they can steal those.
Do you understand that logically falls? Wait.
It does. Either you have a right to, either they don't have a right or they do.
You understand?
If you're saying that they don't, that means
that's logically not true. I'll be back in like this call is going to take 5 minutes.
Sure.
But I'll be back in 5 minutes. It is not the case that just because you have no remedy or in that moment, in that circumstance,
there is a remedy.
In my world, right? Aren't we talking about my world?
Sure. You've denied them remedy. There is
no,
possible
I've
remedies.
denied them
chains to their feet to prevent the remedies.
I've denied them a particular remedy, right?
So all remedies.
Hang on. What if the only remedy was to throw a grenade every time they walk in with a baby? They have a no. I'm dead serious. I'm about to go to my car.
No. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Your analogy is instantly. Oh my god.
Let me finish this hypothetical.
Okay.
What if every time they walked in, they had an innocent baby strapped to their chest?
And I have the exact same answer. I don't know why you even bother. It's different at that point because now you're harming an innocent party. That's a totally different scenario.
Right? So you want to live in a world that all it takes for someone to infinitely steal, is to have a baby, have a child, and carry it with them every time.
Yes.
And they can infinitely steal.
Yeah. If you take hostages, then
congratulations. So your world sounds so much better.
It does. Because the likelihood of grabbing a hostage to do something. Oh my god. Also not because of that, but also if you've elevated to taking hostage, the police are much more likely to be interested. Yeah. Go. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. You little cuck piece of shit. Leave. Yeah, go, Italian. But yeah, fuck. Fredo, that was it. Sorry.
So,
I'm sorry.
What it comes down to is just like, why is not stealing the chocolate bars not a valid, just stop, that solves everything? And someone's like, no, that's unacceptable that they stop. And I'm like, I don't get that. I don't get why it's them stopping is an unacceptable solution.
Well,
I don't know.
He left, but okay. Lead attorney,
Yeah.
you had something you wanted to enter in here.
And Rage Pope.
Lead attorney was here first. I'll let him go. I guess he's not here, but I don't know. It just seems insane to me that you can have a world where you hand over violence, the monopoly on violence, to the state, and they choose not to use it, and then you don't have that right reassigned back to you if they're just choosing not to do it.
So
absolutely true and based.
Have you heard, like, so I mean, you've talked with Sweet Anita. Have you talked to her about, like, when she got stalked and that, like, she got a restraining order and still, like, the cops would do nothing? That the guy was, like, coming to her house with a knife and they, like, picked him up and then dropped him off right near his house with a knife. Like, that if no one will do anything, is that just being like, okay, sorry, I guess you you legally and morally are required to die because, unfortunately, the cops are going to do, no one's going to do anything? He's not currently a threat, and once he is, you're dead.
Yep, in Peace Ghost world, that's absolutely true.
And so, yeah, and like I said, that a lot of times, like, when I've had this conversation with people, it boils down to, like, saying, like, well, you think that they should deserve the death penalty. And the answer is it's not a penalty. That if someone's going to, like, say someone's going to rape you, I think you can kill them to stop them from raping you.
But you can't kill them once they finish.
You can't kill them a week later because the reason you're killing them is to prevent the act from happening, not to punish them for committing the act.
True.
And so, yeah, I don't know. And so...
Yeah, but let's say they've raped you, like, 5 times, like, once a week on Friday. Can you kill them, like, on week 6?
Yeah, but only it's only to prevent something from being deprived of you, not as a revenge.
Oh, you don't know if they're going to rape you again the next week.
Okay, well then that augments your question, obviously, right?
Yeah, well, so then you're saying that they don't. So I mean, if they don't, then no. If they do,
well, if there's a chance, if you don't know,
well, no,
if you just assume they're going to.
No, you don't. You can't assume they're going to know. You can say if they. So I mean, you can have a weapon with you, so because obviously they're going to break down the door, the same one they've broken down the same 5 times. You can have a gun ready at the 6th one, and be ready to, like, for them to do it again. If you go, they broke down my door, they smashed my door open again for the 6th time, and I shot them. Like, well, how did you know? You're like, because they did it 5 times before.
Lead attorney, what's up? You're here now.
Yeah, I was here. I was muted. I'm old. I don't really know how this stuff works.
You're good.
Yeah, I just want to be an orbiter. I'm just here. I'm trying to figure out what was going on. You know, people were talking about strapping babies to their chests and stealing, and I couldn't figure out what the argument was.
I think the point he was making is trying to say, like, so that he introduced innocent parties, or saying, like, if you have the right to do deadly force to stop someone from committing harm against you, let's say it was like stealing, and he goes, but what if they brought an innocent person in to say, so you have to kill them and the innocent person, can you do that? And the answer is no, you can't harm an innocent person to protect yourself. In the same sense that, like, if someone was coming at you to attack you from, like, a crowd, you can't mow down the crowd to go, sorry, like, I was defending myself and it required me to kill everyone, all the innocents as well. You can't do that. So no, you can't hurt innocent people to protect
so if somebody's coming at you with, like,
no, wait, that was for defense of property. For self-defense, you probably could kill an innocent person to defend yourself. That probably
I think you absolutely can.
If someone's gonna kill you, then yeah. But I don't think anyone's arguing that if someone's about to kill you, that you can't kill them, because I don't think you can really make a moral stance that goes, no, you are morally required to just let someone kill you. Like,
well, them and innocence.
Huh?
I said them plus innocence, not just killing the person that's attacking you.
Even that, like, that, I think you might still face some amount of consequences legally, but I think morally, I don't, like, I just don't know how can you go, sorry, you're gonna kill someone else who's innocent, even though you're innocent, so you have to die as an innocent person. You're like,
the big problem I have with Peace Ghost,
innocent person dies either way.
Yeah, the big problem I have with Peace Ghost thing is I think it's a hard sell to compel somebody to suffer at the hands of somebody else choosing to do something bad to them. I think that's a really hard sell for me.
And like I said, that my view is, like, I don't understand why them just stopping isn't the answer. Because it's not like, oh, there's no option for them to live. It's like, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, they could just not do the thing.
Like, they could stop at any time and this whole problem goes away, but somehow that's an unacceptable solution.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, but yeah. Well, it's unfortunate that he left, though, because like I said, I enjoy arguing, but man, gotta be nice to judges, gotta be nice to other people.
Was this the guy that had the issue with his kid, his adult kid?
No.
That's a different guy.
No, that was not me. No, I argued with Pisco before over basically attorney optics of bringing legal arguments to lay people. And so, yeah.
Who was the guy with the 26-year-old kid that he kidnapped?
He's not here right now. I don't know if that guy's gonna come back.
That was wild.
Yeah.
You're the attorney that was talking during that, right? Or no?
He's the one that came in. No, Pisco's not talking
How
about.
many attorneys do you have calling in?
We got a lot of them. Okay, apparently you
There's
guys
a
are
lot of us. Look
fucking
at your
losers.
bar number. You'll
okay?
see how many there are.
Jesus Christ! I saw Jonathan in the chat. Shout out to Jonathan.
Who's Jonathan?
Jonathan is another attorney on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
I don't get like the whole like I don't think I could do attorneying outside of my job. It's like it's what I do, not who I am. But I guess like if you're like if you really enjoy the scholarly aspect of it, I can understand. I guess, but I don't know. It's a job I do.
Yeah, it was a job for me too until I retired. I didn't realize how much I hated it until I retired. You know.
You retired?
Oh yeah, after 20 years.
What kind of law did you do?
In the beginning, I did everything. You know, kind of door law,
Yeah.
and then I ended up specializing in family law.
Oh God.
Yeah,
My
that's what,
sympathies.
Yeah,
that's what they all say. That's exactly right. When you get down deep into it, though, it's like none of it is really good unless you just have a passion for it. Oh my God, it's just a job, and it's a terrible job because the stress is so much. Being a YouTuber is so much better. I'm so happy to be a damn YouTuber. Anytime I run into anybody, even if it's at the fucking grocery store, I'm always telling these people, just try to get on YouTube. Just try. Destiny will tell you that the money is just insane. You don't even have to be that big to replace your income, and there's just no stress. I mean, the stress that you feel as a YouTuber, it's microscopic compared to the stress as an attorney.
I mean, I think it probably depends on.
Attorney.
Yeah, it depends on what kind of attorney. Depends on what kind of YouTuber.
I have no stress. I left freaking. I was in litigation. I had to argue with someone about whether they got an STD from a car accident, and like there was a point where just like, well, I'm like at one point I actually had to call the attorney and say, okay, you marked rear end accident on this like pleadings. What did you mean by that? Because you might be with the wrong department. I'm like, because no, you didn't get chlamydia from a rear end car accident.
Do you like being an attorney?
Oh, I love. So I mean, I do conflicts and ethics now, and I love every moment of my existence.
What is conflicts and ethics?
So, large firms, they like when you're dealing with like big clients, you very much need to make sure that you keep them all happy, that you're not that partners aren't pissing each other off. So, say you represent McDonald's, you can't take on a case for Burger King that'll piss off. Even if you have like a consent from like an advanced consent from McDonald's, you can't take them on. You have to clear things with partners. Or same thing for like for large firms when you're bringing on like lateral hires, partners that. They're like $1 million deals, and if you suddenly hire them and they go, oh crap, we can't bring on half your cases because it turns out there's conflicts, or that they'll become toxic because like all their cases will become imputed onto you. You go, okay, we can't have you with us because you will impute too many problems with us, or it'll change what kind of deal they offer them. And so like there's a entire department, so they call it like the law firm within the law firm basically. And so I'm part of new business, so like whenever we're bringing in new business that like we have to clear everything to make sure they have to get a thumbs up from us before they're allowed to actually take on the matter. Because it also helps you prevent.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty nice practice area.
No billables.
You don't have.
Or you just wind up like
exactly what I was
going
to ask you. That's exactly what I was going to ask you if you have billable hours.
No
you don't have
billables.
billable hours, and you're in that practice area. That sounds pretty sweet.
My boss gave when she let us off 3 hours early, and you're just like, why not? It's Friday. Take it easy. And
wait. Do you guys generally consider no billable? So that means he's salary. Do you think that's better than billable hours, or?
Hell yes.
Well, even for salary in big law, you're still having to meet certain billable hour requirements.
Yep.
What he's saying is that because he's not working directly for any particular one client, or because of the way that conflicts and ethics are generally structured, you do not have to go through billable hours for typical client work the same way that you would if you were a regular associate.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
And so if there's no projects, you're still getting paid basically. If there's lull times, you could just get screwed.
And I get work, like the thing is I also work weekends, and so there's like some weekends where just nothing comes in, and so it's like I'm just sitting there playing Final Fantasy 16 all Sunday and I got paid for it. Like it's pretty kick-ass. Versus we're in litigation where you're there from like 8 to 8 and you're just like, I hate my existence. And then like your partners are breathing out your butt about getting billables, and then like the clients are like auditing your billables, being like, could it maybe a paralegal have done this? Like, no, a paralegal can't do a deposition. I hate you.
What? No.
Like, no, they trying to argue for that. It's like, are you sure the paralegal couldn't do the trial for you? Like,
no.
And then like that, you have to like, Yeah,
you guys are the place that I go
compared.
through every time I do consulting for any sort of outside firms. It's like I always have to submit, pages and pages of everything that I've ever touched to be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, this isn't going to be a problem to have him come in and work on this.
When you're working for like an insurance company, you can it's pretty lax on the billing, and you can literally just do things like review file and stuff like that. But when you're actually part of like an independent firm, you have to write paragraph. Like I had to write full paragraphs to stop myself from getting audited. And then and then not only that, the worst part would be there's issues where people try and cheat their billing, and so they create the system so it's uncheatable, which also means if you make a mistake, you have to contact accounting. So suddenly it's half your day. I feel like a third of your day is spent justifying the other 2/3 of your days, and you still have to bill at least 8 hours. They expect you to bill 10.
Also, because somebody meant to bill to one particular line of work or one client or one matter, and then they billed to another, and then you have to go in and be like, oh, actually I meant to bill to this case, not that case. Can you go ahead and change it for me?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, peace goes back. We're back to self-defense.
Yeah. You guys are losers. So when I say that, when you guys pretend that there's no remedy here, everyone understands that given some amount of destruction or collateral damage or something like that, a bad actor could take advantage of, you would equally be left without recourse. And so the question is, you guys are all, the more you build out your hypothetical, and if I just take one step removed and say, well, suppose that a bad actor just has a baby, manages to have a child and takes them with them every time they get a candy bar, that's enough for all of a sudden you to have no recourse.
You keep saying all of a sudden in one little thing, but you're not. You're meaningfully changing the actors involved, right? In our sense, or I'm sorry, in our case, you've got one person with the full agency to choose otherwise, choosing to deprive you of property. But that's a lot different when they involve an innocent party now that isn't making that choice.
I understand how you're distinguishing why it would be justified in one instance, why.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure that you understand. The distinguishment is not arbitrary. It's not the difference between 10 Hershey bars and 11.
Sorry, I wasn't done talking. The reason why I bring it up is part of your quote own, right, is to say it would be so trivial. It would be so, how could we operate a society like this if, put in all these extreme conditions that in America, very hard to see all these conditions being met, or at least in a fully functioning society, it'd be hard to see them met. And all I do, right, is add one variable, which is obtain an innocent child. And now the same line that you're using against me is like, oh, you're just going to let him infinitely steal? Well, it's trivially easy to get an innocent with you. And if the police are unwilling and all the systems are failing at that point, certainly they're going to fail if you bring an innocent, right? Right? So your story about why this is so inoperable is if it's defeated by the presence of a singular innocent that would be trivially easy for any kind of bad actor to get. I don't think
hold on, no.
Do you think there's no?
I don't think it's
trivially
no
easy.
Price that you couldn't hurt.
What? Sorry? What'd you say?
Hold on, wait. Answer my question. It's not trivially easy. I'm gonna throw out a total bullshit number. My guess is of all the armed robberies in the United States, the ones involving hostages are probably less than 1%. So I don't think
you're bringing up real stats. Like that matters at all in your analysis here. What are the stats for this situation happening where there's no police intervention, no one wants to help you, no one's willing to use
excuse me.
It literally happens every day in San Francisco.
Wait, hold on. It was
let me finish this.
It's literally called the whole BLM riots. What are you talking about?
Let me finish this.
Okay. I'm going to say the same thing after you finish, but go ahead.
In many of these cases, would you agree that arson puts people in risk of life or serious bodily injury?
No, why do you have to change it?
Yes.
Wait, why can't we just vote?
Burning someone, a building down with people inside? Yeah, you're saying that fire doesn't affect people?
Wait, I agree, correct? I'm asking a question. I agree that arson puts people in risk of serious bodily injury or life. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Destiny?
Yeah.
This is it's a totally pointless. I want to go back to I don't know why we're doing the things with the life. Like every single person in here agrees that you should be able to intervene in case where life is threatened. So I don't know why you keep bringing these up to obfuscate from the other point, because you are actually, this is a bullet you won't bite.
This up, Dustin? Do you even know?
Because you're uncomfortable biting the bullet of people being allowed to infinitely steal from people. That's why you keep adding. What if you bring a baby like that?
What I'm telling you is in the case of theft of just property, where you can isolate a nexus where there absolutely is no even colorable argument that serious bodily injury or life is at stake, right? And in those particular cases, and remember, in those cases, you can still use force. So we're isolating situations in which both deadly self-defense and regular force are out the drain, and you're not allowed to use them. Even though in most states you are allowed to use force to stop a robber, certainly, and in most cases of theft. In those situations, and the police are unwilling to help you, and even when they're put on notice to help you, and the civil courts have no recourse. These defendants, or the criminals themselves, are judgment proof. You can't do anything to help. So in all those situations, once you isolate there, right, and no neighbors are willing to help, none of that stuff, then and only then would you say, okay, this recourse is still unjustified, given what it would mean for the rest of society. But it doesn't mean that you are.
I don't even know where we went right now.
It doesn't mean that there's no recourse. You're just isolating away the recourses that I think are the justified recourses in most cases of crime in which there is no nexus to serious bodily injury or life. And the reason is because we don't want to put people in charge for themselves of determining the extent of their property rights with deadly self-defense.
We literally do that already, though. Wow.
We do that, yeah.
What are you talking
That's what
about?
all self-defense is. That so when you shoot someone in self-defense, you actually don't know. Even deadly self-defense, you don't actually know if you were actually right. You didn't go like, oh, hang on, everyone stop before you're out to kill me. Let me go research the law. I know, I'm saying, but saying it applies to every form of self-defense is that you don't necessarily know your legal rights when you're actually defending yourself. A lot of it comes afterwards. That's why there's like imperfect self-defense.
Why do you think deadly self-defense is that different in your mind than self-defense? Is there a material difference between deadly self-defense and self-defense?
I mean, they're both forms of self-defense in that sense. No, in what sense?
Wait, I don't know if there is.
No?
Is there?
No.
So is every instance in which self-defense is justified, deadly self-defense is justified?
Yes.
No.
Yes, says Rage Pope.
No.
Well, I'm hearing some conflicting answers.
It's not. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait. It's not, but I don't know if it's as clear-cut as you're making it out to be. For instance, somebody breaks into your house and you hit them with a bat. Is that deadly self-defense? You could kill them.
You could kill someone with anyone. Or you could kill someone with a punch. Deadly self-defense, when we're talking about, as I understand it, and as how I'm saying it, is the kind of force that would, in its nature, tend to lead to death.
Okay,
Things like
hold on. I understand what you're saying now, but what you're saying is not. This isn't a legally defined term, is it? You're just using a personal peace code term right now, right? Or does the law recognize
it's defined differently in different states and jurisdiction? I don't know how I could give a comprehensive answer.
The law.
I'm plugging into a concept that we at the margins there's going to be some disagreement between is a bat.
Sure. Okay. I understand what you're saying.
That's true
to go very back to the first example, because literally nothing you said is relevant. I don't know why we did any of this. What the state law lays out right now in multiple states, my understanding is that if a large man went into a woman's gas station to steal 10 Hershey bars, the woman has the right to defend that. And if in the course of defending that, the other person resists, she has the right up to killing that person.
Okay,
and my understanding is that is how...
Now who's conflating? What happens when they resist? What happens when they resist? If you have a right to use force upon someone,
it becomes self-defense. Yes. Are you going to pretend to draw?
Okay, so now you're the one who's adding. You're like, how can you be adding this thing? Why are you bringing up arson? Everyone agrees that.
Okay, never mind. I understand. So you're saying that what I've done is I've actually turned it into a self-defense thing, and so I conflated the whole issue, right?
Isn't that what you just done?
Yeah. So what I should have done is I needed to go to the DDoS kid's house. I need to push his door. And I say, you need to stop right now. And then if he comes out front and we get into a fight over it, then I can kill him. And then you're okay with it, right, Pisco?
So no.
Whoa. If I go to his house, I knock on the door, and he comes out, and I'm like, you need to fucking stop. I'm going to do whatever it takes. And then he gets into a scuffle with me, and then I kill him. Then it's okay.
So in that case, no, I don't think so. No.
Okay.
No, I don't think you're allowed to go into his house.
No, I stepped outside. I knocked on the door.
Wait, stop.
Just take the bullet.
Okay, so you said something stupid before, Z. You think that just because someone has no remedy to something, therefore the other person has a right to do it.
I'm saying
no. You intentionally. So they have a remedy, and you chain them to the ground and go, "Nah, I'm not going to let you stop this. I want them to be able to succeed in harming you."
Wait a second. You guys all, at least, I'm going to get an answer from all of you because I asked it before. Do you think that under the circumstances that Destiny provided, it should be legal to do what he's proposing?
Yes,
you said
absolutely.
No. Wait, okay, so
yes.
we have to do.
No.
Wait, you said no
legally,
before.
Legally, morally, yes. Legally, I mean, I don't know how you cover a law for
it.
Wait, so I wouldn't put him in prison for it.
So Z, just to be clear, right? Just to be clear, you agree that there should be no legal remedy to what Destiny is describing. You agree with that, correct?
I don't know how I'd craft the laws.
Yes or no?
I feel like my answer is sufficient.
I love that. I like that Pisco gets to do the yes or no. But when we ask Pisco a question, he's got like a 45-minute diatribe on why you can't ask a question.
Z. Hang on a second. Z. Why don't you bite the bullet, huh?
Pisco, you haven't been at any bullet.
Wait. Hang on a second.
Bite any bullets? Sure, I'll bite whatever you want.
Wait, Z. There should be correct. There should be no legal remedy to what Destiny's proposing. You agree with me, right?
No. So like,
wait. I'm sorry.
My answer was consistent with the other one.
I'm sorry. Before you said it should be illegal. So it should be illegal to do what Destiny's proposing, correct?
No. That's not inconsistent with my previous position.
Hang on a second. Before you said that it should be illegal to do what he's proposing.
No, I'm saying I don't know how I would craft a law to properly do it. I didn't. However, if I could think of one, then yeah.
If you can't make a law to it, then it should be illegal.
Off the top of my head?
Wait, real quick. Can I pause this? Wait, can we catch?
Wait, we have a rebellion.
Wait, can I catch?
I can take all of you on. I don't need any help.
No,
I don't mind debating against all of you guys, but you are going to answer my question.
Sure.
My question is,
wait, real quick. I want to catch up. I want to catch up. I'm going to start meeting you guys. Hold on. Because the lead attorney has no idea what we're talking about. Okay, real quick. Lead attorney, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, super quick. 10 years ago, there was a kid that back in the day, there was a way that you could basically push a button and shut somebody's internet connection off, okay? Back then, I just had a kid, house, trying to feed my fucking family, okay? Early days of streaming, this kid was pushing this button to shut my internet connection off over and over again. Happened for a couple months. I figured out who was doing it. I contacted him to make him stop. He didn't. I contacted his dad to make him stop. His dad made fun of me and told me to fuck off. Then I contacted his mom and his siblings. They didn't do it. Then I contacted the FBI. I had 3 different interviews with them over the course of a few months. They said that they couldn't do anything. It was gaming. They didn't really know anything. And at the end of the day, I was like, I either need to fucking go and physically stop this kid, or I need to figure out some novel solution that no one's ever thought of before. And I did the latter, okay? But I was closer to doing the former. And now a lot of people are like, Destiny, I can't believe you thought about killing that kid who was the fucking DDoS kid. And in my mind, I'm like, well, yeah, if that's what it came down to, of course I would. If it was either my income that he's shutting off for fun or his life, I choose my income. That's what we're
these assholes troll me and they say, well, you're going to live in a world where there's no legal remedy and recourse to do what Destiny's talking about. And Z agrees with me. He says, yeah, I can't even think of a law that would protect the kind of conduct.
He hasn't had time to think about it yet, just like Destiny didn't have time before he killed the DDoS.
By the way, Z, I can think of a law that does that. A law that says in those circumstances that you're describing, it's legal. But when you feel that in that DDoS situation, just write a law that says that is legal. How about that?
Oh, sure. Then yes, I would be okay with that. If we actually wrote a law specifically dead on said, if Destiny is DDoS by then yes, I said. So because my response was like, I don't know, there's no law in the book, and I don't do it. However, if he was charged and I was on the jury, he'd go free.
Can you think of the disastrous consequences that would emerge? Oh no! You can't think of a disastrous consequence that would occur if you were allowing people to decide for themselves when their intangible property rights.
It's when the state is choosing not to. It's when the state is not choosing to enforce their rights.
Don't you have a debate to lose with a gym guy? This is a conversation with like serious people, and so I don't really.
Okay, wait.
You're that the state can advocate its right, and then you can't. Then there's no law.
I'm gonna leave soon. We're wasting time. Okay. Calm with the grandstanding, Pisco. Okay, to be clear, Pisco, when you talk about disastrous consequences, the disastrous consequence of your policy is already on display in San Francisco. Do you acknowledge that?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, in San Francisco, the old DA literally said, we're going to stop prosecuting crimes at a certain level. It's caused a lot of stores to shut down. Organized retail theft is at its highest point that it's ever been.
Nice conflation.
I'm not saying, but
no, that's literally what you're proposing. But the state is advocating its right, and the store owners can't defend themselves.
Excuse me, Rage Pope. You don't even know what's going on. You don't understand anything.
No, I know exactly what's going on. You know what the fuck's going on. You're literally watching cities burn to the ground because the state doesn't want to have police enforce the laws.
I don't know why you're brought up for anything, or economics, or financial advice, or fucking how to hang up a poster, or feed your cat. I don't know why you're brought onto these fucking
I know what crawled up your ass and died today, but you're really mad and you have no idea what the fuck is going on in all these cities. You're literally watching as cops are sitting by and not enforcing laws in the books and saying that we should have no recourse whatsoever
to any of the property
rights assigned to us.
This is the problem, right? So I'm engaging in this hypothetical in good faith because I'm
but
recognizing.
You're not. You're saying it's not happening as it literally happens all around the country.
You keep talking. So what I'm proposing is a situation in which the cops are not responding on purpose, in which the something that I don't.
So like in San Francisco.
Wait, hang on a second. You think I support cops not reacting to crime?
Well, yes, in this example, yes.
Or no,
in this example, you are explicitly siding with them, yes.
Isn't that sorry, Race Pub, I'm going to be really clear with you. Isn't an assumption of the hypothetical we're considering that the cops are not acting?
Yes, it is.
So if it's an assumption, how can you say that I think that cops should not act and the prosecutor should not act.
Because in the
Can you explain that for me?
Because in the hypothetical, the only recourse is on your own, and you're siding with the cops who aren't doing anything.
No, sorry.
What do you mean?
I just said a very specific question. Isn't an assumption of Destiny's hypothetical that cops and prosecutors are unwilling to act?
Yes.
Okay, so then how can my hypothetical be at all related to an opinion on cops or lawyers not acting?
Well, wait, but then if you're in your
Because we
hypothetical,
talked about it happening in the real world.
Destiny, shut the
Because we
fuck
talked
up.
about it happening in the real world.
Okay, so you acknowledge that this hypothetical is not applicable to the case in which the cops are choosing not to respond, and my opinion or non-opinion on their non-response. And so you're trying to extrapolate from my opinion sorry. You're trying to extrapolate from an opinion where the assumption of the opinion is that the cops are not acting, that you're trying to extrapolate that and give me all the baggage of people who think theft is okay and cops acting in a particular way.
I'm not saying theft is okay. You're saying it's not happening in the real world, and it is. And then you're using the hypothetical and extrapolating it onto the real world events that are and did happen.
So
you're literally doing the thing you're accusing me of in real time. You're trying to gaslight me in real time. This is absolute horseshit.
The situation that we are considering is one in which the assumption is that the government actors are not being responsive, and you're trying to say,
and the real
excuse me, and Destiny as well. He's not off the hook either. He was just trying to.
If the government actors were doing their job, then none of us have a problem. Then we all agree. The optimal situation is that the government actors are doing their job. Then we wouldn't have a discussion, obviously.
So you can't. You agree, right? You can't tar me with any of the policies that you're talking about, where cops.
Because you're saying they don't happen.
Excuse me, why?
If you're denying the existence of the Holocaust, yes, I'm gonna tar you for the Holocaust.
I don't even know what that comparison is.
Got him.
Stupid.
You said it doesn't happen.
Like all your talking points. Go back to learning and Googling how posters are going to be hung up and how you can put up a gun rack, because your opinion in terms of like a philosophical debate or political debate or legal debate is totally useless. I asked you a very
except for your losing here, you lost an art. Even your mods think you lost an art. You're literally here like bringing up all this other shit, and it's not relevant to the conversation. You won't answer the questions. You know you're wrong. You're denying reality. You're worse than Can't Close Vim. You were actually worse than Can't Close Vim.
I'm being very specific right now. The assumption that Destiny's putting in all of his hypotheticals is that law enforcement is standing idly by, and he and you are trying to ascribe me a policy prescription on their.
Not stand idly by.
Excuse me. You are trying to ascribe me with being in agreement with given policy perspectives on just standing by. Yes, you're trying to say that I'm in support of cops standing by and doing nothing in response to these threats. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you're saying that you should just endure. That's explicitly what you're doing.
Okay, so then how do you possibly justify that tarring of me based on my opinion on a hypothetical? Excuse me, let me finish this thought. Based on my answer to the hypothetical, which assumes inaction. How can you?
No, but it's the same answer that you're giving to the real world examples that are happening. You're denying that they exist.
Stop. I asked you. What did I just ask you?
Okay, you asked me if the hypothetical applies to the real world, and the answer is you are applying the same.
What did I just ask you, Rachel? Were you that stupid?
No, you're asking me if I ask you a hypothetical. If you give an answer to the hypothetical, then it applies to everything in the real world.
What did I just? No. Sorry, what did I literally just ask you? Are you believing that I reproduced my question?
I don't know what you said. I don't know what you said. You're asking me if I ask you a hypothetical, if you can apply.
What you're telling me right now is you don't remember what I just asked you?
I don't memorize everything that you write down. I'm not an autistic savant. I don't know every single word that comes out of your mouth. We can go back and rewind the VOD.
I'm going to repeat it again one more time. Given that the assumption of the hypothetical that Destiny's presenting assumes police in action, how are you extrapolating my opinion on police in action?
Because you're applying it to real world situations as well, assuming police in action. Even though.
Wait a second.
No, can I just?
Do you understand what I'm asking? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes, I understand what you're asking. If there was a hypothetical...
Yes, I understand.
Okay,
yes.
You understand the problem there, right? You agree that he's wrong and I'm right?
Yes.
You agree that he's wrong and I'm right. Okay, so Rachel, shut the fuck up. You're too low league for this conversation. You can't even follow anything.
Okay, do you mind if I try? So he's saying because we assume that the cops aren't acting, he can say, I think the cops should act, but since they're not, here's what I think. Well, no, but it is relevant because we're the ones saying that cops are enacting. And that all he's saying is that it doesn't mean that he doesn't think cops should act. He goes, no, cops should act, but for the purposes of this, that's all he's saying is that he's not supporting cops not acting.
No, but he's supporting the policy prescription of the cops don't act.
What? Tell me my policy. Rage Pop,
I have no
describe
idea
my policy.
Your policy prescription is that Destiny should get another job. That's literally your policy prescription.
Rage Pop, is your what you just said is you don't know my
your policy prescription was Destiny should get a different job, and you shouldn't do anything.
Did you or did you not just say that you don't know my policy prescription?
I don't know your policy prescription for San Francisco,
So
but you deny that it exists, and you told Destiny you can just get a new job, so maybe they should just go to a new store.
I'm not going to let Destiny get away with this either, because both of you were trying to imply that I had a position on these policies, and Rage Pope just agrees. He doesn't even know what my policy prescription is on this.
Your world, when the cops don't act, there's no recourse. That's your policy prescription right there.
Wait, hang on a second. You were trying to say that I'm in favor of the disastrous policies of San Francisco, whatever, where they're not acting. And you just said you don't know my position on that. So which is it? Do you know my position on that, or do you not know my position on that? Which is it?
I don't know your exact position, but your position's probably close enough.
Get out of the Discord call. You're not wanted. You bring nothing to the table. Let the big boys talk.
You're so
Can I? Okay. You can say that. I think Rage Pope is something I had to guess. Is saying that like your policies will lead to San Francisco. That doesn't mean you necessarily. So if you don't support the outcomes of what you prescribe, your
stupid. And before you even said that, you knew that was stupid, didn't you?
I don't. Wait. Do you want to run it down real quick with me? Because I think that's exactly what you're saying.
It's not.
Wait, that is exactly.
No, let me do this. Go.
Rage Pope, shut up.
No. Okay, go. Stop. No, go.
How many more times do you have to teach you, old man?
Please go. Go.
Wow.
Go.
Okay, so this is running it down. This entire hypothetical has been premised on law enforcement inaction. How can you extrapolate my position on law enforcement inaction if that's a baseline assumption of everything we've been working through?
Because law enforcement inaction is the baseline assumption of every single thing we're talking about. If law enforcement worked perfectly, we would have absolutely no need for self-defense ever.
Destiny, can you or can you not extrapolate my position on the inaction?
Inaction is what we're talking about. Wait, hold on.
But he was trying to describe to me
Pisco. Stop wasting time. Oh my God. You stop. Slow it down. Okay. Holy shit. You're wasting so much time saying irrelevant shit. Okay. If you want to talk about your position that's predicated on police acting properly every time, I don't think there's a disagreement anyway. There's no point in you even talking. I don't think anybody. Do you think? Here's a question. Do you think that I would disagree with you predicated on police action in these circumstances?
No, I don't think you would.
Then why the fuck would we even have that conversation?
This is wait. This is why. Steven, this is why. And I'm going to ask you this directly. Did you or did you not try to identify me with the policies of these law enforcement in action? Did you try to identify me that way?
Yes.
If we go back in the VOD,
Yes, I did.
Do you agree now that wasn't mistaken?
No, I don't. No. Because when we had the original conversation, you said that even though I had exhausted, seemingly, the legal remedies available to me, and even though the police, the FBI, after 3 meetings were unwilling to act and local law enforcement didn't even know what to do, that I should still suffer the consequences of that guy maybe get a job.
Okay, so now I'm gonna be very narrow here. Do you think that the FBI? What's my position on whether the FBI should have acted in that case?
I don't care. That's not relevant.
Wait,
I was asking you for a judgment. I was asking you for a judgment on my behavior after they refused to act. No, if you're gonna say, well, they should have acted, well, then we don't.
Didn't you identify me with the policy positions taken in San Francisco that the police should be inactive? Didn't you identify me that way?
No,
I'm saying that it seems as though your policy prescription is that, because based on what you told me in my circumstance, it seems like what you're saying is that if law enforcement, for whatever reason, is unable to act, citizens should not be allowed to defend property with lethal force.
Okay, so I'm just going to be real quick.
That's true.
I'm going to be.
Are we saying that we should be able to defend property with legal?
Hell yes, we are. Fuck yeah, we are. Absolutely yes.
So it's more fundamental than this. If the assumption of the question is inaction, you clearly don't know my position on action or inaction. Correct, Destiny?
It doesn't matter.
If your position,
shut up.
Pisco, you're like a 4-year-old. Stop letting him trigger you, okay? Jesus. If your position is going to stem from police action, then there's probably no conversation to be had here, because I don't know if anybody in here would disagree.
Steven, you were trying to label me and identify me and associate me with a stance attributed to mayors and people. I
don't know what we're talking about anymore. I don't know. Pisco. No. Pisco.
You're not going to get away from this.
No. There's nothing to get away from. Pisco, you're in another room screaming, "Why are you running away from me?" But I've been sitting on the couch in the living room the entire time. There's nothing. I'm not getting away from anything.
Steven, it's cute. You're not going to get away from this. It's cute, but hang on. You say to me, in all these cities, they're deciding not to charge low-level crime. You were trying to label me with that and associate me with that, right?
Yep.
Was that a mistake to do?
No.
Why not?
Because when we spoke about this before,
based on this hypothetical,
you said that assuming police are enacting, you're saying that people are not allowed to defend their property with lethal force.
The policy that you're trying to identify me with is the inaction itself. That's the assumption of the hypothetical.
That's not, no, the policy that I made in this, okay, hold on, I'm sorry.
You understand that,
please
right?
go. No, correct, hold on. I made one assumption, and you actually can blow me the fuck out right now, okay? Because I did make one assumption. My assumption is that you would have said Walmart and Target can't shoot people stealing from them. Are you gonna tell me that they should be able to?
No, they should not be allowed to shoot people.
Then I was correct. Then that means that in your world, where the police are not acting, in your hold on, no. I'm not saying you support.
You're so stupid.
Okay, yeah, I don't know.
Wait, Stephen.
I agree.
No, the reality am I talking about right now? What am I talking
about? What you're talking about right now. What you're talking about right now.
Wait, am I talking about the am I talking about the self-defense policy, or am I talking about the discretion?
Everything you say, Pisco, is a question. Everything out of your mouth for the last 5 minutes has been a question.
Did I just answer? Wait. Lead attorney. You just said everything I just said in the last 5 minutes is a question. Did you just say that? That was a question.
You just asked a question right now. You're asking a lot of questions.
Lead attorney. Did you just
say arguments? All I can do is obfuscate.
So I can make my argument right now, right?
Okay.
Which is Stephen.
Without a question.
Stephen, I didn't just do questions in the last 5 minutes. Stephen asked me a question about what I thought Walmart and employees should be able to do in response to theft, and I answered that. That's not a question. The last 5 minutes, I've been answering questions as well. But what happened? You were just wrong about that, and this is me giving my affirmative case for why you were wrong about that. And number two, here's my affirmative case. Stephen just tried to, and Rage Pope too, low IQ Rage Pope, tried to ascribe me and associate me. Associate me.
Wait, let him finish.
Associate me with policies where police are ignoring theft. That's what they try to do. They, Stephen referenced that.
Wait, but there's no recourse for the criminals. What else happens?
Can you
what happens? What happens when there's no recourse? No. Please go. What happens when there's no police recourse?
Just let him finish. Can I try and
I'm against everyone here. I'm gonna get the time. I mean, I have to be able to get my forward out.
No. Please go. I want your fucking policy. What's your policy prescription when the police don't do anything?
So, Rage Pub, I'm not listening to you. I'm talking specifically about Stephen's association with me on a given policy of discretionary non-enforcement in the case of theft. That's what he tried to associate me with. Right?
Wait, what's your prescription then? What can they do? He said violence.
I've never done this before in a debate. I've never muted anyone personally. I've never personally muted anybody in a
because he's unable to answer a question. He demands the record reflect that Pisco demands answers to his questions, but he'll dog and obfuscate every time we ask him.
Can I please just
just answer the question? Answer the question. Yes or no? Yes or no?
The lead attorney asked me to give an affirmative case. You heard him say that, right, Rage Pope?
And Rage Pope,
I don't know. I can't remember. Can someone play a clip for me?
Yeah, because you're too dumb to remember even the question I asked you in the next sentence.
True.
And
yeah. Oh, sorry. Can you go back to the question that I asked you? Like all the dozens of them that you dodged.
You mean the one I repeated 5 or 6 times and you weren't able to reproduce? And when you said
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. What's your policy or prescription?
So you're so triggered right now because you've been totally caught out.
I'm the one that's really mad.
I'm going to give my affirmative case to the lead attorney. Unfortunately, because there's so many people talking about me. Z wants to say my case for me. Lead attorney wants to give an affirmative case, and you want me to ask whatever question you do. So I'm going to go with the lead attorney.
I still haven't heard an answer.
Lead attorney asked me to fill out an affirmative case, and so that's what I'm going to do. Is that okay?
Is
it okay if I respond to lead attorney, or are you going to interrupt me again?
He's going to answer your question, Rage Pope. After he gives
of course I am, Rage Pope. Is there any question I've ever shied away from you?
Yeah.
Do you think you can scare me with your dumbass questions?
Yes, yeah. I think I
love attorneys.
I'll answer your shit as soon as I'm done with the lead attorney's proposal.
Oh my god!
All right, let the record reflect that Pisco will answer me after he answers the lead attorney.
100%.
The record reflects it. All right, let's go.
So stated. Stephen and Loic Rage Pope associated me with a particular stance on discretionary non-enforcement that's being conducted by various, liberal cities run amok in the case of theft. That's what they were trying to associate with me with, which is it's very different from the question of what are individuals allowed to do in the presence of that inaction, right? He cannot attribute and associate with me a position on the underlying non-enforcement, either in the case of the FBI and his hypothetical, or in the case of the liberal cities run amok or San Francisco, since all I've been addressing and asking is a case in which the starting assumption is inaction. Do you understand that?
Yeah,
that
so
seems
that was
very
a
clear.
Okay. That was a mistake.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
fair
so,
enough. Fair
so
enough.
Stephen
Okay.
made a mistake when he did that. And I'm
Okay,
trying
made
to
a
recognize
mistake.
it.
Okay, fine.
I don't think they were
That's good.
ascribing that to you. They're not.
But it's malicious. No, because he is. Because I'm trying to tell him that the situations that he's talking
Pisco,
about.
I was just talking about the consequences of your system. That's all I was talking about.
Yes.
No, that's not. Even that's not true, right? Because I could come out and say, no.
Can I present this in 2 seconds? No. I am. Hold on. Wait, no. Okay, that's fine. Let me lay out everything I just said. Okay, because I can do this in 2 seconds and you take 2 hours. I don't know why. Okay, this is what I was saying. It seems to be the case that tell me and stop me when I make a wrong assumption. It seems to be the case that we all agree the police should intervene when property is being threatened. Okay.
Absolutely.
However, there are cases where the police, for whatever reason, either cannot or choose not to intervene. Sometimes when property is being threatened. Yes. What I've said, now this is where we diverge, I say in the event where the police are not able to intervene, you should be able to intervene as a citizen, and that intervention should include up to and including lethal defense for that property. Okay? Now,
that's insane.
Good. I'm glad you think that. Okay?
But you did something else.
Let me finish.
Shut the fuck up.
So then I said, what I said is, so you're saying, can't you see the insane world that you're creating where everybody's killing each other over property? And my counter to that was, can't you see in San Francisco where your kind of ideas have taken hold, where you have property that police are either unable or unwilling to respond to, but stores are not able to respond with defense of that because the liability is too high for whatever reasons, and now you're getting mass organized retail theft and you're getting mass store closures. And I would consider the Walmart shooting people, stealing shit, to be a better consequence than all these stores closing and just mass organized retail theft. That was the chain of my argument.
You understand that
you have to understand that the rules on the particularly retail theft have existed long before.
Wait, that's fine, but that's not relevant. The exact rules of retail theft are relevant.
So I'm going to talk to you, Stephen. I'm going to respond exactly what you said.
Okay.
Is there anything inconsistent with my position on deadly self-defense of just property without any nexus to serious bodily injury?
Another question. All you do is ask questions.
Yeah, someone for answering me after lead attorney now is on Destiny. Let the record reflect that he's dodging the question again.
Okay.
So many questions.
I don't understand why. So Stephen and I communicate where we ask each other questions. I can phrase it as a statement if you want. So here's the statement to you, Stephen. There is nothing inconsistent about a position that says that deadly self-defense rights should not extend in those cases that you're talking about, where there is no nexus to life or serious bodily injury, and where there are no other recourses in civil court or with the police. There's nothing inconsistent with that position and a position that's super intensive on enforcement of theft laws. I'm assuming that you agree with that. I can't ask it because lead attorney will.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that, sure. Yeah.
If I ask you if you agree with something and I get you to commit to something, but no, according to lead attorney.
To be clear, I've committed to everything. You're the one who I don't have any idea. You are the most
So
amorphous.
why are you pretending that my policies lead to any particular outcome?
We haven't even talked about. We're not talking about policies. Wait. We're not talking about policies yet. That just seemed to be the broad prescription that you gave me, where you said like, yeah, even in this case where somebody might be depriving of the ability to work a job, you should probably just get another job.
Steven, that's stupid. It's stupid for you to assume.
Oh wait, hold on. Wait, was that not your position?
It's not my position that the government should be inactive while thefts happen.
No, no one is talking about that. Wait, what the fuck? Nobody is talking about. We're asking. We're not saying the government should be inactive. We're saying if the government is inactive.
You haven't taken it back, and you're associating me with those policies of inaction.
Again, we're not. There's no meaningful conversation. Pisco, every single part of our conversation is predicated on an inactive government. If the government is active, there's no conversation to be had. Do you acknowledge? Hold on. I need to know if you acknowledge it. No, Pisco. No. I'm asking you this question, Pisco. Do you acknowledge that every part of our conversation is predicated on an inactive law enforcement?
All but one part of the conversation.
What part?
That part of the conversation was when you were associating me with those inactive policies. Correct?
The point wasn't.
Yes or no?
No. The point wasn't the policies. The point was the consequence of allowing people to steal with impunity.
But that's silly. I mean, I could have the most harshest case, like harsh on theft policies, and wanting to fund our cities as much as possible to enforce our theft laws. By the way, I
sure,
think
that's fine. You can have those policies, but in any case where there are more criminals than police officers, you still say they should suffer the consequence of the thieves.
There's nothing. There's nothing that you can't derive my position on inaction or non-action by the state based on my answers to these hypotheticals. Yes or no?
It's not relevant to anything we're talking about.
Wait, can you derive those positions?
Probably not, but it's not relevant to anything we're talking about.
When you associate me with those policies,
I wasn't associating with you any policies. I was showing the consequences of allowing people to steal with impunity. No, I wasn't. I was not associating with you certain policies.
100%.
Pisco,
you could you were trying to make me crazy.
That's not
San
true.
Francisco.
Hold on, no. Hold on, stop.
Yes,
You're trying to make me the crazy by saying that I think you should be able to kill and murder people for stealing blades of grass. That's your position, okay?
That's in the world
and
of
my
hypotheticals,
position was saying that in a consequence,
you've actually said that.
Oh my god!
You actually said that.
I know that's because I actually answer questions. I don't just ask 50 million once until
Wait,
I've gotten away to a totally different
Let
hypothetical.
me just say, to avoid all doubt, to avoid all doubt, I do not think that deadly self-defense should be a legal recourse in the case of cases in which there is no nexus to life.
Okay, sure.
But however,
I already asked you. I already asked you. This is a super fair question. Wait. This is a question that resolves the whole waste of time you just put us through for this past hour. If I ask you, let's say that Pisco, you're in charge of San Francisco, and you do have the most optimal hardcore police force fighting against organized retail theft, but there's not enough police. You would still say in that circumstance, stores should not be allowed to defend their possessions. They shouldn't be able to defend their stock with deadly self-defense, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Then. How do you disagree with
what recourse do they have?
I would say in that case, because the policies of San Francisco have nothing really to do with our conversation. What I was just saying, the consequence of saying that somebody. Okay. Oh my god.
Yes, he was.
I'm sorry. I hate my stream. I'm gonna go gym. So you guys are on your own. Good luck. Okay. I love you.
Later, guys.
Well, no, I mean, you guys can keep arguing, but I'm just gonna. I've got to go gym.
What is your prescription for somebody?
Steven, before you leave, I want to answer Rage Pope's question. What are your questions for me, Rage Pope? Ask what you want.
So.
Well, no, wait, I'm not gonna turn my stream off. You guys can stand arguing. I'm just gonna go gym. Okay, good luck. Bye.
All right. So, in San Francisco, where the police aren't showing up to the property owners, they're not allowed to use deadly self-defense. What is their recourse?
When the police are not
showing up to people robbing their stores, what can they do?
You can use force. You can use legal force to apply force to people who are stealing.
A legal force, so I have to sue every single robber who comes in?
No. You
can physically grab them. Kind of
physically, you can use you can't use deadly self-defense, but you can use reasonable force to stop them.
But how do we know what reasonable force is, and how do we start training?
That's the same question for all deadly for all of self-defense. It requires reasonability.
Pisco, just explain shopkeepers' shopkeepers' right to detain.
They can
people.
Briefly detain people if they.
Yeah,
believe
you can stop people.
No.
You can.
So Pisco,
you can.
The issue
Rachel had a bunch of. Sorry, no, I don't want to sound like I'm dodging. Rage Pope had a bunch of questions for me that are really intellectual, and he said I was dodging. So go ahead, Rage Pope. Ask all of your questions.
What is it? No, all right. No, this is just like insanity. If you're going to sit there and say that they have to use some sort of self-defense, but they can't use lethal self-defense, when you're putting people in those situations, it's absolutely going to escalate. There's a reason why stores don't.
Okay. What's my response? You know what my response to that is?
You had a question. So it's fine to use lethal self-defense.
If it escalates, then you can, is his response.
Correct.
But no, so here's my issue with that. Is the thing is that it's not the obligation of a victim to be the.
Wait, I want to exhaust all of Rage Pope's questions.
My bladder is full, man. I want to piss too.
I know, but I just want to make sure.
So basically, so what you're saying is you can use lethal self-defense. You just have to escalate it first. You have to like push them to the ground first and then shoot them.
You have to apply force, and if there's ever a point in which there is a fear of substantial bodily injury or of your life, you can use deadly self-defense. Yes.
So basically, if you have an old woman shopkeeper, she could just shoot people because she doesn't have the physical capability to restrain these robbers coming into the stores. There's no recourse. So there's no recourse then. If she can't physically restrain the robbers, there's no recourse.
There is recourse.
There is recourse.
It's insufficient. There is recourse. All right, it's just insufficient. Right? There's not a
so there's not going to be. So she's unable to stop these robbers. What do you mean?
Listen, what you learn in the law is that there's not a recourse for everything in the world.
Correct.
There's not justice for everything. There's not compensation for everything. There's not recourse for everything.
Well, there's also a difference between Rage Pope, there's a difference between recourse and, recompense or being made whole, right? There might be a recourse, but you're never going to be made whole in certain instances, and that's a difference that you just need to accept. And it's a human condition thing.
We're not talking about being made whole. That's why you go made whole is what happens after something occurs, not before it. You're already whole, and someone's going to make you unwhole. You have a right to prevent them from stopping that. And the problem with Pisco's whole stop using the physical force, I don't believe it's the victim's job to be the best bare knuckle brawler in the world to go like, okay, first you need to go try and fight them. Oh crap, they have a knife. Oh, they stabbed you. Sorry about that. You didn't get your gun out in time. Oh well, that's life. The thing is that I don't believe
Wait, that is life. I don't know what.
No, no. That's why I'm saying that I don't. That's why I don't agree with it. Is because I don't believe that a victim has to like try and go like, okay, first I need to try and karate them, and if that doesn't work, maybe we can do some judo. Okay, now you can maybe get a weapon. Oh, there isn't one. Oh, but they got to it first, so you lost and you die. You could have shot them in one. But that's what I'm saying. Like, why is not? And then, let me ask the question because the thing is, when you were gone, why is them not stealing? And like, why is that an unacceptable? Because you're going like, you won't just say like that can be the solution. Yeah, why is that not? Because if they don't, if they don't steal,
when we
they
make
live.
rules, when we make rules in society, people are going to behave in accordance to those rules. And my priors are that, and this is followed by the way.
Why are there any robberies?
Oh, sorry, I thought I was answering. Wait, sorry, I thought I was answering a question. My bad. Rachel, did you have another question?
Yeah. If we live in a society where everybody's following the rules, why are people robbing people? Like that's just ludicrous on its face.
Do you think I'm an anarchist? Do you think I think that all men are angels? Is that how you're distilling my
you just
point?
said, but if we live in a society where everybody followed the rules, then we don't have this problem. Like you're literally setting up an assumption and then basing everything on that faulty premise.
Do you think
it's
an
like
assumption
actually
of
retarded.
Do you think that an assumption of anything I've been saying is that everyone's an angel? You think that that's
literally what the assumption was. Everybody follows the rules of society.
It would just be better.
He didn't finish his statement.
No.
Like that's not what he's saying.
Rachel, I have to say, you are in the bottom 5 percentile of intelligence of anyone who's come on this stream before. You are on the level of no bullshit of President Sunday, all those people, to be honest.
Okay.
You couldn't get Destiny or Rage Pope. You tried like 8 times and still couldn't get them to get to the point where all you were trying to say was that you are not prescribing inaction to the cops. You were never saying that the police shouldn't. I understood it.
Yeah, you understood it because they're dumb and they did try to do that.
No, because you're fucking terrible.
You're
with
not.
words.
No. So here, can I tell you just something? So there's something that even if you're right, if you can't convey it to anyone, you're functionally wrong. Like you can't say like I'm right, but I couldn't convey it. Well, then you failed. Like that, and you should know that because even if you're right in like a jury trial,
you understood
if no one believes you. Yes, but I'm saying that's why. Like after 8, I asked you, I'm like, could you just let me try and make one effort and without like yelling at Rage Pope or yelling at Destiny? And I'm like, I could have done it in 2 seconds. This is my whole issue. Is that like
crystal clear?
Then why didn't you somebody try?
Because they're embarrassed that they did something so stupid, or they're too dumb.
Let me find out. So Rage Pope. Let me try asking Rage Pope. Let me see if I can do it. So Rage Pope. So do you believe his prescription was Pisco really wants people? He doesn't want the cops to take any action. Do you believe that's his prescription?
No, I don't think that's his prescription.
That's what you were trying to label me with.
No, see, I did it 2 seconds. It took me 2 seconds. Holy shit, I did it.
No, what I was trying to label you with was everything that's happening in San Francisco, you're okay with it happening because there's no recourse for those people. You're okay with it. You're not saying that the police shouldn't respond. What's happening in San Francisco is because there's no police response.
Jesus Christ.
You're saying you're okay with that happening.
What is Rage Pope's argument? What's your point of view on this?
I think there's a level of theft that people can do either on an individual level or at a societal level where using deadly force is justified. I think if you're justified to use any force, you're justified to use lethal force as well.
What?
That's so stupid. Like,
okay, yeah,
you're a troll. You shouldn't even be allowed on stream. You should take your perms away from you. You're a troll.
Pisco. Okay, can you explain to him why the proposition that if you can use any force
as an average citizen, not the government, not the police, not the army, specifically everyday citizens.
Fair enough. Pisco, can you explain to him why that's not logical? The fact that, or the proposition that if you can use any force, then you should be able to use deadly force.
It's not logical because when we set up these rules, we have, just like when we're setting up rules of the road, right? You can think of a society that's theoretically you don't need speed limits and you don't need rules, but like our societies are meant to run with like literal apes, right? Which is what we are, a subspecies of like an ape that aren't always behaving logically and best, and conditions in which it can be very difficult and unclear in the fog of war, so to speak, to use a metaphor, who's entitled to what at what times. And what we want to do when we're making rules about conduct, especially conduct that can rise to violence, is slow everything down and have a process by which evidence can be heard, people don't die, and true justice can be met out. So if you construct a world in which any action that can justify force, which by the way, in our modern
not every action can justify force.
Sorry, any situation in which force is justified, deadly self-defense is by definition also justified. Force is justified when someone is pushing you, right? Force is justified when someone is attempting to pickpocket
Can you give him one concrete example
he's
that's
not-
succinct so that he'll
I don't think
understand?
Rage Rope. I don't think you guys are saying. He's not saying what you guys think he's saying. So Rage Rope, let me ask you: if someone pushed you, do you think you have a right to shoot them?
no.
I don't think you do. Do you think like
No, I don't think so.
you're
If someone's
misunderstanding.
continuing to aggress on you and it like pushes you and then continues to move forward, then yes, I would think you have the right to self-defense. But just because they push you once and they're leaving or whatever, no,
There's
you
no
don't have the right to
proportionality, right? So nothing about
it's not the proportionality has nothing to do with it. If you see them coming to push you, you have the right to kill them. If they push you and then they're not doing anything else,
Wait. Okay, let's stop right there. So if an 18-year-old girl comes to push me, I can shoot her in the skull.
I would think so. Yes, I don't think that
Get
there's.
off
any-
the stream.
I'm done. All right, y'all have, I'm out of this. Y'all have a good
I don't
conversation.
necessarily-
This is
I don't
bullshit.
go
Rage
that far.
Folk, don't ever come on stream again. For you, if you were to, you think you're just a troll. I don't even know why people entertain you.
You're so fucking mad right now. I don't even know what to say.
Why do you
Like,
just
you're,
like
you're
is,
losing your mind?
Why is it not
Like
fun
your
to
world
is
is
it- you
your
like
world is
disagreeing
just
with
fucking
people?
ludicrous. Like your world is ludicrous. That people have different rights depending on like how much ability that they have. That someone in a wheelchair would be able to use lethal self-defense like before somebody else would.
because
No, in any
there's-
situation where your life or your property is at risk, that seems like a reasonable time to use force.
Even
Maybe
when
you
an
should have.
18-year-old girl is coming to push you, you should be able to shoot them.
Wait, can you slip and
You
fall
just
and
said
die?
yes to
Which
that.
18-year-old girl push you over
Yes,
and you could
can.
hit your head and
but
die?
to answer your question, yes, it is technically possible if someone pushes you for you to die. I
Okay,
answered
so
your
then it
question,
would
right?
be technically you would technically be able to defend your life with lethal self-defense then, right?
No, I didn't
Or
say
no?
that.
If there was
Okay,
a
well,
button,
I'm saying that
how is
yes.
it okay?
Yeah, I know you're saying this. Yes, we agree that you're insane.
Pisco, something to also consider and maybe make an argument for is the idea of when we talk about the loss of property, we're not just talking about the loss when you use violence as far as the physical loss of the property, but the resulting consequences as well in the use of property, because there's no guarantee that you're not going to get injured. There's no guarantee that the other person isn't going to get injured and that you won't be held responsible financially. So now it's a double loss potentially.
If what
So
happens?
if they not only get the material or destroy the material at issue as far as the property, but then there's an injury on top of it. So it's kind of like a prisoner's dilemma where the best thing to do is not play the game and then minimize your risk, which as a business you're obligated to do anyways.
Yeah, but that's okay. So what you're saying is that there can be incentives not to, because the risk of injury is such that whatever that risk is, you don't want your employees to do that because the litigation risk is high. I understand that, and that's to the extent that there's laws that allow for stores to craft their own policies. That's a rational decision that a business has a right to take. Doesn't a business have a right to decide for itself whether it wants to engage in self-defense at all? Isn't that the business's own proprietary interest to decide whether or not they want their employees to use force?
No, you're saying that they don't have that
because
right.
remember,
assuming that we want to live in a society where businesses have that right, it's a rational decision, right? And I think businesses should have the right to decide for themselves if they want to use any force whatsoever to stop theft. I think that's a rational world to give. I don't think that you should have to abide by your stores being robbed. I think you should be able to tackle them and apply force, but force needs to be reasonable.
Wait, but I don't think it has to be reasonable. I think you can still put yourself
I know.
in worse situations by using that force. You can put yourself in worse situations by putting yourself in
No one
those
denies
situations,
that.
which you shouldn't have to. So
You can also
why
put
should I
yourself-
have to put myself?
okay,
How should,
do you understand how twisted your logic is, right? You can put yourself in a worse position by using regular force. You can put yourself in a worse position by using deadly force. There's parity on both sides. Just because you can put yourself in a worse position using regular force doesn't mean you can't also put yourself in a worse position using deadly force. I don't understand what your point is even.
So you should never be forced to put yourself in a situation where you're going to be hurt. If you don't feel comfortable tackling somebody and you have the right to use force, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to shoot them.
Yeah,
you
don't need to convince your position. Your position is if an 18-year-old girl is coming to push you, you can shoot her in the face. That's your position.
Yeah, you can. Not that you should or you ought to, but you should have the right to.
Yeah, you should have a legal right to. Is what we're talking about. Is what you're saying.
Yeah. So when people, when people play the knockout game,
hell.
No, it's not, because you have no idea to know how strong she is, what physical condition you are in. If you're going, it's just like ludicrous to assume that.
Rachel, use the knockout game example. Like,
So I mean, just going back to the knockout game. Do you know what that is?
I have no idea what that is.
Okay, so it used to be this big thing that a lot of like teenagers did. They would run up and punch somebody in the head and run away. And so in that
You'll knock him
situation,
out in one punch.
well, yeah. So
One punch.
So the idea behind that game is like you go and you hit somebody. In your world, you would have no recourse if the police chose not to do anything, because that person is no longer putting you in any danger once they punch you in the head.
That? Why do you keep saying no recourse?
Okay, so what's your recourse then? Like, are you going to chase this guy down the street and beat him up?
You can use reasonable force to prevent unlawful aggression towards you. You can use reasonable force.
Is a girl pushing me? Is this unlawful aggression towards me?
Absolutely, that's a battery.
Okay, so why would I not be justified in using lethal self-defense, but instead shoving her to the ground?
Are you tracking?
No, I'm not tracking, because in both situations, they could end up dead.
Only someone who's not tracking could possibly ask me that question, given everything.
Yeah, again, so just old lady shopkeeper, can an 18-year-old girl push her? Where's the line?
So an 18-year-old who comes to push you, let's say that you know that this push will do trivial amounts of amount
I don't
of
have
harm.
knowledge. I don't.
Assume you do.
That I'll do.
Assuming
I have perfect knowledge.
For all these
yes,
hypotheticals, just to be clear, I've been
assume
that for the purpose of this hypothetical, the guy is Mr. Glass.
I just want everyone to realize that who accuse me of being bad faith. For all these hypotheticals, when someone says assume that perfect knowledge of this person isn't going to hurt you, and they're only let me finish my sentence. For all of these hypotheticals, I have never questioned the hypothetical when they're like, assume that they have no intent to hurt you. Never once. But every time
but it's ludicrous. So I'm questioning the hypothetical because it's not relevant to the real world. So this hypothetical isn't relevant to the real world.
Really?
Yes.
Really? So you think that there's no situation in which you know that someone's going to be no harm to you?
Correct. Yes.
What world are you living in?
Real world. Do you know what everybody's thinking at any point in time? Like, when you drive, you assume most people aren't going to hit you. But you know what? Turns out that there's crashes. What do you mean?
There's complete parity with what you're saying in every hypothetical that I've talked about. Yes, there is. For all these hypotheticals, I've been having to assume particular intents from every single actor. And I've had to say that, I know this person's not going to hurt someone. The person who is doing the self-defense knows that they're not going to also hurt him. So I have always been biting those assumptions and parameters of the questions. But all of a sudden, when I start asking questions, that's when you want to come up and say, hey.
So if I know it's going to do no damage, then force isn't justified. In any situation where I could justify pushing somebody, I could justify killing them.
But you know that's not true as you say it.
I don't. What do you mean? How do I know that it's not true?
If
can you give me an example? Can you give me one specific example where it's justified to use force but not deadly force?
Yes, when a
child trespassers.
When a child comes up to apply unlawful force to you, a 14-year-old say. 14-year-olds, by the way, can be heavy. 14-year-olds can be strong. 14-year-olds can kill you.
Yes.
And by the way, that I can just make it, an 8-year-old can kill you in the right circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What was the recent case of a guy who shot the 14-year-old through his door?
Why are you doing this? So I'm trying to get him on something.
Force wasn't justified at all.
So if a 14-year-old person comes up towards you and is going to push you in a way that they've done it 1,000 times, right? But every time they've done it, it's been unlawful and you don't want it to happen. And every time it's been happening to you, it's an offensive touching, it's a battery, it's even a crime in some jurisdictions. So this 14-year-old comes to do it. They have no track record of causing any significant bodily harm. But they're going to do it again. They're going to apply unlawful force to you in a way that regular force would be justified. In that situation, do you have a right to shoot the child who's about to push you imminently?
I would say yes, in the same way that a woman getting groped on the subway every day when she goes in and the police don't do anything about it would have the right for lethal self-defense in that situation as well.
So if you saw a clip of like a 14-year-old boy going up and pushing someone and right as it's about to reach the guy and play a prank, it's a pushing prank. They're just going to push someone into the side of the subway as a little prank. And just as he's about to reach it, the guy who's about to be pushed on the subway takes out and Bernie Getz style just unloads 6 shots into that 14-year-old kid who says 5'2". You'd be like, oh, well, he has a legal right to.
Yes.
All right. That's stupid. You're a troll, and I don't even know why I'm engaging with you.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, fellas, but I've got just a second here. My DoorDash is on its way.
What's going on, Ruben?
So, hey, what's up, buddy? So it's really the question for the attorneys here. I don't know if Steven's going to be back, but I wanted to pick all of your brains about. So Justice Alito made a comment today. I just saw in the Wall Street Journal where he says that Congress does not have the ability to regulate the Supreme Court, and it came after this push by Democrats to impose ethics regulations on the court. And then at the same time, Donald Trump is talking about trying to prosecute a maximalist version of unitary executive theory. So I basically we'll unpack it when Stephen gets back sometime soon. But I'd like you all to weigh in about, I think, a potential constitutional crisis from two branches against Congress. One from Trump in the executive branch if he wins in 2024, and then potentially from the right wing on the Supreme Court in terms of recusal laws and these this ethics code of conduct that they're trying to enforce. So I'd like you guys to, I'll send you the articles, but I don't know what your time's looking like tonight. But if he comes back, I'd love to chat with you all about that.
About unitary executive and his plans?
Yeah, so again, basically, long story short, he's if he gets reelected, he wants to make every federal employee at will. So I think the president can hire or fire 4,000 political appointees. He wants to strip all employee protections from federal employees. He wants to bring independent agencies like the FCC and even the Fed under executive branch control. He wants to kind of strip away the norms. He said, the Justice Department, for example. He feels that the Justice Department thwarted him in terms of some of its independent traditions when he was in office the first time around. So his goal is to strip certain protections. If somebody were to appoint a special counsel, he wants to be able to fire them directly without having to go to the attorney general. He wants to bring impoundment back.
He wants to consolidate power, basically.
Yeah,
in the executive.
right, 100%.
Basically, Dick Cheney's wet dream.
Right. Well, yeah, because unitary executive theory has been a Republican boner since Reagan. But
and you know who started that? Believe it or not, Scalia.
Oh,
it was Scalia, Rumsfeld, and Cheney who really kind of got that off the rope, so to speak.
Interesting. So again, I don't have time to unpack it right now, but that's from Trump in 2024, and then you have this from Alito in the Wall Street Journal. I'll send you both the links. If anyone wants to, even you, Rage Pope, I don't know if you're an attorney, but
Congress cannot regulate the Supreme Court, which is patently false.
Well, that's my position too, because I also think that I know we talk
literally
about
constitutionally wrong.
I mean they already do by requiring advice and consideration and consent of the Senate just for the appointments.
Well, and also
they jurisdiction strip. They enact laws for the Rules Enabling Act and all sorts of.
I think that's in Article 3 where it says specifically that that Congress can make exceptions and regulations with respect to its appellate jurisdiction. But anyway, I think this is incredibly dangerous, especially because Alito also said, he goes, a lot of others in the court won't say anything, but I feel that they feel the same way. So you've got conservatives. Yeah, you've got conservatives in the court saying basically we should be exempt from congressional oversight. And now you've got Trump in 2024, basically, if he wins, pushing for the same thing. And my position is not only, I know we all say that the three branches are co-equal, but I think it's pretty abundantly clear that Congress was meant to be first among equals.
Yeah.
I think
Congress is obviously the most powerful. It's just the most dispersed. I mean, they can amend the you can hold the Constitutional Convention. They have the ability. They can override vetoes. So no, the Congress, the legislative branch is the most powerful by far, but it's so dispersed that it's hard to wield. Then the judiciary is second most powerful, but dispersed across 9. The executive is the weakest, I would say, but unfortunately, it's all consolidated in one motherfucker.
Right.
My question is, does Alito feel the same way if they pack the court?
Oh, absolutely, he would oppose that 100%. But let me send you guys the articles.
I want to see if they pack the court, if they start actually nominating extra justices in response to that, to sit there and say, okay, you are above the rules. By the way, President Biden on his way out is nominating 3 new justices. They would have to repeal that congressional statute to make that happen in the first place, because I think it's locked in.
Let's say they did, and but even that, I don't think that's a good precedent. That's kind of scary. Like I said, that the concern would be if they did that, and then let's say the Republicans suddenly take control and go, great, we're adding 6 judges. Does it create a new norm that suddenly every single time someone takes control, they immediately repeal the law to elect more judges and then back the court themselves?
No. What I'm saying is, does Alito feel the same way about congressional oversight of the justices if all of a sudden there's a whole slew of new liberal justices that come into play? Let's say Roberts retires and Thomas passes away, and somebody else retires, and all of a sudden we've got all these new justices coming in. Does Alito feel the same way if it's a very liberal slanted court versus if it's a very conservative slanted court? Because right now it's in his favor, obviously.
Yeah, I
not
wouldn't.
to have
I wouldn't be
congressional
surprised. I mean, I have a very low opinion of Alito's ethics. I mean, he's no doubt a brilliant jurist, but I think that these are all politicians in robes to some extent anyway. So I imagine if the composition of the court was different, in my opinion, his ethics on the matter would probably be different as well. But I
mean, they have lifetime appointees. I'd say they're pretty independent from. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that they're not completely, but calling them politicians, where politicians are completely beholden to people, they're like hit for life. The whole point is that's why they're there, is to say that like they're supposed to have their opinions separate from like.
No, I agree. Ostensibly, they're supposed to be apolitical. I just don't think in practice, number one, that's ever been the case, and I think that to whatever extent there was a veneer of apoliticization, to whatever extent there was a veneer of it, that veneer is gone now. But anyway, I can't. I'm going to stuff my face because my DoorDash is here. But I just sent all of you the links. I don't know, like Pisco, are you guys going to be here for a couple of hours, like when he comes back, or?
He should be back. Does he usually go to the gym for several hours?
He went to.
I don't know if I'll even be here.
Yeah, but are you all going to be there too? Because you all are attorneys, and I mean, I have a poli-sci degree, but it would be interesting to like get a bunch of people's perspectives on this, both legal, layman, and political.
Working tonight, so I'm not going out, which means that if you want me to say something, I mean, like I'm at my computer.
Cool. Well, then
I'll
I'll
say but I don't know. Like I don't have perms, so he'd have to pull me back in if I leave. So
gotcha. Well, don't leave.
I'll be around because I just finished it up, so I'm working, so I'm good.
Cool. All right. Well, I'll be back later, and hopefully we can all chat about this. I'll send you all DMs if it becomes available.
Do you think it's telling that your mods won't speak the truth to you? That all of them think that I was right on the art debate?
Art debate? I don't actually do. I don't
understand my mods. I have like one of the, I feel like one of the best communities because I let them talk as much shit as they want about me, and that they troll me constantly.
Okay, so then why do they feel like your feelings will be hurt if they thought that you were wrong on the art debate? Because you don't know what's going. You have all the conversational abilities of a fucking sledgehammer.
My mods roast me more than anybody in that server.
Yeah, and they won't even tell you about it because your ego is so fucking big and your conversation ability is that of a sledgehammer. You come in, you smash everything, and you think you win. When all you do is you sound retarded. You came in so fucking heated. All you did was scream ad hominems, and you misconstrued my points and didn't give me time to answer, and yet you still lost.
No, it wasn't.
I'm so fucking hard.
Sorry, Rage Pope. I didn't give you an opportunity to speak. I can't fathom what that feels like. I really can't. And
you were talking for the most of that time.
Yeah.
No, I can't fathom. I'm truly sorry that I hurt your feelings, and I'm sorry that my mods should talk to me about behind my back. I know that. I think that's chill. I don't give a shit. I think they have the right to say, they disagree with me all the time. I'm, constantly derided on my own server for my opinions on all manner of stuff. And so for you to come here and ambush me with that as though I'm not aware of it, and as though you're not aware that I'm aware of it, and in fact that I don't encourage candor and people disagreeing with me all the time, I think it's kind of cringe.
And as a third party, you did go into his server. Yes, his server shits on him pretty hard. So
I'm like one of the.
Okay, both Rachel, Pisco. Can I just because Pisco, I'm gonna be giving you almost like the same criticism I did last time. Is that you were trying to express? I understood what point you were making, but both the point you were making both to Rage Pope and Destiny, they were whiffing on hearing it, and that you made the same point like 5 times, and each time they were answering by because they were not saying that you believe you may have believed or they implied it, but what they were saying was they were never saying that you were arguing that police shouldn't do anything.
In my opinion, you're naive, and this is why I think you're naive. I think you're naive because the reason why they bring that up, right? The reason why they're bringing up San Francisco, because then it's like
a consequence of your policy.
It's like an API. Yes. It's like an API, right? You plug into it, and now immediately everyone else is thinking about all these cases where no one's doing anything, all these policy positions from people who are we shouldn't be enforcing theft. They're thinking about the people who are like, theft is not a problem. They're thinking about Hassan, who's like, yeah, you should encourage that kind of stuff. And they've already plugged into all that animosity by bringing up those cases as though I'm in agreement that theft is no big deal. That's never been my position.
Wait, but that's the outcome of the
I asked Rage Pope the exact question, and he said no. Destiny, the same. You think Destiny's an idiot? You think he didn't know? Because I can tell Rage Pope, you can see it in 2 seconds for you, man.
Pisco's too low IQ to understand the conversation that flows from it. That the outcome of his policy is going to be the same thing that happens there, and that what he's advocating for leads to that. Even if he's saying that, oh, we should have police action, at the end of the day,
first of all,
that's where his outcome is. It's not true communism. No, that's exactly what he's.
That's not even true. So most states in the entire union follow my rule. What I'm talking about is the majority rule in this country. You understand that, right?
You think majority rule is fine?
No, but you're acting as though my beliefs will lead to utter anarchy, and it's just the liberal weirdos on the West Coast and in New York. They're the ones who are applying this. When I have the majority rule, not just in liberal places, in conservative places, the majority rule is you cannot use deadly self-defense just for property-related crimes unless there's a nexus to serious risk of bodily injury or life.
Yeah,
and that's
if you
like
try and
burglary.
stop them and they try and fight you back. Yeah, or
That's the majority rule, right? And so when you guys bring up those cases of the liberal cities run amok, you are intentionally trying to pretend that my rule, the majority rule, is what's leading to anarchy in all these places. But you have no way of distinguishing. Excuse me, you have no way of saying that my rule leads to those outcomes because
yes,
if you
do.
can.
I do have a way to say
every
this.
place that is every state that has this rule experiencing the same things as the places that you're citing? No, you're trying to tar
can you name
my
me a place
position.
where it's not being enforced, where it's not leading to this.
Okay, but the policy that we're analyzing,
but there's nothing. The policy that we're analyzing is what happens when you don't enforce certain property rights. And I want you to name a single place where they're not enforcing the property rights where it's not leading to this problem.
Wait, so Z, he just said it, which shows you how confused he is. He's talking about he's talking about non-enforcement.
No, Pisco is just lost in the conversation. He actually has the IQ of like room temperature tap water. He's unable to follow a hypothetical when he's not the one giving it.
It's like me and my little brother arguing.
What hypothetical are you saying that I can't follow? Exactly.
Okay. So I'm saying that right now we have one place, San Francisco, as an example, where property rights are not being enforced and that it's leading to a large amount of looting. And you're saying that no, we have other places where the same thing is done and it's not leading to it. But I'm saying explicitly the only place where the property rights aren't being enforced are in San Francisco, and in everywhere that it's happened, it's led to that outcome. And you're saying that there's places where it isn't, and I'm just asking for a single one, and you're not able to provide any of them.
I mean, you're meandering, quote, hypothetical, right? Is that a hypothetical? Well, you just asked
this
me.
is me. No, sorry, that's not hypothetical. It's me asking you for. Sorry, this is me asking you a question in the real world.
You just asked me. You said I wouldn't answer a hypothetical.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't a hypothetical. It was a question for a real place where something like this is happening instead of me answering a hypothetical. Because you're saying that what you're saying is that, hey, if we don't enforce this, it doesn't always lead to anarchy. And I'm asking for one place where it hasn't happened.
Yeah. So the rule we're analyzing that quote will lead to anarchy, right?
It's non-enforcement.
You just see that? You see that, Z? Non-enforcement. He just said it again. He's confused. And he can only do it because he's trolling. He can only do it because he's trolling.
No, he's not. Then look,
okay.
Let me try again.
Z, you just heard it, right? And you didn't get to him, right? Do you agree with me? What I just said?
I'm saying that you are again conveying it in a way that he's disagreeing with. I'm saying I'm saying this. So Rage Pope, do you believe Pisco's position is that the cops he wants cops to be inactive? That he goes so he doesn't think that. You believe, however,
Pisco's position is that when cops are inactive, that it doesn't necessarily always lead to anarchy like it does in San Francisco. And that's the point that he thinks that I'm trying to paint on him.
You think that I think that when cops are inactive, it doesn't lead to anarchy? How could
it doesn't necessarily lead to anarchy?
Okay, well, if doesn't, what does that even mean?
Obviously,
I mean, it logically doesn't necessarily lead to that.
Okay, yeah. So then, can you give me one example? I'm saying, can you give me one example where it hasn't?
Where cop inactivity hasn't led to anarchy?
To theft. Yeah, the same way that it has in San Francisco.
I'm not in favor of cop inactivity.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of the hypothetical. We're in the hypothetical of Destiny the DDoS kid. Because you're lost in the entire fucking conversation, and it just shows your inability to answer the question.
You're trying to conflate a position on cop
I'm not conflating anything.
Yeah, you are. You're trying to just say that because
I have literally
you're not trying to have that conversation, Pisco. That the thing is,
Pisco's just unable to engage with the conversation. He's too stupid.
You're both having different conversations. Yes, neither of you guys are low IQ. But what I'm saying is, so that Pisco's position is that his argument is not saying that he is not in favor of police action. And that's what he was trying to get you guys to say, that both of you guys go, that he believed you were putting on him, that he's saying that police shouldn't take action, or that he's in favor of the San Francisco, where he goes, he thinks San Francisco shouldn't enforce things below $1,000. He was never saying that, but I don't think you guys were trying to say he was saying that. I think you're saying that his
Pisco is saying that we're saying that because he's lost in the conversation.
The reason why
what you think. Yeah.
The reason why that's the most reasonable explanation is my rule is the majority rule, right? And so to pretend that my policy on deadly self-defense requiring a nexus to serious bodily injury or life, to pretend that my policy leads to what we're seeing in San Francisco, it can't be the case if the majority of the country is not like San Francisco.
Can you name me a place where they're not enforcing the low-level property rights where it hasn't led to anarchy?
Wait a second. We're not talking about enforcing low-level property rights. We're talking about...
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about in San Francisco.
No, we're
That's
talking
what
about...
No, because you need two things necessarily for it to lead to anarchy. One, you need non-enforcement by the state, and two, you need violence by the shop owners to be disallowed in order for them to perpetually steal like they are in San Francisco. If you're enforcing through the state by police, then you don't need deadly self-defense or property on your own. If you have deadly self-defense on property, that also prevents it as well.
Okay, this was beautiful. Rage Pope just defeated his own argument, right?
He's retarded because he doesn't understand. We're assuming away assumption number one. He doesn't understand the conversation.
Rage Pope. What you just said is that in order to have anarchy, it requires two things. It requires
the state to abdicate.
Sorry, I can repeat exactly what you just said. Okay. So I don't need your help on that.
I'm sorry, because you haven't been able to do this narrative.
You're too slow to remember what I just said. I'm not too slow to remember.
Wait, can you repeat that back to me?
Yeah. So I'm not as slow as you, and so I can repeat what you just said. Right?
Can you repeat what I said?
You said that there were two conditions to descend into anarchy.
I think that's what I said.
Condition number one, it's called distillation of your points. I know that you were a lot more long-winded.
Well, I wanted the exact words repeated back to me the same way that you wanted it before.
I've never required that of you, so you pretended that I'm requiring the
exact. But what do you mean? I literally said that I couldn't tell you, and then you said I was too low IQ to repeat back to you what you said. So I'm just doing the same thing to you that you did to me. Someone to the clip.
Nice
try.
Will
you two just fuck already and get it over with?
So you said that there were two conditions to descend into anarchy. Condition number one is that the police and law enforcement is inactive. And condition number two is that you have the property right that I've discussed, which is the majority rule, and that you require both to descend into anarchy. Therefore, you just said that as long as you have police enforcement, or if it's required for there to be no political enforcement to descend into anarchy, as long as you have police enforcement, my property rule... Wait, no, I'm going to finish this because everyone understands where I'm going next. My property rule, therefore, does not lead to anarchy. You understand what I just said?
No, it doesn't, because literally the entire hypothetical was what happens when we don't have the state. You just literally dodged the entire conversation because you're too retarded to understand what it is. Because the conversation was, we're assuming that away.
You said
that's the entire conversation.
Yeah. So you just said in order for...
You need no state and
okay. So then therefore it's not enough, right? It's not enough for my property rule to be implemented, which is the majority rule. You also need a lack of police enforcement.
Yes, and for this entire set of hypotheticals, we assumed away that.
Right. So then the easy response is I'm in
so then you have your
law
property rule and we have no state, and so then we have anarchy.
No.
You literally agree with that. You literally just agreed with that. No. Wait, Z, run it back. Did he not just agree with my proposition that would descend to anarchy?
No, I
haven't.
haven't.
You met both conditions.
I'm using your logic. I don't ascribe myself to your logic. Your logic is fucking stupid. I'm describing your own logical flaws. I'm not buying in to the premises of your argument. How can you not see that?
I have no idea.
He doesn't believe that there's...
I'm not accepting your stupid duality that there are two necessary conditions that you just invented off the spot, where you just pulled out of your ass. I'm not going to marry myself to those premises, and you're pretending because I'm trying to show you the inherent contradiction in your logic and conclusions that somehow
But there's no inherent
myself. That I'm marrying myself to your premises. I mean, that's
what's the inherent contradiction? What's the inherent contradiction?
The contradiction is you're saying that my policy leads to X, when really it sounds like not just my policy. Under your logic, my policy and police non-enforcement leads to anarchy. Under your own logic,
that was literally the assumption of the entire debate.
But that's not what.
Sorry.
We're doing this.
No, what I just said, those two factors, those two conditions, and the leading to anarchy, none of that was an assumption of our entire debate, right?
Yes, it literally was. Yes, the assumption of the entire debate was that the police aren't doing anything.
No. What did I just wait? Did I just say one point or the unity of two leading to anarchy? What did I say? Just one of those premises, or the
the
two
unity
premises?
of two.
Okay, the unity.
Smarts is here, by the way.
So you agree with me, right? That what I just said wasn't what you just said, where were like one of the assumptions. What you said was that anarchy is caused by both the lack of enforcement and the majority rule of deadly self-defense not being applicable to mere property-related defense.
Yes.
So that shows you, right, that it isn't an assumption of this underlying discussion because it's not the same thing, right? Your dumb little necessary conditions thing was for the first time brought up 3 minutes ago directly from your anal cavity, and it's never been an assumption of this entire debate.
Oh.
Hey, Booker.
So, Booksmart, do you see what I wonder if Booksmart sees it, because I think they're both whiffing at each other here. Do you see the same thing?
Oh my god!
I jumped in because my chat told me to. I have no idea what's going on.
Sure. So Pisco is saying that Pisco does not have the policy that police should not enforce it. That he believes that the majority rule, which is current, we're saying you can't defend yourself with like your property with deadly force. That's what he's in favor of. But he's also in favor of police enforcement. And Rage Pope is going, but that's not part of the hypothetical. He's going, we're saying the whole hypothetical is the involvement of them not doing that. But Pisco's trying to say that you were implying that Pisco's position is that they're saying, like that he's saying that you're prescribing onto him policy positions of unenforcement, which I don't think they're doing, but Pisco does believe they're doing. But I guess Booksmarts hasn't been listening the whole time, so.
Yeah.
Which is just unable to engage with the conversation and carry over.
You could have solved it as well. Like, I mean, both of you could have. Like,
I mean, I could have, but I think it's way funnier when he runs in circles over and over and over again and has the same argument without understanding the conversation.
What did I not engage with?
You didn't engage with the fact that the entire time we've been talking about how the police haven't been doing anything to help Stephen, how the police haven't been doing anything to do with shop owners, and by saying that you have to have majority rule and that you can't defend your thing with self-defense, with deadly self-defense, then it doesn't lead to people looting people's shops, because that's what's happening.
When did I say you have to have majority rule?
Oh, sorry, we don't have to, but that's the way that it's in the majority of the country. My bad.
Okay, so my position is not that you have to have the majority rule of deadly self-defense. The reason I bring up the fact that it's the majority rule, you understand, is because you are making the reason you're saying that you're bringing up San Francisco is you're saying, guys, if you implement Pisco's deadly self-defense rule, which is the widespread, overwhelming rule in this country, it will lead to anarchy. That was the
no. When police aren't there, it then leads to anarchy. Yes.
Rage Pope, the purported justification that you gave for bringing up San Francisco and those places was not that that you were trying to ascribe me with a label of non-enforcement. It was because you said that the results of my rule, which is the majority rule, lead to the anarchy, the type of which you see.
When the police don't do anything the same way they didn't do anything in the Destiny hypothetical.
What I'm trying to show you is this is the overwhelming rule in most jurisdictions in the United States.
Yes, but can you name a single jurisdiction that has the majority rule and doesn't have police enforcement?
The parade of horribles hasn't occurred that you're referencing.
Wait. Is there police in that jurisdiction that responds to property crimes?
Of course there are.
Oh wow! So it's almost as if it didn't meet the other precondition.
Of course, but I'm in favor.
Wow! You see this?
All Pisco is trying to say,
law enforcement.
All Pisco's trying to say is that he doesn't. So the whole thing in San Francisco, he believes there should be. So he wouldn't be in favor of the current enforcement policy in San Francisco of them not doing anything, and therefore his rule wouldn't lead to that outcome. But you're trying to say that because we're trying to assume that we're assuming the inaction, which is what's happening in San Francisco. But Pisco, all he wants you to concede that his position is not that he is not in favor of the inaction of the police. Can you concede that to him and say,
yes,
hey,
I understand that, but the problem is. The problem is it does lead to these outcomes.
His rule doesn't. His rule does not lead to that outcome. So wait.
If my rule was implemented, would the same outcome happen in those cities?
Wait. Are we
He's not in favor of the
my
inaction.
rule?
The San Francisco rule is no big
confusion. This is a big confusion. Why did you just bring up your rule?
Because the two options are. Because in these hypotheticals, the only two options are you're allowed to use self-defense or you're not. There's not, we get to bring in the police in this situation and let them handle it. Because the hypothetical is when the police don't do anything, what should be allowed? And you're literally arguing in favor of the majority rule, even when the police don't do anything. And that's what the entire discussion has been about.
Just because there's a binary of choices does not mean that there's a binary of outcomes.
Well, yeah, so that's what I'm asking. Can you provide a single place in the United States where there's police in action and the majority rule is in force and there hasn't been this slide to anarchy? Because he's saying that there's more than a binary of outcomes.
Yeah, like I don't know what so anarchy. San Francisco's anarchy.
Well, I mean, people are going in and stealing things. They're stealing willy-nilly. There's stuff shut down.
There's crime in Texas,
but it's significantly worse in these places. Wait, if I go to Publix in West Palm Beach, are they going to have chains on the frozen pizzas because people are just coming in and stealing them every day? Are they shutting down shops every single day because too many people are coming in and stealing? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, so I don't understand. So is your position that there's more crime when this happens, or it's anarchy?
I use anarchy as a loose term. I will say more crime.
You think it's an appropriate use of the word anarchy?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is.
So, if some place has more crime, it's anarchy than another place?
It's more anarchic, yes.
Well, you said it's anarchy.
If there's no rule of law, so I mean, if the police aren't enforcing anything, if there is no rules, and then you would go that no rules, I guess, would go towards anarchy, synonym for chaos. So it would be pretty chaotic.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean,
you have this autistic fixation on what a single word could possibly mean instead of the way that I'm using it colloquially in a conversation.
You're comparing, so when you're comparing crime rates, right? There's 1,000 things that could be different about two different locations. The level of wealth disparity, the amount of poor people, the fact
Do you think there's not poor people in Florida? If I go to rural Florida, that's much poorer than San Francisco.
Why don't you just drop anarchy and say it's more chaotic then, and just rephrase what you said?
Whatever. Like what we're doing is we're
because Pisco doesn't want to do it. He just wants to have this conversation where he comes out.
Regardless of the word you use, right? You're ascribing causality at the lack of specifically deadly self-defense rules is causing a huge spike in the amount of crime that exists in these places. But have you done a rigorous analysis of those things where you've compared all of or at least the major components of what causes crime in those locations and why the crime rates higher? Do you have a case study that you can use that holds equal?
Hold on. Let me go publish in some journal of law. All this stuff. Let me spend $50 million doing this study, trying to get data that I don't have access to and can't get access to because there's not appropriate reporting systems. Because we can actually run natural experiments. I can't just put an entire city under whatever rules I want to get an appropriate control. Yeah, let me just get right on that. Because it doesn't seem, because we can't just imply causality at all when there's no counter arguments offered.
What do you have to do to establish causality? How can I disprove causality in this case?
Yeah, if you could provide me with one jurisdiction, I want you to provide me with any one jurisdiction where the majority rule is in place, there's no deadly self-enforcement of property, and where there's been ongoing non-enforcement of low-level crimes. That's all I've asked for.
Wait, so I have to provide you a jurisdiction where
just a single counterexample.
So a jurisdiction of which where the deadly self-defense rule is the majority rule, and when there's low levels, of police enforcement of those crimes.
Yes,
and
that's it.
And then what?
And then I would have to do a more rigorous analysis.
Okay, and that would break causality?
It wouldn't necessarily break causality, but it would require to do.
What would disprove your theory that this rule is leading to huge spikes in crime?
We would have to do a study that's basically impossible to do with either of our resources being random people arguing on the internet.
Okay. So is your conclusion falsifiable?
Yes, yeah, absolutely it is.
How would I falsify your claim about causality?
Okay, so one, you could do an extensive study, but two, for the purposes of this conversation, if you can provide me with a single counterexample.
Of what? Do you think
of literally what I said, of one jurisdiction where you have majority rule and you have non-enforcement of these low-level crimes that seem to be leading to anarchy in anywhere else?
What does low enforcement even mean? How would I go about these words? Don't they have to mean something? If I like,
yeah. So I would assume that where the police don't.
Because right now in San Francisco they had a rule. It goes under $1,000, they're not going to prosecute. So if you can give him, so he's asking for is another jurisdiction similar to that where they go like, if it's under $500, we will not enforce these laws. So if you steal it for under $500, cops will do nothing. And that where it didn't have a spike in that crime is what he's asking for. It's not saying that he should be asking for that. I'm just telling you that's what he's asking for.
Okay, so and that would show that the rule in San Francisco didn't cause a spike in crime.
It still could, but then what I would need for a threshold of evidence would be significantly.
It wouldn't
the threshold that you need would be significantly higher for me to show my case.
What do you mean the threshold I would need?
Okay, because like you said, there's thousands of other confounding factors that go into crime. Yes or no?
Of course, that's why I'm saying the
Okay,
burden
so-
should be on
so-
you.
so,
The
yeah,
burden
so
should be
that's-
on you, right? Shouldn't the burden be on you?
No, the burden should be on you because you're the one taking away and causing this to happen. What do you mean? To show that
No, the
non-enforcement
majority
doesn't lead
rule
to
has
more
been-
crime.
Okay, but we're not analyzing oh God.
Yeah, we are, but we are. We literally are. That's why we're
I'm
having
not
this
in
whole conversation.
favor of non-enforcement.
Okay, but you're arguing in favor of the outcomes that happens when you enforce the majority rule
I'm
and you
in
have
favor of
non-enforcement.
more crime. I'm arguing in favor of the outcomes.
Yes, when you're saying when there's non-enforcement, which is necessary to keep up society, that you shouldn't have the majority rule. Yes.
Yeah, I think when there's non-enforcement, you should enforce more.
Makes sense.
That's just so ludicrous.
That's ludicrous.
Yes, yeah, because the state. So you give this power to the state to enforce things, right? Correct. Yes, that's why we had the whole Civil War, or not the Civil War, the Revolutionary War.
What are you talking about? Are you
Okay,
high?
No, I'm not high. I wish I was high because maybe I could understand you.
The Civil War?
A Revolutionary War.
You're trolling me. I don't even know why I'm here.
He misspoke.
I misspoke. Pisco can't even understand a misspeak. Like that's his level of engagement with this conversation.
I don't follow your train of thought because it's just so.
Okay, so we literally had a war because there's certain rights that are afforded to us.
Okay.
And we said the state is going to defend those rights for us.
Okay.
And if the state chooses not to defend those rights, then naturally we should be able to defend those rights for ourselves.
Are you talking about the Confederates defending their right to slavery?
No, I'm talking about the Americans killing the Bongers in the Revolutionary War, but apparently you missed that I misspoke for like the third time. So maybe is that clear?
Right. So they were defending property rights. So your understanding was that the Revolutionary War was about the property rights of whom? They all had property rights. These were English common law. There was property rights.
Yeah, but it's also written that we have property rights and that we assign the government to protect them. Yes? No? Is that not in our Constitution?
The property rights predate the Constitution.
Yeah, but they're in the Constitution. They're in the founding of our nation.
No, the Constitution assumes property.
See, now he's arguing whether or not we're fighting with Britain over property.
So far, guys.
I don't understand.
He's totally unable to engage.
No, you're saying we fought the Revolutionary War.
Yeah, but you're
over
memeing
property
too.
rights. We fought
We're
the
spitting
Revolutionary
faster than
War.
spitting Charmanders here.
We fought the Revolutionary War over taxation, over political representation, over grievances with certain acts.
Over certain inalienable rights, right? Like property.
But literally, the settlers and the colonies, they had property.
Yes, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you there. But we put in the Constitution that we have the right to property, correct?
Where's
Yes,
that? Where's that?
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What do you mean?
No, I'm sorry. It says the government shall not infringe on those rights and liberties without due process of law.
Correct.
The right to property predates the Constitution.
Why are we having?
Still in the
why are we talking
Constitution.
about this?
He brings it up. I don't want to go here. He brings it up, and
Let's swim back to shore. Let's get back.
But the thing is, you come here and you say, like, why are we here? Like, what am I doing in the conversation? I'm just listening to him and following him along on his crazy train.
You're just
about
right on every single point.
Revolutionary War, property rights, things like I don't even know what he's talking about. I'm just trying to like follow him and be respectful of what he's saying.
Would you say he's running off the rails on a crazy train?
I think he's
wait,
insane.
What is the one sentence point Pisco is making that you're unhappy with?
The one sentence point is that we've afforded the government the monopoly on violence, and when they choose not to use it, then it should return to us. That's literally the entire conversation.
The thing is like, so the part of our democracy, right, is defining the scope and the discretion the government uses with its monopoly. So yes, the government has a monopoly on violence, but we elect our leaders with an expectation that they're going to use their discretion in certain ways or pass certain laws or enforce violence in some cases and not others. So you're saying that, like,
correct.
Okay, if they choose not to enforce it,
if they're doing it in an unjust way, then what's our right?
Yeah, that's okay. That's my entire problem. That's my entire problem with this whole viewpoint. Is that the people who advocate that these kinds of acts should be legal have their own view on what property rights should entail and what self-defense rules should entail. And when the entirety of society disagrees with them on the scope of what self-defense is, because they realize the obvious consequences that would emerge if you expand deadly self-defense to include even little girls pushing you as long as it's unlawful force being applied towards you, they understand that that's just an untenable system that will almost certainly, it hasn't been tried. I can't point to a single point in time where your rule, Rage Pope, has been tried before. That's what I have never.
Eggshell defense is the only time that I've heard it come close to what he's.
No, but the eggshell defense has to do with the consequences afterwards, and your scope of your civil liability and your criminal liability. It doesn't have to do with a substantive rule that allows you to apply deadly self-defense and deadly force anytime regular force would be justified.
Yeah, that's why I said the closest thing that
has ever done that before. No
I agree.
jurisdiction has ever done that before. And so I'm here answering.
Well, no one built a hydrogen bomb until we did, so I don't see why that's an argument as to why something should be
He's
justified
trolling.
or not.
Do you understand why I think he's bad faith, Z?
I don't think, like I said, I think you guys are both whiffing each other. You guys are both so heated at each other.
I
that you're
think
not gonna
Cusco
listen
is
to each other.
incapable of engaging with my point.
It's
You're both
disrespectful
memeing.
Yeah, I know you're being disrespectful. When you're literally not engaging with anything I'm saying. You're not engaging with the conversation in a serious manner.
I think
you've insulted him a lot, man.
No, I'm sincere but he's trolling.
Yeah, he's sincerely insulting me since I literally came in the conversation.
Why do you bring up the atom bomb?
Wait, to ask a substantive question. So is your thing that if the majority rule decides that we can't use force to protect our property, you think individuals should just go against that and do it anyways? Or what is your...
Yeah, well, they have
if
the
the police
right to,
if the police aren't acting. So if basically if the state won't enforce my property rights, then I have the right to do them myself.
Well, you don't have the right to do it yourself. Don't we all vote collectively and we restrain each other? And if we all decide that you can't do that, you can't just Batman it, right?
Well, yeah, sure, yeah, it would be vigilante in the same sense that if we suddenly voted that rape was okay, then I guess you couldn't stop someone from raping you, but I think we'd still say morally you have a right to stop them.
The response to that rule, right? The response to that hypothetical would be that there are some individual rights, right, that you consider to be so sacred or whatever that you think no society should be able to choose those rules. And so for whatever reason, right, the bodily integrity, if it was legal to murder, right, in your state, right, should anyone be punished? Should you be able to defend yourself against murder, right? At a certain point, there are certain
but you're saying that there's laws that aren't being enforced.
What are you talking about?
Like when someone comes and pushes me, even if it's not going to cause any harm, there's laws that are being enforced.
That prevent it, right? There are laws that prevent people from just offensive touchings of you, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
When you push someone. And so it absolutely is against the law for someone to commit a battery on you. And that could be, it doesn't have to cause you any damage in most cases. It could be a misdemeanor to do a battery that doesn't cause you any damage.
I mean, that's the difference between assault and battery, right? Like the assault is the apprehension. You don't even have to touch the person.
Sure. And even just the assault. But like in these cases, we have decided that it's a bad idea to allow deadly self-defense in all cases in which force is justified. And that we have said that it's smarter to have a self-defense rule that is reasonable in scope, that is molded by the circumstance.
Where do you think my opinion on level of force, where that's justified or not? Like, does that stem from whether or not you should be able to use lethal self-defense or regular self-defense? Like, is that tied to anything?
Equal. There should be no difference in
yes, yeah, but I could apply it. I could only apply force at the level that you would apply deadly self-defense.
You could only apply force in the level. Yeah, they're equal, right? Anytime you could apply force, you can apply
yes, yeah, but in my hypothetical world, you could only apply force, where in your world you would be able to apply lethal self-defense, and I wouldn't be able to apply regular force where you think people should be able to apply force. Like you concede that world exists, correct?
Wait, which world? Your hypothetical world exists? I have to
yeah. My world that I'm arguing for, yes. So the world that I'm arguing for, where force could be used at the same level of lethal self-defense. The only justification of use of force would be in your world, where you would be justified using deadly self-defense.
What did you just say? I literally can't follow the same.
I
literally can't follow.
That was a lot of words. I'll be real with you.
Your sentence is very difficult to follow, Rachel.
It's not difficult to follow. So in my world, I can use force whenever, or lethal self-defense whenever I could use force, correct?
Okay, yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
So then in my world, I could set the level of where you could use force in a thing, right?
Wait,
yes or no?
Sorry. In your world, you can set the level that force can be used.
You
Yes,
couldn't,
correct.
right?
Where you could start
Because you
doing
just said they
yes.
could do
So
nuclear, right? No
that,
matter
no,
what.
that was entirely
That was a
tangential. I
meme.
think you
Yeah,
lost
that
the
was a
point.
meme. Okay, yeah, I agree. In
Okay,
your
so,
world, you could
okay, yeah.
also
So I said it at a level where just to be able to use force or lethal self-defense in your world, you would be justified using lethal self-defense.
Wait. You have to say it slower because I can't
Okay,
follow it.
so in my world, where I would allow somebody to use any sort of force, would
Yeah.
be the same level in your world where people would be using lethal self-defense.
Makes sense.
In some cases, yeah.
No,
In all
what do you mean in
cases.
some cases.
All right. So now I'm understanding a little more. Thank you for slowing down. Are you saying that you wouldn't allow force in response to someone shoving you?
What?
You're
What
not-
do you mean?
Are you
No,
allowed
I
to defend
think you were.
yourself
Yeah.
against? Okay, so then
Yes, yeah.
So then nothing of what you said matters. Because
No,
are
it
you
doesn't
telling me
matter.
that you're gonna set the level of force lower than what I'll set it at?
No, I'm not. But I'm saying that you
Okay,
can
then
create
shut up.
situations. I'm saying that you can create situations in your world where use of force would be allowed and lethal self-defense wouldn't be. But
Yeah.
in my world, you wouldn't be able to use regular force. So in these hypotheticals of somebody pushing you and not doing any damage to you, that you
You
wouldn't
don't
be
think
able to
force
use.
should be allowed to be used in those cases?
If it's not going to do anything to you, no. But I think when it
Someone's
becomes
pushing you
harassment to a
and-
repeated point where it's doing damage, then yes. So for instance, if I go onto a subway and I grope a girl's butt, then is she really taking any damage from that? No. But
Dude, you understand that every time you speak, you're making contradiction of what you previously said.
I'm not making any
Is this about
contradictions.
killing the
about
DDoS
to
kid?
explain-
What is this
I'm-
about?
Yeah,
Yes,
it
this
is.
is- yes.
I'm about to explain the contradiction, the obvious contradiction of what you just said, and based on your examples used before. Before you were saying, well, I can't possibly know what a little girl has in her mind when she comes up to me. How
Yeah,
can I
exactly.
know that she's not trying to knock me out? And so why are you pretending like you would
Because
not
in
allow force
hypothetical
in
where I
cases
know it's not
when-
going to do any damage, then I can apply that.
You're the one
But
who
in the
says
real
you can
world,
never know. You're the one who were fighting me on that, and you were
yes,
saying
yeah,
you can
I
never
do agree
know.
with that. But in your hypothetical, I can say no force is justified if
Okay,
I
then
know
it's
she's
a-
not going to do any
it's
harm
a
to me.
truthless distinction that you would never apply, and you would
It's
always
the same
say,
truthless distinction that's in your assessment of San Francisco not happening.
sorry, you're going to have to explain that. It's the same truthless distinction in my hypothetical of San
You don't think-
Francisco not
you don't think
applying.
San Francisco's
What does that even
happening?
mean? What
Okay,
did you
so-
just mean by that sentence? It's just as
Okay,
truthless
so-
as my hypothetical in San Francisco
Okay, so
not
let me
applying.
explain. Let me use my words. So when we had this big argument at the beginning, you were saying that we're trying to paint you with San Francisco, that your side of enforcing majority rule is going to lead to anarchy. And by saying that places like San Francisco exist is painting your side entirely wrong, because when you have police enforcement of rights, which is what you would advocate for, that situations like that wouldn't happen. But there's no distinction, because in the real world, we have this hypothetical happening where the police aren't doing anything, and you have non-enforcement of, or with the non-enforcement of rights, you have the inability to use deadly self-defense, and then it leads to anarchy. It's the same.
I don't accept your premises, and again, you're using the word anarchy, which just for you means lower crime. I just want to flag that for the audience.
No, it doesn't.
This is getting
No, rage phobe.
like I feel like we're getting so tangent that we're getting to say yes to something that really didn't even need to be asked in the first place, and I don't think we're so far out in the ocean that I'm just like
That
no,
one's
should've
rage
been here.
phobe's fault.
Wait.
No, I know, but still, there's a point
Rage
where I'm
Folk
like,
just said, I mean, he's trolling.
you can only tread water for so long before you
Yeah,
sink.
and trolling you on that one, no, it doesn't establish causality.
Hang on.
I think it's sufficient. I think it's sufficient to say.
Rage Folk, I want you to say it again. You just said two things happen at the same time shows causality.
I think when you have an underlying mechanism, that will theoretically justify. When you have a theoretical mechanism and you see the causal mechanism in action, and you see no counter causal or any other counter example in the real world, then yes, I think it's sufficient.
That's not how that works, though.
That
You
doesn't
can't
work
you can't
that
just
way.
see
That's not how it
one correlational thing and say, well, that's
it's not
causal
just
until
one.
you prove
It's happened
not.
in multiple places. It happens in Portland. It's happened with the Kia Boys. It's happened in like literally dozens of cities all around America. That's more than enough for there to be enough. What?
They weren't saying so like the two things happen. So they're not saying like you're applying to the situation. We're simply saying two things happening does not show causality. But if you add more to it, then obviously you could lead towards causality. But their statement to you is simply two things occurring. Period. Don't add anything else. Don't take anything else. Does that show? That does not show causality.
Sure. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Okay,
It would imply that there's probably a higher likelihood of causality.
So what do you think is likelier, that the deadly self-defense rule is causing increased crime, or the lack of enforcement is causing crime?
I think it's both in combination. I think it's more so on the police not enforcing
that's what
stuff.
it is, because the reason it would be happening would because there is no enforcement. If there's a deadly self-defense rule, then something would be happening. Or if police were doing something, something would be happening. His position is something needs to happen to stop it. And if there's nothing, if there's both a rule that says you can't defend it and the police sure as hell aren't going to defend it, then it occurs more.
Yeah, but like his
Rage Mob, is that what you're saying?
He's referencing like stores, right? Stores that exist as a business rule, they're not going to do it anyway, right? We've just established that in self-interest, these stores where everyone is showing the
people whose cars are being stolen.
What happens is they close.
Let me finish this. So his response is, if you didn't have this deadly self-defense, if you allowed them to use deadly self-defense, then at last you wouldn't have this rise in crime, and that along with the non-enforcement, this is what's causing it. But if his whole point, if what we just talked about was these stores are rationally choosing not to even employ regular force, how could you ever make the argument that the choice of rule between force— wait, let me finish. The choice of rule between force and deadly force is making a difference here. If the big stores that everyone is showing, that you're citing, of people just going in there, the corner shops, all that stuff, if they're choosing not to use even any force, if that's the major policy, how can you possibly sit here and say, well, if we just made it acceptable?
Because it's not just the stores, it's all the cars that are being broken into, it's the local gas stations, it's everything across the board.
It would solve
sure,
some,
maybe
but
there
not
might
the
be as
big
much
ones.
robbery. Yeah, it might be at like, Walmart and stuff and places like that they might choose not to do it, and those places continue to get robbed. The people who do choose to do it, so for instance, the rooftop Koreans and the riots, people who want to defend their cars against being stolen in cities like Detroit or other places around the world, then you might see a decrease in crime and those types of property crime and an increase at those corporate stores.
Yeah, I think the burden of proof is on you. I think if you're trying to—
it is.
That makes intuitive sense, at least, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, like, you have to show that, don't you? You're just saying it, and like, I can't even produce you any evidence other than—
Well, I can't produce any evidence either because you won't allow me to go shoot people.
Okay.
Okay, but what you're saying is that that's what it would take for you to have evidence. Then you can't say that your opinion is justified with evidence.
I think it's justifiable to look for evidence by allowing stuff like that to happen.
Really?
Because it naturally, if it naturally follows that crime would decrease, then yes, I think running an experiment like that would be justified.
If it naturally follows.
I think it naturally follows, and our founding fathers would agree that if you can shoot somebody for stealing your property, that less theft is going to happen. I think everybody would agree with that. I know it's not the majority rule. Wow, amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a lawyer.
You're citing the founding fathers, right? So when I said that's not the majority rule, and you cite the founding fathers, that's a claim that you say the founding fathers would have wanted X. I'm trying to show you that even under the English common law, there were limits on self-defense rights.
Sure.
Okay?
But there is self-defense rights for property?
There's always been self-defense rights under the English common law, of course.
Okay, and there's self-defense rights because it decreases. So when there's self-defense rights for defense of self, there's a decrease in attack on self, correct?
I'm sure that I don't know, but I'm sure that self-defense. I don't know to a certainty, but I'm sure that self-defense laws, to some extent, discourage.
Okay, so why wouldn't it hold true for property as well?
Because you're trying to ascribe a particular kind of self-defense for all cases, and I'm showing you that in the common law, you just cited, right, the founding fathers, and you said they would have wanted this, and I'm showing you.
You're saying evidence exists for this.
No, wait. Wait,
But
every
not
time
that.
you bring up a claim, you don't want me to analyze it. You just said the founding fathers thing. Am I allowed to interrogate you on that and question that
Sure.
and challenge you on
But I mean,
that?
you're
But then
admitting,
why are you trying to? I'm
because
not
you're
admitting
literally
anything.
admitting to all the points that I'm trying to make by using that analogy and then saying they're non-analogous.
What analogy am I using?
Okay, so when you're saying that they allowed for deadly defense of self, yes, correct, and
In
that
certain circumstances.
yes, in certain circumstances, and in those circumstances, there is a decreased amount of attacks on people because of it. Correct? That's the big reason why they.
I don't
wanted
know
it.
that to be true, but I assume that that's the rationale, and I think
so-
that it's probably likely given my intuition of the world. But again, yes, I think
so
that's
then
probably
why
my
would it
intuition
not
as well.
apply? So why would it not apply to defensive property?
Because just because you can have that nexus with respect to individual pieces, individual attacks on you and on your body, one doesn't mean necessarily that's going to be translatable to property crime, much of which is done when the person is not there or in a position. But even if, right, I grant that it would decrease, and maybe it would decrease property related crimes, the collateral consequences of it would be such that I would still be against it, because the consequences of implementing your rule would lead to more death and destruction and blood feuds and all that stuff. In my opinion, more anarchy. And more anarchy.
Really?
And it would be,
do you have proof for that?
No.
Okay, we don't implement the rule, right? We don't implement the rule. And my rule for that is go to all the lawless societies where people are deciding for themselves who's trespassing, and all the the lords there who are in charge of the fiefdoms.
But we wouldn't have to do it if we just had enforcement of properties.
Why is it the case that why is it the case that like every advanced Western country doesn't have your rule?
Because they enforce property rights, and you don't have to do it on your own. And
Okay,
when they don't enforce property rights, things go to
shit. The stores
shit.
have been closing like crazy. Like, I mean, but no, I do. But just Pisco, I totally understand his position of saying that if you have this rule and people are trying to do it on their own, they're going to end up killing a lot of people you shouldn't be killing.
And then
that you believe that therefore it's worth it to sacrifice the people. So they go like, yeah, your stuff's gonna get stolen. You're not gonna be able to do anything, and it's gonna be. But the other outcome is if I allow you to, I'm gonna have to allow other people to, and they're gonna make. And I can't just let everyone just go willy nilly whenever they kill people whenever they want.
The threshold is
over pushes, right? Which is what Rage Pope's position isn't that any time in which you can use force, you can use deadly force anytime.
That's one thing I don't actually agree with.
And he thinks that society would be better under those circumstances, even though no society has ever, advanced society, in my opinion, has ever implemented that rule. That
not a good. But saying that isn't a good. I don't know. I don't think it's good to say like no one's done it yet.
I'm
so
not
therefore it's a bad
done.
idea.
You interrupted me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No advanced society has ever implemented that rule. The fact that it would seem to engender a lot of problems of proportionality. It would certainly cause, you agree, if the natural consequences of these deadly self-defense rules would be to lower crime, this would increase death, right? Naturally, if people make their own determinations when unlawful,
necessarily.
If people make their own determinations on when any amount of unlawful force is going to be applied to them, I mean, how often?
And not enforced by the state, but yes.
No, but
Also, how many? Well, it would be more likely as your world would suck, and we go back to having law enforcement do it, like in reality. But that's still good. I would prefer we go down that route and then have law enforcement do what they were supposed to.
Yeah. Also, just to address chat, chat asked the reason why lawyers talk so much is because we're paid by the word.
I mean, I think that you're trolling. I think that you bring up the founding fathers. You don't even want me to interrogate that point. I mean, you bring up stuff, and then when I try to be like, no, that's not right, Rage Pope, you're like immediately trying to shift the conversation about to more like, I don't know, to other places. And it's pathetic, in my opinion, for you to be so.
Well, because I think it's because when you try to engage with the points, you engage with the wrong point of the
Why
thing
did you bring the founding fathers point? Why did you bring that up?
Come on, guys.
The whole point of it was they believed that we had a right to self-defense, and that right should be protected by the government. And when the government didn't protect that right, that they had the right to do whatever they wanted.
Do you think the founding fathers agreed with you on deadly self-defense?
I would believe so more than yours. Yes. If I went to any of the founding fathers and said, "Hey, if the state is not protecting you from violence, do you have the right to use violence on your own?" And I think the answer would be yes.
We're talking about
this is exactly what we're talking about. That's what the entire conversation is about.
No. We're talking about the right of deadly self-defense for individuals in all cases in which unlawful force is going to be applied to you. That you can use deadly force in any of those cases. Anytime you could use force.
Yes, anytime you could use force. Yes, anytime. Yes, and then you would just define where force could be used. If the state can use force, to defend you from whatever it is, then you don't have any right to use force. No.
So even though you completely misunderstand the grievances of the founding fathers, even though you the fact that the founding fathers go through great pains to try to have some negotiation with the crown and to say, this is the only last opportunity we have, and they're more measured, and they're even if we were going to say that what can be applied on the societal level can be extrapolated to the individual, which I think is a stupid frame of reference. The founding fathers didn't think, revolution was justified in every case in which some overseeing government infringes upon what they perceive to be the rights of the individuals. It had to be an egregious infringement, an egregious lack of political.
And I would
so
say
that's what we're talking about. That kind of proportionality and rationality and reasonability is evident throughout the founding fathers' outlook and worldview, in my opinion.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so then I don't understand why you cited the founding fathers. You and Steven always do this, where you're using I don't even.
So I like to use analogies because people can usually latch onto what I'm saying, but you don't. It is. It
you
literally
citing
is.
the framers and say the framers would have wanted this rule.
No, I'm saying the framers wanted the same. Yes, the framers wanted this type of behavior. Yes, I think that's a valid analogy. And when you say there's a million other pieces of context,
rights. Rage Pope. I don't think he's saying these exact rules. He's saying that the founding fathers believed strongly in property rights, and that Rage Pope's position is one of strongly defending property rights.
Yes,
that's such a nothing thing to cite as support for property. Everyone,
you're focusing on such. You're focused. You're focused on it though, man. You didn't have to focus on it. It was a nothing statement, and you focused on it again.
You guys are pathetic and so sad.
But I understand.
No, when
that's an ad hominem. Let the record reflect Pisco is making a debate tactic.
I think you're worse than Rage because you're making apologies for really what's unconscionable behavior, trolling, bringing up things.
He's
and
not trolling.
Wanting to discuss
I apologize for you
too. Trolling.
He is trolling. He's
you're literally the only one trolling in this conversation. You're the one making all the personal attacks. You're the one low IQ Pisco. Unable to engage with hypotheticals.
Pisco, you did do some pretty severe ad homs against him. Steady to go that if he got a little pissed, you did go pretty hard on the ad homs.
Rage Pope, right? When I'm receiving 5 incoming streams of questions and discussions, and he's joining the mob because that's when he's most safe. He doesn't like to be alone, just so you know. He'll never do that.
True. And Pisco might assault me at night, and I won't have any protection.
Just so you know, I'm not afraid of it. I don't give a crap. I will fight for my opinions against any consensus at any time, against as many people as you want. I don't care. But when I'm answering people, and unfortunately, because I have apparently the minority view, except for the lead attorney, although I don't even know because I wasn't able to ask questions. He's cutting in and with his inane questions that you don't address hypotheticals. I've addressed every single question he's asked. Yeah, Rage Pope, is there any question that you have for me that I haven't addressed?
Yeah, I have a bunch of them, but I don't think we have time to go for all of them.
Do we really want to, you guys really want to go down this again?
Yeah. So the first one is just, what is art?
Go ahead, dude.
What's art?
Red face, droopy eyes. Can I get some in YouTube chat, please?
What have I not
timing answered? Them. We want to get the speed run ready.
You said that I haven't answered a bunch of hypotheticals. Which are they?
Yeah, what is art?
What is art?
Yeah.
That's a troll.
That's not a troll. That's a legit question that you still refuse to answer.
Do you understand what I'm talking about? Are you going to defend that?
Sorry, no, I was looking at the emotes in chat.
Is there any germane hypothetical that I didn't
I think the same thing that you showed in the art debate you're showing now. You're refusing to engage with analogies, and you're choosing to take the worst faith constructions of everything. You refuse to let me clarify when you don't understand my points. You refuse to engage with the hypotheticals as they are, and you redefine them in such ways that. Okay, so literally the entire conversation has been, if the state is not enforcing violence, yet every single time you say, oh, well, I would just have the state enforce. Oh, I would have the state enforce.
Oh,
you're doing the same thing to me.
There's a reason, Rage Pope.
There's a reason I did that.
Yes, because you had to answer this question when he said, do you believe my prescription is that police shouldn't enforce? Is what he?
Well, his position. He literally in his conversation with Destiny, he literally said that Destiny had no right to self-defense against the kid infinitely destroying his livelihood, which is ludicrous. And then when he engages with me, when he engages with me, he says, "Oh, well, the state should enforce it." He's literally having it both ways.
That's my position. My position.
The state should enforce it.
that Destiny
Yeah, but
should
when
not
they
have a
don't
right.
enforce
Wait,
it.
hang on a second.
Yes,
Do you
correct.
think that do you think my position has changed, Rage Pope? I do not.
No, I
think,
don't.
Neither of your
okay,
positions has changed.
So then why do you think that I'm dodging anything? My position has
Because
not
you're
changed.
too stupid to realize what conversation that you're in. When the state is refusing to enforce stuff and you say, oh, the state should just enforce, well, they're literally choosing not to. So now we're back to square zero of defining the rules of the conversation so you can have the conversation.
Rage Pope, you're not even following. Whenever a question is asked to me, you really think that under those circumstances, Destiny should have a right to kill the kid? And I say, no. I engage with a hypothetical. You're saying I'm not engaged.
He's not in favor of the whole non-enforcement thing. So he would be in favor of enforcement. So Pisco wanted you and Destiny to admit that he was in favor of enforcement, but each time he asked, even though you guys didn't hear him as saying that, you answered and saying like, I think you are in favor of those policies.
That's germane to the entire. That's germane to the entire conversation.
Yes,
what am I
yes,
not
it was, but he was getting stuck on it because you guys kept answering it in the like.
Because the conversation that we're in doesn't involve that. That's like saying,
yes, I agree.
Well, what happens if we can just clone everybody, and if we kill them, we can just clone them and regrow them? Then it would be fine to use deadly self-defense and protection over yourself, and then you can go to the clone vat and bring the person back, and then we wouldn't have this conversation because we would just regrow somebody in the clone vat. That's the same level of engagement with the conversation that I have with that hypothetical as when you say, oh, we should just have police enforcement.
So there's no hypothetical. What I'm saying isn't a hypothetical, right?
Yeah. I'm saying we should just be inventing cloning vats so I can use deadly self-defense to protect my property.
When I'm talking about I'm in favor of enforcement, that's not a hypothetical. Do you understand it to be a hypothetical?
Yeah, I'm in favor of getting cloning vats. What do you mean?
What did I just say to you?
You said that. You said that being for enforcement of laws is not a hypothetical, and I'm saying that making cloning vats isn't a hypothetical. I'm in favor of making cloning vats.
Okay, so you said that you agree that it's not a hypothetical.
Yes, I agree. It's not a hypothetical. Just like making cloning vats isn't a hypothetical.
Then why did you say I'm not? Why did you say
because it's relevant to the point of the conversation.
Okay, so when you say hypothetical, I'm assuming you mean hypothetical, right? So when you say I'm not engaging with a hypothetical, or you're talking about my hypotheticals or your hypotheticals, you're pointing me to things, and I can't engage in a conversation if you're using words the way no one uses words, or you at least tell me what.
I think everybody in this call understands what I'm saying except for you.
Okay, so I'm just gonna be real clear. I've answered all your hypotheticals.
Yes, and then you say things aren't, and then you construct your own hypotheticals to have the conversation in. When the conversation we're having in has assumptions in it, and you're saying, "Oh, well, if this assumption was broken, then it would be fine." And that's what my thing, which is you to change the assumption of the conversation. And so you're not engaging in the conversation at all. You're just talking out in fucking La La Land.
So I've engaged in the hypotheticals when I'm talking.
No, you're not. No. Every time, let's shut the fuck up. Every time you say that, oh, we should just have enforcement, you're literally not engaging with the conversation at all. You're all out in the fucking Wild West, and you come spewing all this bullshit, saying all these ad hominems and all this stuff when you're the fucking retard playing in the sandbox.
So Rage Pope, when I am addressing a separate point than what I identify to be the point of discussion, I'm responding, right? I'm not responding in the hypothetical world.
No, you're responding in the context of the conversation.
Please let me finish. When you guys are bringing up stuff that's occurring in the real world, you understand you guys are making the initial exit from the hypothetical. You are taking it, you're literally going, let me finish. You're literally going outside of the hypothetical to cite real world stuff. And so when Rage Pope, when I am responding to the real world examples that you guys are bringing outside the context of the hypothetical, that it's not me who's the person who took us out of the hypothetical. How can you not agree with that?
The real world example was meant to exemplify the hypothetical.
Because he's unable to engage. Like he doesn't have IQ to understand that when you're bringing the real world example into the hypothetical, that you can't just change the assumptions of the hypothetical. He's just unable to engage with that. He lacks the critical thinking ability.
There was a point in the conversation where the discussion was not about the hypothetical, where Pisco had brought it to saying, do you two think that his policy prescription is that cops shouldn't enforce it like in San Francisco? Both you and Destiny.
It's germane.
Exactly. That's not the answer you gave. The answer you gave was, yes, I do think you're saying that. When the answer was, no, you're not saying that, but it's irrelevant.
Oh, yeah, sorry, because I thought Pisco was able to keep up with the conversation, and now that I realized that he couldn't understand the hypothetical and he was engaging in his own separate side conversation, then yes, I understand that's what he's saying. But in the conversation that everybody else was having, what we said was correct, yes.
The situation in San Francisco and all these other places is not germane to the hypothetical world that you're describing. You understand
Yes,
that, right?
but when you say we should have police enforcement, it is.
Sorry.
And so when
No.
we're the conversation and we're saying things are going to end up like San Francisco.
The hypothetical is a stylized hypothetical that simplifies various elements of it, and it is incredibly distinct from what's happened in San Francisco.
I don't
understand that, right? Do you want me to?
I don't
do you
think
want me to
it's that
explain in which
distinct.
ways it's different? Do you want me to explain which ways they're different?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. How is it different?
Okay. So the hypothetical as given, right, is operating in a world one of perfect information. Do you understand what perfect information is?
Yes, I understand what perfect information is.
That is one element in which the hypothetical is different from the real world. A second way in which the hypothetical is different from the real world is in the hypothetical, there is no possibility for the use of force. Okay? There's no legal, there's no actual physical real possibility for the use of regular force and non-deadly force. There is that possibility in San Francisco. There's often a choice made by stakeholders not to use regular force based on their own self-serving and ultimately self-interested cost-benefit analyses. Further ways in which the hypothetical world is different than the real world. In the real world, right, many of the situations and contexts in which they arise occur when there is absolutely a nexus between property-related offenses and risk of serious bodily injury or life. And for those reasons and others, and the fact that many of the cases cited wouldn't meet whatever threshold you're talking about, that for whatever reason the discretion, I don't know, whatever prosecuting discretion is being used, the hypothetical is very distinct from the case of San Francisco. And furthermore, the case of San Francisco was being used in order to argue that my policy would lead to an increase in crime.
You haven't provided a single counter example or a single like logical reason why it wouldn't.
No, okay. We are no longer having a discussion about that right now. You understand the conversation you and I are having right now is about who took us out of the hypothetical first. That's the conversation we're having. And the answer is, of course, anyone who's seriously engaging understands that bringing up San Francisco and the policies there and all these horrible liberal elite cities was taking us out of the hypothetical world. And I was responding to your decisions to bring up the real world in a totally removed context from the hypothetical world. You understand that?
Yeah, I understand what you think you're trying to do, but in reality, you're just not engaging with a conversation and creating a new conversation and then creating a new solution to it that's outside of the bounds of what we're talking about. And then you refuse to provide a single counterexample, either theoretically or what's it called, or with like real quantitative examples from the real world.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Who,
Okay,
who brought us out of the hypothetical first? You guys or me?
You did. You did.
Even though you brought up San Francisco first? You guys?
Yes, just because you bring up San Francisco doesn't mean you're escaping the hypothetical.
Was meant to try and it exemplifies the hypothetical that they're talking
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it
You're
was.
saying law enforcement not doing
bad
things,
faith skill.
crimes happening, what should people be allowed to do?
No. He was using that according to them, right? They are trying to use that to show that in the real world, my policy leads to X. That's their.
And your policy was never that there shouldn't be enforcement.
Hang on.
No.
Z, do you understand? I'm saying
your policy under the assumption of no police enforcement is what we're talking about, not your overall policy. It's your policy.
Yeah, fine. Go ahead. But also, can I just ask, can you not call me Z? Zed is fine, but Z, not Z, please.
I don't, because I'm in the streamer mode or whatever, so I don't see your fucking name. So Zet. When he brought up those policies, those cities and those policies, he was trying to make a claim about what my...
Wait, who brought it up? Me?
No, just let him finish. Let him finish, please.
Destiny brought it up, and Rage Pope agreed with him. Okay? That's what happened. That's the order of operations. Check the VOD. When they brought it up, they were trying to make a point that my policies will lead to that kind of thing. And my policy, right, as they are saying, if we're taking them on their word, is this deadly self-defense rule that doesn't apply to all circumstances. That's my policy, right? And so if they're analyzing my policy, right, they're bringing it outside of the hypothetical to show what the real world is doing in response to my policy in the real world. That's distinct from the contours of the hypothetical.
No, it's not.
Ted, you understand that?
I understand what you're saying because they're trying to ascribe to you the laws in San Francisco when you never made a comment on those. That was never a position you stood for. Your position was purely on just saying.
I just want to get your answer on this. Do you agree that that is bringing us out of the hypothetical?
I don't think that was their intention. I can see why you think it is, but I don't believe that was their desire to. And that's not. I don't
Whether
think
it's their desire to or not, was that bringing us out of the hypothetical?
No.
Set.
In the context you're saying it, yes, it does. However, I don't believe it. Most people saw it that way. I see how you see
it.
Really? No, because they didn't agree with you, man. And that's why when I asked them and said, hey, do you think Peace Coast's position is that they shouldn't enforce laws? And Rage Post goes, no, I don't think that's his position. And so you're saying that that's what they're trying to do, but they don't think that.
He's just
they don't see it that way, and that's why I kept telling, you kept telling them, well, let me explain it to them again. I'm saying, could you just let me make an effort just to get them both to say no, and then once they say no, then you're like, okay, you guys aren't saying that because here's why I think the implication. I see it this way, even though you're trying not to say it, but you keep calling them both idiots and saying that no, they totally are saying that they're being disingenuous. I'm like, just saying that.
Like I said, Peace was just unable to engage with the conversation.
They are.
No, your lawyer.
They're bringing those up. You're being naive. They're bringing those up for particular reasons. They're trying to show.
You think they're lying to you?
Peace, can you give me another example of a place where both of those have happened? That's not San Francisco, so I can use that instead.
I don't know what you mean by no enforcement. You're just being a particular rule of discretion that they don't enforce. But non-enforcement can be, are they putting them in jail? Are they prosecuting at some level? I don't even know. How would I every conversation like that of low level, high level, that kind of stuff? You're going to need to fill that out for me and what your standard of proof is for non-enforcement, high enforcement, rising crime, non-rising crime, and then you're shifting the burden to me to prove lack of causality. I think is a bit weird and perverse, to be honest with you.
Going down that route was such a tangent away from it. It's not.
I'm just following him. How am I responsible for that? They take me out of the hypothetical by your own words.
No, we didn't. You're the only one who jumped out of the hypothetical pool. And you're the only one with the room temperature IQ that couldn't follow that we saw you jumping out of that pool. We use the example of San Francisco because that's an easy way to show where there's non-enforcement of the law and there's no deadly self-defense. If you think that it brings in other baggage because, we're trying to paint you as doing all this other stuff, well, I'm sorry, that wasn't the intention. But can you give me an example of another place where they're not enforcing laws and they're not allowed deadly self-defense?
Every single jurisdiction in this country doesn't enforce some laws some of the time. I don't know what you're talking about.
In a majority of times and things like that. So if we can't use San Francisco, so in places where they're not enforcing property laws to the point where it's going fucking out of control and going crazy as people do stuff over and over and over again, like it is with the Kia Boys, like it is with San Francisco. What can I use as an example?
So when you're talking about crime and you say they're not enforcing it, are you talking about they're unable to enforce it, or what level?
It could be any of those things. It could be any of those things.
Is San Francisco enforcing the theft laws at all?
Not for low level stuff, no.
Okay, so they're enforcing it somewhat, right? So what is it? What would I have to show you to show that a jurisdiction?
I just want to know an area that I can use an example where there's non-enforcement.
What do you mean by
I'm just trying to use an example for the audience, because if I go to the audience and I say, hey, there's problems with the state applying some of the rights that we've granted to it, exclusive for example, the exclusive use of force to stop crime. So in San Francisco,
what would it take to show that something that jurisdiction is not enforcing something? I don't know what.
I just want a counter example where it's not doing it. I don't know anything, literally anything. The world's your oyster to provide me an example that's reasonable.
Of what?
Where there's non-enforcement of some issue that could be solved with deadly self-defense, and it's not turning into an issue.
Okay, a situation when there's non-enforcement of an issue that could be resolved with deadly self-defense. Any issue could be resolved with deadly self-defense. In the hypothetical, I don't understand what you mean by that. What are you talking about?
Okay, the entire issue is the state is not enforcing some people's rights, and they're not allowed to use deadly self-defense to defend it in a situation where most reasonable people would think that the use of deadly self-defense would allow people to protect rights afforded to them.
I don't understand. So what you're doing, you're plugging into there what most people would consider reasonable to use.
We're just having a colloquial conversation. I'm not sitting here crafting a 5,000 word bill.
My proxy for what most people think is justified for deadly self-defense is the vast majority of jurisdictions' laws as democratically enacted. That's my proxy. Should I use something else about what people think about deadly self-defense?
Well, the thing is, I don't think most people think about it until it actually happens. That if someone, I don't think most people actually know their own actually self-defense laws in there.
I mean, what's a better proxy for that? I mean, you're
I don't
saying,
know. That's why I'm asking you. You're saying San Francisco is a bad example to use because it's brought all this moral weight to it. I'm asking you for another example that I could use that's not as morally loaded.
I don't.
Do you guys mind if I
provide one to me?
Do you mind if we pause just for a second so I can just say something to chat? Just like you guys don't mind? Just cool for 3 seconds. So I'm trying to turn my little brother into a DGGer, and he has a YouTube channel called Oliver's Movies. If any of you guys are interested in movie reviews, I know, but I do. I want to just give me 2 seconds. Dude, you guys have been arguing for 3 hours. And if any of you guys are interested in that and want to see it, and tell him you're from GGG, so I can try and convert him, please. Thank you. Go back to spinning, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, like literally you're saying that we create the state, or we have a state built on a foundation that the state is going to protect certain rights. And now the state is not doing that. The fundamental justification for the state is that it is going to do stuff for us. If it's not going to do the things that we created it for, then we have a failed state in its entirety. If it's not doing anything for us.
That is deadly self-defensive copyright infringement. Are you in favor of
that? Depending on the severity of it, yeah, sure. I don't see
why does severity matter in that case, but not in the property case?
I think severity matters in all cases.
Oh, wait, but you told me that you were in favor of deadly self-defense
of somebody pushing you. Yes, yeah.
But not of incredibly harmful copyright infringement.
No, I literally said yes in the case of incredibly harmful copyright infringement, because you have other consequences besides just dollars.
What about non-incredibly harmful copyright infringement? Any copyright infringement?
Well, then probably no. It would have to be
you can infinitely copyright infringe as long as the state's unwilling to enforce it.
If the state's unwilling to enforce it and it's never going to hit a certain threshold, then yes, yeah. Like if someone's going to infinitely steal a blade of grass, but the total value of the blades of grass they're going to steal over their life is only like $5 worth of grass, then no, you don't have the right.
That's how the law works now.
Cool. That's how the law works. You're the one who's accusing me.
And I'm saying that they're very clearly going well past. They're very
I just want to be
clearly
clear about
going.
what this example has shown, right? He just said that it's okay for you to infinitely steal blades of grass.
As long as it doesn't reach a certain threshold value.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with copyright law, that's how it works now, for at least criminal liability.
I don't think I would disagree with that.
Okay, but so the limits you would put on deadly self-defensive property is how much the worth of the property is?
Yes, yeah. You don't think that you can go from dollars to human lives?
Did I say that? No, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
you're acting like I just said that.
No. You're saying You're saying that if that there's no amount of dollars that could ever be worth taking a human's life.
No, I didn't.
That's what you're implying. That's what you're implying.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Yes.
No, I didn't.
That's all right.
I never said
Again,
that.
You're just unable to engage with the conversation.
What do you mean? I never said that no amount of dollars would justify the killing.
Well, you're implying that I would say that there's no amount of dollars.
No, I'm asking you whether or not there's an upper, whether or not there's a floor, whether or not there's a floor to
sure
how much valuable the property has to be in order for deadly self-defense to be worth stealing. So can I steal a candy bar? And if so I can steal a candy bar, and assuming all the other conditions of the hypothetical, you can't shoot me.
Yeah, you could steal one candy bar.
Can I steal two?
Yeah, and I'm sure somewhere at the point of 5 or 10 candy bars, you could get shot. Yes, at some point there would be some number of candy bars that you could steal.
I thought you were the great rage pope, and every I don't want to live in a world where like individuals can just come and rob.
So you're doing the same thing where you're trying to conflate a hypothetical with perfect information to the real world where you don't have perfect information.
You guys are
because in a hypothetical, you could construct, I could steal one candy bar and be okay. In the real world, when someone's coming in to steal, I don't know if they're stealing one candy bar. I don't know if they're going to steal one case. I don't know if they're going to steal everything. I don't have that information. So in the hypothetical, I can agree, yes, that there has to be some threshold limit. But in the real world, we have no reasonable way to know, and especially a rule that we can apply to all people in all societies, as opposed to me, a healthy male, that
Okay, so
it's
that's great.
it's just
So
insane.
now I'm gonna go. So now I'm gonna go to the infringement, right? So you're saying it's hard to calculate, it's hard to know in advance that how much damage you're gonna do or what you're intending to do. So are you in favor of deadly self-defense of copyright infringement since you don't necessarily know how much damage the infringement's gonna do at the time the infringement is happening? Aren't you in favor of deadly self-defense in that case?
But you would have some idea. You would have some idea at
In
the
an
very beginning.
infringement case, that's way harder to calculate than
Wait. Do you think if I go to your notebook, Pisco, your journal, and then I publish your journal on the internet, that it's going to have a different impact than releasing, say, Spider-Man 3 on the internet before the theatrical release date?
I don't know.
I
mean,
think we know the
my
answer to that.
My intuition is that the Spider-Man 3 would be worth more, but I'm not asking about those cases. I'm asking about the cases in which it's something that
I think people would reasonably know whether or not their livelihood's at risk over IP being.
I want you to construct. So you agree that deadly self-defense is sometimes justified for copyright infringement, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And you say that the deadly self-defense is sometimes justified in the case of candy bar theft, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. But you said in the candy bar theft example that you can't allow any of, or the rule has to extend to any.
In the real world. In the real world, not a hypothetical.
In the real world, the rule is not going to impose, as a practical matter, a threshold of value because you can never know what someone is intending to steal or how often they're intending to steal. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So and part of that has to do with it's hard to calculate the damage that's going to be caused by this person's obvious intent to steal from you, right?
Correct.
All right. That's also true of any infringement.
No, that's not true at all.
So you're willing to say that you could shoot over any candy bar, apparent imminent candy bar theft, but you can't shoot over any apparent imminent copyright threat?
Over any, yes, yeah.
So just to be clear, the government's unwilling to protect. There's no other recourse in the case of this copyright infringement that I'm talking about,
and
you're saying that I have no recourse to defend myself from an infringement by someone who's an infringer.
Yes.
Why? I mean, that's not fair.
What do you mean it's not fair?
The government's supposed to protect our property. The Constitution clearly calls out that we have a right, that Congress can set the rules of copyright and who is entitled to what. And Congress has done so. And Congress has given copyright protections for a period that extends, past my actual life for new works. And what you're telling me is that if someone infringes it, I don't know in advance how much damage that's going to cause. I have no idea about what ramifications are going to be with this person who's infringing on my copyright. He hasn't done it yet. He's about to do it. I don't know his reach. I don't know the person, if they have a big following, if it's going to ruin my chances, if he's going to, someone's going to steal my work.
I think fundamentally there's things that are copyrightable that have no value whatsoever. And you would know that as the copyright holder.
So what matters is how society. So if you say that, society doesn't value a candy bar, now you don't have a right to defend it.
Yes. Yeah.
But what if I have a value of that copyright infringement? I can't defend my property entitlement because you say that society doesn't value some copyright?
Yes. Yeah. The same way that you can't enforce other claims for other things. Like there's a limit to how low you can sue for damages and stuff. Yes.
But not for shooting candy bars, because candy bars, you don't know how much damage you're going to cause. But in advance that whatever infringement's going to be causing it. You don't know the actor's going to infringe on you. You don't know what they're going to do with it. You know in advance that
it depends on the mechanism of infringement. I guess if they've hacked into your computer system and they have stuff into it, well then, yeah, sure. Then why not? All right.
Okay, so you're in favor of deadly self-defense of any and all copyright infringement because to the extent that you don't know what's going to be the harm of it.
Sure, yeah, and you don't know how they got to it. They could do you more damage in the future. Sure, why not?
You're a psychopath.
I don't know. I just think you live in a ridiculous world where you create these hypotheticals and then you stretch them so it fits, as opposed to what's actually happening. I don't know how to describe things in a laser focused way, but you do it the same way.
Are you being divorced from reality when you're
implementing? No, you literally are divorced from reality. When we've talked about all these hypotheticals, always you've been the only one who said, "Oh, we're no longer engaging with this. Oh, we're no longer engaging with this." When everybody else on the call thinks we're engaging with it in the same way, you're the one that's divorced from reality. And I don't have the words to describe. I don't have the words to describe your lack of conversational intelligence to make sure that everybody on the topic is on the same page. I don't know how to describe that.
Okay, well, I don't know what to say to you other than You are
Like-
proposing a rule. You're proposing a rule that has never been implemented. It's a rule that doesn't care about, in the context of physical safety, I guess, the most minor of pushes. You can shoot someone in the face, your words. It doesn't care about how, like, you know, it's not going to assume any level of harm with respect to candy bar theft. You're going to shoot them. Also, you know, a rule that's totally divorced from reality. No one has implemented, not even Texas. And you're accusing me of being divorced from reality. And then you're willing to say that it's not a contradiction for you to say, well, you know, copyright protections, intellectual property, that stuff is more ephemeral.
You literally thought that we were lying to your face instead of engaging with different conversations.
You were. Yeah, you were
No.
lying to my face. You mean
No,
disingenuous.
you just are engaging with a different reality than Destiny and I and Zed and Esports Batman.
Who's on a different
Pisco,
planet
do
here?
you seriously think Rage Pope and Destiny were lying to you?
I
Like
didn't
that
mean
both of them were lying
I
to
mean,
you?
they're lying to me or they're lying to themselves. 100%. Yeah.
Or they didn't understand.
Yeah, or they're clueless.
You're literally the only one clueless in this conversation. Everybody else understood the same reality that Destiny did, that I did. Zed understands what I'm saying. Zed understands what Destiny is saying. Booksmarts understands what I'm saying. Esports Batman understands what I'm saying. Ruminate understands what I'm saying. Ziana does. Everybody in chat understands except for you. And you're saying that we're not the ones engaging with reality.
Yeah,
I understand. I just disagree. I'm on the
Yes,
side
but,
of
but Pisco doesn't even can't even like engage with the conversation to begin disagreeing with it because he can't even engage in the conversation, and that's the issue that we're having.
This is what you're doing in big pictures is what you guys are doing. You guys are gaslighting and you're pretending that
We're literally not. We're saying this is what's happening, and you're saying no, it's not. And then Zet, who understands what's going on, asks clarifying questions and gets the exact answers that he's looking for with his knowledge of the situation.
Poopy pooper. I was talking. You guys are gaslighting, and you're painting this picture as though were you to implement your rule, oh my God, what's going to happen? It's going to be fucking cats and dogs living together. This whole world's going to blow up. You know, you're going to cause huge crime spikes. You're going to do ungodly things if you implement your property rule. Yes. And my simple response is, Rage Pope's property rule is not even on this earth.
But it is because you have the necessary prerequisite of the state enforcement of your right. Wow, amazing.
I thought I was going to
not.
That sentence. I thought I was going to be able to finish that sentence. And my property
because
rule,
because your entire monologue that you're going on is based on a faulty assumption that no one in this conversation is happening, which is why I'm interrupting you.
And even
because everything that you're building on is just fake news.
Even in the State of the Union, the state in the Union that's the most one of the most protective of property rights, Texas, they put a hard cap way above what you're talking about here with a candy bar, right? And they don't have a problem putting some reasonability limits on there too, and saying, well,
wait, did I not say there was some reasonability limits? If it was more than candy bar?
You said like a single push. If someone's coming up to push, you can't know if it's going to kill you. You can shoot the girl in the face, bro. I don't think that we forgot about that. Did you forget about that?
Rage Pope, I have a question about your position.
No. What's up, guys?
If I can, yeah. So if you were to implement that in real life, let's say, what happens when a business owner has reasonable suspicion that someone's trying to steal, but the person actually isn't stealing, and then they shoot them dead, and then they find out
did they call the police?
Let her finish.
And the police.
Yeah. So let's say they call the police. The police doesn't respond. I'm in your hypothetical right now. So there's no police, right, or whatever. There's no police response, and you have the legal right to kill. So what happens if the person thinks that someone's stealing from them? They shoot the person dead. They go and check their pockets, and they actually realize that they didn't steal anything. So what happens in that situation? Because now the person who had legal, or in your case, legal right to self-defense before the stealing of property, you said it yourself, you're operating off of imperfect knowledge in person, and so you're going to eventually kill someone who's completely innocent. Does that mean the person now who shot the person who's innocent, who had reasonable suspicion but ended up being wrong ultimately, does that mean now that person should just get shot, or what happens to that person?
It would just be the same thing as what happens when you have justified killings in self-defense. Like you might have a trial and have to prove
but
that
it's not. But it's not justified.
But it's on the state. It's the state's fault.
Right.
It's ultimately the state's fault for not responding.
No, but this is why we're accusing your problem of being impractical. Yes, because it is it is the case that if you do deadly self-defense in error, but it was reasonable for you to do it, and you said, "Let me finish this, Rage Pope. Can I just finish this, or you have to interrupt me? Interrupt me then. Interrupt me. What do you want to say?"
Because the whole thing is you have to have a high level of brazenness that is giving you very clear indications. You can't just say, oh, he was coming in and acting shady. If he comes in and says, I'm going to rob your place, you can shoot him. There's a very clear line where you can have this information or reasonably have this information, and then you would have to defend yourself in a court of law the same way that every other justified killing would be.
I get in that case. Yeah,
Yes.
I get in that case where they literally are like saying, "Hey, I'm going to steal from you," and they steal from you. But what I'm saying is, where you as a business owner, you know, you don't. Someone who's stealing from you is not going to announce they're stealing from you, right? They're going to try to secretly steal from you. So let's say you as a business owner think that you see someone wrestling around with stuff that looks like they're stealing, and then you confront them and you say, "Hey, what are you doing?" And they like take off, but they're just like not actually have anything. That's just their response, let's say, and then you shoot them dead. So you're just saying
you're
that
skipping
you just
the
go to
entire
court.
portion. You're skipping the entire portion where you have to call the police and them not respond. So that's very clearly giving time and notice to all parties involved.
Wait, you have to do that?
There is an answer to her answer is that saying that if you shoot the person, then you're going to be charged and have to defend yourself and try and convince a jury that says I was reasonable to believe they were stealing. That even happened like with the whole Breonna Taylor. Like her boyfriend 100%. Shot cops. He didn't think that he didn't know cops were coming in. He goes, I thought they were just smashing the door, and so he didn't get charged for that because it was reasonable for him to shoot the cops because he thought they were just people breaking into his house.
But the argument is, if your point is that if it's reasonable for us to assume that these kinds of self-defense rules dissuade crime, then I think it's reasonable to assume that these deadly self-defense laws will increase deadly self-defense, or at least the attempts of it.
A difference?
Excuse me.
You're just
Rachel,
let him finish.
Why won't you let me talk?
There's been plenty of talking.
Because everything that comes out of your mouth is so retarded. I just want to kill.
What did I just say that was stupid that you disagree with?
Because the entire assumption is that you're having people that you're shooting that are coming in and are just looking a little bit shady, and you're just going to have all this mass breakout.
That's
not his point.
I never said that.
That's literally what you're implying.
No, I'm not. I never said that the standard for deadly self-defense couldn't include some reasonability component. I never said that.
I never said that you wanted what was happening in San Francisco, but you ascribed that to me.
Is that your justification for? Are you a baby?
I'm trying to engage in reality in the same way that you are.
I have another question.
That was justification for what you just said. Is that you're a baby and you did it too?
We let Jenna ask questions because you guys have been like spinning for a while. Let's hear her question.
So I have a question, Rage Pope. So I hear your thing. So basically, if it was an unjustified killing or justified killing, you'd go to court and then you'd have to basically defend your case and make a reasonable cause that you believe that. Okay. So the other question I have then is, where in your real world / hypothetical world do you recognize, or what is the criteria that determines there is no longer an agency response or government response? So like you say, you call the police doesn't respond. How long is that? Is it a minute? Do they not answer at all? Do they answer and say, hey, we'll send someone to check it out, and then no one comes after a day and then the person comes back? Or like, what is exactly that like detail that you would include in your policy to justify?
But it's probably going to be at least a couple minutes.
Okay, so you call the police a couple minutes. So you call the police a couple minutes.
It's going to be more than enough notice for the government to choose to respond or not to respond, and for the person who's doing whatever it is to stop whatever they're doing and be put on notice that they could be.
Got you. Now, what priority level would you put a property theft cause if you were in law? So I know there's like priority 1. I think like the average dispatch time for a priority 1 ends up being like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and that's like average travel time is 4 minutes. So then like a priority 2 tends to have like an average about 10 minutes, and then priority 3, which are non-critical calls, tend to have about 20 minutes. Obviously that's going to change depending on where you live, but those are just some broad averages. So I would tend to put like property theft, at least like petty property theft of something, let's say under $200, to be like a priority level 3 thing, right? So you're basically saying,
but
you wait 5 minutes, they don't come.
Yeah. He's not saying it from a grand. He's saying, she's saying that. So in San Francisco, there is a policy that goes, we will not enforce under $1,000. So at that point, Rachel would go like, I can reasonably assume they're not coming if it's under $1,000. But so he's not saying it from an individual standpoint of like, I have to wait 5 minutes and then I can shoot because by that time the person's gone.
So,
he's saying that there's an atmosphere. So if it comes to a society or any city where it goes, it has become a culture where the cops do not respond, and I can reasonably assume that the cops aren't going to respond, then I can act in that way.
Okay, so basically what he's saying is that an emergent policy comes out when conditions are like met that the response isn't there. So what about in a situation where, it's not like San Francisco, where they don't explicitly say, we're not going to have a response, but then they just tend to not respond? Would you still feel like your emergent policy makes sense in that condition? Or is it only when there is an explicit statement about property theft not being responded to under X amount of value?
It would be in both situations, right? Because it doesn't matter if they're explicitly saying they're not going to, or in actuality, they end up not doing it. In either way, the government has abdicated their monopoly on violence to enforce some right that we've assigned to them.
Yeah, I get that, but what I'm saying is, in the case of the second one where you said, in the explicit one, but then also after some reasonable period of time or whatever that you're saying the police aren't responding, what is that to you exactly? Because I feel like that's a very grave boundary. So a few minutes on one time or several times, or
can I just try and okay? So if it happened multiple times, so let's say they called and the cops showed up, but then let's say that the next 5 times they didn't show up. So and then they go, there's been 5 thefts. I tried calling them, they stopped responding. But I don't think there's an exact number, but there is a point where it goes, there is a number, but you don't know the exact number, I would guess.
Yeah, there clearly has to be, yes.
But then you're kind of leaving it to an individual interpretation. You're leaving two things to individual interpretation.
It to a jury of your peers to understand whether or not it was reasonable or not, the same way that we do for most other acts of self-defense.
Yeah, you're going to have to...
Oh my God, there's a ton more. The point is, if every petty property-related offense is now a situation in which...
But it's not, because you usually have state enforcement of it.
Please. There's... I don't know what I have to do to convince
because you're literally saying that it's going to happen so much that it's going to be a massive issue, but it shouldn't be happening at all. And so it should never come to this. And the cases where you're going to have to come to deadly self-defense of property are going to be minuscule.
Petty property offenses happen on a daily basis, all the time, everywhere. You understand that?
Yeah, and how many
property-related offense, trespasses, minor petty theft, pickpocketing, stealing, shoplifting, that kind of stuff happens all the time. So the enforcement of those offenses, related to the number of times they occur, we're not getting all the people who are committing these crimes. And
I'm not saying you have to get all the people.
Yeah. So what I think is being proposed, in all honesty, with all respect and love in the world, Rage Pope, is that if you're turning any one of these potential, like I said, petty property related offenses into conceivable deadly self-defense moments, and if there's no reasonable basis to limit it, or there's no at least principled basis to limit it to physical property as opposed to intellectual property, or contractual rights, or any kind of entitlement that the government at least respects, then you're making a much greater universe of potentially deadly self-defense situations, and that doesn't seem like a good idea, in my opinion. And I think that it will cause a lot more collateral consequences than will be resolved.
Yeah, but can you even quantify that number? Like, how many people are going to be shot because of this?
Yeah,
you can't ask him to do
could
that.
What do you mean he's asking me to do that?
I'm asking
because he's saying that I'm not accepting a hypothetical. I'm saying that, yes, maybe, sure, we're going to have a causality where maybe we have a few more people murdered, but we don't know what that number is. I don't know if it's going to be, we have 500,000 court cases every year, then clearly it's a problem. But if we have 2 court cases a year, then I don't think that's a huge issue.
Okay, so I'm going to concede to you. I do not have hard data that shows that if you implement this rule, it increased tremendous costs on society. The reason I don't have that data is because no advanced society has implemented this rule. And so it would be impossible for me to produce that data for you. But I think that there's a reason why, and that's because we know how people react in property-related scuffles. They already shoot each other in those situations. And the last thing that I would want to give to these people who very often are drunk, very often, is the colorable claim that a petty related property offense could be a legal justification for a killing. That having that legal entitlement there will encourage a lot more unjustified and messy situations, and situations in which the evidence that would show that the person wasn't justified in shooting is gone because the person that they shot is dead. And so
that's a disagreement. That's the disagreement is on what actually would happen. But I think again, Rachel, if that happened, let's say that we did enact your policy and just like, let's say 5,000 innocent people were dying, where just someone's going, well, I thought they were stealing from me.
That would be hugely problematic.
Then you would want to go, okay, maybe my law was wrong because the outcome I got was wrong. And so Pete's saying that you believe that's what will happen.
No, but I don't even get that sense from but what you're trying to say is that like if the government
said yes though.
No, I literally think there's some trade-off between property. there's some level of trade-off between property theft that we're going to discourage versus people that are going to get unjustly killed over this.
That's why I think you're disingenuous.
question.
I understand.
How am I
I'm going to finish this
disingenuous?
point.
What do you mean?
I'm about to explain why I think you're disingenuous, because you frame it as a kind of abdication of responsibility for the government if they don't give you this entitlement to give deadly self-defense, right? And you're framing it as a
No. There's two separate.
Let me finish this,
portions to
please. Let me finish this. You're framing this as that the government either protects this right or it doesn't, and that any kind of balance being struck, or we favor enforcement of different crimes differently, and that itself is a decision by the state to abdicate its responsibility to enforce property rights effectively. But all it would take for you to abandon this kind of principled, one might say, like, I don't even know, like, that they have to protect these rights, or that they have an obligation, the government, to protect property rights to the maximal extent, that if you could show that there were just, some unjustified shootings, all of a sudden your God-given sacred right to defend any property entitlement of deadly self-defense goes away just because you can show, 1,000 innocent people died extra a year, and that's enough for you to lose your this sacred right to defend your own property and to not be aggressed upon, just because some nerd determines that 1,000 excess deaths can be attributed to this policy.
To add to that, if I may, what happens in your sort of situation that you're creating, Rage Pope, where let's say you are a company and you hire loss prevention, and maybe you even hire a private security guard, because I've seen some places that contract out security guards. Whose justification or are we being sort of enabled with the right to shoot anyone that we think is engaging in that petty crime, assuming under your condition that we know the law isn't going to respond? So, like, let's say you're a business owner and then you have a loss prevention person and they shoot someone and kill them, and then it ends up being not justified. Who's liable for that? Is that the business owner that's liable for that? Is that the actual loss prevention person? Like, where do we?
The circumstances. It could be both. It could be one. It could be the company. It could be the individual. It just depends.
Yeah, security companies have contracts. You'd have a thing that says, like, so if it was like gross negligence, so if the person just shot someone randomly and like no one would think that, or it wasn't within the scope of what his duties really were, then the individual would and the company wouldn't be. But if the business
then
said,
you
like,
have also negligent
people
hiring too, that you could be tagged to
potentially, that gets it.
It's also going to be determined by state law as well. Like, they'll have laws on this as far as what private security personnel can do, depending on what their contract.
But this all ultimately stems from the inaction, because if there's an inaction of the actual government who's supposed to have it on it, then so I think even Rage Pope, that the idea of people having to defend themselves, this isn't the ideal situation. The ideal situation is they should enforce the freaking laws, that the cops should have done something about Destiny getting DDoS, and they didn't. That ultimate problem, and that everything goes like, well, there could be more problems if we do that second solution. You're right. The best solution is the police do their damn jobs, and everything else we're flowing from it is saying, what is the worst outcome if we do nothing and we just say, hey, no defensive force, or we do allow it and suddenly innocent people keep dying.
I don't know. The conversation just keeps shifting to what we should or should not be able to do, to like how we should actually implement it, and then like we just keep avoiding the thing of Pisco escaping every hypothetical on his own.
What hypothetical am I escaping? Name one.
Literally the original one where I brought in San Francisco.
That's not a hypothetical.
That is a hypothetical. I'm using it as a real-world example to illustrate a hypothetical. Yes, and I asked you for an alternative use.
Which hypothetical am I dodging?
Pisco, he's saying that assume that we had 100% certainty that there was going to be no law enforcement response. Then he's saying, do you think that there is justified self-defense or property there? I think that's his entire hypothetical.
Property, right? So
and you're saying no, right? So you've answered that, I believe.
I've answered that 1,000 times.
But then your main thing is you wouldn't even get to the hypothetical because you're trying to say you would have the enforcement. That would be the focus of it.
Well, no, I don't even accept.
I feel like you two are like talking past each other.
Yes.
To show that, especially when people are unwilling to use it in many cases, especially like the stores that he's referencing, the Walmart stores, and they don't seem to be like wanting to use self-defense, right? So in those instances, I don't have the information to ascribe any causality to it. So I'm just saying I'm not accepting it as a frame of reference, and I'm not accepting it as a premise. But even just assuming that, right? Even assuming that it dissuades petty property, I think the collateral consequences are too high. But I've not been dodging any hypothetical. I've not been dodging any hypothetical. I've been upfront this entire time. If there is no law enforcement presence in the United States, at least, or and they decide not to enforce these laws, and if it's the case that all you have are these petty related property offenses, or any property related offense, really, I don't think that the law should be that we're empowering citizens to do deadly self-defense of just property. That's been my position. I've answered all the hypotheticals, but he keeps saying I'm not answering hypotheticals. I think that's unfair.
Yeah. But also the thing is, you are right that if let's say we enforce that, we actually said, Rage Pope, you're right, that businesses can now defend themselves with lethal force. I do actually agree with you that I don't think that business would do that. They'd leave. Businesses like stability. And if you're at an unstable place where just there's tons of lawlessness and that people are getting robbed constantly, they'll even there's been plenty of stories of employees chasing after people and tackling
and getting hurt and getting liability.
I was going to
they get fired. They fire the employee for doing that.
100%.
What happens is the businesses close. And so the thing is, and so I'm not certain that's okay, guys, perfect answer. We've now created a horrific situation. Because also it happens in low, that's why people like food deserts. And why everything is shitty for people who are in poor areas is because if you just let lawlessness run in those areas, the businesses leave, and that the people who suffer are the people who live there. Because I can't tell you.
Yeah, but if they're not willing to implement, that's why I'm not accepting the causality. Because if the businesses are not willing to implement, some are, of course, there'll probably be some businesses which would be willing to use deadly self-defense. So I'm not saying that it's totally unjustified that there be a link to causality in lowering these property-related offenses. I'm just not accepting it. If your examples you're bringing up are people looting these groceries or these general convenience stores, I'm not going to accept that there's a clear link here. That said, the fundamental point that I want to address at this moment is Rage Pope's claim that I'm not answering hypotheticals and I'm not engaging with them. And
I would say you are, right,
Okay.
Rage Pope? Would you? He is engaging with them, but I think his position was that he never believed the whole where you were trying to talk about is my implication. You saying that did I say that my policy is we shouldn't enforce laws, and that was a sidetrack, that he wasn't even aware you were on that sidetrack. He thinks that the rational conversation was not that, and so that you guys were having two different conversations, and both of you are getting frustrated.
He's now saying that I'm not engaging in hypotheticals. Rage Pope, you disagree?
Rage Pope, do you agree that he has engaged with hypotheticals at points in this conversation?
No, sorry. Every single hypothetical that you can bring up, I've engaged with.
He's muted. He's muted himself. I don't know if he's still here.
Okay, well, I have. And I think it's sad and pathetic that he will levy those accusations when it's clear that I've been answering every single question. My position has never changed. I've never shied away from it. Yes, even when the state is unable or unwilling to enforce a certain property-related right, I think that the law should not protect them in that act, and that we should construct. And I think that you agree with me, Zet.
Yes.
Right. I mean, you agree that we're not going to construct laws for Destiny-specific circumstances, and so it would be hard to construct a rule that would both allow this kind of thing, and I mean that's what you said, right? That would both allow this and also not lead to massive consequences.
Correct. That's why I would rely upon jury to go like I said, so that even in the current environment, if I was on the jury with Destiny, if people think you're justified, they can still find you not guilty, even if you were in that situation. So that's why I'm saying from a moral standpoint, if I was if Destiny had killed them and I was on the jury, it would at least be a hung jury because I wouldn't convict him. Is what I'm saying.
I think that's ridiculous, but just to be
no, I agree. I totally get we disagree on that.
Yeah,
but I agree with you that the law. I can't think off the top of my head how I would construct a law because I can just see because I'm with you. I could see if I just constructed a law off the top of my head. I'm like, you're right. Innocent people would start getting. I think that would take advantage of that to kill innocent people. You could use loopholes and ways.
I also feel like the appeals to intellectual property, copyright law, I feel like that puts a really significant weakness in Rage Pope's argument overall. He was saying that he was saying the perception of the value. So for example, if someone was justified in shooting after 5 candy bars, which equivalates to $12 to $15, what if someone feels that their life's work is being stolen and society doesn't value that, but yet that person clearly does, and it seems like from their it would be a justified thing under that frame. It just feels like the intangible value. Yeah, the intangible value of intellectual property is so much harder to quantify than a candy bar, even though, and I feel like that really is problematic. So
I don't like the comparison between intellectual property and real property. Go ahead,
Ziana, what is the value of your bodily autonomy not being violated? How much money would you pay for someone not to grope you on the subway?
Jesus, dude.
It would depend on who's groping me on the subway.
So some random creepy dude is like gonna come feel you up.
How much money would I
Yeah,
want?
it clearly has
compensate?
some value to you, right?
Can you not?
The society doesn't have any value to that.
Why are you using this example?
I feel like
because for
I feel like
intellectual
body
property,
autonomy.
because
I feel
I
like,
heard.
Yeah.
You're comparing intangibles to tangibles, and it's hard to do.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
so he's comparing another intangible, which is your bodily autonomy. Like, what is the value of not getting raped? And like, I don't know what the number value on that is. In the same sense, for intellectual property, it's hard to put. That's why I don't like the comparison, because there's a big difference between, and not even like, have you guys had someone like steal from, like, there's a different feel, like the violation of like having your car stolen, having your car, suddenly you don't feel safe in your own home is different than like, that guy stole my, like, I was gonna make that book and now he made that book. I don't feel like they're a direct, like the correlation and the like, because their intellectual property rights are more of a thing.
We're talking about things that are like actually commercialized. Intellectual property is sold, it's bought, it's licensed. There's particular protections for it. It's commodified. Intellectual property,
but it's not a. But would you would agree that so property rights have existed prior to any law? Like you've already said that, right? Like you agree that people believed in property rights before we even had laws. Basically, I don't think we believed in intellectual property. We weren't like you're doing copyright infringement.
I don't believe
we
in
even had the
natural
printing
law
press.
property. I think property law is defined by the state. I don't agree that there's an inherent property. I don't.
So
agree.
So if there wasn't a state, do you actually believe, like, so if people stole things from you and there wasn't a law in the books, like, so if you didn't know the law in an area and someone stole something from you, would you just go, I don't actually care because I don't believe I have any right to my stuff to begin with? You wouldn't feel any natural feeling of like that guy took my stuff.
Have you guys made any progress?
Well, that's what it.
Not at all. Please go.
No, not at all.
He refuses to engage
made
with
some
any
progress
hypothetical
now.
that
What I mean
the rest
by
of the people in
natural
the
law.
conversation are.
Destiny.
That's what I meant by
I want to tell you. I want to tell you one thing. I don't want Rage Pope in here anymore. I just don't. I think that
Pisco refuses to engage with any conversation the way that other people are, and when everybody else tells him he's not to, he's the one insisting that we're operating in our own reality.
We have our first
he
boxing
literally has
match.
schizophrenia.
I have proven time and time again that I'm willing to go on these 3-hour, 4-hour things with people in my Discord, with like randos people to hash out a difference, right?
You're engaging in your own world. Everybody says you're engaging in your own world, and you're the one saying that everybody else is engaging.
Yeah,
in
I'm
their
gonna
own
make a
world.
protein check. I'll be right back. One sec.
Rage Pope, if you change your name to a hypothetical, then you can reasonably say that Pisco refuses to engage with a hypothetical.
I don't actually want you banned or anything. I'm just telling you that I think that you are purposely fucking.
I think that you're.
I
just,
don't. I don't
you
appreciate it. I don't appreciate.
I don't appreciate when I come in a conversation and the first thing you do is scream that I'm low IQ, and then you just don't have the intelligence to realize that we're engaging in different conversations. And then when we say that we're doing it, that you say that we're not engaging in different conversations, and everybody in the conversation can see that our misunderstanding came from literally how we were engaging in the conversation, and everybody agrees to it, but you.
I'll give you exactly what you want. I am sorry that I insulted you.
That's no. I don't want sorry. I want your intellectual capacity to be able to engage in these conversations and not just throw shit and see what sticks.
I'm sorry that you were upset that I made fun of you.
I don't care. I literally do not care. I think the issue is that you're unable to have a conversation with the big boys, and then you're blaming everybody else and having a tantrum. Like that's literally what happened this entire conversation, and you still won't engage with it now. Like you still won't accept that we were talking past each other because of the conversation and your inability to understand social cues and conversational cues. Like that's where the issue is.
So you're accusing me of not understanding social cues, and you ask people, what value do you have on not being groped and raped?
Yeah,
because we're talking about intangible rights. I can't put a price on what that is, but I know it has some inherent value. So if you steal somebody's life work, it doesn't matter if society thinks it doesn't have any value when it has a lot of inherent value to themselves. So that's the exact comparison that I'm trying to draw, because it's very clear to everybody in the audience that these are two intangible things that society doesn't put a dollar value on, but very clearly has a very, very high value to the person whose rights are being violated.
Okay, so society actually does put dollar values on intangible property. Anyone who understands intellectual property understands that people buy and sell licenses to all.
But we don't
sorts
sell
of
for people not getting raped. We don't sell that, but it still has the same value, even though it's not commodified.
That's why your example is not on all fours.
Yeah, I couldn't really answer that. Yeah, I couldn't answer that hypothetical because the tangible good that gets stolen from the place, like even the value that we would say, oh, this person stole $2,000 worth of merchandise. I mean, we're still looking at like the gross price as opposed to the actual like underlying like tangible value of the thing, right? Like,
but we could just go say the value is the price that they paid to their wholesaler.
Do you think
like,
that
we
body
could just
autonomy
reassign a value in a slightly different way?
Sure,
Like,
sure. But we can still assign value to that. And even with intellectual property, we can still assign value to that, whether it's, slightly ambiguous or whatever, it's a perfect valuation or not.
This
but
is
then
the same
body
valuation
autonomy,
we can do to your intellectual property question. We can assign value the same way.
I mean, yes, it's still always a subjective assign of value, but what I'm saying is that society doesn't really assign value at all or try to monetize body autonomy at all, right? Obviously, we do have like sex market or sex work exchange,
but we
where we
could.
do some.
We do, though,
We could.
We
Okay,
literally
where?
do.
Where do we sell body autonomy?
No, you can sue someone. There's if you
cut all this crap. Let's go. Rage Pope. If you accept that you can commodify those things that you're talking about, which would be crimes in this country, then you accept that you can commodify and you can price.
The government commodifies it.
Then you're accepting that you can price intangible intellectual property rights. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, and they should
what I'm
internally
saying
be
is there.
defended. Yes, yeah.
What I'm saying is
I'm
there.
not the
What
one
I'm
saying
saying
that
is
you
there is a
can't use deadly
precedent.
self-defense to defend intellectual property rights. What do you mean?
What I'm saying is there is a precedent for valuing with monetary amount, like intellectual property and tangible goods in a similar way, whereas there is not a similar kind of valuation that gets placed on on bodies.
Yes, there is. There literally is.
In what way?
It's so no, you can sue. So like, there's wrongful death suits putting value on your life. If someone hurts you or even emotional distress, you can sue.
No, yeah,
and
I
they'll
can
put a
see on that.
monetary
No,
value on it.
that makes sense. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
I think insurance is a giant
Where are we
scam,
at, guys?
so-
Catch me up. How much did we solve in this?
Nothing. So Rage Pope.
Peaceful, just not able to have a conversation.
Rage Pope. I understand. This is a legitimate apology, and maybe I lost my control, and maybe I yelled at you because I
don't care about your apology. I just don't think you're capable of having this conversation.
I don't really care that you care, but I just want to tell you from the bottom of my heart that I'm sorry that I yelled at you. I do think that you're just messing with me, and like with all of us, and you're wasting my time because you feel bad about it, and I think that that's kind of lame of you, and so. Please.
I would highly recommend you get some people to rewatch this conversation and then see if they're following the conversation that Destiny and I are having or the one that you're trying to have. And then where everybody who's asking these questions to Destiny and I are getting the answers they expect and you're not because you're not following. Like, I legitimately think that you don't have the intellectual capacity to have this conversation, and then you're just literally pissing and screaming all over the floor. Yes, I legitimately think that. I don't know what it is. Maybe you can develop those skills, but when we're having a conversation, we're talking past each other. Everybody in the conversation understands where our side is coming from and not yours. And then when it's explained, Destiny and I can understand where you're coming from, and you're unable to understand ours. I just don't think you have the capacity.
Wow. You think I'm unable to understand your position?
No, I think you're unable to follow the conversation in the way that everybody else is.
Wow.
No, I think. All right. I mean, this is pointless.
I mean, it sounds like it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
We've hit bedrock again. Oh, we've been hitting it.
Well, here, catch me up. What do we what do we got going on here?
Yeah. So we figured out basically.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Pisco, tell me what we got going on here, and then I'll get you.
Yeah. So, Ziana, is it pronounced Ziana?
Yeah.
She came on and made an excellent point, which was
thank
that the rules, and I think distilled it better than I did, that the rules for intellectual property related offenses should not be rationally different, or there's no principled reason to distinguish between how we treat those and how we treat tangible property. And so Rage Pope seemed willing to say that it's okay to steal one candy bar, but we can't ever know if you're only going to steal one candy bar, and therefore you always have a right to shoot someone who's going to steal your candy bar, but that somehow a purported infringer of copyright, it wouldn't be the same kind of thing where you don't necessarily know the harm that's going to come from someone who's imminently.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Principally, you could argue that in some contexts they might be different, but principally, or they might not be different, but principally, of course they're different. If I take intellectual property from you, you still have the intellectual property. If I take a thing from you, you don't have the thing anymore, right?
Yeah, but I thought this was all based on the harm being done.
No, I understand what you're saying. Yes, you can argue that there might be a different, but I'm just saying that you can't say that there's principally no difference. There's obviously a difference. But you could say for the purpose of this conversation, there might not be a difference, but obviously there's a difference.
The property entitlement that you have as the specific right of copyright is the right to copy, right? And that right, it's an exclusive right to copy based on the author. And that right is absolutely violated when someone else copies without authorization.
Sure,
And-
that's fine. But I think earlier, if you listen to anything that was said earlier, I'm pretty sure I bit the bullet on that. I would say if somebody's rushing to steal your copyright, you could theoretically defend that the same you would with any other piece of property.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, but that's true of any amount of copyright, however trivial, right?
As long as you're willing to admit and bite the bullet that people can infinitely steal from weaker people, then yes, I'll bite that bullet. But if you're not going to bite mine in good faith, I won't even bother engaging with what you're
Hang on,
saying.
I am in good faith saying the following, right? In the situation that we talked about, in which the law is not going to respect.
No, wait, hold on. Let's focus razor thin in here.
I would like to
Wait,
clarify
no,
my point. I feel
wait.
like
I just
Okay.
because Pisco wanted to jump to like what the legal prescription would be. My understanding is we're only talking morally right now. So, which part do you want to talk about?
What the rule should be?
Yes,
Should
okay,
there-
but
should
the
there
rule
be-
and the law are probably different. A rule should be you ought not lie to somebody. That's a rule, but there's not a law against lying. So I just want to be very clear about what we're talking about.
I understand that. What I'm talking about is the system that we have in place is whether or not, right? A self-defense rule is whether or not you're going to get in trouble. Are you going to get in trouble for killing this person, right? Are we going to recognize that you have a right to defend your property? And what does it mean to say that you have a right to defend something? That means that
and
it's
Pisco,
going to be recognized.
Pisco, I feel like Pisco kind of misrepresented what I said. I
my
asked
bad.
that question specifically because Rage Pope had indicated, if someone steals intellectual property from you that society doesn't value or doesn't place a high value on, Rage Pope basically said, let's say someone steals one candy bar, that's probably not justification enough if you know no law enforcement response is coming to shoot them. But maybe if they steal 5 or 10 or 20 and they have this pattern, well, if you steal 20 candy bars, that's like what, $40 worth of
Yeah, and I
loss
understand.
to the company.
And-
And then if someone steals something intellectual property that's been valued at 0 by society, but that individual sees a potential value for it that's much greater, does that justify killing in that frame?
Yeah, I wouldn't start placing the value on it. I think the decision is made at the point when the person decides to steal something knowing that the other person is going to defend it. That, like, full stop. If somebody wants to not die, then it's not on a convoluted legal argument or a convoluted ethical argument. It's on the person to just not infringe upon the other person's autonomy, which is extended to their possessions.
Regardless of the consequences in the greater society?
Probably not, regardless of the consequences of greater society, no. If somebody's
So then
gonna
let's
if
say-
somebody's
so
gonna
let's
steal
say-
something and they've got a nuclear bomb strapped to their chest, and if you shoot them, it's gonna destroy the entire planet, then probably not. But
how
hold
about
on,
just
hold
like
on. Wait, I just want to be clear. I'm not I'm not answering a single other question or engaging in anything else. I'll
Yeah.
say it for the rest of the list, unless you're going to answer the question of, I need you to explain to me why you're not infinitely compelling weaker people to have their possessions stolen from them by somebody who law enforcement won't respond to. And that you have to answer that with if you can't answer that in less than 5 minutes, then I'm not interested in any other part of this conversation.
Okay, yeah.
So go for it.
So I'm not saying that people who are infinitely aggressed upon without the assistance of law enforcement have no recourse. I'm saying that they don't have the recourse that you're talking about in the stylized hypothetical with all the factors that we talked about. In those situations, they have the recourse of regular force, right? Application of force. If that is not available to them because of the hypothetical, then they do not have, in my opinion, access to deadly self-defense if you know that there is no nexus between life and serious bodily injury. I have answered that question and that hypothetical, stylized as it is, in my opinion, as very often. And the way to channel our frustration with property rights not being respected in the cases in which those factors are in place is to make sure that law enforcement is enforcing, is to make sure, and that sometimes means that certain individuals are left without recourse. But I think the consequences to society as a whole of implementing a broader self-defense rule would result in much more death and destruction, and it wouldn't be worth it for all of us in the long run.
Okay, so you have kind of answered. So then the answer is yes, assuming no recourse and assuming the other person is of a larger size, you would compel people to suffer an infinite loss of property based on thieves.
If deadly self-defense is the only recourse that would prevent the property-related damage, then I do not think that we should allow deadly self-defense in that case.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I think that it should be channeled, but I think that it should be channeled through other
Literally
mechanisms of change.
nobody disagrees with that. Like, everybody would prefer the state act in these situations. The only place, but the whole impetus for this, the entire reason why this conversation is even happening, is because it happened in a case where the state failed to act. That's the only. So for you to keep retreating back to that point, that every single person in here, I don't think there's a single person watching the stream right now that thinks, I think lethal self-defense should come before calling the cops. Literally not a single person thinks that.
Stephen, this is the problem. The rule that applies should be the same for everybody, right?
Yes.
And so do you think that what should the rule be?
The rule should be that if you're going to steal something from somebody, you would expect that person to pursue every avenue possible to prevent you from doing it. If the police are available, then they would use the police. If a larger person is available, they would use the larger person. If all they have is a gun, then they'll use the gun. That should be the expectation.
Do you think that's workable as a rule for us to?
Yep.
Okay, so how would you implement that rule?
The same way that it's more or less implemented in multiple states right now. That if somebody is stealing something from your property, you have a right to intervene. And if in the course of that intervention, the person is a threat to you, then you can shoot and kill the person.
Wait, I agree with that. But I agree with that.
Then you agree with my position with just a couple more steps.
So I agree that you can apply force in those cases.
No. Hold on. Because you're no. Stop. I'm going to give you a very clear situation because this is my whole argument. Okay, if a 24-year-old man, 6'6", Tabor snapping down on his luck, gets kicked out of the NFL, and now he's going to go steal from an old Asian lady across the street. That and she's going to intervene. It is effectively her killing him because she's not going to go up and punch him. She's not going to swing a bat at him. She's going to go to him with a gun and she's going to say, hey, stop, get away. He's going to look and go, fuck you, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And then she's going to shoot and kill him. You'd say in that case, that would be an okay series of events?
In that case, I would think that he is a serious risk, a reasonable risk for life or serious bodily injury.
No. Hold on. No. Stop. Listen, this is everything. No. You're not. You're conditionalizing it, okay? Let's say that he walks into the store and he says, listen, lady, I'm getting some goddamn Hershey bars. I'm going to steal 10 Hershey bars. Don't fuck with me. I'm not going to take anything else. I'm not going to hurt you. Yeah. There is no nexus of bodily harm here. I'm just going to steal your shit. And she's like, well, no, I'm going to go up and start a confrontation with you. She's starting the fight. He's clearly stating that he would not hurt her. He just wants to steal the candy bars. You think she still has a right to go up and escalate that to a deadly self-defense scenario?
He has the right to apply force, right?
And the only force you can apply is lethal self-defense.
Let me answer your question, and you tell me if I don't answer your question.
Okay.
She has the right to use force because she's an old lady, as the example lays out. My assumption is that force will not be effective, correct? That regular force is not effective to stop this property.
She would skip regular force. She wouldn't even be. She wouldn't be expected to apply it.
Yeah, right. So there is no escalation, right? Because at no point is he ever right. He's never a threat to her for serious bodily injury or for life, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if he's never a threat to serious bodily injury or to life, then it's not justified to use deadly self-defense.
But let's say she owns
no. Hold on. We're so close. Yeah. Okay. So then, because now you're changing the position that you just had, or let me restate it. It sounded like earlier you were saying that she could go up and start a confrontation that would end with her killing him, but you're telling me now that she can't. So she has?
No, she can apply force. She can't apply deadly force.
But she can't. The only force that she can apply is deadly force.
And she can't apply force.
Okay, so then she can't. So then if he goes in and he says, "I'm going to steal 10 candy bars from you," and all she has is a 357. Then she has to just sit there and watch it happen. She has no ability to, because she's not strong enough to fight him.
That the answer to that question, right? If she cannot apply force in such a way that it would escalate and he would represent a threat to her, right? So if he never becomes a threat to her in the physical bodily sense, then no deadly self-defense.
Okay, then she has no recourse. Then that's it. She has to.
Wait. That's been my position the whole time in those circumstances.
Okay, but I don't know. Wait, I don't know why. Because Pisco, earlier you said you agreed with the laws as written, but now you're disagreeing because I'm pretty sure the laws as written would allow that to happen. That in the state of Texas, if somebody was stealing something from a gas station, they were an intimidating, imposing large man, and an old lady was there, and all she had was a firearm. I'm pretty sure she could walk up to him and say, "Hey, stop, or I'm gonna fucking kill you." And she could kill him there, and that would turn into
So Texas is an outlier. There are some states that protect certain areas. In the case of shops might be included in there. in Texas. Certainly your home is included in there. There are certain places, because of the nature of the location, we think that there's almost an inherent nexus between what's going on there. And so the law will
Pisco.
position itself to what?
I have a question for you hypothetically,
Yeah.
because this changed my perspective. So you're saying if
Yeah.
there's an old lady who owns a business and that's her well-being, and there is some huge guy who she could never apply force
Mm-hmm.
to, who comes in there and says, I'm going to infinitely steal from you. There will never be a police response, and she is expected to suffer infinite loss. She is not justified at any point to defend her property with legal self-defense, even though she's exhausted every other self-defense route. She's tried, she can't afford bodyguards anymore because she's had such infinite loss. She can't afford them.
Yeah.
She's still not justified to protect herself, because in that point, I feel
The
like
rule should
if
not
she's
protect
gonna,
her, right?
if that person is going to rob everything from her, though, she's going to lose everything, and ultimately it
Don't
will
get
be
it twisted,
serious
right?
bodily harm to her.
The question is, what should society's rule be? That should be the question. What is
I'm
the
talking about in
law-
this hypothetical. No, engage with
Yeah.
that hypothetical. I mean,
No,
in that specific hypothetical where there's a scenario where there is no police response ever. In fact, they've already said, no, we're never helping.
Yeah.
The guy comes in, he's huge, and she can't afford any other people. And then he also says, I'm going to steal from you and make you suffer infinite loss. And she has a gun. She shouldn't be able to defend herself.
Yeah. So in that case, wait, hang on a second. I'm going to answer your question. In that case, where you're picking out an example where all of these factors are present, police is callous, they're not going to protect her whatsoever. There's no resort to bodyguards, nothing, right? And no amount of society has deemed it, that they're not going to intervene. Then in that case, I still don't think it's justified to use deadly self-defense. And the reason why I don't think it's justified to use deadly self-defense is because I think the rule that should be applied equally across society reserves deadly self-defense to the nexus of serious bodily injury in life, because the usual case that you're going to see of
But
proper
couldn't you make the argument that is a serious harm of bodily? No. Couldn't you make? It's an important point. Couldn't you make?
I can't finish my thought.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, because on average, the cases are not going to look like that.
We're not talking about average. We're talking about this hypothetical case. So what I'm saying is it will cause her
Wait,
serious
real
bodily
quick,
harm.
Xander. He's saying the reason why he's saying on average is because what he's extrapolating now is if you apply the rule broadly to society, he would agree that in your circumstance it would suck. But he's saying that would be one circumstance for every 10,000 lives that would be saved by people not murdering kids, stealing candy bars. That's what his argument is. That's why he's appealing to rule broadly.
That was my position. That was my position before. But what I'm saying is specifically in the context of this hypothetical, you still wouldn't think that would be morally justified. I'm talking away from a rule. Do you think it's a moral? Do you think she has a morally justified reason to shoot that person in that particular hypothetical, not rule for society?
Yeah. So my morality, right? My morality in practice, I'm in essence a rule utilitarian, and so my opinions on morality and on what is good or what is bad has to do with incentive structures and structures in society and what's going to be good for the most amount of people. If you isolate this to two people on an island, right, and you're not considering anything outside of it, then I would say yes, I think that that's justified given my set of ethics, in context. But the reality is, what is moral, in my opinion, depends on not just the one case. Just like a rule utilitarian will say, I can envision situations in which lying to the FBI is justified, but the rule should be you're not allowed to lie to the FBI, and you should not have an entitlement to lie to the FBI. All that stuff, right? Even though you can think of situations in which, the Nazis trying to find the Jew and you lie to that person, or, you have to kill a baby to save the world, right? What we're talking about is what rule we're going to implement in society and whether Stephen's actions should be protected. That's what we're talking about, and that will depend on what the consequences you think the rule are going to have on society. I think that's a fair position. I don't think that's extreme at all.
Okay, so you're basically arguing for we have a set standard, and sometimes you kind of as an individual may have to step outside that standard, and then that'll be dealt with through the normal mechanisms as needed.
Yeah. Well, no. So Pisco would say it would be treated all the same under the law. You wouldn't let some cases slide. The rule has to be applied evenly to society because that's the only way law works.
You'd be judged by a jury of your peers, and they may end up saying,
sure, they may, but that's fundamentally a separate argument. Sure.
Like that dad who beat the shit out of the pedophile that he caught raping his kid, right? Sorry to say, I shouldn't have said the word because now you got to bleep it, but the jury ended up siding with that guy.
Yeah, I'm not saying that that you in any given case, right, that discretion can't apply, right, or that prosecutor discretion happens all the time, or that jury nullification is inherently a bad concept. I can think of situations in which you kill a kid to save a Jack Bauer situation, right, where maybe there would be or you torture someone, right. And in that case, the people decide to nullify because the circumstances were so extenuating that it justifies a deviation from a otherwise equally applied standard. I understand that. I'm not saying that there's no room in God's plan or in the plan of society for exceptions. All the time there's exceptions. We're talking about what the law should protect. And I don't think, or what the rule should be in any society. If you want to define that as a law or what society deems as good or bad, that's fine. However you want to construe it. And I think in those circumstances, it should not protect. That property right should not include deadly self-defense in the circumstances that Destiny is talking about, because if that were the case, if there was no limit on the value of property, which there is in Texas, or there's at least a nexus with a protected area, it's not just property-related damages. And if we sort of allow this rule to be extended to anyone who has their own views on their property entitlements, maybe we really agree with Stevens, but we're not going to agree with CTVs, or we're not going to agree with who's some other conservative you talk to. I mean, we're not going to agree with
theoretically, what if theoretically in that society, what if the amount of property crimes dramatically fell?
Yeah, so if it's the case that the amount of crime fell a shit ton and it wasn't having all these consequences that we're talking about, then I would be in support of your rule. There's nothing inconsistent about that. But what you're saying is, like, if I could, what it would show you that your rule is bad, you would agree, if it had massive increases in benefits, right? Or if it didn't have, if imposing your rule had incredible amounts of detriments, in which case you would say, okay, I agree with Pisco's rule, even though there could be some cases where someone could be infinitely stealing. In which case you're just as open to that situation as me. You just have a different prior on what the consequences will be.
I am, but our buffers are going to be a little bit different. Where I'd probably be willing to suffer a little bit more. You call it harm. I call it retribution. No, I'd probably be willing to endure more consequences on one side than you would on the other, I would imagine.
Okay, so perfect. So now we're on even playing. This is really quick, Steven.
What up, G?
There are that if you could be shown that the consequences of your rule would be pretty bad beyond your standard, you would say, okay, yeah, I don't agree with my rule anymore, and I think that in those edge cases they should be allowed to be infinitely stolen because the rule would be so detrimental to have it otherwise. Some people are going to fall through the cracks, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, there is a number, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's some. That's what I'm saying. Like, our only difference is one of degree. And so for you to be like, well, Pisco's okay with infinite theft, so are you if your priors about what the negative effects of your rule will be are different. And all you're saying is that your tolerance is much higher, but at some level of damage, you're going to be okay with infinite theft too. In the same hypothetical.
Yeah, but your world, you won't even let us do this.
Okay. Wait, hold on, wait. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I think that to hit my threshold would be a lot more insane. Like, for instance, you seem to say, well, it would be trivial to get a hostage to go and rob stores. I don't think that's trivial. I think it would up the threshold quite a bit. But
okay, but what I'm saying is, like, it's just, in my opinion, as stylistic to say that, well, your world involves perfect knowledge, right? In your hypotheticals, we have perfect knowledge. The person's not going to attack the grandma, right? In many cases, I'm not going to.
Sure, I understand, but there's going to be a subjective moral weighting to compelling somebody to be stolen from. Like, to get a little bit closer to where you'd have to concede a little bit more comfortably. Like, if we could make a world, for instance, where you were allowed to respond to sexual assault with lethal self-defense, knowing they weren't going to kill you afterwards, would you say in that world there should also be a rule that you cannot kill a person afterwards if they're going to sexually assault you?
I think that I would put sexual assault and that category of offense, and there's going to be differences of opinion about where that starts and where that ends, whether stealthing's involved. There's going to be edge cases and blurred cases on all of these stuff. We're not disagreeing on that. But in substance, I think that rape is of a type that has a nexus with substantial bodily harm or life, because unfortunately that is my understanding.
What about somebody punching you in the face, but they're never going to like knock you out or give you a concussion? They just want to punch you in the face.
I think that you can punch them back. You can use force back.
No. Hold on. It's always in the circumstance of a weaker person that doesn't have the ability to.
It's a weak person, right? But it's a very interesting weak person. It's a weak person who is both too weak to punch, but also is sturdy enough to.
Hold on. Wait, no, dude. Hold on. You're either stop. You're either being bad faith here, or you're
how?
Because if I walk out into Miami Beach with a concealed carry on me, I'm probably weaker on average than most of the other guys I'm going to see at a club. So your hypothetical is not like, what is this absurd hypothetical where there's a guy that couldn't beat the shit out of the guy in front of him but would also carry a gun? That's fucking retarded. I don't know why you're saying that.
No. You're not understanding me. You're losing your mind. The thought experiment relies on there being no risk of serious bodily injury or death. And so the punch that you're going to provide to this person has to not cause those things. And the person who's responding, is not able to respond with force, but also has enough knowledge to know that this punch is not going to result in serious bodily injury or death.
Do you think most people would assume that if somebody's coming to punch you, that it's a life or death fight? If I'm in a bar and somebody's coming forward to punch me,
no.
Okay, so if I'm in a bar and somebody's coming forward to punch me, am I okay to pull my pistol out and kill him on the spot because he's gonna come punch me?
Wait, I don't agree with that, and you don't either, right?
I'm not sure.
Wait, you think if someone comes up to you and punches you, you have the right to shoot them?
If they know you have a gun, I think you could. If they know you have a gun, I think you could.
No. Wait. No.
Wait, let Peace go. Real quick.
Go ahead.
You have no knowledge. They have no knowledge that you have a gun. And they're coming to punch you. They are about to imminently aggress towards you. Do you have the right to shoot them?
If they don't know you have a firearm?
Yeah.
I think it would probably depend on the setting.
Pull the gun and threaten it and see if they don't stop.
No. He's saying like if you're out like playing casual football with some people and somebody comes to punch you, probably if you're in a bar.
Outside that, no. A bar, someone's coming up to you in a pure act of a macho drunken aggression is coming up to punch you. They have no
hold
idea
on.
you have a gun.
The drunken aggression. If you're saying drunk, then you're compromising the age thing. I would probably lean towards the side of listen. If you're gonna go punch somebody, you get ready to get fucking killed. That's what I would say. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, I would say it. Yeah, I'll eat it. I'll buy that bullet. Unlike Pisco, who will never buy a single bullet, I will buy that bullet. Yeah, if you're gonna go beat the shit out of people in real life.
Wait. Admit that I have bitten every bullet you've asked me to.
No, I don't think you have.
Why not? Which bullet do you think I haven't bitten?
Even the framing of this question of like in the absurd hypothetical where somebody's coming up to punch you and you think you're not gonna kill them and you're weaker than them and you carry a gun, which is like that's probably like 50% of fights. Like, what do you mean? If somebody's concealed carrying and somebody's coming to punch you, you don't think they're gonna kill you every time, but you probably don't want to sit there and get your ass beat for no fucking reason if you can defend yourself.
I think most of the time, these kind of scuffles should not result in deadly self-defense. That's correct. But at some level, right, if you have a weak enough grandma who's about to be punched by some MMA guy, that's going to be deadly self-defense that anyone, I think, should agree to.
Yeah, I just think the difference is that in your world, it seems like you would compel people that don't have the strength to respond with appropriate force, that you're compelling them to suffer at the hands of people that could do harm to them otherwise.
You're also compelling them to know what appropriate force is.
The weaker they are, the most reasonable, the more...
What?
Look,
he's accusing me of not engaging in the hypotheticals and not biting bullets, and he hasn't identified one thing that I'm not willing to bite. I haven't changed my position at all.
Okay, so there's a little bit of there are a number of problems with this line of argumentation. One is you don't even know if somebody swings on you, you don't know if it's just going to stop right after that, right? You don't know if you're going to be able to calm them down. So, and you don't have an obligation to sacrifice your health and well-being for someone that you can't control. And
especially not if they're drunk.
Like people die from brain bleeds from getting taken a hit wrong. The person could be even smaller than them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you could even have the likelihood that you are able to physically overpower somebody, but anything can go wrong in a scrap. Take a hit in the wrong way on the head, slip and fall. They get a hold of a weapon when you weren't expecting it. They produce a weapon you weren't expecting to be there. There are a number of things that could go wrong there, and you don't have an obligation to sacrifice your well-being to someone who is aggressing on you.
Do police officers have less self-defense rights than normal citizens?
Yes. While they're on the line of duty.
Rights?
Sonia?
What do you mean self-defense rights? Can you expand on that?
Self-defense rights. So police officers are typically allowed to
but
use... Excuse me.
Yeah,
police officers are allowed to use self-defense if they're in serious risk of life or bodily injury. You agree, just like any other person, right?
Yeah. But they also
wait.
specialized degrees.
You guys accuse me of not... Wait, you guys always accuse me of not saying yes or no to stuff.
Hold on, wait. I think the answer. Hold on. The answer is for cops. They have an expanded self-defense right. Like I'm pretty sure a cop can go to lethal force even quicker because it's almost assumed, right? If you walk up and start fighting with a cop, like he could kill you almost immediately because if you try to grab a gun. Yes.
Zonia, do you agree?
Yeah.
So at the very least, as vibrant a right of self-defense police have as normal citizens, maybe even more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know where I'm going with this?
Yes, but for lethal self-defense, it's going to be different.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Everything that Zonia just said.
A really important thing to keep in mind as an individual, you're not like necessarily guaranteed to be trained in high stress violent scenarios, right?
Wait. What was the end of Peace Corps' argument there? Go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Everything you just said about, well, you don't know if a punch is going to cause a brain bleed. You don't know if a punch is going to do this. You better do that. That's true of a cop, isn't it?
No, stop.
Yep.
No. Stop. It's
Whoa,
fundamentally
why not?
different because cops are supposed to have training that enables them to specifically to de-escalate situations like this. For instance, we
And
would
to
never
place
have.
themselves in
For instance,
danger.
we would never have a police force of 74-year-old Asian women walking down the street because what you said then would happen. That anytime you start a scuffle with a cop, you're going to get killed. Cops ought to have training that allows them to de-escalate situations.
Steven,
specifically.
you're going to get caught with this. You're going to get caught
Go
with this.
ahead,
I'm
give
going
me,
back to the bar- I'm
give
going
me,
back to the bar example.
Catch me, okay,
So
yep.
the person who has a concealed carry arm, the person's coming over to punch him in the face. They also happen to have martial arts training.
Yeah.
But they don't have a societal obligation.
Wait, no, wait. If they have martial, hold on.
police officer.
The whole point of my other hypothetical was that the person coming at them was way larger. If the person has training and can de-escalate the situation otherwise, you probably have an obligation to climb de-escalatory stages, right? But the whole point,
This requires training in high
hold on,
stress violent scenarios, right?
The whole difficulty, though, with the questions I was giving you earlier about the woman being robbed, is that they didn't have that de-escalatory path. So it's either lethal or nothing.
I'm crystal clear what's about to happen here.
Tell me.
So the
Go.
only way to prevent the punch is you can take the punch and restrain him in the future, but the only way to prevent the punch is to kill him.
Yes.
Justified.
I feel like this takes me to the problem
Wait,
with the
you said
legal
yes, right,
justified
Destiny?
self-defense.
Well, yeah, I would say it's probably justified. Yeah.
So you never have if at any point anyone is going to punch you, and the only way to defend them is to prevent the punch is to kill them, then you have that right.
Yes. Okay. But wait, you said you agreed or no?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, so you would compel somebody to get punched.
I think that.
Why can't you
the
just
way
say yes
that,
to
the way
that?
you-
The answer is yes.
No. When you don't introduce the caveats all the time, you're doing the same thing you're accusing the people you debate with. You're trying to go for the soundbite.
Okay, I'm
If
sorry.
all
Hold on.
those
I don't want to go.
conditions-
Okay, if it was the case that a larger person was about to attack you, you're a smaller person, you can't reasonably defend yourself physically, and the only thing you have is a firearm, and the person is coming up to punch you, they're a bit drunk, they're a bit angry, you would say in that case, you're not allowed to pull out your gun and just shoot the guy. You have to let the guy punch you, and then see where it goes from there.
Yeah, but wouldn't you agree they have to call the cops? Isn't part of your hypothetical that the cops aren't going to
The
be
guys, what are you talking, bro? Is it precogs? Are they going to get there in 2 seconds?
Okay.
It's about prevention,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
punishment.
This is the issue that I have. This is the issue I have with legal self-defense for stealing property, because if you actually think about how this works for like a big corporation, you're going to have people working loss prevention. You're going to have untrained people who have no background in use of firearms or anything. So maybe if you're trying to make the case where that should be legal justified self-defense in terms of stealing possessions or whatever from a shop, maybe you could also include in that policy it requires, in order for you to have justification for legal self-defense to defend property, like as a business owner, perhaps you have to license or train your loss prevention people, or even the business owner has to get licensed in
Which
legal
is fair,
self-defense
and that's
for
true, and that's
property
actually
rights.
that's how it works in the real world. That's why you have bouncers at bars. You don't have 75-year-old Asian ladies with guns. You've got people that can use imposing physical force to
because-
de-escalate without just shooting and killing people. Yes.
Right, because you're talking about the precog stuff, and I feel like a lot of the self-defense on property kind of relies on that, because you're sort of assuming that you have the ability to detect if a person's stealing something or not. Now, there's a lot of cases. I saw one just recently that went viral on Twitter where like these cops were like sitting on this person, arresting him, like crushing his neck, and he had his receipt with him the whole time. And so in that situation, if it was legal self-defense for robbery or whatever, or for stealing, that person would have just ended up dead. So I feel like the assumption of justified self-defense killing off of property being stolen from you, if you're a business owner, kind of fundamentally has to operate around a precog level, unless you're willing to accept that there's just going to be a lot of innocent people dying, which in that situation I almost feel like you would actually maybe end up hurting business owners more than helping them, because I feel like you would get caught with
But then it would be up to the business owners to decide whether or not they want to enact that policy.
Yeah, the business owner just says steal all my stuff, then I don't think he has a problem with that.
Now, one other thing to touch on, Pisco.
Yeah, hit me.
Okay, so in the case of
And you
carrying,
can hit him infinitely because he's
Yeah.
not allowed to shoot you. So yeah, literally, yeah.
That's what that means. No other force is even possible.
He's so triggered. Go ahead.
All right, so
where's the notice? Wait. Where's Destiny's notice requirement gone?
What do you
Where's
mean? I
the value
literally said that.
requirement
I
on?
said no,
So-
hold on. I said that in the bar. I said
There's
if
an
you say you're going to
implicit
shoot him,
every time you
but you
punch.
said you said you didn't even have time to put him on notice. You said, huh, but I think you should still get to shoot him. Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't.
so
I
your
don't,
notice requirement is bubkiss. It's bullshit. Don't even pretend that you have a notice requirement.
I think you
You're
can have
just
a
gonna-
notice
every time you get
requirement. I think you can have a
cornered-
notice.
Every time you
oh
get
my
cornered,
god, I'm
every
the
time you get
only one,
cornered-
bro. I eat so many. I'm eating fucking 5 out of 6 rounds here. You're like, well, in the highly exceptional case where a person might be smaller than another person, I guess no. The difference is, I think you can have a notice requirement for theft of property. I think that's okay. But I would never. You're the one here compelling people to suffer bodily harm at the hands of another agent that could choose to do otherwise. I think that's insane.
Yeah.
In your world, 60-year-old Asian grandmas are getting
the
punched
real
in the
world,
kidney.
What I think is the rule that you implement that respects your vision of property rights would result in much more unjustified violence and unjustified force and more damage in the whole society, which is of course what I'm considering. I'm thinking about the main run of cases, and you're sitting here thinking about your stylized example, and I'll admit it sucks for that lady in that situation, it sucks for that person in that situation, but your rules are all formed to whatever situation you have. You know, when I give you a hypothetical that pushes on your notice requirement, it goes away. When I give you a hypothetical that pushes on your value requirement, it goes away. And it's almost like a flat earther who has different explanations that don't interlock with each other to explain different phenomena that really require a holistic approach. And frankly, in my opinion, there isn't a consistent notice rule. There isn't a consistent value rule. And what you're doing is just ad hocing whatever feels comfortable in the given hypothetical, in my opinion.
Okay.
All right. So, Pisco, talking about like the carrying, like the concealed carry. It's actually there's a whole different situation you have to deal with there. With the person not knowing you have a gun on you, if they don't know you're carrying or whatever, you're actually in a situation where just carrying the firearm itself outside of the house creates an obligation where you have to ensure that you don't get subdued or incapacitated by someone, and that they take that gun and use it either on you or on someone else, or use it to commit crimes. So this is something that you get taught when you do training for concealed carry. It's like you have an obligation to ensure that that gun remains under your control at all times. Yep. And so you kind of, in a way, are escalating the stakes when you go outside of the house. Like I would never go to a bar while carrying, because it's just the stakes are higher there, right? The odds are higher of something going wrong because people have alcohol in their systems. But yeah, if somebody were to if I were walking down the street, walking down the sidewalk, and somebody slammed me against the wall, I would draw that thing and be ready to pull that trigger immediately.
Let's deal with the hypothetical.
Right?
The only way to stop the slamming is to shoot them.
I probably wouldn't be ready. But as soon as they
Don't
grab
fight
the hold
hypothetical.
of me,
And I noticed that Steven isn't jumping on your throat for fighting the hypothetical. The only way to stop, and you are ready, don't fight it. The only way to stop the slamming.
pull the trigger, absolutely, 100%, no doubts, no second thoughts.
Okay. Someone's coming to push you as a prank. A kid's coming to push you as a prank into the side of a subway. You're inside the subway. You're not. There's no risk to your life. They're just going to push you into the side of the door. The train is.
And I wouldn't know.
Wait, what do you mean? Why wouldn't you? You have the right to, don't you?
I wouldn't know it's a prank, right? So I would shoot.
Let's say you think it's a prank. Do you have the right to shoot it?
The right? That's a tough one.
Why?
No, because you would know that there's no risk of they're not aggressing on you to try to take something from you. So
you just have to accept the push into the side of the subway infinitely?
It's a prank, right?
Yeah. So?
Yeah.
The infinite push prank.
Infinite push prank? Sure. Yeah,
Why are you acting like it's... So I've been accepting those hypotheticals. Are you not accepting the hypothetical?
No, you haven't.
Sure, why not? Like,
okay. So you think you have a right to shoot a kid who's playing a prank on you and pushing you into the side of a subway?
If I know that they're not trying to take something off my person, no, I don't think so.
Why? Wait. Why? I'm not talking. You have nothing there's no stealing intent. Don't try to change it. All I'm talking about is a threat to your physical autonomy and they're about to commit a battery on you. That's a criminal offense. It's an offensive touching.
Oh yeah, then shoot them. Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
You have a right to. Okay.
Yeah.
Even though you know it's a kid playing a prank on you, and they're a kid.
Well, okay, because the problem is that you don't know what the outcome of that could be, right? Like I'm physically disabled. That makes the stakes even higher for me.
You're John Rambo.
You're
John Rambo. But the only way you can stop it is you're not going to be hurt by the push.
For a prank? Yeah, shoot him. Fuck it. I'm owning it 100%
this is
of the way.
fucking stupid, and it's just like
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. So there are all kinds of things that you just cannot account for, right? There's all kinds of risks. I mentioned earlier, take something the wrong way, a brain bleed, right? You didn't approve for the person to place their hands on you, and so you can't just you don't have the giga brain, the galaxy brain that tells you what all the possibilities are, right? And so you can't do that. You simply have to allow for the preservation of your own well-being. And since any number of things could go wrong there that could cause you to be physically incapacitated or even killed, you should have the right to protect your body against someone that you didn't give the authorization to place their hands onto.
Yeah, my whole point to this kind of thing is because we live in a world with imperfect information where you don't know people's intents. Hell, you don't even know if...
Wait, what planet from the sun is Jupiter? Is it 8 or 6?
Steal something from you. That there's a lot of uncertainty in the world. And if you have a rule that is encouraging of individuals to prevent any manner of infringement on their property, no matter how minuscule or de minimis, and any infringement on their body, no matter how de minimis, so long as it's one that's not wanted or one where you have a recognized legal entitlement. The world in which you're encouraging people to use the remedy of deadly self-defense, if it's the only thing in the moment that's going to prevent it, I think that is a dangerous rule, even caveated as we are, because people are going to be wrong about whether it's the only way to defend it. And having a tight nexus to serious bodily injury and life at least limits you in what the inquiry is towards some level of large amount of harm to your personal body. But just untethering it and saying any purported or imminent copyright infringement, any imminent push, any imminent candy bar theft, that all of those things are going to be treated in this. Anytime force is justified at all, if it's the only thing you can do, deadly self-defense, you're going to be allowed to shoot. A lot of people are going to make that determination. They're going to be wrong. And the end result of that is it's going to be a worse society to live in. I don't think that's an unreasonable
take. If you narrow that down to like what I was saying, the bodily autonomy, not giving them approval to place their hands on your body, right? You are effectively, the inverse of what you're saying there is you're effectively stating that people have an obligation to sacrifice their physical well-being and possibly even their life for someone else who is aggressing on them against their will.
In that particular case, I'm happy to say, unfortunately, the answer is yes. And the reason why the answer is yes is because we don't make rules for every possible edge case where the good guy's going to win every time. We make rules that make winners and losers in general, right? So any rule that you implement is going to make categories of winners or losers. You know, if you make a rule of deadly self-defense that limits it to only subjectively reasonable deadly self-defense, then you're going to there's going to be a situation in which someone it wasn't subjectively reasonable or say objectively reasonable, but it was like whatever, infringing on their fundamental rights of autonomy or property, and it's not going to protect them there, right? So every rule by its very nature is making categories of winners or losers. If you set the tariff at this rate, it's going to put people out of business. If you set it at that rate, it's going to put their competitors out of business. All of that means we make policy, we think about the main run of cases and what the effects are going to be of this policy on the grand scale. You can minute it and you can make it minuscule and you can go to the individual circumstance and ignore the greater context and the collateral consequences of your policy, but you do so at your own risk. And none of us implement policies like that. If you think about economic policies, right? No one ever thinks in the term of the individual case. We implement policies that I'm sure, economic policies, are bad for a lot of people. Why is it fair that people who don't work, right, are being benefited by people who do work, right? There's a lot of people who don't work and who could work that are taking advantage of our welfare system.
Stop, hold on. I think it is fundamentally different that we have collectively agreed upon some social contract that's good for all of society that might deprive some people of particular liberties. That is a fundamentally different thing than a single lone actor acting outside of that social contract, acting outside of that legal system, and you suffering their consequences.
But you're implementing.
You're literally
a policy
making the
that everyone-
taxation is theft argument. I
No,
disagree.
I'm not making the taxation as theft argument. What I'm saying is, if you're making rules, a rule like X amount of people are entitled to this in these circumstances, that rule is going to apply in some cases and not in other cases. And that rule is going to be for the benefit, especially in deadly self-defense cases, of the country writ large, people in the country. And you need to consider the consequences in general. And so you can atomize and you can go to the individual circumstance. And yeah, in that case, she gets fucked. She does. She gets fucked in that case. But you know what happens if we implement your rule? I'm going to come up with a parade of horribles, and more people that are going to get fucked if we put in your rule, right? And
there's a problem.
Sorry, let me just finish this point, and then I'll let you in. You're not pricing in that harm when you're looking at the individual case. You're not pricing in the harm that you don't see because the rule as implemented is having other consequences that's not present in the individual case.
I understand. I'm just saying that harm, it would be a lot of harm that would have to overcome it. Like if 10 thieves died in my thing, but in your thing, like 100 women were robbed.
So let's do a stylized example. Let's say 10 thieves get away in my world. And in your world, the 10 thieves don't get away, but 10 innocent additional people die.
If it was that extreme, I'd probably not be okay with it. But like how many, to copy JSTL, it's like how many accidental shootings of shoplifters happen?
I'm not sure.
I don't think it's a very common thing.
We've never had that system before.
Hold on. My understanding is that in the majority of states, we have that system right now.
No, in the majority of states, you need to have a nexus to
hold on. Okay, hold on. You should understand this. The nexus is created at every single property infringement. That when a person comes into your store, I believe that in over 25 states, I read this because it's essentially, I don't want to say a constructed right because that doesn't make sense in this circumstance. But I believe in over 25 states, if a person is in your store stealing things, you have a right to confront that person, and that confrontation could always turn into a self-defense scenario where you kill the person.
No, but I agree with that you should be allowed to use force, and if that force escalates,
but that is effectively, we can play word games and call it self-defense, but it's really defensive property.
No, but it's not. It's not.
It is.
Because
it is. No, because you have the option to just let the person steal shit and walk away. You're creating the nexus. If you're behind the counter and a guy walks in and starts stealing gallons of milk, there is no nexus of bodily injury there. Only if you go up and confront him, you're creating the nexus. And then you're allowed to kill the person?
You're buying Rage Pope's hypothetical, which is that anytime you're allowed to use force, you should be allowed to use deadly force. Right?
But it could theoretically, if it's a criminal, right? Theoretically, that could always go to that level.
That's what I mean. Like, so you pretend that it matters that someone knows Taekwondo, or it matters that someone knows karate, or the police, or whatever. But that's the same is true in those circumstances, where those situations you are putting your life at stake by engaging in those less force maneuvers.
No, because you're drawing a hypothetical to the real world, and a hypothetical where somebody knows with certainty that something will happen, then they're going to lose that right. But in the real world, you do not have that.
So what I'm trying to describe to Destiny is just because, right, you can find a situation in which the escalation would lead to deadly self-defense doesn't mean that therefore we should collapse everything and say...
No, you're saying that there are certain nexuses where harm doesn't necessarily
even
come.
Let me
finish, because you're just... Because what you're drawing on in your hypothetical is that there is a pathway to de-escalation, and there's no way to know it in the real world. And
I'm not giving you a hypothetical.
The causation.
Well, I'm not giving you a hypothetical.
Yes, but then you're going back to his hypothetical where he said if somebody had karate, then he would be obligated to defend himself, and using that to turn it on Destiny. When the hypothetical doesn't apply to the real world example, that's applied. So in the hypothetical, we would all agree if you have the ability to de-escalate, you can, but in the real world, you'll never have it, which is why the hypothetical
You're starting the confrontation, right? So the same thing. So Steven just said that this is really defensive property. and you have the choice to just let them steal, and you're creating the confrontation yourself by escalating using some force, and so therefore it all just collapses into defensive property because you have that out. That's what I understood him to be saying.
There's a big problem with what you're saying, though, Pisco, is that crime generally is targeting those who are weaker, those who are limited in their ability to defend against a crime, right? And so what is there?
That sounds like a platitude. I don't know what you mean by that.
Well,
hold on, that sounds like a platitude. As in, if you go into a store and the fucking clerk is the mountain, you're probably not as likely to steal shit from that guy. As you are
crime is targeted at weak people. Do you mean like people who are poor? Do you mean people who are physically weak? Do you mean
people who lack the ability to defend themselves?
Pisco, they mean crimes of opportunity. They mean crimes of opportunity. You're going to commit a crime more often if there's an opportunity for it.
All I'm saying is I don't know what's being meant by that. Crime is targeted towards weak people. You do mean physically weak.
Those who have limitations where it's less likely they're going to be able to prevent the crime, right?
So you're saying crime is targeted to easier crimes. Sure. Yeah, low-hanging fruit. Okay.
Obviously.
Soft targets.
Yeah, fine.
And so what then, let's say, give the example of like the cops aren't going to prevent crimes of a certain dollar value, right? What is there then to stop people from turning into just like focusing on committing those crimes and targeting those places that are not protected?
Then what disincentivizes criminals if you don't have enforcement by the government of crimes, right?
Exactly. That's literally the question we've been asking you this entire time.
No, but, I've answered. I think enforcement of crimes is critical to dissuade criminals. I think it's essential. You need to enforce laws, especially laws relating to theft. I've been clear about that. That you need to enforce these laws. These are these are offenses.
Look, they've been clear about that. Hold on, they've been clear about that too. They're talking about as a stopgap, or like what's the measure after that point?
Wait, I think the stopgap causes more problems than it solves. That's my point. I think it causes more problems.
Right, but what happens if you do get to that point?
Empirically.
What happens when you go to that point?
Yeah, so what happens if you go to that point? You're saying it will cause more problems, which I tend to agree with you generally, but if it does get to the point where there is no law enforcement response, then they're asking in that condition, what is the justified action?
No, because I believe that the stopgap that you're referencing causes more problems than it solves. I don't agree that
do you have any evidence for that?
Well, no, this is an empirical claim. But hold on, wait, real quick, hold on. Pisco is saying that whatever rule he crafts, you can't say what about in this situation because you can't apply selectively like different rules morally across all of society in every single hyper-specific situation. You can't really do that. We have to evaluate by a single standard. That's what Pisco means when he says if you ask him, well, in a vacuum in this one situation, it might be okay, but when you apply that rule more broadly in society, it's going to break down and it's going to need a ton of qualifiers.
That's my point. Yes.
Okay. Do you have any evidence for that?
That's an empirical claim that nobody has evidence for right now, yes. But Pisco and us, everybody I think in this room, we all agree that if it was the case that Destiny's side was legalized and tomorrow we had like 400,000 people assassinated for shoplifting and like 200,000 were innocent, we'd probably like, okay, this is a bad policy.
Yes.
And Pisco would acknowledge that if his thing were legalized, where we can't do this particular thing, and all of a sudden tomorrow there was a gang full of Jamals robbing poor Lasinian, whatever, old Asian ladies or whatever, all across every hood in the United States, and he'd say, okay, well, fuck, maybe people need to be able to defend their shit, right? That's what we would all say. Okay.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, in both those cases, realize there's the potential of a situation in which the same thing that we're describing happens, which is in one case, there's a person who falls through the crack and they don't have access to the stopgap because we've just acknowledged it creates more problems. And so that's why I'm saying when you focus on
the
individual...
It's creating more problems.
We do have a solution for that.
Hang on. Yeah, you're going to say jury nullification. Fine.
No, not even that. Prosecutorial discretion. That like
sure, discretion.
And you are in favor of that, right? So because there was even that case like where the person came in and like they jumped like the counter to try and steal stuff, and the guy started and the person behind the thing started stabbing the guy. There's a prosecutorial discretion to go, maybe we won't prosecute that guy. You'd be okay with that, right?
So I'm okay with applications of prosecutorial discretion, even potentially in those cases where. But the reason why I think discretion and jury nullification is different than those cases, than the case of having a rule is you can't rely on prosecutorial discretion. You can't rely on jury nullification. And so you don't want to have the rule, in my opinion, set in stone that this kind of thing is allowed because you truly want to save it for the exceptions where no reasonable person would disagree that this was an okay, use of
why is it not okay when I say that, but it's okay for you to say that?
Wait, can I ask just one quick follow? Just okay.
I
so
don't know
then,
what you're referencing.
Hypothetically, let's say you are the one, you have prosecutorial discretion. Would you have given, if Destiny had killed the DDoS kid? Yeah.
No, I would prosecute him for murder.
What was and so? Really?
I think that's a civil matter. I think the legal option was available to him, and it was.
Well, hold on,
costly,
wait. There was no
painful.
legal option. What do you mean?
It was absolutely was. You could have sued.
No, it wasn't.
So I don't have the money for it.
What do you mean? No,
time.
it wasn't. No.
So no,
you
can't.
just
So,
to have
a
justice applied to
a
himself.
theoretical solution isn't an actual. So you go so theoretically, if Destiny had infinite money and could somehow survive for years, and not only that, remember, even if he got the order that said, hey, he has to stop DDoSing you, if no one will enforce that order, he's right back in the same position.
Well, hang on, does he have any evidence that a court order wouldn't be respected by the police?
He was too poor to afford justice. He couldn't afford his natural rights.
The police had already said they won't. We even have evidence of this happening. This happens with restraining orders.
You know how many? We have entire civil frameworks dealing with hacking, with obstruction of internet services. We have an entire framework of laws.
Wait, when did they come into play?
Wait. Hold on. The laws around all of the internet and everything my understanding is most of that is highly untested ground.
Yeah, so
if somebody DDoS me right now, do you think I could call the cops in some state and get them arrested? We're just at the area where we're finally getting people for swatting, which is an obviously illegal thing.
So as I've said, I think that if it's the case, right, that you are engaging with someone who's disrupting your internet connection, I think that case, as it stands now, ought to be handled civilly. I don't think that it would be, if I were a prosecutor and you came into my jurisdiction and shot this kid, even if I knew all the facts, even if I knew that you went to FBI, there is not a chance there is not a chance in hell that I'm not prosecuting Destiny for murder. Not a chance in hell.
That's insane.
Wait, what if I'm a bum just sleeping on a bench outside your business?
You're talking about a fairly brazen person.
The problem is, so you're talking about...
You're telling him become homeless. That's really what he's like, sorry, that was your obligation, was to become homeless.
Think about how long it's going to take to address it civilly.
No, because it's not... Civilly wasn't an option. Because the thing is,
he addressed it technologically, just so you know.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So he did do that.
Yeah, with a novel solution.
Okay.
What if Destiny was too dumb to be able to do that? What if he was incapable, not smart enough of being able to figure that out?
Yeah, I don't think even in that case. I think
so you do believe he had the right to DDoS?
No.
God, you will not bite a bullet because remember, you're at prosecutorial discretion. This isn't a rule anymore. It's a societal thing. You still won't fucking bite the bullet. Holy shit! Your teeth must be immaculate with just never touching a bullet.
To be fair, wait. Hang on a second. We're gonna get this clear right now. No, if it's all against me, I have to get a chance to respond to the criticisms, right?
Sure.
Is that fair? Okay, everyone here is against me. I'm okay with that, but I get a chance to respond to those criticisms.
I'm with you spiritually, okay?
You just said because I don't agree that Destiny has access to the remedy of deadly self-defense in that case, that therefore, I must think that he has a right to DDoS. That is not true. And also keep in mind about what's entailed by Destiny's proposed plan. He would be violating the property rights of other people, innocent people.
No,
yes?
they're not innocent.
No,
they're not innocent.
So who's the innocent person?
Who's the innocent person?
The people who own that house, the homeowners.
The guy told me to eat shit.
Okay, so would you have a right to kill him?
He's complicit in the crime.
Okay, so yes.
I don't know. It depends on if he gets in my way or
what
not.
do you mean you don't know?
You're not.
It depends on if you tried to prevent him.
Wait a second. It's a very simple question. So if you think that you're not violating his property rights, that must be because you think that he's an aggressor.
Yes. Or he's complicit in an aggressor,
So if he's complicit, then therefore, surely your deadly self-defense right extends to both.
I mean, if it came to that, I don't know if the first step would be go there and shoot and kill a person. It would probably be some physical altercation, and then it would go from there. But it could escalate to lethal.
No, but I'm asking, in this situation, you said your whole basis of you having deadly self-defense is you're saying it's the only remedy left. Surely, if it's the only remedy left with respect to the kid, it would extend to the.
Well, there hadn't been any physical intimidation at all. I don't know if that was the only remedy, but going to the person's house, obviously, the lethal.
If it's not the only remedy, it doesn't fit your rule for deadly self-defense.
Oh, okay. So then you'd be okay with me throwing rocks through their windows.
Wait, no. I'm assessing you can ask me questions whenever you want, and I'll answer. So, to answer your question, no, I don't think.
Okay, so then it's the same conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think you throwing rocks at their windows prevents what's going on. Fair?
Okay, yeah, and I don't think that I don't think that I don't think any reasonable reading of my thing was, from 2 kilometers away, setting up a 50 caliber sniper rifle and fucking doming the dad and the son when they both sit down for breakfast.
But I just want to be clear. Will you answer this? You think that you had the right to kill that child?
I don't know. Right? Probably not from nothing, but I think I had the right to physically escalate things. Yes.
Wait. So did you have a right to kill him or not?
Not at that point, no, because there's going to be an escalatory pathway.
So then we agree that you didn't have the right to kill him.
No, but we don't agree. We can agree on this one point. But if I were to say I have a right to go over to that person, slash his tires, destroy his vehicle, and then they come out, we start a fight, I kill that person. You say not all of that was unjustified from my point of view.
No. I would, if it escalates in that physical way, if there's a nexus with serious bodily injury in life. But I'm glad that you agree that you didn't have a right to kill that DDoS kid, and therefore that if you didn't have a right to kill him, that it would have been wrong to kill him. And
well, no, it wouldn't have necessarily been wrong to kill him. You're lying. You're lying again. But infinite nuance for Pisco, no nuance for anyone else. Go ahead. You already, by the way, you already just disagreed with what you said. You said that if I kill him, that'd be wrong, but you disagreed with that because just earlier you agreed that if there was a proper nexus of escalatory pathway where if I went to damage the car, he came out to fight over the car, and then he killed there. It didn't exist, yeah, but if I go out and I damage the car, and then he comes out to fight me, and then I kill him there, you're saying in that case, no. So then you're saying in that case it would be okay to kill him. So for you to say right now, so you're saying you've never had a right to kill him, that's not true. You just self-contradicted, but that's fine.
That didn't exist at the time, and it didn't exist in
but he had every ability to create it.
Wait. But I just want to be clear with all of your sycophants in this VC right now. That what Destiny just said as that he disagrees with said actually. Destiny just said he doesn't think he has a right to kill his kid. Zed, can you explain that? Why does Destiny disagree with you?
He doesn't.
He just said
He's operating in his own role
again. For the love of God, how many times do you do this?
Whoa.
This is the same thing. He goes in his own hypothetical world and not anyone else in the VC.
You just heard Destiny say he doesn't have the right to kill the kid. You said at the start of this conversation you agree that he has the right to kill the kid, and
you're doing it again.
Wait. Do you? I'll ask you directly.
I'm not answering the question, dude. You're not
going to answer.
No, because you're doing this every time. I've criticized you 3 times on this, and you keep doing it. Holy shit. And it's like, what if I do it to you? And you're like, I still don't like it.
What do I have to
you
answer?
don't like it when I do it to you? Holy shit, you didn't like it the first 2 times, but you didn't like it the third time?
What do I have to do to get you to answer a question? What do I have to do to get you to
answer mine? You still didn't have the fucking balls to
I'll answer any of your questions. Go ahead.
So do you agree that you believe he had the right to DDoS Destiny?
No, I don't agree with that.
Fucking coward.
No, I don't, because just saying that you don't have access to a certain remedy doesn't mean you have a right to do it.
If you eliminate if there is a remedy available to them and you tie them to the ground and say, I'm not going to let you have that remedy, I'm going to make sure this person is safe and comfortable while they harm you, you are saying it's not like, I feel like you're saying, you're like 2 + 2, and I'm like, so you mean 4? Whoa, I didn't say 4, I'm just saying.
No.
But you're not saying 2 + 2. Yeah, I'm saying 2 + 2.
It doesn't follow.
It logically follows.
I'm just saying you can't give weapons to Ukraine.
So it doesn't.
It's immoral to attack Russia.
It doesn't follow.
America's not in the war.
If 2 people,
sorry, wait. I'm going to explain. Do you want to hear why it doesn't logically follow?
Go ahead and try.
Okay. It doesn't logically follow because there are myriad cases in which there is a wrong done to somebody, and the remedy is for practical purposes out of reach. Let me give you an example, right? Let's say that there's some kind of property-related damage done by your landlord to a tenant, right? And in order for you to bring a case in housing court for whatever reason that is so, you're indigent and you don't know the processes, and it's a really hard claim to prove or whatever, but it's still a claim that you have. Just because I say that, okay, well, that's the remedy, and it's practically out of your reach, doesn't mean that I say that therefore that he has a right to impose this burden on you. You understand that, right? Just because I say you can't kill your landlord.
You can say you don't like that saying it. I get that you don't want to say it, but that doesn't mean
you know what is a right to you?
No, if someone has the ability to stop someone and you take away that right so that they have the ability to stop it, but you tie them to the ground to stop them from doing it and then go and then protect the person who's harming them, you are saying that they have a right to harm them because they don't have to harm them. I could let it be stopped, but I'm going to make sure it happens. I'm going to guarantee it happens, and I'm going to stop anyone who tries to prevent it from happening.
That's literally what's happening.
Exactly what's happening. It's 1-to-1.
That's not what's happening here. The realities of enforcing any kind of right? Even your most vaulted rights, right?
Remember, we're in the. Hang on. You go outside into the ultimate scheme. Remember, we're staying in prosecutorial discretion. We're still in that round.
Of course.
Okay.
So. The cost of enforcing any right, even your free speech rights, your gun rights, very often the cost of enforcing rights is super high. super high, and you need to have class actions to go after them, or you need to have someone who's interested in impact litigation, or you needed to have some other, a GoFundMe to calculate and recognize your right and to enforce it. The cost of rights enforcement historically has always been something high, and it's way that frameworks try to deal with it by having burden shifting all the kind of stuff that you already know. And as a lawyer, I don't have to explain to you. But just because a remedy,
say poor people don't have the same rights as everybody else.
Just because a remedy for practical purposes is out of reach does not mean that someone has a right to do that. You understand that, right?
Say poor people don't have the same right to redress as everybody else in society.
That's not what's being said.
No, that's explicitly what's being said.
Hang on.
You're saying that he can't afford civil litigation.
Fuck you.
Stay poor.
You are okay with
stay mad and poor.
So I just want to get this right. So if a prisoner who is being locked away under unconstitutional circumstances, he doesn't have enough money, or for whatever reason is not smart enough to file a habeas corpus petition, is the state have a right to impose those conditions on him?
Of course, yeah. In your world.
No, I wouldn't say that, because if we're saying it's unconstitutional, if we're using it as an objective, then no, they don't have a right to.
Okay, so but he has no. But you've taken away but he has no right to it.
Yeah, because he's poor. He doesn't have the right to it.
If he had the ability to break out, then he would have the moral justification to do so.
That's not what we're asking. We're asking whether.
No, that is what. That's the point. No. You're saying he doesn't have a right. He has to stay there and die.
True.
So what we're talking about
it's illegal to break out.
You asked, right? If in all practical cases the remedy is out of reach, you're saying that the infringer has a right to do that. That's what we're analyzing, right? That's what you just attacked me with. And I gave you an example that's 1-to-1, where the government is imposing some unlawful, unconstitutional restraint on a prisoner, and the prisoner is practical circumstances unable to file a habeas corpus petition. In that circumstance, does the government have a right to impose that unconstitutional burden on the prisoner?
No, the prisoner has the right
and
to
follow.
Wait.
Yeah, no, it goes further. You're stopping. Why are you stopping?
Does it have,
Continue.
Does it have the right? Yes or no?
You aren't finishing the hypothetical. Either finish the hypothetical or I'm not answering. You have to finish the hypothetical.
Wait. This is my question. Can't I decide?
I know.
What it is?
You have to finish the. No,
wait,
the hypothetical has to apply.
Why can't you answer? Wait. Okay,
yes, he has the right to break
so you're
out
not
of prison.
Answer my hypothetical.
Just accept Cusco's world where poor people have fewer rights. No, it's okay.
My hypothetical is done. My hypothetical is done.
Okay, great, sure, I will answer it. It does not apply to the current situation in any way, shape, or form, but I will answer it. The state doesn't, I wouldn't say they're going to do it, but I wouldn't say they have the right, no.
Okay, so just like in that case, and then you can tell me after I explain
it doesn't apply anyway, yeah.
Okay, you can explain why it doesn't apply. Just like in the case of the hypothetical habeas corpus petition that is effectively out of reach, if there's a dispute about some burden imposed by a landlord, and the housing court petition is similarly situated out of reach, doesn't mean the landlord has a right to impose that burden on the tenant.
Right, and so here's my reason why it's not the same. The reason why I'm saying you're different is that you are personally the one tying the person to the ground. I am not doing anything. So the person who's been locked away unconstitutionally, I'm not going, you have to stay there and die. I order you. Because why? Because the law says you have to. But you're the one, I'm saying there was a solution for Destiny. There is a solution for someone breaking into your house and stealing your stuff. The solution is pull a gun and say, don't stop, don't give me my stuff or I'm going to kill you. They go, no, fuck you, I'm stealing it, and you shoot them. I'm not tying them up. I am in no way putting cinder blocks attached to the victim. You are. And so in that situation, I would never say that the person who's there that goes, no, you have to stay there. You are saying that. You're saying Destiny has a remedy, but you are denying him access to it. And therefore, you are harming the victim personally. You are saying, I protect the person attacking him, and I will destroy the person who's being victimized.
That's not true. So I'm just going to ask it again. When the housing tenant, their remedy is practically out of reach, and the landlord is imposing some unlawful burden on the tenant.
Sure.
Does the landlord have a right to impose the unlawful burden on the tenant?
The state is enforcing it. Yes.
No, he doesn't have a right to do it. No.
Okay, so he doesn't have a right to do it. So if those are both private individuals. If it's the case that a private individual is imposing an unlawful burden on Destiny, and Destiny's remedy is for all practical purposes out of reach, does the person imposing the unlawful burden on Destiny, does that person have a right to impose that unlawful burden?
Again, you've broken it again. So I'm going to answer, but I'm just going to say it's no longer connected to what I said at all. You've done it again.
Landlord thing? Those are two private parties.
No, the thing for Destiny. No, I'm the whole position. You keep removing the part where you're the one tying Destiny to the ground. You keep removing that part, and you have to not remove it. Leave it in there that you, because I'm saying Destiny has an option. If Destiny can either threaten him with a gun or do something like
the tenant can shoot the tenant can shoot the landlord.
So yes, if it came down to it, so where there is no
I'm not
legal
allowing him
remedy
to shoot the
morally.
landlord. Wait, I'm not allowing him to shoot the landlord.
Okay, yeah, then that's the difference. Where I'm saying the person doesn't have a right to, and the person who's
Do you
being
think I was
violated.
going to let the tenant shoot the landlord?
I'm saying you have prosecutorial discretion to say the person had no.
Does he have a right? We're talking about you said that I think that he has a right to.
Morally,
So
yes.
No. Oh my God, dude.
Yes. You have prosecutorial discretion. It's not some grand rule. It's going to cause some problem. So there's that whole grand scheme.
I'm going to enforce murder laws against tenants who shoot their landlords instead of going to housing court. Yes, I'm going to prosecute those.
If the
murder.
person is
Are you not
completely-
going to do that?
No, I mean, if that was a general thing, no. But we're saying in a specific case.
So then what the fuck are we talking about?
That's why I'm saying prosecutorial discretion is for specific cases, and you keep generalizing it. Stop generalizing it. Keep it to the specific.
Are you gonna? So if there's a landlord who's imposing some pretty bad burdens on their tenant, their practical purpose is out of housing court. They can't get the funds.
They've exhausted every option. They've tried everything they possibly can.
They've tried it and they don't want to move. And the tenant goes.
Well, they can't move. They can't move. They're unable to move because the landlord's blacklisted them from every other property in the city.
Ooh.
Okay. Okay. I mean, accept those facts. Fine. Yeah, I don't even care.
Sure, yeah.
Accept,
So the person.
So the tenant goes and says, he's not letting me. He's talking to all his friends, not letting me move anywhere. I have this unlawful burden. It's too expensive to go to housing court. I shoot the landlord. I shoot the landlord in the head. Are you prosecuting that guy for murder?
No.
Absolutely not.
Oh my God.
Again,
What do you mean? So that guy can just
wrong?
so it's okay for that guy to just be homeless forever because he's just able to enforce his rights because he's poor.
This is where we're getting pissed. You won't bite the bullet. So you're saying the landlord has a right to do that to him?
No. He's not saying the landlord has a right. He's saying poor people don't have rights.
Spine, you're a coward. Like that's
No, he's not saying the landlord has the right. He's saying poor people don't have the right to housing.
No, he's saying he will not. So he's saying he will defend
he's saying poor people don't
He's
have
going
rights.
to protect the person who's doing it to him. You are giving him the right.
No. You're just taking away rights from the poor person. The poor person just doesn't have rights. It's not that the landlord has more rights. The poor person just doesn't have the right to.
People have a right to be paid for their work, right? Do you have a right to file any civil litigation you want for free? Do you think you have a right to do that, or should it cost money?
No, it's costing money. It's fine.
Wait. Should civil litigation cost
no. You
money?
can't actually. No, there's ways you can get around that. I mean, it does cost money, but if you can't afford it, there's ways you can apply for like assistance. Like so that happened in court all the time during CMCs. Someone goes like, I can't afford to, and they go, great. There's a thing right outside. They'll help you.
I mean, did Destiny even try? Did Destiny even try to get pro bono assistance?
The lawyer guy that I talked to said that there was assistance I get for a guy that wanted to do it, but I would have to pay probably money for like expert witnesses. It didn't sound like that was possible, but maybe.
And what if the person who's let's say we even make it worse then. What if the reason why the person doesn't have access to like the whole legal thing is because they're being victimized? So let's say it's like, oh, you have to be able to go to court for it. Like, isn't that reasonable? The person goes, yeah, they tied me to the ground. They won't let me out. You go, well, sorry, you have to go to court. And unfortunately, because the person found a way to keep you from going to court, and that's part of the victimization.
Yeah,
and
that's
again,
called
you
shitty
can't.
system.
The cops steal all your money.
No, but this is why.
So you keep all your money.
No, you keep trying to broaden it. Stop.
No, there are people in every system you make that are gonna be fucked by situations like this and by systems like this. Not just acknowledging that reality. Not every wrong has a legally achievable right. That's just the world we live in.
Yes.
And I answered your question, so now I'm gonna ask. I disagree that with your characterization. I don't think that just because I acknowledge the reality that some remedies are.
It's not it. It's not it. You're not acknowledging it. You're the one doing it.
No, I'm not doing
it. God, you have no fucking balls, man. You won't own it.
I mean, I don't know what else. Like,
you're the one who's doing it. I'm saying you are.
Am I hacking it? I'm the lawmaker,
you're the prosecutor. No, you're the prosecutor who has discretion. You can just not. You can just not.
No,
you are in complete power here.
The reason why I'm going to enforce those crimes, those are high value crimes. I do not want people.
Because you want to get promoted. You sick fuck.
Bro, okay, you're just being a
calm down. You're out on him.
That was a joke, but no, please, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so now you're going to answer my question. I disagree with your characterization.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Destiny just told you he thinks that he did not have the right to kill the DDoS kid. He just said that. That, by my understanding, is the first time he has ever said that.
The problem.
No, because you're just shortcutting the rest of the conversation.
Because the problem is because I've said the same thing, and we even talked about this during the Rittenhouse case, that there are pretty obvious. Because I went and I googled, can you actually kill people over defensive property rights? And the legal writings that I've seen on this is that that right is not enshrined in law, but it's effectively enshrined in law. Because if somebody is attacking a piece of property, you have a right to protect it, and if the protection of that escalates to lethal self-defense, then you have the right to kill the person over it. So although technically on paper you're not allowed to kill somebody over property, I'm pretty sure in over half the states you are allowed to kill somebody in the protection of your property if they attack you while you're protecting it.
So we're assuming that you're.
So the logical assumption would be that somebody would go to the dude's house, you'd fuck up a car or something, the kid or the dad would come out, and obviously they'd try to stop you, and then it would escalate from there, and then somebody would get killed. Which, by the way, I think you agreed with that escalatory path, saying that if that happened, you could kill the person.
I would think that you are the aggressor there in that situation.
Well, but you would be wrong by definition.
Well, no, I don't think
the
so.
The person aggressed on me first, but you'd say that my escalation was unnecessary.
How self-defense
they weren't DDoSing you at the time.
How self-defense works isn't just it's a battle of all against all, and it's the Capulets and the Montagues, and we go back to the fucking time immemorial, and the first monkey who threw a piece of poo at another monkey. It's localized. It has to do with the time. It identifies.
It's localized, so the internet doesn't exist. I'm sorry. What year is this? 1984. What?
So.
Whoa. Hang on a second. So it's not enough for you to say well, sometimes that
wasn't supposed to be a book reference. I was just picking a random earlier. Sorry, go ahead.
He punched me before, right? He punched me before, and therefore he was the initial aggressor. And now I'm going over there and I'm going to start a fight. That's never been enough. It has to do with. Okay,
so I'm gonna ask you.
No, hold on, wait.
You broke it again.
I was actually, it wasn't like he DDoSed me 5 months ago, and now I'm gonna go take revenge on it. It was an active thing that was happening. It just happens to be that you could do something. It would be the equivalent of him lobbing a rock over a river and hitting my house. Do you think if he lobs a rock over a river and hits my house, and I go over that, is that a new localized scuffle that I'm starting?
No, I think that I think that there's a reason. I think that there's a reasonability that we're going to apply to that, and that's
what could be more reasonable than somebody.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to give you. I can't give you an exact amount of seconds, an exact.
Sure,
amount
and that's
of
fine,
hours.
and that's okay. I wouldn't expect you to, but I think that somebody nuking your internet line for months and months and months.
Listen, I think it's really fucking bad.
No one cares. I don't need your platitudes, but I think, but for you to say well, now you're starting a fight. It's what? No, this person has been antagonizing me for months. What do you mean?
So would you have the right to just destroy the mom's car or something?
Sure, I don't know. Go do something. Sure,
bro. So come on, the mom's innocent, right?
Hold on. No. Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. You're pivoting so well. You're like an NBA player here. I don't know if the mom did anything. It would be going to their property. The dad and the son were the ones that were fucking around.
Right. So everything that you have against the son, you think you have against the father.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to be clear.
Maybe even more against the father, but that's another conversation.
So let's say that you start destroying their cars, and they just sit there and they're you're the nonviolence, right? You're in favor of the principle of nonviolence and that whole fucking ethic. And so they stand there and they're also fans of the nonviolence principle, and they were just watching you and they're saying, "Why are you doing this? This is our car. This is how we get around," and you're just beating it. At any point, do you have a right to shoot and kill the father and the son?
If he just stands there and watch, no. They would probably have to escalate into some physical conversation.
Okay. Wasn't your plan as you announced your plan on stream, right? Or what you were thinking about?
It was afterwards. I just said fuck, I wanted to go and kill the guy.
Okay, so you agree that would be killing.
We've already said 15 times. You can keep revisiting it. This is the one part that makes you feel good. But no, taking a sniper rifle, setting up 2 miles away, and sniping to get through his house, probably not okay. However, you already said, but this is where you're going full retard. Any attack on the house would almost certainly escalate to some sort of visical confrontation. I doubt they're going to sit there and watch.
If you just break in and entry,
just call the police.
If you could just press a button to kill him, even though he's currently nuking your internet, you could just press a button. We've gone
over this a million times in the early part of the conversation, that there's always going to be probably some escalatory path.
Okay, but I'm just asking you in the abstract, when it's just a property related offense, when it's just a DDoSing, and you have a button that's linked to his fucking pacemaker, and you can explode his heart with the push of a button, and he's sitting there and he's DDoSing you.
If all other escalatory paths have been exhausted, yes, fuck him.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about the father too?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, fuck him too. I hope it's one button that gets them both.
Okay, but
if you got the kid and it stopped, would you still have the right to go to the father after it stopped?
Oh no, probably not.
Okay, but given the circumstances as existed at the time, that is, you haven't gone to the house yet, you haven't tried to escalate physically, you didn't have a right to kill them.
No. Well, I mean, it would escalate to that, but no, that wouldn't be where you would start.
Okay, so then I'm gonna.
His position hasn't changed.
I'm gonna ask. I think it has. I'm gonna ask. I think it has. I'm gonna ask Mr. Zet.
Sure.
Do you agree that he has to go all the way to the house, drive to, it's out of reach. You're gonna make him drive all the way to wherever this kid lives and go out of his way? You're gonna make him do that?
Wait, what do you mean make him? That's my only recourse. What do you mean? That's the last resort.
You could just press the button. Why not just press the button? The button's right there.
Okay, so we have he somehow $1 like you spent. Well, even then, isn't $1 for the button? I mean, how do you buy the button? Like, I mean,
it just magically came into existence.
He was born with the button. Why don't you just press the button?
God came down from heaven and said, "This button will smite."
Press the fucking button. Why don't you bite some balls and say,
actually,
I don't need to go to a fucking house. Why do I need to file a lawsuit? Why do I need to drive over there? I'm gonna press the button. He's DDoSing me right now. I don't need to go to the house. I can just press
because I do say those are reasonable options. So I'm saying if there is a reasonable option, then that's fine. The whole position is that there isn't one. In reality, all you've said is he has to go to their house and now he can shoot them, and somehow that's different for you. I don't know why you think that's different.
Let's compare reasonable options. Reasonable option number one is start a prohibitively expensive lawsuit. Okay.
No, not prohibitively. He's unable to. He doesn't make any money now. Remember, he's removed his income. His income is gone.
Let me finish let me finish.
Or it's rapidly
prohibitively.
Let me finish what I'm going to say. So there's two options. Which one is more reasonable? Option one is try to find a way to start this lawsuit or find some tech buy. Or option two, drive over to their house, break their cars and start a fight outside that escalates into deadly violence so you can kill them.
That one.
Which is more.
You're forgetting option three.
Wait. Which is
you're leaving out option three.
I'll bite
him. You fucking idiot.
Wait, I'll bite the bullet. I can just bite the bullet on that. Wait, hold on. What do you mean, bro? That lawsuit? You understand? You're talking. This is a novel lawsuit. I don't think even today has anybody around the world or in the United States been prosecuted for DDoSing somebody, even on a civil level.
And again, the cops won't enforce it.
Not interfere. Hold on. Not wait. Stop. Wait. Why are we talking about cops?
Have you never seen this?
No, cops don't matter here. It's a civil matter, right?
Yeah.
We're talking civil lawsuit, okay? But even so,
which takes time to resolve, by the way.
Has anybody in the United States been sued for DDoSing somebody?
You know that? Shouldn't you know that?
When I looked at the time, no, it was completely
basic amount of due diligence. Shouldn't you know that?
Hold on. Wait, shut the fuck up, Sonia. Stop. You're muted. Stop. Hold on. The basic amount of due diligence was talking to the lawyer guy, and he said that no, there had never been a case like this. That's why he was hypothesizing, like, yeah, you'd probably have to pay for expert witnesses. You'd probably have to pay for all these things. I don't even know what that case would look like because nobody had ever gone to court over DDoSing somebody. No. So that was the due diligence that I did. Should I have read every single case in every single state across the entirety of the United States? I don't know if that's normal due diligence. I doubt you've ever done that for anything you've worked on before. I doubt any lawyer's ever done anything.
You don't think we've done like full state surveys?
Hold on, whoa. You said we there, motherfucker. You and your entire law firm, maybe, but I doubt you individually, person on a civil matter, have gone to every single courthouse in every single city across the entire United States to try to see about civil cases. No, I don't think anybody. I don't think that is due diligence. That would be extraordinary diligence.
I have gone on Westlaw, so I guess I'm a poser for not going to every single courthouse and reading everything. But I think that it's your option of going and starting to fight, and that's I don't even understand why that's necessary. Why wouldn't a sniper be justified? I mean, like, why do you have to put yourself at risk before you can just enact your deadly self-defense? Why do you have to put your body on the line?
Because we can probably say that over property, there's probably some escalatory pathway that we should take first.
Actual destiny. Would you? So again, if you were in the prosecutorial discretion
your body
position,
on the line.
Well, no. So I mean, let's say you did. Let's say you had the button or the sniper, the 2-mile-long sniper rifle, and you had killed him. Let's say it was someone else. Exact same thing has happened to you. You're a prosecutor. Would you prosecute yourself and go, well, you should have gone in there and tried to fight him or slash his tires car, so I'm putting you in prison?
I'm a bad person. I don't like people that violate other people's rights. I say fuck them all. I'm all.
Chop
the hands off. Chop the hands off.
Wait. So you?
No. Hold on. Stop, dude. Stop. He's asking me as a prosecutor with prosecutorial discretion. He's not asking for a moral or legal rule. Legally, you probably shouldn't be able to do that. What do you mean? Oh God, he's literally asking me for breaking the rule. That's what prosecutorial discretion is. Thank you. Okay, sorry. Love you.
I love you. By the way, I still like Destiny. I like Steven.
Just don't DDoS me, okay?
I like Rage Pope. I like all these people. So again,
I don't get a name. That's fine.
Zet. Sorry, I don't know how to fucking.
You don't get a name until you get the notable tag.
And Zonia and all of you. Okay. But I do want to note here
Noted.
That Steven's position
Has-
is that he has to put his life on the line by starting a fucking fist fight. Who knows what's going to happen, right? This is the justification for why you're
Who
allowed
said?
to
Where
shoot
did you?
someone.
We were adding so much to this. Start a fist fight.
You have to start a fight.
I'm just saying. No, I don't start
You
a
have to
fight.
put- you have
no,
to
no,
put
no, no,
yourself
no,
at risk.
Here's how it could. No, fuck no.
Yes,
it might
you do.
be. No, I don't. It might be. I go to the property with a concealed carry. I break some fucking windshields, and the guy comes out and starts shooting with me, and I'm ready to shoot him the second he steps up to me. 100%.
That's enough for him to walk on the fucking porch and you shoot him?
If he walks up to me to fight, yeah. If he comes at me, yeah.
Okay, but you're putting yourself at risk. You have to get into like physical proximity with him.
No, there's
It could be
there's some minor
Have you ever seen
risk.
Detroit Urban
Sure.
Survival Guide?
I'll have a sniper covering me.
Stop memeing. You're memeing.
I'm not memeing. If
You're
you're saying
memeing.
if you're saying you're putting yourself at risk by being in physical
memeing.
proximity,
Yeah,
then
why
fine. I've
should
got
you
a
have to put
sniper
yourself
set
at
up.
risk?
I'm not at risk. I got a gun on me.
You have to go. You have to physically go up to him and wait for him.
I don't have to
give
physically
you
go up to him. If he walks towards me, I'll give him 5 feet. If he gets within 5 feet, he's getting blown the fuck away.
But also remember, he already bit the bullet. That if he was a prosecutor, he wouldn't prosecute someone in the same situation. So even if he'd sniped him or pushed the pacemaker button,
Why should he have to go through all those motions? Why can't he just shoot him?
he doesn't have to. Remember, he won't prosecute him.
Like, why do this whole like rigmarole of like destroying the car and getting him to be within 5 feet before you can kill him? He's
people like you exist in the world
It's
and
because
won't let 'em
he's realize what he's doing. He's You never talk to anarchists, and when you talk to anarchists, they just reinvent government, right?
Well, yes, but you kind of have to when the government doesn't exist.
Actually,
right?
wait.
So
while I'm in my position, actually, you can't shoot them in the head. You have to shoot them in the guts. They die slowly.
Behaves.
You guys, memes
They
are
don't
funny.
deserve a quick death.
Memes
That's
I hate memes. I hate memes.
What?
Destiny.
Have some fun.
Destiny is saying that he has to go through this whole song and dance to be able to shoot him, have him within
He
5
didn't.
feet or something. He just said that.
No, and I asked him. I said, if you had prosecutorial discretion and someone didn't do those things, they just sniped him from 2 miles away.
Yeah, but he's
would you
asking for
prosecute him? And he
he's
said
asking
no.
for the he's asking for the rule. I think
I'm
the
asking
rule.
for
I think
the
we
rule.
all.
So you
I
back
think
up back to the generalization.
I think-
The
yes,
whole problem is
yes.
that
I
Peace
think-
wouldn't even give it to you in the prosecutorial
Sure, but I
discretion.
think all of us agree in general that there should be. That's why when we used the examples earlier of the Asian lady, it was somebody that couldn't take the escalatory path. But I think all of us agree that there should probably be some escalatory path if you're enacting.
wait.
Yeah, lethal.
Can I ask,
self-defense.
because there's a problem I have with that, because everyone keeps using like the Rambo versus little old lady. The average guy would destroy, like the average girl has no chance against the average guy. We don't have to go to like the
Sure, but I
70-year-old
didn't want
Asian
him
lady.
to appeal to like what if it's Ronda
Right,
Rousey
Andrew
or
Tate.
something. That's why I'm just doing just so that we're
Ronda
clear
Rousey.
on.
Look, bro, do you think I'll pull that out? Listen.
Yes.
all that you need
After
to
what you said
understand-
today, yes.
What,
I
what
did,
have I
did,
said?
but-
I have been
in the
100%
exceptional
good faith.
circumstance where somebody is gonna punch you and you happen to be weaker but also have a gun and you're afraid, like, come on.
No, what I was saying is that it's funny that in order for your hypotheticals to work, there has to be a reasonable apprehension of no threat to life or bodily injury, substantial bodily injury.
Because
But
I think for most
that-
thieves there aren't. Usually if you cooperate,
yeah,
usually they won't hurt you. That is the that's
No,
probably
I'm
the
talking about
average
punch case that-
shoplifting.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm talking about the punch case. But I just think when you're doing this escalatory path and forcing him to get within 5 feet, you're doing it for a reason. You're doing it because you're recreating some semblance of that nexus. And the reason it's within 5 feet, right, is because of that nexus. Because if it wasn't because of the nexus to life or bodily injury, then it wouldn't matter what distance. But
No, I can break the
distance-
nexus.
Hold
wait,
on.
hang on. But the
Wait, wait,
distance
wait,
is telling you
but
something.
hold on. No.
distance is signaling-
It's absolutely not Pisco because the situation leading up to that is essential. That was remember the entire Rittenhouse case hinged on that 7-pixel image of whether or not he was brandishing a firearm beforehand. If I
That
go
was
up
for
to you and I
aggression,
artificially, if I create that nexus through my own instigation, I do not have the right to defend myself.
No, I totally 100% agree with you.
But in the case of quote unquote, hold on, in the case of property defense, you're saying that you would allow somebody to create that nexus.
To start a physical force confrontation, yes.
Yes.
But
But
the-
prior
you
to
will
that,
escalate to deadly force.
Wait, but that's you agree with that. You think that if you're able to do that, you have a right to escalate it. Everyone agrees with that. No one here disagrees that you have a right to use force when someone is unlawfully infringing on your property right.
wait, no,
Yeah,
you
at the
disagree.
very-
You said they don't. If the only force they could apply is lethal force, so in the case of a
Okay,
smaller
when I say
vessel-
force, I mean all force except for deadly force. Okay.
Well, okay, but that's kind of what we're talking about. But okay.
Okay, so I'm going to say non-deadly force.
Okay, sure.
So I agree, and everyone here agrees that you are allowed to start a physical confrontation using non-deadly force when someone is infringing on your property, and that wouldn't make you the aggressor. Everyone here agrees with that. But the reason why I think, and you can think differently, why you are uncomfortable with the sniper situation is because you're trying to recreate some escalatory nexus that is directly tied to a threat to your body. That's why the physical distance is
hold
key
on.
here.
No, I can
Nope,
you're wrong. Nope, I can rewrite this, okay? Let's say it's the case that we destroy the kid's car and they don't stop. Let's say that the next case is we burn the whole backyard and they don't stop. Then the next case is we destroy their entire house. And then let's say that the kid is on the run with a laptop and a Wi-Fi connection with a cell phone, and he's still running down the street DDoSing after all of his property has been destroyed, and he's still doing it. Then in that case, kill him, even if there is no nexus.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
So if it becomes the case that you try to start a physical confrontation and you fail.
No, there is no starting a physical confrontation. There's just escalating
deterrent.
Right. Sure.
So let's say that you know, you're never able to successfully create that escalation, right? You're never able to. Whatever happens, they're not reacting in a violent way.
Correct.
Or why is it the case? Do you still get to kill him?
Yes, at some point, yeah. If nothing else is working, yeah. Because the goal isn't to force a violent escalation. The goal is to make him stop. That's the whole point.
I understand. Everyone agrees with what the goal is. The question is, what means can you use to achieve that goal?
Up to and including killing, not murder, because it would be justified.
Why should you have to fucking arson his house?
Yeah, why shouldn't the state just do this for us?
Why shouldn't he just stop? Why is it not an acceptable answer? Fucking hell.
Bro, you guys are like...
Why isn't it? Tell me why. I need an answer to that. Why is him not DDoSing Destiny an option? Well, no, that if he stops, then the whole problem's solved. He stops DDoSing him, nothing happens.
But I mean, that's boring, yeah. If
Why don't criminals just stop breaking the law? It's really boring.
Just stop, Fivehead. I don't know what to say to that. Yeah.
No, but exactly. But I'm saying that solves everything. So we don't even need to tell Destiny, don't kill him, because he's not going to, because the kid stops, right? We agree.
Dude, you're
he
being
stops, he lives.
right now. You're like, why don't you just tell murderers not to murder, bro? Why don't you just...
I would, and if they don't, they get murdered themselves. They get killed themselves,
motherfucker. Why don't you tell thief just not thief, bro?
They should, or they get killed, motherfucker.
That's the equivalent of what you're saying.
Yes, I am saying that. Or they die. Stop or die. And as long as you stop, they have all the control in the world. There's nothing stopping them from just not. They don't have to die. No one's forcing them to die. And in fact, the thing that pisses me off, because as a lazy person, nothing pisses me off more than people who fail at doing nothing. That my response is, how about you do nothing? They go, no, I won't do that. You're like, okay, but you'll die if you don't do nothing.